Welcome to part 12 of The Water Magician. As you all know, this story is still being written by the author. So after this video, the postings of this audiobook are going to be less frequent, but they will continue. Don't forget to subscribe and join the Discord channel for notifications of new chapters. As the three returned from the government office to the Skizblaznil vessel, they spotted a group of about 20 people walking. Though they were not carrying swords, it was clear at a glance that they were close combat fighters. Bracers and greaves, are they going to fight with those? I believe they're bludgeoners. Abel observed their equipment while Rio responded from memory. Neither of them was seeing them for the first time, as they were both familiar with the refreshing 5 peaks. Perhaps sensing their gazes, the group approached. They stopped at a certain distance, and only one person from the front came closer. Naturally, Scotty stepped in front of Abel and placed his hand on his sword. "Excuse me, we are the first unit of the Dazuru Warrior Legion. I am Mamadou, the vice-captain. Due to our duties, I would like to ask you a question. I don't believe I've seen you in the city, so could you please tell us your identities and names? Does the Warrior Legion have the role of questioning suspicious individuals?" With a faint smile, Abel returned the question to Mamadou. "Yes, we do. You clearly do not appear to be ordinary merchants, nor do you seem like adventurers. To be frank, you are too strong. We have permission from the government office to verify the identities of such individuals." "I see," Abel nodded in response. Rio, who was next to him, had a happy expression. Perhaps he felt good about the comment about being too strong. "We are from the Natore Kingdom of the Central Nations. We are accompanying the Fundebi Kingdom fleet." "Natore Kingdom? I am King Abel I. My apologies." Upon hearing Abel's introduction, Mamadou knelt and offered a deep bow. The warriors behind him also bowed deeply in the same manner. "No, it's fine. Rather, I appreciate your serious dedication to your duties." "Ah, it is a relief to hear that. You are the Vice-Captain Mamadou of the first unit of the Warrior Legion. Please continue to diligently perform your duties." As Abel spoke, Mamadou bowed his head even deeper while still kneeling. After parting ways with the Warrior Legion, Abel and his party continued on. We got to see the rumored Warrior Legion. Not exactly rumored, but they were indeed well-trained. Yes, I don't know about their strength, but they were all doing their jobs properly and weren't being arrogant at all. Arrogant? For some reason, Rio crossed his arms and nodded pompously, causing Abel to shake his head slightly. Considering the Medialagi daimyo, it seems he wouldn't allow such behavior, right? That person seems strict about misconduct, doesn't he? I believe he would also be quite harsh on those who threaten the people with violence. Can you tell just by looking? Of course. If I couldn't, how could I be a king? This is the power of someone who stands above others. Rio was genuinely surprised. Indeed, life experiences are etched into one's face. While it's not absolute, one can grasp a general sense just by looking at someone if they've become accustomed to it. Speaking a little further increases the accuracy. After a minute of conversation, one would hardly miss the mark. This was the level Abel had reached. So this is what it means to be trained. If you can't do that, you shouldn't be in that job. You need to be able to tell whether someone is truly fit for the responsibilities you give them or if they're worthy of the power you bestow. If you can't figure it out before handing over responsibilities or power, that's troublesome, right? Realizing it's too late after entrusting them could lead to casualties. Well, that's true, but if you can't see through it, the only thing you can do is strive to become capable of doing so. If you can't acquire that skill even after effort, then you should switch to a job that doesn't require it. There are plenty of such jobs. Continuing in a job that doesn't suit you and makes someone else unhappy, I believe that's not happiness for anyone. What you say is understandable, but the world isn't always that simple. That may be true, Abel shrugged. Not everyone is omnipotent. That said, there are many things that concern me. Why not consult with me? In response to Abel's murmur, Rio confidently suggested. Naturally, Abel's gaze towards him was skeptical. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Well, because you know, that's not an acceptable response. I have a brain too. I might be able to handle your concerns." Rio was indignant. Abel continued to regard him with a skeptical eye. Still, thinking it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, he opened his mouth. "I'm curious about what's inside the ruins." "I can't deny that." "Right. However, I'm even more curious about the reason why the French are extending their stay." Graham said it was to find a guide who knows the sea route well. With the power of the Western Church, they could find one right away. What he's saying isn't a lie, but I suspect the priests who arrived early likely already have a lead on a guide before docking. "Ah, now that you mention it, that makes sense." Rio agreed with Abel's words. "Should we go directly to ask them?" "No, that would be a bad idea. We would be overstepping into the church's affairs. There are likely countless things they don't want us to know. The fact that Rio went directly, and they didn't mention it might relate to the church's secrets." "I see, but it's still on my mind." Rio puffed out his cheeks, showing a dissatisfied expression. Seeing that, Abel shrugged. With time, we'll understand. That's true, but I was just a little curious. Are you suggesting that I shouldn't worry and that you'll stop worrying too? How selfish. I didn't mean to say that, but I like that. Don't worry, I won't think about it anymore. You've taken my words away. Abel laughed while Rio made a sour face. However, Rio soon seemed to notice something and glanced over. Naturally, Abel noticed Rio's gaze. Rio, your intentions are obvious. What intentions? I don't understand what you mean. Rio was startled by Abel's words. Indeed, it smells good. Right, that's the Kraken grilled in its own form. It's brushed with sauce and grilled further, and that's when this aroma wafts through the air. Are you really targeting it? Well, I guess it's fine to eat. As expected of Abel. I will follow you for life. Thus, Rio, Abel, and Scotty obtained the Kraken grilled in its own form at a plaza near the government office. This sweet sauce is nice. It's delicious. Just when you think it might have a tough texture, it has a snap that makes it easy to bite through. Rio praised the sauce, Abel rated the overall dish, and Scotty praised the texture. Thank you. Perhaps hearing their praises, the vendor smiled and replied. This seemed to spark a conversation for Rio. Hey vendor, I've heard there are 2 parties of Alpha-class adventurers staying in this city. Great thunder and flowing water. They're well-known parties, so anyone from the city probably knows them. Do you know where they are? Their usual lodging should be Forest Breath Inn and Dawn Inn. What's up, robed lad? Are you thinking of challenging them? You should reconsider. I hear those who do get completely wrecked. Wrecked? It's so bad that even extra heal struggles to heal them back to normal. Even Rio hesitated at the thought. Yeah, I definitely won't stir things up. If that happened, I wouldn't be able to enjoy your grilled dish, vendor. That's for the best. Come again to eat. In the end, it concluded with the vendor's smile. Rio, your charm is incredible as always. I'm not charming or anything, it's just shopping conversation. Abel praised him, and Rio responded with a smile. But what are you going to do with that information you just obtained? Well, I haven't really thought about anything special. I was just a bit curious, so I asked. Don't go directly negotiating with those adventurers. Are you saying don't go? Don't go, why aren't you going? Or something like that? No way, why does it always turn out like this? That's how it's supposed to be, Abel yelled while Rio puffed out his chest and acted elated. The norm is justice. That Rio's norm or development, pattern, I don't know, but if that's the case, what happens next? It's obvious. Due to the interference of the Alpha-class adventurers, a scary person sealed inside the ruins will become angry and break out to wreak havoc outside the ruins. And this city will be on the verge of destruction. Just then, the magnificent Abel will appear and defeat that scary person to avert the crisis. That is the classic development. I see. If that happens, the people of the city will be in trouble. Yes. If that happens, please respond immediately before the city folks are affected. If that were to happen, Abel replied while shaking his head slightly at Rio's words. Naturally, he didn't believe such a thing would happen. The Natore Kingdom's group immersed themselves in the peace they enjoyed thanks to the Kraken grilled in its own form. 2 days after Rio and his companions visited the Dazuru government office. Rio had been diligently writing something on an ice board with even more enthusiasm than usual, focusing on alchemy. Just as always, Abel arrived swinging his sword. At almost the same time, Rio completed his work. You're really into that thing you've been working on since yesterday, Abel remarked. Abel, there are no problems in this world that can't be solved, Rio replied confidently. What's that supposed to mean? The wisdom of humanity can even eliminate wars from the world and bring peace. Is that so? How do you plan to do that? If there is only one survivor left, both problems will be resolved. Okay, I guess that's one way to think about it. Abel reluctantly nodded at Rio's confident answer, which he found hard to accept but couldn't deny was correct. Therefore, it's as easy as safely exploring ruins, Rio added. Oh, those ruins, huh? Do you have a good idea? Yes, here it is. Come forth, assault explorer, no. 3. With that call, an ice golem about 1.5 meters tall was generated in front of Rio. The ice golem wore a fedora hat, known as a fedora hat. It seemed to have a somewhat nihilistic appearance, but perhaps that perception was unique to Rio. When you think of an explorer, you picture a fedora and a whip, right? It appeared to be one of Rio's quirks. I see. But it doesn't have a whip, does it? Abel pointed out. Unfortunately, with my current abilities, I couldn't create an ice whip using alchemy, Rio replied with a regretful expression. This golem uses alchemy, so it won't get its magic control stolen. That's because it's a monster skilled in water attribute magic like a kraken, and ordinary monsters won't be able to steal magical control. Even on land, there might be monsters skilled in water attribute magic, you know? I can't say there aren't. Rio suddenly hesitated. It reminded him of a battle against a monster that resembled a dragon skilled in water attribute magic. The two they encountered on the ghost ship Luri, That was an exception, he defended. Well, this one is Assault Explorer no. 3, yes. Explorer number 1 has horns, right? Explorer number 2 had a yellow cloth around its neck. Explorer number 3 has that hat. Yes, Assault Explorer no. 3 is also a captain among the Garden Watchers. Rio patted Explorer number 3 on the shoulder cheerfully. If it's a golem, then even if there are monsters that can rewrite memories, it shouldn't be a problem. Yes, that's right. Rio continued to gleefully pat Explorer no. 3's shoulder in response to Abel's words. By the way, you used a golem for scouting when you were in Banban Kingdom, right? Was that an application of that? Just as expected from Abel. Yes, while being on Ikaban Island, I used a golem to see the situation on Niban Island and Sanban Island. Wasn't Rio having a pretty tough time back then? You remember well, that's why this time I made something with alchemy. As Rio said that, something was generated on the ice table. The sync system with Assault Explorer no. 3 aptly named Aura Lift. It was something akin to a head-mounted display based on Earth's knowledge. A tool worn on the head to see the images appearing before one's eyes and operate them. This time, the Aura Lift projected the scenery that Explorer number 3 saw. Rio operated it remotely while viewing it. Is that what it's called, Aura Lift? That's unusual, Abel remarked. It was once created in my hometown, the Oculus Rift. No, I won't say more. Out of respect, I named it. That is a masterwork of genius, crafted by a certain genius alchemist. Rio nodded deeply in agreement with Abel's words. No doubt it was a turning point in human history. Input, calculate, output, a series of processes in coexistence between humans and machines. Input is voice input, eventually leading to direct connections with the brain and nerves. Calculate, the computational components are smoothly being miniaturized. Output is through head-mounted displays or eyeglasses, eventually transitioning to direct connections with the brain and nerves. The input and output parts that connect with humans will inevitably face challenges and become larger until they transition to direct connections with the brain and nerves. Moreover, it's not simply a matter of making these components smaller. Usability and recognizability are also crucial. That's why those head-mounted displays represent a turning point in human history. Rio believed this. Wearing the head-mounted display type Aura Lift, Rio said, visuals will expand before you. Does that mean it's displayed right in front of Rio's eyes? Yes, that's correct. I see, so it can only be seen by Rio. Abel murmured with a sad voice, surprising Rio momentarily. It was truly rare, revealing Abel's genuine emotions. As a king, Abel rarely let his true feelings show, especially ones that could shock others. However, it seemed this revelation had genuinely affected him. Seeing such emotions, Rio felt a twinge of sympathy. Well, I can't help it, just wait a moment. Saying that, Rio took out an ice board and began writing furiously at an incredible speed. The speed was reminiscent of the legendary Neil Anderson. The magic formula was being rewritten before their eyes. Though Abel couldn't understand the content, he found himself entranced by Rio's unwavering speed of work. A few minutes later, "I've done it," Rio exclaimed, putting the Aura Lift back on his head, and then, sync screen deployment. With that incantation, a screen about 100 inches in size, as they would call it on television, appeared in the air, displaying the images that Explorer no. 3 was viewing. "Wow, this is amazing," Abel exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "This is the same image I see through the head-mounted display. The world looks like this from Assault Explorer no. 3's perspective. So we can enter the ruins with this?" "Yes." "What do you think, Abel? With this, we should be able to safely explore the ruins." "Yes, it's wonderful." Abel sounded truly pleased. After all, there was a part of him that was an adventurer at heart. Seeing Abel's expression, Rio nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the control system of the Aura Lift. The operation would be done through voice input and a device resembling kendo gauntlets that would allow the arm to be inserted deeply. The original form was from the cockpit control of the Rondo-class second ship Neil Anderson, specially designed for Rio. However, this time it wasn't fixed in place and could move. The gauntlet's movements were synced with Explorer no. 3, allowing for striking motions. "That's incredible. Can we fight with this?" Abel asked. "Fighting in a serious manner might be a bit difficult. After all, it's originally based on a rice field management golem. At Darway, the 6th Prince's protectors fought with the Aniwaban, right?" "Yes, we weren't at the mansion at that time. However, the action of charging at enemies with a spear is quite simple. For example, deflecting an enemy's sword and attacking back isn't something we can do." "So you're saying you can't use swordsmanship or spear techniques?" "That's right. Eventually, we will definitely improve in that area." Rio nodded with a determined expression. Abel envisioned it. Thousands of ice golems mastering exquisite spear techniques and overwhelming their opponents. Could it be that the golems will be the ones to bring an end to the human era? he muttered, but it didn't reach Rio's ears. By the way, in that imagination, there was a white-robed mage watching the golem's exploits with arms crossed, observing with satisfaction. When that thought came to him, well, if it's Rio, I'm sure it will be fine. That was the conclusion he reached. By the way, how will that Explorer number 3 communicate? Communicate? Rio tilted his head while still wearing the aura lift in response to Abel's question. Explorer number 3 mirrored the action by tilting its head as well. If we're going to accompany you from the back, we'll need to get permission from Medialagi Daimyo or something to follow this golem, right? Can it send voice messages? Abel was concerned. He remembered that Assault Explorer number 1 couldn't emit sound. Friendship Proof number 2 also couldn't produce sound. Unfortunately, this number 3 can't either. Given that its entire body is made of ice, we can't have a speaker-like structure inside. I don't know what a speaker is, but without it, our messages won't get across, right? Those who accompany us would be troubled, wouldn't they? Yes, I understand Abel's concern, Rio nodded. However, this time his nodding seemed confident. This is the solution to the problem? At the moment Rio said that, Explorer no. 3 held out a newly generated ice board right in front of itself. This will display the words I say. This will display the words I say. The words Rio spoke were displayed in the Dark Continent language. Oh, this is amazing again. Abel expressed his astonishment once more. See, isn't it great? Rio replied, nodding happily. Then he took a small blue magic stone out of his usual bag. What's that? This is one of the magic stones obtained from an anchovy-like bait ball in the eastern nations. Once this is set, everything will be complete. Rio said as he placed the magic stone in the hollow of Explorer No. 3's neck, the magic stone was immediately absorbed into its body. Isn't that Assault Explorer number 3 powered by Rio's magical power? Usually, yes. This magic stone serves as a backup power source for emergencies as well as for recording. Ah, it was installed at the Rondo Mansion in Darway, right? Didn't you reconstruct the memories from the logs left in the magic stone when restoring Explorer number 2? Your memory really is impressive, Abel. That's exactly right. Rio nodded repeatedly. Truly a reliable Majesty the King. Records are important. Plus, even if something happens and my magical power supply is cut off, it can continue to operate. Something. Is that possible? Well, for instance, if Explorer number 3 were to get sent to a dimensional rift and the magical power line got cut off. A dimensional rift? I don't quite understand, but what are the chances of that happening? Chances? Maybe 0%. I see, so it's almost non-existent. No, it's good that the chances are low. I just said it's almost non-existent. Don't let your guard down. That could be very dangerous. Indeed, Rio would not let his guard down, designed for the worst-case scenario. That was what saved them in any situation. 2 days after Rio and his companions visited the Dazyoru government office, specifically the day Rio completed the Assault Explorer number 3 and the Aura lift. Outside the city, in front of the ruins hidden within the jungle, a large crowd had gathered since morning. 6 members of the Alpha-class Adventurer Party, Great Thunder. 5 members of the Alpha-class Adventurer Party, Flowing Water. 50 members of the Dazyoru Warrior Legion. When counting the onlookers, it easily exceeded 100. Among them was Medialagi, the Dazyoru daimyo. He was an elderly man wearing glasses, looking very stern and nervous, and those who were his direct subordinates could tell that his expression was even tenser than usual. Naturally, despite being in a situation where they had no choice but to send people into the ruins, Medialagi was still hesitating. As a daimyo, he had to conduct an investigation to calm the public. That was true. However, the adventurers and the warrior legion that would be sent in were also at high risk. Even though he understood this rationally, his emotions found it hard to accept. Yet now that they had reached this point, there were no other options but to send them in. Daimyo, don't worry. We are Alpha-class adventurers, and no matter what is inside, we can handle it. That was said by Haruman, the leader of Great Thunder, a bludgeoner. His physique was formidable enough to be referred to as a cliff, and his presence would convince anyone that he was the leader of an Alpha-class party. Yes, we feel the same way. We wouldn't summon the Warrior Legion unless we were sure it wouldn't be a problem, said Yasukin, the leader of Flowing Water. She was a well-known wind attribute mage, reputed to belong to royalty from one of the kingdoms within the Western Nations Federation. Of course, her numerous achievements as an adventurer were what made her famous, regardless of any rumors. After taking a glance at such adventurers, Medialagi spoke. Then, Great Thunder and Flowing Water, I entrust you with this mission. At his words, Haruman himself placed a hand on the door of the ruins. It was a massive stone door, over twice the height of a person, but Haruman opened it single-handedly. All right, let's go. Leading the way, Great Thunder stepped inside. Let's proceed, Yasukin commanded as Flowing Water followed behind. After those two Alpha-class parties, the warrior legion from the city would enter, but not immediately. Both parties would only enter after confirming, "It's safe, follow us." As great thunder and flowing water stepped into the first small room, the members of the warrior legion and Medialagi watched on. "All right, let's confirm the room's safety." "According to procedure," Haruman from Great Thunder and Yasukin from Flowing Water called out. Both parties began to examine the small room with practiced ease. The investigation concluded in 5 minutes. "This side is clear. We're good too," Harrison and Yasukin reported to one another and nodded. "The warrior legion can come down now," Harrison's voice rang out. Medialagi silently nodded in response. Seeing this, the 50 members of the warrior legion slowly passed through the ruins door and began to descend toward the small room. "All right, then we will advance to the stone-paved Great Hall." "Understood." Harrison and Yasukin nodded, and Great Thunder and Flowing Water began to descend the stairs. Of course, during this time, the scouts from both parties were checking for traps. So far, it was entirely unclear why the previous parties that had entered were wiped out. Naturally, they should proceed with caution in every regard. After descending about 100 steps, Great Thunder and Flowing Water arrived in front of the stone-paved Great Hall, checking for traps. "Ah, please do." A scout from Great Thunder began examining the stone pavement on behalf of the others. The scout from Flowing Water checked the surroundings of the stone pavement. The 50 members of the Warrior Legion waited in the small room. From there, they could see about a third of the stone-paved Great Hall below, 100 steps down. The Warrior Legion watched the stone-paved Great Hall with expressions clearly filled with worry. Most of the parties that had not returned belonged to Dazuru. Some of them had even grown up in Dazuru. Naturally, there were those among the Warrior Legion who were of a similar age and even old friends. For those who had vanished in the ruins, it was impossible to feel no anxiety. It was only natural to worry, even for the Alpha-class adventurer parties who were said to be among the best on the continent. After a while, "Everything's fine, there are no traps. Surroundings are clear," the scouts from Great Thunder and Flowing Water reported. Upon receiving the report, the members of both parties descended the stairs and stepped into the stone-paved Great Hall. They all gathered near the center of the stone pavement. At that moment, the stone pavement collapsed. How many noticed the downburst blowing from the ceiling at the same time? A total of 11 members from the two parties fell into the open hole. That scene could be seen from the small room. The floor gave way. Did we fall? No, we moved to the Great Hall after checking for traps and confirming it was clear, right? Did we miss something? An Alpha-class scout couldn't have overlooked it, could they? That means we are dealing with something that humans can't detect. Everyone fell silent. All thoughts converged at one point. "Hey, is this small room safe?" Everyone turned pale. Then quietly and slowly they began to back away. They didn't run out all at once. It would be terrible if the floor collapsed under such shock. Even after leaving the small room, they slowly and quietly ascended the stairs. And once everyone was outside the ruins, they finally sighed in relief. Perfectly, all 50 of them knelt down to catch their breath. Naturally, this sight startled those waiting above. They had been surprised when the Warrior Legion returned stealthily, but no one could say a word due to their expressions. Only when they began to catch their breath could they finally ask, "What happened? Why did you come back?" It was Medialagi, the daimyo, who asked. At the moment Great Thunder and Flowing Water reached the stone-paved Great Hall, the floor gave way. "What?" The leader of the Warrior Legion gave an accurate report. However, Medialagi didn't understand what it meant. The floor of the Great Hall gave way. Repeating the other's words, he tried to comprehend them in his mind. Finally, the words began to form images in his head. Could it be that they? Yes, they all fell. What about the floor? It's still open. Immediately, Medialagi began to think of ways to respond. "Rope, prepare a long rope." Thus, the exploration of the ruins fell into a dire situation from the very start. Mamadou, the deputy captain of the first team of the Warrior Legion, was 25 years old. Even now, he was already the second strongest in the Legion, and was expected to become a top-class bludgeoner within the Western Nations Federation. Currently, a rather thick rope was slung across his body as he slowly descended from the small room toward the stone-paved Great Hall. There were several reasons he had been chosen. Firstly, he was the deputy captain. Secondly, he was relatively slim compared to most of the muscular warriors in the Legion. Finally, his vividly dyed golden hair made him easy to spot from a distance. "About the hair, I wonder," Mamadou grumbled. Of course, since he was going down alone, his grumbling did not reach anyone's ears. "Well, I suppose I have no choice but to go down." Mamadou was aware of that. The leader, the one who brings everyone together, couldn't be the one going. In the event of an emergency, it would be better for someone slender to go down, considering the warriors above would be pulling the rope. And if he ended up having to fight something down there, "I need to be somewhat strong." Mamadou muttered that and smiled slightly, but then he remembered. The point of strength reminded him. Was it when I met His Majesty King Abel of the Natore Kingdom? He was strong. He realized in an instant that he would never be able to win against him. Surely, the bard must have sung about him for a reason. I thought it was just exaggerated praise. But seeing him in person, I understood. He's a remarkable person. I can't win now, but one day. While nodding in agreement with himself, he arrived at the edge of the stone-paved Great Hall. I've reached the edge of the Great Hall, he yelled toward the entrance. At the same time, he hoped the two parties that had fallen could hear him. But first, he needed to check the depth of the hole they had fallen into. From here on out, he would have to tread carefully, step by step, the stone-paved Great Hall. Now all the stone pavement had vanished, leaving a large square hole. He peered into it. A slope. Did they slide down? From about 5 meters above the floor, a rather steep slope led further into the ruins. It seemed quite deep. Mamadou couldn't see the end. I was instructed to check what was happening, but I suppose I have to go down a bit further. Mamadou sighed softly as he spoke. We're going down the slope. Slowly loosen the rope for me, he shouted once more toward the entrance. From here on out, the only thing supporting him would be the rope. However, Mamadou did not falter. The ones who supported him were his comrades. If he didn't trust them, then whom could he trust? And gradually, little by little, he descended down the Great Hall's hole. Mamadou had made a quick decision, but many people near the entrance were hesitating. The deputy captain said he would go down, but the fact that it's a slope means that the stone pavement must have collapsed from the start, and those on top would fall. Isn't that a trap? Of course, something must be waiting below. What happened to the Alpha-class party that fell first? Primarily, those from the Warrior Legion who had sent out the deputy captain were engaged in such discussions. Daimyo, are we really going to continue with the investigation like this? The one asking was Moan, the captain of the first team of the Warrior Legion. At 50 years old, he was a man whose strong physique matched the description of a well-built warrior. However, he had come to realize he couldn't win against the effects of time and had entrusted the leadership of the team to the deputy captain, Mamadou, for guidance, though he had to show up in situations where responsibilities had to be taken. I understand Captain Moan's concern. However, if we don't continue, the anxiety among the residents will only grow. That is understandable, but Mamadou, is there a better method? Compared to sending someone else, isn't Deputy Captain Mamadou the most suitable candidate? Is that answer not from the captain? That may be true. Neither Medialagi nor Captain Moan intended to shout at each other or shift the blame. They were simply uneasy, because they had no idea what would happen next. If they looked down into the hole that had been left by the stone-paved Great Hall, they hoped to find some new discovery. That was why they sent Deputy Captain Mamadou down. Yet what lay there was a slope that continued further in and prevented anyone who had fallen from coming back, if something were to happen and the rope were to snap. Ah, that voice rose simultaneously from everyone who had been pulling the rope. In that instant, both Medialagi and Captain Moan felt a bad premonition. As expected, the report they heard was, the rope has snapped. When Assault Explorer No. 3 arrived at the entrance of the ruins, chaos reigned. Even Rio and Abel could see that it was in disarray. No. 3, you can't pick up any sounds, huh? Yeah, that's a big problem. The magical power, or rather the magical power line, doesn't transmit sound. I did think about using ice lines or something, but I couldn't come up with anything. Rio responded with a frown, regret evident on his face at Abel's inquiry. But sound propagates through the air. That's a fact. Is there any way we could utilize the water vapor and water molecules floating in the air? If we could amplify the dampened sound and make it reach me somehow, wouldn't that work? Rio sank deeper into his thoughts. Hey, Rio, Abel interrupted him. He felt it wasn't the right moment for that. Oh, sorry, even though I can't hear anything, it's clear that there's confusion, right? Yeah, Rio was using the Aura lift, while Abel was viewing it on a synchronized ice screen. Both were on the deck of the Skizblaznil. Assault Explorer No. 3 was remotely controlled at the entrance of the ruins. By the way, the ice screen was large enough for others besides Abel to see. It was a secret that Zack and Scotty were watching from behind Abel. According to the daimyo's explanation, 2 parties of Alpha-class adventurers went in first, followed by the Warrior Legion, right? That's right. The Warrior Legion made contact with that daimyo on their way back. Was it the first squad of the Warrior Legion? There should be about 50 of them. Yes, and there are a few others, including Daimyo Medialagi and some people who seem like administrative officials. But there are no capable adventurers among them. Does it look that way to you too, Abel? Both Rio and Abel were adventurers. They could generally tell a capable adventurer just by looking. However, none were at the entrance of the ruins now. In other words, something happened to the adventurers who went into the ruins first, before the Warrior Legion could follow, right? It means they can't deploy the Warrior Legion. the confusion over what to do next. Rio and Abel exchanged reasonable deductions. Then it's Assault Explorer No. 3's turn, isn't it? Is that so? He should be able to handle it. I don't know what he's supposed to do. Abel looked at Rio with a skeptical gaze. However, Rio, wearing the Aura lift, couldn't perceive Abel's look. And finally, Assault Explorer No. 3 moved. He approached Daimyo Medialagi, who was discussing something with a burly middle-aged man. The two of them looked surprised as they saw No. 3. This is an ice golem of Lord Rio Mihara from the Natore Kingdom. Words appeared on the ice slab that No. 3 held up. Reading it, the two men were even more astonished. Something happened to the Alpha-class adventurers who went in first, didn't it? Medialagi and the middle-aged man nodded at the appearing text. Then they began to explain something. Of course, Rio and Abel couldn't hear it. I can't hear anything, sorry. For now, I'll take this golem inside the ruins. After reading that, the two were surprised again. After a moment of silence, they started speaking again, but Rio and Abel couldn't understand. How about coming here? Here to Skizblasnil? Yeah. Upon hearing that, Abel shifted his gaze. There stood Captain Paulina. The captain seemed to understand the situation as well. Without saying anything or asking questions, she nodded. The capable ones can act even in such situations. Then, we are on the Skizblasnil at the port, and from there we can see the situation inside the ruins. You're welcome to come. After reading that, Daimyo Medialagi and the middle-aged man issued some instructions to their subordinates and then rode off on horses. They were likely heading towards the Skizblasnil. With that, we can consider the permission granted, right? Well, it should be fine, however, be cautious. Of course, Rio nodded. For him, Assault Explorer No. 3 was like an extension of himself. He wouldn't treat it carelessly, but his job is to charge into the unknown and explore. That's why he is called Assault Explorer No. 3, a name that reflects his essence. Assault Explorer No. 3 launch! With that, No. 3 dashed towards the ruins. What was happening inside the ruins? Thud, crash, Mamadou, the vice-captain, tumbled down the slope. Ouch! He had managed to roll properly, so he didn't take significant damage, where Mamadou landed. That was definitely Vice-Captain Mamadou of the Warrior Legion. Is that Haruman from Great Thunder? Haruman was receiving treatment. A battle was happening ahead. Skeletons? Skeletons are said to be monsters found all over the world. They are particularly common in the Dark Continent. So Mamadou was used to seeing skeletons, but that's exactly why he immediately noticed the abnormality of the skeletons fighting in front of him. With swords and shields, swordsmanship? Yeah, they're deflecting our attacks, Mamadou muttered, and Haruman nodded. Typically, skeletons are easy targets for bludgeoners. Just hit or kick them and shattering their skull ends it. In fact, they're more difficult for swordsmen or spear warriors due to the blades sliding off the surface of the bones. In other words, they are easy opponents to fight at close range, where hands and feet can reach. So bludgeoners had a good amount of information about skeletons, but I've never heard of skeletons that deflect attacks with swords and shields. Yeah, we've never heard of it either. Even the Alpha-class adventurers, Haruman and the others from Great Thunder, had never heard of such skeletons. An astonishingly rare example. Moreover, there were 3 of such skeletons. Having 3 means they must be a mutation. Yeah, though I don't quite understand what a mutation in skeletons would entail, Haruman said with a wry smile. They're not so strong that we can't handle them, it's just that we're confused because this is our first time facing such enemies. We need to be careful not to get hurt like I did. Haruman's injury was because he was protecting me, it wasn't your fault. That was said by Namurato, the healer from Great Thunder, who was treating Haruman. It's only natural to protect the healer with all your might, Haruman said with a laugh. Mamadou agreed wholeheartedly and nodded vigorously. At that moment Mamadou recalled why he came here, no, why he fell. I was trying to descend into the hole bit by bit when the rope snapped right in front of me. Was it that rope? Haruman pointed to the rope wrapped around Mamadou's waist. Yes. I could tell that something invisible, like an air slash, cut it. A trap or a monster. Either way, it's clear that the goal was to make people fall into this hole. We fell because the scout perfectly surveyed and reported that there are no traps, and we proceeded, but the hole opened up. A trap that even the Alpha-class adventurer's scout couldn't detect. Yeah, that said, one major option just vanished. Option? The option to climb back up the slope we fell down and return to the entrance. That would force us to fall, right? Haruman frowned, and Mamadou did too. In other words, they had no choice but to proceed deeper into the ruins. To set up such a trap, who would do that, and for what purpose? No one answered Mamadou's murmur. This was the main goal and reason for this ruin exploration. For now, though, there was a pressing issue that needed to be resolved ahead. First, we deal with the 3 skeletons, but how do we actually do that? For now, we're keeping our distance and focusing on defense, but we can't stay like this forever, just as Haruman murmured that. Zzzzz. A rotational sound came from the slope where everyone had rolled down. The next moment a blue flash raced by, not the purple lightning flash but blue ice annihilation. The blue flash collided with the skeletons one after another, and in no time the 3 skeletons vanished. The blue flash that had annihilated the skeletons came to a stop in front of the group. It was an ice golem, wearing a peculiar hat, brandishing a spear, and cloaked in a cape. It had wheels on its legs, seemingly using them for high-speed movement to charge at the skeletons. For a moment the members of Great Thunder and Flowing Water were stunned, but as soon as the ice golem stopped before them, they re-readied their weapons. No one said anything. They recognized it as a new monster. "Don't worry, I'm not an enemy," words appeared on the ice slab held by the golem. Both Great Thunder and Flowing Water hesitated to attack because of it. "Wait, don't attack," Haruman firmly intervened. "It's not a monster, it's probably a golem or something like that." "A golem? They say those are used in the Western nations, but I heard they're about 3 meters tall. This one is, yeah, it's about half that, and it's not made of metal. Is it ice?" Upon hearing Yasukin, the leader of Flowing Water, Haruman, the leader of Great Thunder, nodded while simultaneously harboring doubts. "A golem made of ice? I've faced skeletons that use swordsmanship for the first time, but a golem made of ice is also a first. Firsts all around, huh? That's what makes being an adventurer worthwhile, but this looks like a troublesome ruin exploration. I don't like all this first-time stuff." "I feel the same way." Both Haruman and Yasukin were party leaders. They bear responsibility not just for themselves, but also for their party members. Naturally, all these unfamiliar experiences complicate their judgments. Meanwhile, the other party members seemed more suspicious than surprised, wondering why an ice golem had appeared. The ice golem answered that, "I have received permission from Daimyo Medialagi to follow you from behind." After a while, the daimyo will likely see this footage too. Mentioning the name of Daimyo Medialagi caused the group to exchange glances. "This ice golem is being operated by Ryo from the Natore Kingdom. Thank you for your cooperation." After such words floated on the ice slab, number 3 bowed. "Anyway, we've established that you're not an enemy." Haruman reached a conclusion. Then he looked at the other party leader. Yasukin from Flowing Water also silently nodded in agreement. At that moment on the deck of the Skizblaznil, "We happened to meet when we were in a pinch," Ryo said with a smug expression. Since he was wearing the Aura lift, only his mouth was visible, but he was happily presenting his theory. "When we were being attacked by enemies, we made a dashing entrance to save the day. I'm sure that made everyone understand that number 3 is on our side." "Is that so? Didn't it seem like it was about to attack?" "That's impossible. This is a classic development." "Is that so?" Normally, Abel would complain about the development, but this time he didn't touch on that. It was true that they arrived at the crisis of Great Thunder and Flowing Water and defeated the skeletons that had been struggling to attack. However, there was one person who raised a question. Weren't there any other individuals besides the 2 party members? There were. Based on what they were wearing, it looked like someone from the Warrior Legion. Wait, I feel like I've seen them somewhere. Oh, it was when we were returning from the daimyo's place. Right, they were the ones who questioned Abel, the vice-captain of the first squad of the Warrior Legion named Mamadou. Both Ryo and Abel remembered. "Why is he the only one here? Did he slip and fall into the hole?" "No, that's unlikely. He was probably dispatched to confirm the 2 parties that fell first." "Did he slip and fall?" "He saw a rope lying on the ground, so it likely snapped partway down." "Poor guy," Ryo frowned. He thought for a moment that the young vice-captain might have been bullied or pressured by the captain to go. The skeletons earlier had swords and shields. Ryo's golem. Number 3 took them down in one go. Yeah. He charged in with a spear. "It's almost the only fighting style of my golems, but it's quite effective, as Darway knows. What was good was that we took the initiative and didn't let the skeletons grasp the situation. But what would you have done if the skeletons had responded and counterattacked? Even if they did, nothing would change, right?" "Huh. Number 3 is made of my ice. A pathetic skeleton's sword won't leave a scratch on him," Ryo proclaimed confidently, puffing out his chest. Of course, Abel knew the strength of Ryo's ice, so he didn't argue. He just thought for a moment. Being hard means it's incredibly unreasonable for the opponent. Inside the ruins once again. Since they are not enemies, and if the daimyo granted permission for them to follow from behind, we shouldn't worry about it. "I think so too." The leaders of both parties, Harrison and Yasukin, reached an agreement, and the assault explorer no. 3 Ryo received permission to follow along. However, that conversation was not heard by Ryo and the others. Since he wasn't shooed away, number 3 was just ready to follow. There was one more person here besides the 2 parties and number 3. It was Mamadou, the vice-captain of the Warrior Legion's first squad. As Mamadou looked up at the ceiling, he noticed what appeared to be a magic circle painted there. "The ceiling is quite high, but is that a magic circle?" It seems so. We don't have any alchemists in our group, nor does water flow, so we don't know the details. The skeleton from earlier suddenly attacked from above. That magic circle might have something to do with it. Perhaps because both Mamadou and Haramun looked up at the ceiling, number 3 was drawn to do the same, and he froze in place. Hey, people of the Natore Kingdom. Let's go. Even though such a call was made, number 3 remained frozen. Since the sound didn't reach the controlling side, it couldn't be helped. Well, it's fine. With that conclusion, the group began to walk deeper into the ruins. On Skizbla's nil deck, a magic circle, isn't it? Yes, I think it's probably a teleportation magic circle. Seriously, is such a magic circle possible? No, I see. There are teleportation traps in the dungeons of the Western nations. Then such a magic circle might exist. But can Rio read it? No, I'm far from fully understanding it. I can only grasp it a little. Yes, I hope to be able to draw teleportation magic circles by myself someday. Rio nodded multiple times as he answered. However, it's surprisingly complex, if it's this complex. No, I guess it makes sense. It connects one space to another. It can't be a simple magic circle. I understand your curiosity, but the adventurers have moved on ahead. If we let number 3 dash forward, we can catch up quickly. Let's leave that behind. Hey! With Rio's assertion, Abel let out a sigh. For Rio, it was just natural. Before them was a magic circle related to teleportation. Of course, he had never researched it in the Central Nations, and there was no evidence of past research. In the alchemy of the Western nations, no evidence of research had been found either. However, Rio understood that the magic circle in front of him was of the teleportation type. Why? It's because he had seen something similar before. In fact, he had seen it twice. No, to be precise, it was mentioned in the alchemy books Rio possessed. In 2 of them. One was Abyss of Alchemy, given to him by Queen Illyriager of the Archipelago Sea region. The other was the Black Notebook inherited from Hassan. Yes, those 2 mentioned it. Yet Rio still couldn't understand it. Truly, the heights of alchemy are high, or perhaps it should be said that the abyss is deep. If I could decipher those 2 books using this magic circle. Rio, oh no, it's just my thoughts. As Abel called out to him, Rio hurriedly tried to brush it off. Upon reflection, he remembered that he hadn't yet told Abel about the Black Notebook he inherited from Hassan. He could say it at any time, but, isn't it amazing? He wanted to show it off. Such was Rio's nature. However, he fully understood the complexity of the magic circle in front of him. If I analyzed it for about 20 days without sleeping or eating, perhaps. Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Abel responded appropriately to Rio's muttering. Of course, Abel was concerned about those who had gone ahead, but more than that, he cared about Rio's health. If he were to mimic Rio's words, alchemy doesn't run away, so he should eat properly and get enough sleep. Is there no way to transfer that magic circle onto something else, like the transcription that Capilla's does? Yes, like transferring it onto Rio's ice? Transferring onto ice is a good idea. However, for just a moment, Rio's face lit up with a smile, but he quickly fell deep in thought. It's too far from here. Is it impossible to use magic through no? 3. If it was incorporated through alchemy, it would be possible, but I haven't incorporated anything for transcription. Rio's face contorted in frustration. No good ideas came to mind even after thinking. In such cases, there is but one solution. I'll rewrite the magic formula, a forceful method, also known as a muscle-headed attack. Without hesitation, Rio generated an ice plate and began rewriting the magic formula of the Assault Explorer No. 3. It was a speed that surprised even Abel. He's as fast as any alchemist you could compare him to. Due to his work, Abel knew the alchemists of the Royal Alchemy Workshop well. The alchemists who belong there are in both name and substance top class in the kingdom. Of course, the chief researcher, Viscount Kenneth Hayward, and the other alchemists are also quite high level. Compared to their work, Rio's rewriting speed was not inferior, rather it was faster. I've done it, this should work, Rio said, and then fed the newly rewritten magic formula to the Assault Explorer No. 3. No need for no. 3 to erase it or anything. That's right. The safest way would actually be to restart No. 3's magic formula from 0, but if that's the case, the newly generated No. 3 will be on this deck, so? It would be too much to make him run from here again, as it won't affect the kernel part. Well, since I'm generating it in a way that reflects my conversation on the ice plate, it should be fine. Yeah, I don't understand it at all, so I'll leave it to you. Abel completely gave up. Sometimes the king must make such decisions. He doesn't understand the technical parts but must execute them. He'll take responsibility in case of failure. This time was no different. However, he trusts Rio, so it's a somewhat better situation. I'm going. Large transcription plate generation, transcription water version. As Rio chanted, the ice plate that No. 3 was holding grew larger. Then, expelling the water jet thruster, it slowly rose to the ceiling. Upon reaching the ceiling, the part that touched transformed into soft ice, beginning to shape itself according to the contours of the magic circle. And after about 2 minutes it glowed once. Done! With Rio's voice, the ice plate slowly descended, checking the result through number 3. Yes, it worked. Now to store it. The ice plate gradually shrank until it became the size of a thumb. And then snap, number 3 ate it. Huh, the incredulous voice belonged to Abel. Did you just eat it? Yes, I stored it in my mouth. It won't digest in the stomach like a human, so it's fine. Oh, right, that makes sense. It's not like a human. Abel quickly regained his composure. Once number 3 returns, let's analyze it slowly. Rio looked pleased. Then let's catch up to them. It seemed that the group had been progressing without any problem. Hey, Rio, don't you think they could have actually defeated that skeleton earlier? Are you denying no, 3's efforts? No, it's not number 3, it's Rio's problem. Rio expressed indignation, while Abel pointed out the responsibility lay with Rio, who was controlling no. 3, there was a need for a dashing entrance. Number 3 did a great job. That's true, I won't deny that. The great ones always do that. They complain later about the on-site flexible decisions made in the moment. Those on-site rampages do happen. How rude. I don't rampage. I'm the calm, peaceful Rio who wouldn't harm even a bug. A calm person wouldn't get angry. Once again, Rio was indignant and Abel shrugged. Though they were quite far away, they could see great thunder and water flow defeating monsters while scouting for traps simultaneously. But they really are progressing without any danger. The Alpha-class adventurers, the best on the Dark Continent, right? That would be a rank in the Central Nations? Yeah, if they are a rank. Oh, but Abel was a former rank, and the 5 dragons were also a rank, right? If those people are a rank, they might not be that impressive. Did you just include me among those people? I don't know what you mean. As Rio was given a sideways glance by Abel, he quickly averted his eyes. Of course, since he was wearing the aura lift, his eye movements were invisible from the outside. But it seemed Abel could read him like a book. By the way, it seems Vice Captain Mamadou is also quietly following along. Calm, huh? Well, it's tough for someone unfamiliar with party coordination to fit in, especially it's wise not to get involved in battles with strong ones. Abel seems to be promoting how strong they are. Our Red Sword was strong, right? Warren is definitely strong. From great shields to kitchen knives, he supported the party as the mental pillar with his cooking skills. Rhea, as expected of a former saint, protected the party as a kind and resolute priest. Lin performed remarkably in scouting and attacking, supporting the party's offensive. Indeed, it can be said that Red Sword was strong. Rio passionately emphasized that while nodding repeatedly. Hey Rio, what is it, Abel? Aren't we short one person? There are 6 from Great Thunder, 5 from Water Flow, and Vice Captain Mamadou makes 12, right? We're all here. Not that. It's on the side of Red Sword. You only mentioned Warren, Rhea, and Lin. You haven't mentioned the swordsman with the red magic sword who is the leader and the namesake of the party. Oh, you mean Abel, the one born to be the leader? Born? Rio shrugged his shoulders in a tone of disbelief, while Abel sounded somewhat downcast. Is that wrong? Unfortunately, it's not wrong. I see. Since the other 3 were adults, Abel was made the leader. People cannot live alone. They rely on the support of those around them. I think it's not good to forget that. What is this unreasonable feeling? As Rio passionately asserted his theory, Abel shook his head slightly. It was a classic leap and twist of logic from Rio. Abel was aware of it, but it seemed he was tired of arguing. At times like this, it's best to reevaluate the reality of the situation. Anyway, we are inside the ruins. Abel changed the subject. Anyway, we are inside the ruins. The powerful king's insistence forced the first duke to concede. In the end, the two's gazes returned to the interior of the ruins. Inside the ruins. At a certain distance behind, the Assault Explorer number 3 followed, while the 2 Alpha-class adventurer parties, Great Thunder and Water Flow, were smoothly defeating monsters as they advanced deeper. Aside from the initial sword skeleton, no troublesome enemies have appeared. Yes, but that brings up another issue. Right, what caused the adventurers who entered first to be wiped out? Why was one person left alive to return? Harrison of Great Thunder and Yasukin of Water Flow conversed. In a joint expedition to the ruins, it is crucial for the leaders to communicate closely and cooperate. The fact that this expedition was progressing smoothly was likely due to their cooperation. Watching from behind, Mamadou thought so. However, Mamadou glanced back. The golem that followed behind him, don't worry about it, that's impossible. Mamadou knew that in the Western nations, metal dolls operated through alchemy called golems would appear on the battlefield. However, they were usually 3 meters tall, but the one following him was half that size. Of course, just because it's small doesn't mean it's useless. Mamadou himself was on the slimmer side in the warrior legion, but he was stronger than most warriors. He understood that size does not determine everything. In fact, this ice golem had just dispatched 3 skeletons in an instant, not weak at all. But yes, it was an ice golem. In the Western nations, golems are metal. However, the golem following him was made of ice. Ice magic. Water attribute magic. Now that he thought about it, it was in that song. Yes, the song about liberating the Natore kingdom from the empire and the army of the younger brother of the king. King Abel and Duke Rondo. The person I questioned earlier was King Abel, and right beside him was a mage in a white robe. That must be Duke Rondo. Mamadou shivered. I felt something was off just meeting King Abel, so I questioned him. But I felt nothing from the white robe, and that is what is truly dangerous. He couldn't sense the danger from someone who was genuinely dangerous. That was incredibly alarming. Mamadou looked at the ice golem again. They say Duke Rondo is a water attribute mage, but he's also an alchemist capable of creating and controlling golems. Mamadou made a vow in his heart. He would never let his guard down. Another person who misunderstood Rio was born here. Rio, the name of the unfortunate one. Wait! The sharp voice of the scout stopped both parties that were about to proceed, looking up at the ceiling. Is that a magic circle like the one with the skeleton? There's a possibility something will fall from there again. Harrison and Yasukin confirmed with each other. When the skeleton appeared, did it fall when we approached the magic circle? We didn't need to get caught in the trap on purpose. Sorry, I can't disable that kind of trap. We'll have to avoid it and move on. The scout shook his head at Harrison and Yasukin's confirmation. Understood. Let's proceed along the walls to avoid passing under the magic circle, Harrison said. Great Thunder advanced along the right wall, while Water Flow and Mamadou moved along the left. There should have been a sufficient distance from under the magic circle, but a skeleton is falling. Yes, a skeleton fell from the magic circle once more. Only one. What is that skeleton? It has 4 arms. It's holding curved swords in all its arms. Voices rose from both parties. A curved sword is, as the name suggests, a sword with a broad, curved blade. In some places, it's called a scimitar or shamshir, and the blade length isn't very long. However, because of that, it is quite handy. From the right, Great Thunder charged in, while from the left, Water Flow also attacked. 2 bludgeoners each, a total of 4 surrounded it, but every attack is being deflected by its swords. What the heck is this thing? The first skeleton was troublesome, but this one is dangerous. The words slipping from both parties were filled with genuine panic. The previous 3 skeletons were surprising and difficult to tackle, but they weren't panicking that much. They recognized that with a certain amount of sacrifice, meaning if they were willing to take some injuries, they could subdue the opponent. However, this 4-armed skeleton was different. Even surrounded by 4 bludgeoners launching serious attacks, they couldn't reach it. They were Alpha-class adventurers, among the highest ranks even on the Dark Continent. In other words, they had rich combat experience. They understood that if they continued to launch serious attacks, they would run out of stamina. That's natural for humans. But the opponent's skeleton before them would not suffer from stamina depletion. Harrison, who was commanding the battle, and Yasukin couldn't think of a good idea immediately, and on Skizblaznil deck. The 4-armed skeleton is standing still while taking the adventurer's attacks, but it's deflecting all the attacks. Both Rio and Abel saw that the skeleton wasn't using its legs. I learned the basics of swordsmanship at home involve footwork. Ah, that's true in the Hume style that I learned as well. Oh, they were pleased to learn that there were commonalities even between different sword styles. But they quickly tightened their expressions. This meant that the skeleton was fighting only with its upper body and not using its legs. While it might be incredibly strong, the way it places the sword is exquisite. It flows beautifully with the adventurer's punches and kicks. Both Abel and Rio spoke while grimacing. On the Dark Continent, many frontline adventurers are bludgeoners. That is to say, they wear bracers and greaves, striking with punches and kicks, engaging in ultra-close combat. While punches are one thing, kicks often target the opponent's legs. It's what they call a low kick. Normally, the defending side would move their feet to dodge or shift their weight and change foot angles to receive the attack. Yet, the kicks aren't even reaching the skeleton's legs. Ah, it's deflecting them with the sword held by its lower hands. Can you do it, Abel? I've never done it, but I probably can't. If you grew another 2 arms, maybe you could manage. If I stopped being human, that might be possible. A skeleton King Abel doesn't sound very cool. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be one either. Though the end of the conversation took on a light tone, both Rio and Abel still grimaced. Even through the screen, the strength of the skeleton was coming through. But since the adventurers are surrounding the skeleton, number 3 can't intervene. Wasn't the plan to charge in with spears? Yes, it's impossible to engage in close combat while standing still. Rio looked frustrated. Of course, he wasn't going to end with just frustration. As I mentioned in the Eastern nations, I believe my children will someday observe Abel wielding his sword. At that time, please show them your sword. Sure, they will be the rightful successors of the able sword. The able sword. It's a new school of thought stemming from the Hume style. In 100 years, we aim to become the world's #1 style. This is the true expert system. It feels like we're inching closer to a future where golems destroy humanity, Rio declared passionately, while King Abel looked worried about the future of humanity. In such a way, the two held differing views regarding the future borne by golems. Abel noticed Rio tilting his head in confusion. What's wrong, Rio? Isn't a skeleton born from a human corpse? That's what they say. That they say. It means there are no records of seeing a skeleton being born, so it's not confirmed that it comes from a human corpse. As Rio said that, he placed his hand on his chin and pondered. However, since he was wearing the Aura lift, his hand was covering the top of his chin. Abel could understand the question Rio had. If it's born from a human corpse, then why does the four-armed skeleton exist? Yes, that's it. In the footage they were watching, the four-armed skeleton was skillfully wielding its 4 swords. How exactly did that skeleton come to be? Are there any monsters with 4 arms? To my knowledge, there aren't any, at least none in the Central Nations. If even Abel, a former rank adventurer who received education as a prince in the royal castle, didn't know, it could be assumed that there were probably none. In other words, it might have been artificially created rather than from the corpse of a person or monster. Are you saying it was through alchemy? Yes, it probably was alchemy. Is that even possible? I don't think there's anything of that sort researched in alchemy being studied in the kingdom, Rio answered while recalling. At the Royal Alchemy Workshop, which is centered around Viscount Kenneth Hayward, they certainly weren't researching it. The alchemy books stored in the royal castle's restricted library, which Rio could read under the title of First Duke, haven't written about it so far, though he hadn't even read half of the alchemy books in their possession. However, it was mentioned in another book Rio had, in Hassan's Black Notebook, and surprisingly, even in the Abyss of Alchemy, given by Queen Illyriager of the Archipelago Sea region. The Archipelago Sea region may have progressed in alchemical research more than imagined. Rio? Oh no, it's nothing. Rio hurriedly tried to brush it off. In reality, he knew that something like that was mentioned, but he completely failed to understand the content. So even if asked, he wouldn't be able to answer. I would be happy if there was knowledge about such alchemy deep within the ruins. He revealed his honest feelings. I see. Abel sighed lightly before responding. At that moment, a report came in. Your Majesty, a person claiming to be Medialagi Daimyo and Captain Moan of the Warrior Legion's first squad has arrived below. Ah, let them in. Medialagi was an elderly man wearing glasses, looking very strict and somewhat nervous. Captain Moan, who turned 50 this year, was a man of robust build who perfectly fit the term muscular. The two must have ridden their horses at full speed, as they were panting heavily. Yet, it seemed there was something they needed to confirm. Your Majesty, what exactly is that ice golem? Daimyo, over here. As Medialagi made a politely strained inquiry, Abel smiled wryly and showed them the synchronized screen. What the earlier golem is witnessing is this. This is great thunder and water flow, along with our Mamadou. At Abel's words, Medialagi and Moan looked astonished at the screen. The Duke Rondo, our kingdom's first duke, is controlling the earlier ice golem. As Abel said that, Rio raised his right hand. At the same time, number 3 raised its right hand, but it was invisible to those present. Your Majesty, is this alchemy? Yes, I think it's a special type of alchemy among them. In response to Medialagi's question, Abel shrugged. It couldn't be helped. After all, it was Rio who was doing it. Abel had given up, but both Medialagi and Moan were still somewhat stunned, and their thoughts had not fully recovered from the surprise. Well, all we can do is keep watching, Abel muttered, and both nodded in agreement. Inside the ruins, the confrontation with the 4-armed skeleton continued. The 4 bludgeoners surrounded it, yet all their attacks were being defended against by the 4 swords. Haramon, the wielder of Great Thunder, and Yasukin, the user of Flowing Water, were both contemplating their next move. Release! With Haramon's command, the bludgeoners encircling the skeleton jumped backward. In response, 2 attack magic spells flew forth. Swish, swish. The skeleton cut through the magic that assaulted from both sides almost simultaneously with its sword. It can respond to magic, huh? It's about time our stamina, even for an alpha-class adventurer, continuing to fight seriously was tough. Everyone has their limits on stamina, but we have no choice. We'll surround it again. The bludgeoners stated this among themselves. Haramon and Yasukin silently watched from a distance. They remained silent as they couldn't think of any other method. However, 3 minutes after they began to surround and attack again, Yasukin, sensing something off, shouted, "Everyone, get away from the skeleton!" Upon hearing his voice, the 4 who were surrounding jumped backward. But it was too late. Something invisible attacked them. They were also alpha-class adventurers. While they avoided fatal injuries, all four were heavily wounded. It was immediately clear that continuing the fight would be difficult. "I'll go. Namarato, please heal them." Haruman approached the four-armed skeleton. Haruman was also a bludgeoner. However, it was quickly apparent that he couldn't hold it down alone, but retreating wasn't an option. If he retreated, his teammates who were undergoing treatment might be finished off. Great Thunder consisted of 3 bludgeoners, including Haruman, a scout, a mage, and a healer, making a 6-person party. Flowing Water was composed of 2 bludgeoners, Yasukin the mage, a scout, and a healer, totaling 5. Aside from Haruman, there was no one else who could stand on the front lines. "No one else, I'll join you." A bludgeoner circled around to the opposite side of the skeleton. "It's you, Mamadou, thank you." Vice Captain Mamadou had joined the fray. The surprise of the skeleton's magic attack wasn't limited to inside the ruins. It was also felt on the Skizblaznil deck. "The skeleton cast magic? It is indeed rare. No, that's impossible." While Rio was surprised too, it was not to the extent that Abel was. "Is that so? Have you forgotten? Skeletons don't have magic stones." "Oh, yet it casts magic. How is that possible?" "Indeed, that is impossible." Abel was genuinely astonished, and Rio confirmed it. Yes, while the skeleton was a monster, it didn't possess a magic stone inside its body. The fact that it could move magically without a magic stone was already strange, but to cast magic, Lao, perhaps people still don't fully understand skeletons. Remember when we fought on the ghost ship in the Eastern Nations? Fan said something to his partner, Lao. "Oh, now that you mention it, I think he did say that. You remembered well. The two of them left a strong impression on me in many ways." Rio nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it was also a skeleton back then. Though it wasn't four-armed, there were a lot of them." "A lot of them?" "Ah!" Rio exclaimed, for from the ceiling of the ruins, another skeleton appeared. That one was also a four-armed skeleton. Haruman and Mamadou found themselves in a precarious situation. It was immediately clear to both Haruman and Mamadou that a second four-armed skeleton was descending from the magic circle on the ceiling. They realized it quickly but couldn't move. However, they had to move. If that one made its way to the teammate who was undergoing treatment, clang. In the next moment, a loud sound echoed. A blue flash struck the skeleton. The flash stood in front of the skeleton. A golem? Indeed, the one standing in its way was Assault Explorer number 3. Generating an ice panel, he shielded against the skeleton's sword. Haruman realized that the ice panel was floating with a message, but quickly returned his focus to the skeleton he was facing. He couldn't afford to be distracted by anything else. "Leave it to me." That was all he could say. On the other hand, Explorer No. 3 was not meant for combat. Naturally, as he was originally designed to manage water fields. Of course, numerous modifications and updates had been made based on Rio's knowledge of golems obtained in the Western nations. But even so, his essence was not suited for battle. The parts that were least suited for battle became evident during a power struggle, especially around the joints, which couldn't endure high loads, or so he thought probably. Yet still, there are times when we must fight. With that resolve in his heart, Rio maneuvered. Using the message board, which displayed the words he spoke as a shield, he generated it in both arms, blocking the skeleton's 4 consecutive strikes. He angled the message board to deflect the sword. The thought process mirrored Rio's own sword fight. His strength lay in defense, but four-sword style is troublesome. He couldn't defend using his legs. Explorer No. 3 was standing and fighting on 2 legs without deploying wheels, but his movements were not coordinated with Rio's feet. It was linked to Rio's finger console, but while deflecting the sword with his arms, the precise control with his fingers was difficult. "My arms are linked by gauntlets, but there's nothing for my legs. I should have gone with a full-body adaptable suit, even if it was a stretch." Rio's grumbling was lost on Abel, who was listening beside him. Even so, it was evident that Explorer No. 3 was struggling. He was managing to defend, but he had no chance to counterattack. The skeleton showed no signs of tiring. But humans tire. Explorer No. 3 didn't tire, but Rio did, probably. No, the problem wasn't there. Rio's stamina might be limitless, but the bludgeoners are not, Abel had noticed. Haruman and Mamadou, who were fighting alongside Explorer number 3, were still engaged. But little by little, their stamina was certainly diminishing. That was to be expected. A single strong hit could end their lives. They were facing such swords. While the structure involved bludgeoners attacking and the skeleton defending, naturally the skeleton would retaliate. When the stamina of the 2 bludgeoners ran out, Explorer No. 3 would fall into an overwhelming disadvantage. If they were lucky, would the healing finish before then? However, heal would not replenish the blood that had been lost. It would be unreasonable to expect the same level of performance as before their injuries. "What are you planning to do, Rio?" "I do have a trump card. It's just a matter of timing." Rio answered clearly to Abel's inquiry. He had forced the non-combat-oriented Assault Explorer number 3 into combat. That alone had deviated from the original plan, yet still, Explorer number 3 couldn't retreat. To protect people he had just met today, that was proof of the future, or rather, the original purpose of being a golem that protects people. Because he bore the name No. 3, following in the footsteps of the great seniors, Precursor Officer number 1, the Sign of Trust number 2, and countless Garden Watchers, that alone was his pride. If only I could distract the skeleton's attention for just a little, just enough, if he could create that timing. But time was running out. If it was just him fighting, he could have continued to defend and waited for that timing to come. However, it wasn't that simple now. At this rate, the two bludgeoners would break before the skeleton. The worst could be anticipated. Ah! A small voice escaped from Mamadou's lips. The sword deeply slashed his left side. Mamadou, Haruman shouted. The consecutive strikes began. Clang. An ice panel that flew in from the side stopped the consecutive strikes. It was Explorer No. 3's panel. Fortune and misfortune intertwined like braided ropes. The attention of the skeleton that was fighting Explorer No. 3 shifted to the panel that was sent flying. This was the timing they had been waiting for. Activate Lance, Abrasive Jet. He threw the panel and generated an ice lance in his open left hand. From its tip, the abrasive jet was unleashed. The abrasive jet, which contained hard ice particles, could slice through stone in an instant. It missed but pierced the skeleton's skull. Immediately, Explorer No. 3 twisted his body and struck the skull of the skeleton facing the two bludgeoners with the abrasive jet. Almost simultaneously, the two four-armed skeletons fell. The party managed to escape their immediate danger for the time being. On the Skizblaz'nil deck, the golem's spear, it's not just a weapon for charging in, huh? Indeed, Neil showed us in the Western nations, it's possible to equip a golem with ranged weapons. Abel expressed his admiration, and Rio's cheeks were slightly flushed, likely from success. In the battle between the golem, civilian from the Mafalda Republic, and the golem, holy knights from the Fundebi Kingdom, alchemist Neil Anderson had made the civilian perform ranged attacks. He did this not by altering the mechanisms of the golem itself, but by equipping it with weapons capable of ranged attacks. To Rio's astonishment, he had stated that since both relied on magical power, it wasn't that difficult. Indeed, in many cases, the methods of problem-solving are simple. It becomes necessary to take complicated measures when one fails to notice that or cannot adopt them due to circumstances. I'm glad your lifespan is shrinking, you know. So said Captain Moan and Daimyo Medialagi as they crouched down. Even so, their voices were filled with relief. However, Rio and Abel noticed. The tension of Haruman and Mamadou next to Explorer number 3 hadn't eased. Both were staring intently into the depths of the ruins. Is there still something there? Probably, Explorer No. 3 being a golem means it can't sense the sixth sense of people. Rio nodded at Abel's inquiry. The two continued to gaze into the depths, gradually backing away. Naturally, Explorer No. 3 took a position to protect everyone. All those inside the ruins, not just Haruman and Mamadou, began to flow with cold sweat, except for Explorer number 3, who had a literally cool demeanor. A fascinating ice puppet, a voice from the depths of the ruins made everyone tremble. It was something beyond reason. Clank, clank, they could sense something approaching. They could sense it, yet everyone, including the two who were slowly backing away, found themselves unable to move. Nevertheless, you've entered my dwelling without permission, such rude individuals. It was an old man clad in white formal attire. Perhaps he could be called a retired general. The sword hanging from his left hip suited him very well. What, is no one going to apologize? Do you all wish to be killed? The elder in formal attire tilted his head as he questioned. Yet no one reacted. They could not react. Not even their fingers could move. They were completely under the elder's influence. The only one who wasn't affected was, please wait. Explorer No. 3 made the words appear on the ice panel. Of course, what the elder in formal attire had said had not reached Rio, who was manipulating him. However, it was clear from visual information that everyone except Explorer number 3 was unable to move or speak. Thus, he displayed the words. Oh, communicating by making words appear on the ice panel? How interesting. I'm sorry. We cannot hear what you are saying. That will not suffice for a conversation. The elder in formal attire said this and vanished instantaneously from before Explorer number 3. In that instant, he seized Explorer No. 3's head firmly. Ah, be silent. The elder in formal attire said this and blinked a few times before. How's this? Can you hear my voice controlling this puppet? Is this telepathy? Good, you can hear me. Just speak as you normally would. I can read what you say. Ah, yes. In this manner, a conversation began between the elder in formal attire and Rio. First, I want to ask, did you create this puppet you are controlling? The puppet, yes, it's an ice golem I made. Is it now that people call this a golem? Is it now? Good, do not concern yourself with that. The elder in formal attire dismissed it with a single word. You have intruded into my dwelling without permission. Are you aware of this? I apologize, I wasn't aware, but when you put it that way, you are indeed correct. Are you the leader of these individuals? No, I am not. In that case, I can kill them without issue. Please wait, Rio raised his voice. To everyone except Rio, the words of the elder in formal attire were inaudible. This was the case both on the Skizblaz deck and inside the ruins. Since the moment the elder in formal attire grabbed Explorer No. 3's head, there had been no movement or voice. The only audible words were those spoken by Rio. Indeed, I must admit it was inappropriate to intrude into your dwelling without permission. It is understandable that you would be angry. Upon hearing Rio's words, Abel, Daimyo Medialagi, and Captain Moan all understood what he was apologizing for, and they also understood what was making the elder angry. However, this is the result of a misunderstanding between us. I understand it must be quite unpleasant to have intruders barging in, but would you allow me to explain? For some reason, Rio ended up having to make the explanation. But it couldn't be helped. Though he hadn't wanted to, he had become the negotiator. Very well, I will grant you the chance to explain. However, I believe it is polite to come here and explain directly. What do you think? You are entirely correct. I will send the horses from here. 20 minutes. Daimyo Medialagi's voice was heard. It's about a 20-minute distance. During that time, I will allow you to wait before killing these individuals. Thank you very much. I shall wait outside, so come when you are ready. Understood. Thus, the conversation concluded. In the next moment, what appeared before Explorer No. 3 was the entrance to the ruins. In an instant, everyone had moved. About 50 onlookers who had originally been at the entrance were now astonished. Rio, we're going to the ruins. I'll go too. Daimyo, I'll borrow a horse. Both Rio and Abel said this as they jumped from the Skizblaz deck to the port. Rio was unscathed thanks to water attribute magic, while Abel was unharmed due to the flying ring. Your Majesty, Scotty, you all follow behind. Thus, Rio and Abel galloped toward the ruins. When Rio and Abel arrived, everyone was seated in front of the entrance to the ruins. The elder in formal attire was sitting in a chair, while the others were on the ground. By the way, only Explorer No. 3 was standing, appearing to be lectured in front of the elder in formal attire. However, since his expression didn't change and he wasn't looking down, he looked somewhat defiant. In reality, the elder in formal attire was just observing. It seems you have arrived. We apologize for the wait. Hearing the elder's words, Rio replied as he dismounted from his horse. He approached the elder in formal attire and Explorer No. 3 asking, is it all right to put that child? Explorer number 3 away? Put it away, Explorer number 3, what a peculiar name. The elder in formal attire muttered. Rio used alchemy to make Explorer number 3 vanish. Finally, he could take a breath. The fear of being destroyed by the elder in formal attire was gone. It would have been sad if that had happened. Now, White Robe, what should I call you? My name is Rio. I see, Rio. Does one not get punished for entering another's dwelling without permission? Yes, they do. With a strong stance, the elder in formal attire asserted a logical argument, suddenly taking control of the conversation. It was a bold move by someone in a position of power, without any probing or strategizing. We did not know that this was your residence. Didn't you send one back who came in first? That person should have relayed a message. That person had their memory wiped. Was there a message? They should have been told to not come. Ah, Rio and Abel nodded in unison. The daimyo had said that something terrifying had happened, and indeed the one who returned had repeatedly shouted, "Don't come," during treatment. Such is the difficulty of the telephone game. That person certainly seemed to be mumbling, don't come," during treatment. Indeed, they were so desperate and kept shouting that it was judged they must have had a terrifying experience, and those memories were resurfacing repeatedly. What? There was a misunderstanding, Rio answered honestly. In this situation, lying was absolutely not an option. The opponent was that formidable. You said Rio, but you seem to know who I am. The Dragon King of the West, or perhaps the White Dragon King. The Wind Dragon King? Well, that recognition is not wrong. The elder in formal attire, the Dragon King nodded. Abel was surprised, but of course he did not interrupt. The others present must have heard their conversation, yet there was no reaction. It seemed beyond their understanding. Despite this situation, it shouldn't be the case, but perhaps their minds were interpreting it as a joke. Rio was also aware of the patterns. The Red Dragon King in the south, located in the forest of Rondo. The Blue Dragon King in the east in the eastern nations. For some reason, they appeared as human pairs. The Golden Dragon King, who could be said to be in the center, currently in the process of reincarnation. And now, this time. In the 5 elements, the east being blue, the south red, and the center gold, then the west would be white. Likewise, the blue of the east would be water, the red of the south would be fire, and the white of the west would be wind. So I thought it could be the White Dragon King or the Wind Dragon King. I had hoped to ask for a name as well, but the one who spoke first was the White Dragon King. Red, blue, and even gold, to have marks from 3 Dragon Kings. Did they recognize you as that? Excuse me, Rio tilted his head, completely confused by the meaning. At the same time, he had missed the opportunity to hear the name. You have met those Dragon Kings, haven't you? Yes. Lord Ruin is my neighbor. I met Lord Nurs in the Golden City. I fought against Lao and Fan on their ghost ship. What did you just say, Lord Ruin? Not that, Lord Nurs. Next, I fought against Lao and Fan on their ghost ship. You fought. I see, the Dragon King nodded once and then continued speaking. Since it's a ghost ship, you must have seen their skeletons? Yes, that's why when I saw the 4-armed skeleton in these ruins, it reminded me a bit of that time. From that, you connected it to my identity? At that time, I had no certainty. It was merely a possibility that lingered in my mind. Oh, the certainty came from your movements and the power that transported all of Explorer number 3 and the others to the entrance in an instant. Such a thing was beyond what a vampire or demon could do. Probably a demon might be able to, but they likely wouldn't bother transporting and would just kill instead. Of course, that's just a bias. After a brief contemplation, the elder in formal attire posed a confusing question. What would you do if life depended on your shoulders? Life, what should I do? I'm sorry, I don't understand. If you were to fight me, I would guarantee the lives of the others here. What if I escape without fighting? Of course, I would kill them all. The elder stated emphatically without changing his expression. There are quite strong individuals here, but for you, indeed, it's irrelevant. They would end up unable to resist. Then my answer is clear, I will fight. Rio stepped forward and replied. He did not hesitate. He did not waver. Will you risk your life for the others? If I can do something with my actions, there's no need to think about it. I see. However, I won't hold back either, will I? You should come at me with all your strength. Understood. Rio nodded vigorously. Rio, I'm fine, Abel, I'm going. But that's too unreasonable, to take the lives of those here as hostages and force Rio to fight. That man is a dragon, one of the apex dragon kings. He lives by a different logic than us humans. Even if it appears unreasonable from a human perspective, it can't be helped. Pointing it out is meaningless. It's the nature of the world that the stronger's logic prevails. You know that, Abel? Rio even smiled. Humans think primarily from a human perspective. That is only natural. Then dragons will think from a dragon perspective. That too is natural. It seems he wants to test something about me. He specifically said to come at him with all my strength. With that, Rio held Murakumo in his hand, generating an icy blade and facing the elder in formal attire. The sword of the Water Fairy King, huh? That's the first time I've seen it. Should I call you Dragon King? A name, since they are also Dragon Kings, well, you can call me Blan. I was indeed called that by humans in the past. After saying that, Blan held a 2-edged sword he had taken from the air. Come at me. I'm coming. Rio leaped in and the battle began. Essentially, dragons like to fight. The sheath of coolness emits a faint light. Avatar, 7 Rio-S appear. From the very first move, they go all out. However, just 1 second after appearing, all 7 of them vanish. It takes another second to realize that all of them had their heads severed. It takes yet another second to understand that Blan had instantly created a clone, severed the head of Rio's clone, and then returned to his original form. I can create clones too. Of course. Blan speaks without changing his expression, and Rio's expression remains unchanged as well. He dives in, wielding Murakumo. Rio is the challenger, so he moves on his own. If he doesn't move, he will be swallowed. If he doesn't keep moving, he will be swallowed. It is not the head that understands, but the heart. The opponent possesses an immense power, yet he does not feel despair. Rather, it feels nostalgic. For some reason, Rio often finds himself fighting stronger opponents. Why are you laughing? Was I laughing? Are you not aware? Do you think this is just a mock battle? If I deem you insufficient, I will end your life here. I don't know about that. All I can do is give it my all. Simply doing your best won't always be enough. If that happens, what will you do? I will think, Rio answers immediately. Think, is that all? I believe that is the essence of being human. Even dragons, Spellno, and vampires think. To say that is the essence of being human is arrogant. Is that so? I don't think so. Even when denied by an opponent that seems overwhelming, Rio does not waver. What emotions one holds is a personal freedom. How one thinks is the only thing that is guaranteed complete freedom in this world, not to be denied by anyone else. It's free for you to think what you want. It's also free for me to think what I want. He speaks clearly, though not loudly, voicing his thoughts. It feels like this place is not just a clash of pure combat power, but also a measure of hearts. A blend of combat and debate. Such a thing is rare, but Floating magic circle, a magic circle floats. Interesting, icicle lance shower. Gather! As Rio leaps back, countless ice spears are shot from the magic circle. From the horizontally expanded magic circle, the ice spears concentrate on a single point towards Blan. However, with just one swing of Blan's sword, all the ice spears and the magic circle disappear. That was expected. A silent charge with the water jet thruster. Clang! Rio's full-throttle thrust is deflected as Blan parries it with his sword. Not bad, but... Slash. Rio's right arm is deeply slashed. He lands on the ground, holding Murakumo, and instantly covers the blood vessels and muscles with an icy membrane. Oh, you won't be shaken by this level? I'm used to it. I question that response. Rio replies without changing his expression, and Blan lightly shrugs. In an instant, Rio makes a decision and puts it into action. A close-quarters battle using his sword. Since magic won't work, there are no other options. Show your strength if you want to make a claim. No one listens to the words of those without power. You know that already. Honestly, I prefer the saying that the pen is mightier than the sword. The sword is what protects the pen. The two shouldn't be compared in terms of strength. Ah, that way of thinking is wonderful as well. Rio nods, acknowledging a part of Blan's reasoning. To assert the pen's claim, I will demonstrate the strength of the sword. Show me. If you don't, those people over there will die. I won't let that happen, Rio understands. The Dragon King before him does not kill people without reason. However, he has no hesitation in killing. It's akin to how people kill ants or harvest rice. While they don't do it for no reason, they have no hesitation in doing it. For the ants or rice whose lives are ended, it's a problem. Isn't it natural to resist? Rio represents that resistance, though he finds it hard to understand upon reflection. Well, that's fine. If my effort saves people, that's not bad at all. Logically, it is flawed, but such things don't matter. What's important after people throw themselves into battle is emotion. Demanding logic from emotion is rather foolish. Thus, Rio does not stop. The battle between Rio and Blan is, in fact, a clash of non-humans. Most of those at the entrance of the ruins cannot comprehend it at all. Among them, the one who understands the most is undoubtedly Abel. Abel himself was a former A-rank swordsman. Since childhood, he was called a sword genius and continued to work hard without resting on his natural talent. That's why he understands. Rio cannot win. He has witnessed Rio's battles against non-humans several times. In some of those, Rio appeared to be at a disadvantage. However, he never clearly felt a battle where Rio couldn't win. This time is different. He clearly feels that Rio cannot win. It's not about why, it's not about what. Everything about that existence, everything, is the reason. I would prefer for you to return safely, even if you lose. Abel is already feeling that way inside. 99% of Abel's emotions are like that. What about the remaining 1%? That is unclear. It could be a more dangerous outcome, or it could be something entirely unexpected. The uncertainty within Abel, why does he feel anxious? Exploring the reasons for emotions doesn't hold much meaning. Post hoc reasoning exists merely for explanation to others, and Abel himself believes there is no truth in it. Still, he thinks about why he feels anxious. Maybe it's because the defensive-oriented Rio is constantly on the offense. The biggest gaps appear during attacks. This is true whether it's a sword, chess, or a debate. Attack is the best defense. Abel knows that saying as well. However, that only holds if one can completely crush the attack. If they can push through, if they can withstand it, it's over. If they can land a counter, it's over. When the opponent is superior while attacking, one continues to expose their gaps and weaknesses. Abel's sword is an attacking sword. That's why he knows that attacks are always undertaken while carrying risks. As the battle progresses, Rio's wounds multiply. Rio's injuries are increasing because he is making those attacks. Rio's sword is a defensive sword, yet he continues to attack. That's why he may be accumulating injuries. That might be the reason for Abel's anxiety. In fact, Rio, one of the parties involved, has a slightly different perception. It might be said that it changed as the battle progressed. Rio was remembering the Dullahan in the forest of Rondo. The battle with the Dullahan always begins with Rio's attack. Naturally, since he is the challenger, the Dullahan's defense is unbreakable. Indeed, Rio fights every night while he is in the forest of Rondo, yet he has clearly broken through their defense only a few times. Moreover, after breaking through, it was ineffective on the next turn. Such a thick and high wall. The feeling Rio experiences while striking against Blan is akin to that. Fighting someone stronger than oneself? A stronger existence is frightening, especially in a serious match. Even so, Rio knows there are heights he cannot reach without undergoing that experience. Whether he genuinely desires to rise to those heights is something he honestly doesn't understand. But he thinks that rising would make it harder to die. Or perhaps rising would make it easier to protect those dear to him. If that's the case, becoming stronger and climbing higher might not be so bad. The feelings that arise in that context. The emotion of surrendering oneself to battle, the emotion of fighting for others. Ryo is aware that both of these emotions reside within him. He has never hated them. He does not wish to deny either. Both are Ryo's emotions. Some say he is a battle maniac. Ryo is not aware of that, but right now that doesn't matter. Such mock battles between Ryo and the Dullahan always begin with Ryo's offense. However, as they fight, the offense and defense switch intensely. Why? Because as the battle progresses, the Dullahan's heart also seems to grow heated, or so Ryo assumes. The Dullahan has no face, so their expression cannot be discerned. Of course, they do not speak, nor stomp their feet in anger, nor release magic in frustration. Since they have yet to cast magic, Ryo subtly struggles to accept whether they are truly the Water Fairy King. Well, in any case, as battles progress, both parties heat up, the battle with Blan before him. It is necessary to get it to that point. He doesn't know the specific method, but he has determination. He has laid the groundwork. He takes a deep breath. All the air is expelled and then inhaled. A forced deep breath takes place. Now, it's just a matter of facing each other. His own body, Murakumo and Blan, he sinks into the world of swords. Have the distractions completely vanished? The one who first notices Ryo's change is Blan, who is battling. Swish. Ryo's sword barely grazes Blan's arm. Swish. Ryo's sword barely grazes Blan's side. Swish. Ryo's sword barely grazes Blan's thigh. You're doing well. For the first time, Blan smiles. The speed of his sword increases. As if in response, Ryo's sword speed also increases. It is no longer the structure of Ryo's offense and Blan's defense. The offense and defense switch fiercely. Ryo demonstrates his strength and Blan responds in kind. That's how it should be. Slash. Blan's sword grazes Ryo's arm. At the same time, Ryo's sword grazes Blan's side. Slash. Blan's sword grazes Ryo's side. At the same time, Ryo's sword grazes Blan's thigh. Slash. Blan's sword grazes Ryo's thigh. At the same time, Ryo's sword grazes Blan's arm. Slash. Blan's sword slashes through Ryo's arm. At the same time, Ryo's sword slashes through Blan's thigh. Slash. Blan's sword slashes through Ryo's side. At the same time, Ryo's sword slashes through Blan's arm. Slash. Blan's sword slashes through Ryo's thigh. At the same time, Ryo's sword slashes through Blan's side. He swings down, cuts upwards, sweeps sideways, and performs reverse diagonal slashes, and then incorporates thrusts. For Ryo, it is the movement of swords he has swung thousands, millions of times, something he has obtained through effort. That process was not painful for Ryo. Rather, it was enjoyable. To learn what he didn't know, to be able to do what he couldn't do. When he realizes that, he feels happy. For Ryo, it is an emotion he has held since the moment he was born, that hasn't changed even after arriving in Phi. Even in situations where lives are at stake, that sword is clearly visible. Blan's thrust aims for Ryo's abdomen. Thrust. It pierces straight through. Ryo drives the Murakumo, held with one hand, into Blan's left side. A double hit, no escape. Neil Anderson, all cannons fire. Torpedoes drop from the sky. Who would have thought that ice would fall from the sky at the end? I'm a mage, and I do alchemy as a hobby. Despite using a sword so much, you're a mage, and alchemy is your hobby? Yes, it's a hobby. Ryo, despite having lost a lot of blood, managed to respond with a smile. Of course, his abdomen, which had been stabbed, and the wounds all over his body had been treated by the healer of the Warrior Legion. The pure strength is still lacking, but I think your heart is not bad, said the Dragon King, Blan. Yes, I will strive to improve. Out of consideration for you, I will refrain from killing those here. Thank you very much for that. Is the one responsible for the town that person? Blan pointed with his chin. It seems that Medialagi Daimyo finally arrived during Ryo and Blan's battle. Yes, I am Medialagi Daimyo. There's something I want to discuss with you, Daimyo. The Dragon King Blan summoned the Daimyo. It seems various discussions have started, but Ryo took a moment to drink water. He looked around. Abel was giving Scotty some instructions. Captain Moan of the Warrior Legion seemed to be repeatedly patting Mamadou's shoulder, expressing joy for his safety. The parties of Great Thunder and Flowing Water were all seated. Fatigue seemed to have hit them hard, making conversation among them difficult. It seems like everything has worked out somehow, Ryo nodded. From Ryo's ears, he could hear the conversation between Blan and Medialagi. It may be inappropriate for me to say this, but this continent is not suited for human habitation. There are too many troublesome beings sleeping here. I appreciate your advice, but it seems it's impossible to relocate those who already live here. It can't be helped. Medialagi said this with difficulty, and the Dragon King Blan nodded slightly. I will seal my dwelling so that no one accidentally enters. That should be fine. Thank you very much. The ones who entered first have been turned into skeletons and are being used, but I will return them. Yes, Medialagi tilted his head. Ignoring that, the Dragon King Blan generated a magic circle on the ground. In the next moment, about 20 skeletons appeared. Skeletons? Although they recognized them, no one moved to escape. However, soon after, the skeletons reverted back to human bodies. What is this? Medialagi was astonished. These are the ones who entered the ruins the other day. Take them back. Why, yes, thank you. After finishing his instructions to Scotty, Abel came to Rio and watched as the skeletons turned back into humans. Are those the adventurers who entered the ruins first? It seems so. I thought the same when it was Lau and Fan, but what exactly are skeletons? Yeah, it means you can revert them to human form even from that state. Huh. But if that's the case, then what about that? The four-armed skeleton, right? At that moment, the Dragon King Blan approached. Rio, I will return inside. The expectations placed upon you will be great, but don't crumble, okay? Rio was surprised. Because of this, he lost the timing to ask about the four-armed skeleton. This whole situation was full of things he couldn't understand from start to finish. If you want to know the details, go ask Ruin or someone. I will sleep for a while. This time the seal broke and I had to wake up midway. Even humans get in a bad mood when woken from sleep, don't they? Yes, I completely understand, Rio nodded. However, there was a question in the words he just heard. The seal was placed on this ruin, right? That's why people didn't enter. Indeed. Why did it break? I don't know the details. However, there must have been a great battle somewhere on the northern coast of the continent. Perhaps Spellno or the demons fought with everything they had. Quite troublesome indeed. I see. That's bothersome. Ha, a dry laugh escaped Rio. He distinctly remembered seeing Spellno. That is, the demon and the demon named Leonor fighting. Unintentionally, Rio had been involved in the cause of this situation. Speaking of the demons, Rio, have you heard anyone talk about the battle between us dragons and the demons? Yes, Lord Nurs mentioned it. I see. Thus, there is an inescapable fate between us. Therefore, we may never cross paths, but, Rio, you may end up standing in between. Naturally, there's been contact from the demons up until now, right? Yes. I've fought them a few times. There was also the fact that he had been saved at least once, or so it would seem. The one who saved him had wanted to kill Rio with his own hands. Rio, your position is very complicated. Complicated? You'll understand when the time comes. With a slight smile, the Dragon King Blan vanished, and the entrance to the ruins disappeared as well. After wrapping up everything, Rio, Abel, and the Royal Knight Order headed home. That ice lance thing that fell from the sky at the end was from Neil Anderson, right? It was coated with alchemy. Yes. It was an icicle lance shower fan fired by Neil Anderson. Since magic disappears instantly, I wondered how it would fare if generated through alchemy. When did you prepare that? At the start of the battle, I activated the alchemy of the sheath and generated Neil Anderson in the air. Was it when you released the clones? I saw Rio's sheath glow. Were the clones a decoy? Yes, it was misdirection, a setup, the trump card he had laid out first. Could it be that right after we arrived, you eliminated Explorer No? 3 for that purpose? That. Were you trying to eliminate the Dragon King's awareness of alchemy from his mind in order to lead to the final blow from Neil Anderson? No, that's overestimating it. I just returned Explorer number 3 quickly because I didn't want him to be destroyed. I see, Abel chuckled, but soon Rio lifted his face. No, that sounds cooler, after that murmured comment. Of course, the reason I eliminated Explorer No. 3 was to erase the Dragon King's awareness of alchemy. Yeah, lying is not good. What am I doing? Seeing Rio say this with a bit of regret, Abel felt reassured. This was the usual Rio. Since it was created through alchemy, it wasn't susceptible to control, so it couldn't be erased as a magical creation. Well, even if it hit directly, it seems it wouldn't have dealt much damage. Didn't you and the Dragon King impale each other and couldn't move? Didn't you get hit? Well, it's my torpedo, so naturally I controlled it not to hit me. Rio responded with a smile. If the torpedo he pulled the trigger on hit him, that would be too sad. Just as expected of the Dragon King. Yeah, he was strong, Rio nodded honestly at Abel's words. Of course, that's not the real Dragon King, right? Lau and Fan were the same. Yeah, certainly. Depending on the vessel, the strength they can embody differs. The Elder in formal attire this time seems to be easier to channel strength into, or perhaps to draw out. If the real body came out regardless of the vessel, we humans would be flicked away with a pinky finger. Rio flicked the pad of his thumb with his right pinky. It seemed he was demonstrating being flicked away with a pinky. So Abel, please don't pick a fight with the Dragon Kings. I'm not going to. If that ever happens, I will immediately cut you off. I can picture that scene clearly. Abel shook his head slightly, imagining Rio diverting his gaze and walking away. It can't be helped. It's your fault, Abel. Yeah, that's just Rio's imagination. Nothing has happened yet. Rio shook his head while saying this, and Abel frowned in denial. But according to the story Lord Nurs told me before, the demons fought on par with those dragon kings, right? That's right. While I can manage to fight against a sleepy Leonor or something, I don't think I can match the strength of the dragon kings when they're serious. Maybe because they were just waking up, but still, Jean-Jacques and the others, there must be conditions under which the demons can unleash their full power. Ah, they mentioned something about the demon continent. Rio nodded. Anyone can exhibit power easily in their home territory, and it's hard to do so in an away game. Well, that's fine. I'm really tired today. I want to return to Skizblesnil quickly and eat the chef's fried chicken. Indeed. I thought so, so I sent a message to Scotty. Just as expected from Abel, delicious food is the most important thing, and Abel, who understands that, will surely become a great king one day. Okay. It seems one can become a great king just by arranging a meal, though that's purely Rio's standard. I'm going to eat a lot today. Yeah, eat as much as you like. And so Rio and Abel returned to Skizblesnil. 3 days after the battle with the Dragon King on the outskirts of Dazuru City. The Fundebi Kingdom fleet and the Skizblesnil vessel were heading south along the west coast of the Dark Continent. The fleet anchored and remained stationary during the night. Since this was an unfamiliar sea area, it would be disastrous if they ran aground on a reef. During the daytime, it was possible to see quite a bit of the ocean from the ship, but at night, visibility was non-existent. Was it around noon tomorrow that we're supposed to arrive at the city? Yeah, I believe it's a city called Augé. It seems to be the southernmost port town along the western coast that people from the western nations are aware of. And we're going to resupply there, right? Yeah. They say that beyond that, they don't know what's ahead. Augé is said to be quite a large city, so even a massive fleet like the French fleet can dock there. That city is part of the Western Nations Federation, right? Right, so cooperation should go smoothly there, but Abel trailed off. Why did you stop there? You were going to say there's actually a problem or something. They say that if you go deep into the city towards the east, you can see the sheer cliffs of the central Dark Continent. What? We definitely have to go there? Rio's face transitioned from surprise to sheer joy. I was amazed to learn that the reason why we can't access the central part of the Dark Continent is due to these towering cliffs, but the fact that they extend close to the edge of the continent and are visible from the city is incredible. Yeah. Many people from the continent must have wondered since ancient times what lies above those cliffs and what exists there. Even though I haven't seen it, you talk as if it's right in front of you. Of course. I've already envisioned it in my mind. Distance is a trivial matter. Impressive, the eye of the heart. Rio puffed out his chest with pride while Abel shrugged. He didn't believe in such things as the eye of the heart. At 3 o'clock the next afternoon, the French fleet, including the Skizblesnil, entered the port of Augé. Since it had been known in advance that they would be stopping here through the Western Nations Federation, all procedures went smoothly. We had quite a hard time at various ports before, and sometimes we were ignored by the government office after docking. It can't be helped. We were originally supposed to go to the Western Nations, but we arrived at the Dark Continent first. It's all the storm's fault. King Abel shifting the blame. Considering it's past noon, we might be a bit late. It seems the visit to the cliffs will have to wait until tomorrow. What? They say it takes over 2 hours one way. If we set out now, we wouldn't return until night. Rio resigned himself. It's fine, the cliffs won't run away, he muttered. Your Majesty, I have a letter delivered from the Western Nations Federation government. Someone from Augé's government office, who came to handle the docking procedures, handed over the letter. Let me read it. Abel said this and immediately started reading. After finishing, he spoke up. Captain Paulina, Zach, Scotty, it seems accommodations have been prepared for us in the city. I will be moving there. Scotty, you're in charge of the guard at the inn. Zach, you'll be responsible for guarding the ship. Captain, that's the plan. Understood. Got it. I understand. Zach and Scotty nodded at Abel's orders, while Captain Paulina contemplated for a moment before accepting. Initially, Abel intended to stay at Skizblesnil during the night in this city. He had communicated that to those around him, but the fact that he changed his plans after reading the letter indicated that there was information in the letter that warranted a change. Paulina understood that. What about Rio? I've been asked by Ria to protect Abel, so of course I'll go to the inn. Is that so? If not, Ria wouldn't have permitted Abel's trip abroad. Ah, Abel scratched his cheek. It's not because being near the king means getting to eat delicious food or anything like that. I can tell that's your true intention without having to think about it. Rio's delicious experiences are not about interests or money, but literally about good food, which sets him apart from the others. Abel sighed softly. Of course, if it were about interests or money, he would firmly refuse, but if it's about food, I hope the food at the inn is at least as good as it is on Skizblesnil. Indeed. And so Abel and Rio, along with the entourage of the Natore kingdom, set foot in the city of Augé. Upon arriving, Rio crossed his arms and murmured, "There's something strange about this city. Something is bound to happen. There's something strange about this city. Something is bound to happen. There's something strange about this city. Something is bound to happen. Okay, I get it. Something will happen, right? You're definitely just saying that randomly." "How rude," Rio feigned indignation. "Then what's strange and what will happen? Something is strange and something will happen. Let me guess, you're going to say something about creating an atmosphere or that it's a pattern or development, right?" Rio was completely silenced by Abel. It was only natural for Abel to be perplexed when Rio suddenly said something like that without any context after arriving in the city. "But if I say it first, then when something happens, I can wear a smug smile, can't I? If nothing happens, it'll be embarrassing, right? At that time, as long as I don't mention it as if nothing had happened, it'll be fine. The important people manage to gloss over things like that. I see, I'm the king, but I don't want to embarrass myself with those kinds of excuses." Rio stated the harsh truth of the world, and Abel shook his head lightly. Thus, the entourage of the Natore kingdom entered the inn provided by the Western Nations Federation, the Jewel Pavilion. "Oh, this is a lovely inn?" "Yeah, it's as expected of the Federation government to have rented this place and arranged accommodations for the king's entourage." "What are you trying to say? That since you're a great king, it's only natural to receive first-class treatment, Abel the arrogant king?" "I didn't say that at all. What do you mean by arrogant king, anyway?" "It refers to a king who struts about with an inflated ego." "I don't want that for you, Abel." "Yeah, I don't want to be like that either." The prepared room was wonderful. After thoroughly exploring the room assigned to him, Rio headed to Abel's room. "Abel, it's amazing. There's a private open-air bath in the guest room." Rio burst in with great excitement. However, upon seeing Abel's room, he froze. "Oh, is that so? It's a sign of a first-class inn." "No, what is this room, a royal suite?" Rio was astonished at the sheer size of Abel's room. "The number of rooms is impressive, and there's even a room that looks like a conference room." "Ah, that's a conference room. Isn't it common?" "It's definitely not common." Rio raised his voice in surprise. "Well, technically, he was the first duke, so he wasn't exactly a commoner. What did I say? Oh, right, it's a royal penthouse suite. It's a type of room that has been common since ancient times, and some places in the Central Nations have them on the top floor." "A royal penthouse suite?" With Abel's explanation, memories returned to Rio. They existed on Earth, too. 10 million yen a night, 16 square meters, a room so extravagant that one wonders who would stay there. Of course, it would be for government officials. It's only because it's not his money that he could stay there. Rio remembered feeling a bit envious about that. Of course, besides the famous hotels in Switzerland, rooms called royal penthouse suites are extraordinarily luxurious. No, the word luxurious feels inadequate to describe it. It's lavish. But didn't Abel's words contain something that couldn't be overlooked? "Abel, did you just say it's a room that has been common since ancient times?" "Yeah, I did. It's typically a room for royalty or government officials, so it might not be well known, but it's been around worldwide since ancient times. It must have been spread by reincarnators." Rio's final muttering was too quiet to reach Abel's ears. "I'm sure there's a billiard table and a grand piano, and on the rooftop there's probably a jacuzzi installed." "Billiard? Jacuzzi? I don't quite understand, but the piano is that instrument that was made in Darway, which Rio played." "I've certainly never seen that." That's not what I meant," Rio grimaced. "The world is so unfair. If he hadn't known that a room like this existed for someone like Abel, and only knew the room assigned to him, he would have been happier. Knowing everything isn't necessarily happiness. There are many things that are better left unknown." Rio said this and began exploring Abel's room. Yes, a room exploration. After concluding the exploration, he returned with a conclusion. There were no billiard tables or jacuzzis. The only thing there was a private open-air bath. I don't quite understand, but isn't having a bath enough?" "I completely agree. We live for the bath and die for the bath. Not we, just you, Rio." As Rio and Abel were having that conversation, there was a knock on the door announcing a visitor. "Your Majesty, the Western Nations Federation government, Governor Marama Main is here." "Let her in." Entering was a woman in her early 40s, notable for her long, white hair that reached her waist. "Your Majesty Abel, thank you for your stay in the city of Augé this time." "Governor Main, thank you for your hospitality." Abel smiled as he greeted her. Rio was impressed, thinking that this was indeed a king who had been educated as a prince. However, this time it wasn't just that. Governor Main also caught sight of Rio, who had been standing in the corner of the room, blending in with the furnishings. She approached him. "So you are the renowned Duke Rondo's trusted vassal, Your Grace Rio Mihara. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Marama Main, the governor of the Western Nations Federation." "How polite of you." I am Rio Mihara, Duke Rondo, granted the title of First Duke by His Majesty Abel. Governor Main, I look forward to working with you. Your response is better than mine. Rio, you truly are a mystery. No one knew that Abel had muttered such words. After exchanging several social niceties, Governor Main posed a question. I have heard that Your Majesty plans to visit the eastern wall of the Central Region tomorrow. Eastern wall of the Central Region. Ah, the sheer cliffs of the Central Region. Yes, I do wish to see it. Abel answered honestly, but he sensed a concern from Governor Main. Is there something on your mind? No, it seems that Your Majesty and Lord Graham will be bringing guards, so I don't think there will be any problems. However, I have received reports that there have been a series of disappearances in that area recently. Disappearances? Yes. For the past week, we have lost contact with 50 members of the 1st Defense Squad of Augé. Their patrol duties that day included areas near the eastern wall of the Central Region. I see. Abel nodded slightly at Governor Main's explanation. If it were just 1 or 2 people, it might be manageable. But to hear that something might have happened to 50 individuals, especially those tasked with protecting the city, could not be ignored. Tomorrow, those who will guide you, Your Majesty, will be members of the 3rd Defense Squad. That's fine, Abel replied, but he noticed Governor Main's expression was one of regret. Is there a problem with the 3rd Defense Squad? Actually, they are in reserve. No, of course, they have received training. However, there are only 5 of them. I see. The 2nd Defense Squad is currently engaged in searching for the 1st Defense Squad that disappeared and is also responsible for the city's defense. I understand. In that case, there's no helping it. We will bring members of the Royal Knight Order as guards, and I believe the French will also bring their own guards. If they can guide us, it should be fine. I appreciate your generous words, Your Majesty. As Abel responded with a carefree nod, Governor Main expressed her gratitude. Later, the members of the 3rd Defense Squad will come to greet you. With that, Governor Main left the Jewel Pavilion. After she departed, Rio, who had been present in the room, spoke up. There was a case of villagers going missing in Kona village some time ago. Ah, that was the incident with the vampire, right? I read the report after I became king. Are you suggesting this disappearance is also related to the vampire? It's a possibility. Remember the Vera Church incident in Von City? Indeed, Graham and the others were attacked by vampires. Abel pondered for a moment. If we were to be attacked by vampires and you were kidnapped, what would we do? Wouldn't you come to save me? I wouldn't know where I was kidnapped to, so I'm not sure if I could. Wouldn't you search for the place where I was kidnapped and come to rescue me? I would like to, of course, but there are circumstances on this side. What circumstances would justify leaving a kidnapped king unattended? Abel frowned and shook his head. Important people sometimes become sacrifices for the country. I can't believe leaving a kidnapped me would be for the good of the country. Things can look different depending on various perspectives. If I don't return safely to the country, Rio's weekly cake privilege will be gone, you know? Of course, I will immediately search for Abel with all my might. Leave it to me, I will definitely bring you back to the kingdom. I'm counting on you. Rio suddenly had a resolute expression, while Abel shook his head as if to say it was nothing. He was reminded of the greatness of cake. At that moment, a visitor was announced. Your Majesty, the members of the 3rd Defense Squad would like to greet you. Let them in. 5 young women entered the room. They could be described as youthful. All appeared to be in their early 20s. Your Majesty Abel, I am Mora, the captain of the 3rd Defense Squad who will be guiding you tomorrow. I am Vice Captain Anjuri. These are Minnie, Palas, and Healer Amin. Captain Mora, Vice Captain Anjuri, Minnie, Palas, and Amin. I look forward to your guidance tomorrow. Abel smiled as he called out each of their names. Just that made the expressions of the 5 brighten. The way a person in a high position can instantly grasp another's heart, Rio watched from slightly behind Abel, shaking his head inwardly. Abel calls me a charmer, but he is far more charming than I am. Abel had captivated the hearts of the 5 in an instant. From now on, I'll call him the King of Enticement, Abel. Thus, another title for Abel was born. After the 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad left the room, Rio immediately announced, Abel's new title is the King of Enticement. What's that? Because you captured the hearts of the 3rd Defense Squad members in an instant. I don't understand. Captured their hearts? You immediately called out their names. Is that enticing? Isn't it natural to call out their names? Did you do it unconsciously? The terrifying King Abel. I don't get it. Rio was astonished at Abel's natural charm, while Abel shrugged, not understanding. Well, as long as you captured their hearts, that's a good thing. You'll be guided by them tomorrow. It's better than being disliked or avoided, right? Sure, that's undeniably true. As Rio said that, he glanced sideways at Abel with some suspicion. What's with that look? While Abel is the king, there is already the queen, Rhea. Yes, but what of it? You shouldn't make mistakes just because you have the power of a king. Mistakes? I see what you mean. I wouldn't do that. Abel shrugged again. His love for Rhea was unwavering and would not waver. If that were to happen, I would have to report it to Rhea. As a result, Abel would surely be ousted from his position as king. Probably, based on the kingdom's laws, I don't think Rhea could become queen by exiling me from the throne. If the nobility across the kingdom were to side with Rhea, claiming that an unfaithful Abel is unworthy of being king, it could happen. In such a situation, laws would be trivial. I see that's scary. I don't want to see you in such a predicament, Abel. I'll be careful. As Rio expressed his candidness, Abel accepted it with a wry smile. After leaving the Jewel Pavilion, the 3rd Defense Squad returned to their quarters. Do you think we'll be all right? Can we do this? Of course, it's a wonderful opportunity given to us by Governor Maine. Let's do our best to guide them. Right, let's do our best. Captain Mora, who was feeling a bit weak, was encouraged by Healer Amin. Vice Captain Andrew watched over the two, while Minnie and Paula's nodded in agreement. But I'm glad that His Majesty Abel seems like a kind person. Yeah, he's like a hero sung by bards, and he's also an incredible swordsman, so I thought he'd be scarier. His red hair is lovely. Yeah. Amin, who had been nodding at Mora's words, noticed the change in tone. Hey, Mora, remember he's a foreign dignitary and a hero. You shouldn't fall in love with him. What are you saying, Amin? That's not possible. No, that expression is proof your heart is drawn to him. I get it's fine to admire him, but if it turns into something more, you'll definitely face heartbreak. I'm telling you that's not how it is. Amin and Mora were arguing. Minnie and Paula's shook their heads watching them. Vice Captain Andrew was the only one who remained unresponsive. Hey, Andrew, you should say something too, because it's not true. I think the wizard in the robe standing behind His Majesty is nice. Huh. Andrew suddenly interjected into Amin and Mora's conversation, surprising Minnie and Paula's with her unexpected voice. Yes, Andrew's taste, that's right. He looks kind and cute. Captain Mora and Healer Amin were well aware of Vice Captain Andrew's preferences. It was somewhat like a girls' party, the day after the French fleet arrived in Augé. The accommodation for Pope Graham and the French fleet, the Radiant Light Pavilion, was located across the square from the Jewel Pavilion, where the royal party was staying. About what happened in Dazuru, was it really the Dragon King? Probably it's true, Graham answered immediately to Stefania's question. The first Duke of Natore Kingdom, Lord Rio fought them right. Many people in the city, including the daimyo, seem to have witnessed it. Of course, His Majesty Abel did too. Yes, however, even a dragon? Yes, even dragons are now legendary beings. A dragon king leading such dragons seems like a tale from a dream. Graham chuckled as he responded. Yet you believe the Holy One is genuine? I've heard that the Dragon King called himself Blan. Dragon King Blan. No way. Yes, it's a name that someone who deeply researched the sacrament of Founder Nayu would have come across. Regular clergy or believers may never hear it. Stefania was surprised, and Graham nodded in acknowledgement. Graham is renowned as a researcher of Founder Nayu. Stefania, who holds great respect for Graham, is naturally well-versed in matters concerning Nayu. For them, the name Dragon King Blan has appeared often among the non-human entities surrounding Founder Nayu. Once said to be in the Western nations, Dragon King Blan is now said to be resting in the Dark Continent. The fact that he wasn't in dragon form, indeed, that was mentioned in the Tales of Nayu. The Inquisition Bureau's underground contains a vast collection of books, comparable to the main library of the Holy See. What's stored there isn't common knowledge, but rather books one would pick up if they wished to study the footsteps and sacrament of Founder Nayu, or perhaps letters and advice believed to have been written and sent by Nayu himself. Some of them are replicas of the main library's underground collection. The research of Founder Nayu is a favorite pastime for the Inquisitors. In many cases, it's their favorite way to spend their time. The presence of such materials within the Inquisition Bureau means they have no need to go outside. Thus, it's rare to see Inquisitors in the main office. Truly, one might say the Inquisition Bureau is a dream place for those engaged in the study of Nayu. I would like to hear directly about the battle with Dragon King Blan, Graham murmured. He hadn't been able to find the time, and even after departing from Dazuru, he hadn't had the opportunity to visit the Skizblaznil vessel. That's why he hadn't been able to speak directly with Rio. At the same time, a name came to his mind. Was it Leonor? Yes, it was when we were at Roman's party. We built an altar to summon the Demon King. I've heard of it. I was told it didn't go well. Indeed, not only did it not go well, but an abomination appeared. Graham's expression twisted. I used Ashkin's enchantment to bolster Roman's physical strength and defense as much as possible. After that, we challenged Leonor, but Roman was treated like a child. The hero! Stefania was astonished by what Graham was recounting. She had heard it was a failure because the Demon King hadn't appeared. That was the information circulating even within the Western Church. But it was not so. Someone who was not the Demon King appeared, and hero Roman was defeated. That incident led us to the Central Nations. At that point, Leonor had already fought against Lord Rio. To easily defeat the hero, Leonor and Dragon King Blan, Lord Rio, seems to be a presence that draws in non-human beings. It's quite a challenge, Graham sighed ruefully. Isn't it the most challenging for His Majesty Abel? His Majesty Abel, perhaps he's already accustomed to it, Graham convinced himself. Extraordinary beings call for extraordinary beings. Because Duke Rondo is extraordinary, does that mean His Majesty Abel is too? Indeed, he might already have become an extraordinary being. Will we be all right accompanying such individuals? We'll be fine. The beings we face are also extraordinary. Therefore, having allies who are extraordinary is more than welcome. Graham said this with a faint smile. The next day, under the guidance of the 3rd Defense Squad, a total of 53 from Natore Kingdom, including Abel, and 52 from Fundabi Kingdom, including Pope Graham, set out towards the eastern wall of the central area. Your Majesty, both the daimyo's office and the governor's office have run out of horses. I apologize. It's fine. It should be the 1st Defense Squad search, right? I'm used to walking, so don't worry about it. Captain Mora of the 3rd Defense Squad bowed her head, and Abel nodded graciously. Abel, a former A-rank adventurer, had no trouble at all moving on foot. I still have some resistance to horses other than Andalusia, so I'm actually happier walking. Is that so? You were handling it quite well, weren't you? I can ride, but I can't relax like I can with Andalusia, where I can entrust everything. Rio expressed his complete trust in Andalusia, the horse they had entrusted to the kingdom. Is Andalusia your beloved horse, Rio-san? Yes, that's right, Vice Captain Anjuri. She's a very smart gray horse. Rio answered Anjuri's question with a smile. Rio had specifically communicated to the 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad to call him Rio. Without mentioning his status, he simply explained, I am one of the oppressed subjects of the kingdom by King Abel, which only made Abel sigh. Of course, the 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad listened to those words without reacting. 2 hours later, the group arrived at their destination without any incidents. From the hill where they arrived, a sheer cliff was visible to the east. It was indeed a sheer cliff. The height of the cliff was considerable, probably several thousand meters. Somehow it even seemed like the upper part was jutting out toward their side. An overhang in rock climbing terms. A rock wall with a vertical angle greater than vertical. I heard that the reason we can't go to the central part of the Dark Continent is because it's surrounded by sheer cliffs. That is it, isn't it? That's right. The scale is different, but it feels like I've seen something similar somewhere. What a coincidence, I feel like I've seen it too. If my memory serves right, I think it was on the way to bring Abel from the forest of Rondo to the city of Run. I feel like there was a golem's nest somewhere ahead after walking along the cliff. Yes, both Rio and Abel remembered seeing it. The scale was indeed different. What they saw on the Londo continent was about 100 meters high. However, Rio remembered recognizing it as if it had been gouged out by something like a laser. The sheer cliff visible in the distance was not straight, but curved, with the top and bottom jutting out, as if it had been gouged out by a laser cannon with a diameter of 4,000 meters. It looks like it was carved by the final ultimate technique of swordsmen, ultimate judgment of the world, supreme devastation wave that Abel is going to learn. Yeah, I've never heard of such an ultimate technique of swordsmen. It definitely sounds more like a mage's technique. It must be the ultimate technique that a former swordsman swore he would never lose to a mage, a crystallization of blood, sweat, and tears. It's incredible to gouge out such a massive rock. That's definitely not true, Abel denied it, but Rio wouldn't back down. He pointed decisively. That sword, the point he indicated was Abel's beloved sword. What about my sword? Abel, you're still not fully drawing out the power of that sword, right? You're aware of that, aren't you? Well, I do have that awareness. Abel agreed with Rio's observation. Summarizing the many suggestions made by various people so far, it seemed that Abel's sword was made by his ancestor, King Richard. King Richard was a legendary king said to have mastered all 6 attributes of magic and reached the pinnacle of alchemy. Since it was a sword made by such a person, honestly, Rio had no idea how much power it truly held. Thus, Abel was aware that he hadn't drawn out its full potential. That sword may actually have the power to unleash the swordsman's ultimate technique, ultimate judgment of the world, supreme devastation wave. That's impossible. Even so, Abel outright denied Rio's words. Why not? There might be a possibility. Impossible. Even just the possibility. Impossible. Ugh, Rio gave up as he continued to be denied by Abel. One day, I'll create a sword that can unleash ultimate judgment of the world. Supreme devastation wave through alchemy. That was Rio's parting shot. Abel heard it but only shook his head slightly. Needless to say, there was no such ultimate technique of swordsmen as ultimate judgment of the world. Supreme devastation wave, probably, for now. Without any warning, it happened suddenly, forced transfer, a moment of weightlessness. The feeling of floating experienced inside the West Dungeon, which has a transfer function located in the Western nations. Ryo recalled that sensation. However, he did not understand why the transfer occurred. No magic circle was drawn on the ground, nor in the air. At least Ryo did not see it, yet the transfer took place. The sky was present, meaning he was not trapped underground or inside a rock. The ground didn't seem too different. He hadn't been transported to a polar region like the North or South Pole on Earth. However, Abel was nowhere to be found. I won't make the same mistake twice. Saying so, Ryo connected to the echo of the soul. Abel, we've been transferred. Ah, Ryo, you connected right away this time. When Abel had been trapped in a stone in the Eastern nations, Ryo had temporarily forgotten how to contact him through the echo of the soul. I also, or rather, we also got transferred. Are you safe? Here, almost everyone is accounted for. I don't know about the French folks, but you are the only one missing from the kingdom. What an oversight, Ryo sighed. But he soon realized he was not alone. There were people nearby. There were 5 women very close to him. Could it be the 5 from the 3rd Defense Squad? Now that you mention it, they're not here. Of course, they are with me. I see. So we were split into 2 groups. Was it intentional, or was it just a coincidence? There's no way it was a coincidence for the transfer to happen, right? In response to Ryo's question, Abel answered immediately. This side is a grassland, or rather it looks like a wasteland. The sky is open. Same here. To the south, I see a really sharp mountain. It looks like my icicle lance. I get what you mean. It's visible from here, too. But it's to the north. So on the other side of that mountain, we are to the north. That means we've been transported south. Ryo and Abel confirmed each other's positions. How far was it to the mountain? It looked far enough that it didn't seem possible to reach it in a day on foot. For now, should we aim for the base of that mountain? Yeah, because there's nothing else that looks like a landmark. Well then, see you later. The 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad were in confusion. What? I don't know. Everyone disappeared. We 5 are here. This is different from the place we were just at. Captain Mora couldn't understand. Vice Captain Angery also voiced that she didn't know. Minnie recognized that they were separated from the Kingdom and French groups. Paula's confirmed that the 3rd Defense Squad was present, and Healer Amen understood that they had been forcibly moved. It's probably a forced transfer, Ryo said in the calmest voice he could muster. At that voice, the 5 turned to look at him in unison. The white-robed mage before them was Ryo. Ryo, son, is it just you? Yes. I just checked with His Majesty Abel, but it seems they too were forcibly transferred. It looks like we've been split into 2 groups of 6 of us and about 100 of them. Split? Where exactly are we? Angery asked for confirmation. Ryo answered. Mora was left speechless, and Amen posed a question. But there was no one who could answer that question. Thinking about it, I don't think the fact that it's the Dark Continent has changed. Angery looked around and answered. Wait, how do you know? The plants growing here are from the continent. This grass, white lux, is found only on the Dark Continent, so that's for sure. Angery answered Amen's question. It seemed she was judging the location from the vegetation. Angery seemed to be quite knowledgeable about plants. Perhaps Angery was the first among the 5 to regain her composure. You mentioned that you just confirmed with His Majesty Abel through magic, right? No, it was alchemy. In response to Angery's question, Ryo lightly flicked the echo of the soul on his left ear. With this, I can communicate with Abel. I always thought it was a beautiful earring, but it's actually a magic stone, isn't it? The blue magic stone? It's a water attribute, right? I've never seen one before. In response to Ryo's answer, Angery nodded as Amen, Minnie, and Palas were astonished. It seemed that the beauty of the stone had helped not only Angery, but the other 3 regain their composure as well. Now it was up to the captain. What should I do? Mora covered her face with both hands. The other 4 looked at her with worried expressions. Then Angery and Amen exchanged eye contact. Angery nodded, and Amen placed her hand on Mora's shoulder. Amen, what should I do? When in doubt, go back to the basics. That never changes in any situation. Basics. Mora, why did you join the defense squad? Why did Governor Maine appoint you as the captain of the 3rd Defense Squad? To achieve merit. I see. You must achieve merit for yourself and for others besides yourself. Amen answered clearly to the still somewhat weak Mora. Then, if you are to achieve merit here, what actions should you take? Look around you. For the first time, Mora looked around upon Amen's suggestion. Her usual companions were present. For some reason, King Abel and Pope Graham were not there. No, there was only one. A white-robed mage was present. Ryo-san is here. Is it just Ryo-san? Yes, it seems everyone has been transported, including us. His Majesty Abel and the others have also been transferred to another location. The only one besides us 5 is Ryo-san. Rio-san is from Natore Kingdom, a close aide to His Majesty Abel. So what should our actions be? To protect Rio-san and reunite with His Majesty Abel. Mora deduced the answer. And then she stood up. Her fingertips were still trembling, but what needed to be done was clear. Standing before Rio, she placed her open right palm against her left chest, a deep bow in the western part of the Dark Continent. Rio-san, we will protect you and ensure you reach His Majesty Abel. Please cooperate with us. Mora stated firmly. The weak demeanor she had when covering her face with her hands earlier was gone. With a strong expression of determination, Mora asserted herself, which slightly surprised Rio. He had seen such expressions before. The expression of someone who carries the lives and livelihoods of others on their shoulders, in some cases even their lives. Mora must achieve merit in the defense squad and gain permission to inherit her family. Permission to inherit your family? What happens if that permission is not granted? If the family is disbanded, hundreds who serve them will be left homeless. Oh, Rio grimaced and nodded at Amin's explanation. It was like the feudal lords of the Edo period. If they were disbanded by the Edo shogunate, the retainers of that lord would become ronin. While some were taken in by other lords, most other lords were financially strained themselves. That's why Governor Maine entrusted the guidance of this group to our 3rd Defense Squad. Although Mora maintained a determined expression, she answered while looking slightly down. The guidance had become a significant challenge. However, her expression of determination and her feelings remained unchanged. She was determined to carry out her role, no matter what, to protect Rio before her and reunite with the Kingdom group or return to their original location. A resolve to see it through. Seeing the expressions of the 5, Rio nodded once. Then we must achieve merit and either reunite with the others or return to our original place at all costs, Rio said with a smile on purpose. It was clear that the 5 had genuine determination, but still, if they had no anxiety, of course there would be. To calm those who carried such anxiety, a smile and confidence were essential. Captain Mora, can you see that mountain? Rio pointed to the south as he said this. A quite sharp mountain was visible beyond. Yes, it's a very sharp mountain, Mora confirmed. It seems that Abel and the others have been transported beyond that mountain, even further to the south. Huh, so we discussed aiming for that mountain and reuniting at its base. Understood. I will aim for the base of that mountain. Mora nodded. The other 4 nodded as well. We can produce water as much as we need. As long as we have a water attribute mage, there's no need to worry about getting seriously thirsty. Centered around Rio, Mora leads the group with Minnie on the right, Paula's on the left, Amin beside Rio, and Anjuri at the back. There are no tall trees, giving the area a feel of a grassland. In the south, they can see the pointed high mountain they are heading towards, but the land is not particularly hilly. Although it is said to be the Dark Continent in terms of vegetation, the atmosphere feels different from where they were before their transfer. Rio checks for future reference. Mora, Captain, it's correct that the 3 of us, Mora, Minnie, and Paula's, are bludgeoners, Anjuri is a swordsman, and Amin is a healer, right? Yes, that's right. Amin, walking beside Rio, nods in response. Since I'm a mage, the balance is good. However, Rio-san is a water attribute. Yes, that's correct. If you can just provide water, it would really help us. Amin tilts their head and says, there are few water attribute mages who become adventurers even in the Central Nations. They are rare in the Royal Magical Association as well. In other words, they are recognized as mages not suited for the battlefield or rough situations. That recognition seems to remain unchanged even in the Dark Continent. I can fight too, you know. I was certainly used as a servant for Abel, preparing coffee during the journey. Rio expresses his dissatisfaction with the unfortunate situation he was placed in. If possible, please leave the fighting entirely to us. Mora, walking at the front, turns back to say this, leaving Rio momentarily speechless. Even Rio understands the feeling of wanting to contribute. I understand. Well, if it really comes down to it, he thought he could step up himself. The first encounter the group had was with 6 goblins. Goblins are found all over the world. Rio had heard that, but seeing them here in the Dark Continent was a different experience. The size and color seem no different from those in the Central Nations. As directed, Rio observes the battle from a little distance away from the 5. Captain Mora and Vice Captain Anjuri seem to be the attackers, actively delivering finishing blows. Minnie and Paula's appear to be on the defensive, ensuring that healer Amin is not targeted. Excluding the absence of a long-range attacking mage, I feel we're moving quite balanced. Rio comments authoritatively. He has made a decision. He will leave it to them. He decides to seal away the thoughts of I must. Like Abel, I will leave it all to them. What do you mean by that? I don't get it. What's den? I declare my intent to role-play like Abel, where I don't work and just exploit those around me. That sounds more tiring. Is it? You'll understand once you experience it. Because it was through the echo of the soul, Rio could not see Abel's expression, but he felt a faint smile. After that, Rio was reminded of the meaning of Abel's words. Be more careful there. When you press, do it all at once. Widen your perspective a bit more. Rather than defending yourself, it's better to attack the opponent coming at you to seal their attack. Watching from the back, he experienced such worries many times. Of course, the 5 from the 3rd Defense Squad are doing their best, and even as a party, they have above-average coordination, in his opinion. However, compared to what he has seen from the Red Sword and Room 10, they appeared somewhat precarious. Still, it was to be expected. The Red Sword was a former A-rank party. Room 10 also rose to B-rank at an almost record pace. Both parties represent the Natore Kingdom. Compared to them, most parties seem to have a long way to go, yet this is a battlefield. It is not a training ground. The words spoken cannot be wrong. That last coordination was good, really. Thank you, Rio finds the good points, praises them, and the 5 wear delighted expressions. After all, they are risking their lives. Diminishing their motivation is frightening. Thinking about what could happen in the next battle if their enthusiasm is drained. Rio's feelings are akin to a coach sending players onto the field, perhaps like a head coach of a basketball team. He is in a position that suddenly took over after the previous coach was dismissed mid-season. What such a coach must do first is to capture the hearts of the players, earn their trust. What specifically should he do? This is the same in any field. Produce results, in other words, win, and maintain the players' morale high. Technique and tactics come second. Keeping morale high is an important job for a commander. You understand well, Abel praises Rio. In that regard, I honestly admire Abel. When the royal army, both knights and adventurers fight under Abel, everyone has high morale, right? Yeah, that's true. I became an adventurer in the first place because I wanted that to be the case. Abel recalls the words he once told his late brother, Crown Prince Sindish. He wished for adventurers to also support the kingdom as comrades. He believed that those who had excelled as adventurers would lead the royal army, and thus gain cooperation from fellow adventurers. Thinking about it, that's the ultimate intrigue and stratagem, isn't it? Is it? More than anything, you're trying to drag adventurers who value freedom onto the battlefield as shields to protect the kingdom. No. The wording, that's something a straightforward and kind-hearted mage like me cannot do. A truly honest and kind-hearted person wouldn't say it about themselves. Saying that, Abel lightly shakes his head. Let's take a short break, Rio suggests, handing over a larger cup filled with water. Thank you. Delicious. All 5 still seem to be full of energy. This cup, is it made of ice? Yes, since I'm a water attribute mage. Rio answers a little proudly to Anjuri's question. Rio, son, what is it, Captain Mora? After finishing their drink, Mora, with a determined expression, asks Rio, surprising him a bit. I recognize you as someone who stands close to your Majesty Abel. Yes, that is correct. Generally, Rio lounges on the sofa in the king's office at the royal castle, so it's not a wrong assumption. How do our movements look from your perspective? From my perspective, how do you mean? Of course, I understand that we still lack training and have insufficient technique. With that in mind, could you point out any areas that need improvement? Mora asks seriously. Seeing this, the other 4 also look at Rio and nod. At such times, it's important to convey weaknesses properly. Although he had just been thinking about the potential dangers of the next battle if their enthusiasm were drained, the situation, or rather, the state of mind is different now. It's a chance to convey things properly. Overall, I think your coordination is doing well. First, he affirms, if you're aiming for higher levels, it might be good for each of you to be aware of your clearly strong and weak points. Then he makes adjustments. Strong and weak points? I suppose we're aware of them, but Anjuri tilts her head. To be specific, Captain Mora is right-handed. When dealing with attacks from the left, even if the incoming attacks are ones that could be countered well, you seem to always begin with defense. It might be good to increase training for your left arm and leg a bit. Ah, yes. Additionally, it would be better if Palas, who is to the left of Captain Mora, focused a little more on attacking, while Minnie, who is to the right, should move with an awareness of flanking Captain Mora. Yes, Palas and Minnie respond. Also, as a swordsman covering from the back, Vice Captain Anjuri could attack more from between Captain Mora and Palas, or perhaps even try flanking from further left of Palas. I assume you're considering covering for healer Amin, but in that case, wouldn't it be better for Amin to stay right behind Captain Mora? I see. Understood. Anjuri and Amin nod. Rio feels a desire to support the earnest 5. That's how people are. When someone sincerely and earnestly wishes to grow, others want to support them. However, this is just for the present. As your coordination deepens, you won't need to be tied to set forms. Hence, the ultimate form of troops is said to reach the formless state, as old wise men have stated. Whether it's tens of thousands of soldiers or a party of 5, I believe it's the same. I hope you can coordinate so well that you don't even need to think about it. Rio speaks a passage from The Art of War. Thank you for the appropriate pointers. If it were Abel or someone like that, they would grasp even the finer points and give much more detailed and perhaps mean-spirited advice. Well, for growth, such detailed feedback might be better, though. The first Duke spreads defamation against the king. An unseen power struggle. Actually, when we first met, we thought you might be a page or a close attendant to His Majesty Abel. Since I was made to brew coffee and prepare chairs and tables, I feel you're not too far off. Rio responds while recalling Mora's words. Generating ice chairs and tables, grinding coffee beans with an ice mill, and brewing coffee with an ice French press and water he generated. What he was doing was not much different from what the chamberlains do. No, appropriate observations regarding battle are not something a page would do. That's because I'm an adventurer in the homeland. Is that so? Though I only temporarily joined the party, Mora looks surprised, while Rio is primarily solo. He used to occasionally be temporarily affiliated with Room 10. We've also learned various things from adventurers to study our coordination with the 5 of us. Yeah, it was incredibly educational, Anjuri and Mora say, with the other 3 nodding. It seems these 5 are very eager to learn. Do you all know that Abel was an adventurer before he became king? His Majesty Abel? No, I didn't know that. From adventurer to king? Amazing, all 5 are astonished. Originally, Abel was the second prince. The throne was supposed to be inherited by his elder brother, Crown Prince Cain. Crown Prince Cain was a truly wonderful prince, possessing the qualities of a king that everyone in the kingdom wished for. However, he was naturally frail. Rio speaks eloquently about Abel and the kingdom. The 5 listen intently. And finally, we succeeded in driving the imperial army out of the kingdom. Rio finishes his tale. The 5 are left speechless. After about a minute, they finally open their mouths. It's just as the bard sings, Anjuri murmurs. The shadow of the bard reaches even the western part of the dark continent. Rio shakes his head slightly at the overwhelming spread of tales, beyond mere astonishment. People love heroic tales, regardless of the era or the world. The group begins to walk again toward the base of the pointed mountain visible to the south. Rio is dealing with being reprimanded by his superior. Rio, what was that talk about earlier? What do you mean? It's the historical tale of the Natore kingdom as I know it. It seems quite subjective. Eventually, I will properly turn it into a tale and sell it to bards, making lots of money. At that time, I will get able to sign it and make it a royal authorized story. Yeah, rejected. He did not make lots of money. Well, putting jokes aside, was it really just a joke? Abel does not trust Rio's words. But Rio ignores the king and continues speaking. It's important for me as the first duke to increase the number of Natore kingdom lovers. That's true, yeah, that's not wrong, but... Right. While royal diplomacy is important, grassroots diplomacy shouldn't be underestimated either. Rio can sometimes say something reasonable. I should just spread the story of Duke Rondo, right? Nobody would complain about that. No way, I'm just a storyteller. A storyteller, just like Holmes has Watson and Poirot has Captain Hastings, a storyteller assists the main character and records their actions to promote them. Is that Rio? That's a position for making lots of money. I don't get it, Abel shrugs. It seems the stories of Sherlock Holmes and Hercule Poirot have not reached Phi. What a pity. It means the mystery genre is still untapped, right? Mystery? As a spin-off of that hungry swordsman Abel, how about writing that strange Abel, the hungry detective? It seems he has hit upon an idea. Rio nods a few times, instantly devising a concept. However, rejected. An infringement on freedom of speech by the highest authority, His Majesty the King. Why? Rio, the lamentation of the soul. I feel like I might be written poorly. How terrible, the powerful oppress the powerless. How many ideas have been discarded without seeing the light of day. Freedom of speech is important, as long as it doesn't hurt others. There's no freedom to hurt others or to push someone to their death, right? That's true, but still, you won't know if it will hurt someone unless you write it, right? If it's not written, it won't hurt anyone, right? Gah! Rio finds himself unable to retort against Abel's sound reasoning. Rio also understands. Freedom of speech is important. However, there's no freedom to hurt others, nor to lead someone to death. Of course, there's also no freedom to mock what others hold dear. The boundary between criticism and defamation differs from person to person. What one person intends as criticism might be perceived as defamation by another. Words are difficult. In comparison, thought is completely free. There's no problem with whatever one thinks. However, once it leaves the body, it's no longer free, whether in speech or action. In the end, the conscience of the writer is what matters. I agree. I have a conscience. It doesn't feel like something one should say about themselves. Understood. So I just need to write something that won't hurt Abel. Rio finds the answer. Well, that's true, but before publishing in the kingdom, I'll let Abel read the manuscript first. If he's not satisfied with the content, it will be scrapped. Let's settle for that. I'm fine with that, but Abel has family too. If they read it on some occasion and feel sad, I'd dislike it too. Yeah, family. That's definitely a factor, Abel nods. Indeed, just like the person in question, sometimes those around them, like family, may not be prepared and can suffer greater emotional damage. He doesn't want to do that. However, first I need to write the continuation of that hungry swordsman Abel. Wait, is there a continuation? Of course, it's planned to be a grand work in 3 parts totaling 15 volumes. I see. When will it be completed? In about 150 years? Well, I'll be dead, so do as you please. Thus, the permission of King Abel was granted. Tonight, let's camp around here. Understood, Captain Mora said, and the other 4 agreed. Without anyone giving instructions, each understood their role and moved accordingly. Rio, of course, said nothing and observed the movements of the 5. All 5 of them are quite experienced. Could it be that they have trained for this? They mentioned earlier that they received various teachings from adventurers, right? Camping is a skill that every adventurer must acquire. That may be true, but for example, the defense squad in the royal capital doesn't have such skills, right? No, the defense squad in the royal capital likely possesses those skills. Is that so? Abel casually mentioned it, surprising Rio. Previously, the Run Knight Order, where Rio was a swordsmanship instructor, also did such training, right? Yes, there were exercises for that. It's the same. Both the Run Defense Squad and the Royal Capital's Defense Squad included such exercises in their training. Why do they do such things? Because it helps in critical situations. Having prior experience can provide a significant sense of security. Those at the commanding level, as well as those who create training menus, know this. I had no idea. Rio nodded slightly. Indeed, he had been called out for outdoor exercises with the Run Knight Order multiple times. Once, after returning from an outdoor exercise in the rain, he found that Abel, who had just ascended to the throne, had been attacked. The outdoor exercise in the rain was hell. The outdoor exercise under the blazing sun is also tough. Does that mean the outdoor exercises in extreme cold are? Ah, yes. It feels like your fingertips might freeze. Both Rio and Abel understood that outdoor exercises were challenging regardless of the situation. It seems they have diligently engaged in such activities. To be honest, in the city defense squads, there are times when they leave without ever needing those skills. Being able to put effort into training is a kind of talent, I think. Talent? Yes. Quite a number of people tend to slack off during training, right? They interpret or conclude that this isn't something they'll need in actual situations. That's true, there are those kinds of people. Abel himself never slacked off, but he knew there were those who did during training. He had seen it during his time as an adventurer. Since becoming king, he had hardly seen soldiers slacking off. If someone were to slack off in front of Abel, who's in the position of king, that would indeed be a problematic individual. In a bad way, no doubt about it. While the first duke and the king engaged in an unseen conversation, the 3rd defense squad steadily progressed with the preparations for camping. Specifically, they prepared the sleeping arrangements and dinner. Even though they called it a bed, there were no tools. Rio-san, I'm sorry for the makeshift bed, Mora said. Since there was no straw mat, cut grass was laid out. Not at all, this is splendid. Nobody would complain about being provided such a place to sleep during an adventure. Thank you, Rio replied with a smile. In reality, a sleeping arrangement during an adventure usually meant wrapping oneself in a cloak or robe and lying on the ground. Even for those accustomed to it, sleeping in such a state for a night often left one stiff in the morning. Compared to that, the fire is ready. Oh, do you need hot water or anything? At Amon's words, Rio responded. Since the meal was made from rabbit meat acquired during their travels, it seemed they didn't need hot water. All 6 of them ate until they were full. Leave the night watch to me. I have just the right magic for water attribute magic, Rio said, creating an ice wall surrounding the group. This indicated that everyone could sleep soundly. Rio-san's ice wall is amazing, isn't it? It's unique to water attribute magic. I found it quite useful during my adventures. Rio replied cheerfully to Mora's praise. It seemed they weren't very familiar with water attribute mages. There were none in the defense squad, and it appeared there were none in the parties of adventurers from whom they learned various skills. I heard that water attribute mages are highly valued in merchant associations, so they don't have to become dangerous adventurers. Yes, that's true even in the central nations. Now that I think about it, I haven't actually seen any in the Adventurers Guild I belonged to. Amon's words reminded Rio of his days as an active adventurer. Here, the term active had different definitions depending on the person. If you can protect your comrades with an ice wall at night and provide drinking water during the day, you'll be highly valued. Water attribute magic is incredible, Mora and Anjari praised. They didn't seem to know much about water attribute magic. If they knew more, they would understand just how exceptional Rio was. The next morning, and so I contributed to the elevation of the status of water attribute magic in the Dark Continent. I get that, but why tell me now? I learned that communication is important. Do you know that I just woke up? I know. The 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad just woke up too. We slept late last night. It seemed Rio's Echo of the Soul report had jolted Abel awake. Once, King Abel worked tirelessly on national affairs, even sacrificing sleep. Compared to those times, the current Abel is slacking off too much. The citizens are living off taxes they pay from little income, so he should be working harder for the people instead of sleeping. Rio conveyed the struggles of taxpayers, and Rio's report is a separate matter. I don't think any work was being done so early in the morning. How can you function at the same level as before? As a king, you must always aim higher and strive to improve for the sake of your citizens. I don't think I should be told that by Rio. Imagining Rio sprawled out on a sofa, reading a book, Abel shook his head slightly. The group approached a barren land where not even grass was growing. In the vast wasteland, there were a dozen or so rocks. They stood at about chest height for a person. I have a strange sense of déjà vu. Rio, son? Oh no, it's just that rock. At that moment, thud. It was the sound that came from Mora, who was leading the way. A stone just flew at us. Oh. Ice wall. As Rio created an ice wall surrounding the group, stones began to fly at them from all directions. Of course, the ice wall deflected everything. It seems we've entered a nest of wild golems, Rio frowned. Golems? Huh, aren't golems those big humanoid creatures? That reaction feels nostalgic. Indeed, it was the same reaction Rio used to have. The 3rd Defense Squad did not know about golems. They were also unaware of wild golems. Rio should have noticed before they got surrounded. What a blunder! Rio's mutter was heard by Anjari, but she didn't understand the reason behind it and only glanced at him. I'd like to hit one if possible. Huh, as an experience. Though she looked slightly downcast, Captain Mora was the one to suggest it. They were bludgeoners, a profession that involves hitting and kicking to deal damage to the opponent. It was understandable that she wanted to hit a moving rock. Should we try hitting one while I protect you with the ice wall? Rio proposed. Since Mora expressed her desire to try, it was only natural for a coach to want to let her test it out. Is that okay? Yes, I'll surround you with a small ice wall, so approach the nearest one in that state and go for it. Don't worry, my ice won't break from those stones. Rio thumped his chest with his right fist. It was a gesture of reassurance, but it probably didn't get through. As long as it was conveyed that everything would be fine, that was enough, that the ice wall would adequately protect them. However, there will be attacks from the golem facing you. Yes, I'll defend against those properly. Captain Mora nodded. Then she looked around. She pointed to one golem. I'll attack that one. Understood. Ice wall. As Rio chanted, a light blue ice wall encircled Mora. Confirming this, Mora headed towards the target golem. Meanwhile, stones rained down on Mora, but they were all deflected by the ice wall. Seeing this, Mora seemed to deepen her trust in the ice wall. Mora stood in front of the gold golem. She could hear Rio's voice. Now I'll start the countdown. 3, 2, 1, 0. The ice wall that separated Mora from the target golem vanished. Punch, 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 kick. Mora's rush began. Such amazing consecutive strikes. Rio was honestly surprised. He had seen the battles of the 5, including Mora, before, but this attack from Mora was on a completely different level. In the midst of her consecutive strikes, stones were released from the golem being hit. However, Mora swatted them away with her left bracer. Oh, Rio couldn't help but exclaim. Her reaction speed to attacks in such close combat was quite impressive. Mora's skills as a bludgeoner are quite high, Anjari commented. However, she is inherently kind and very considerate of those around her, which can sometimes lead to delays in decision-making. I see. She thinks a lot before acting, Rio nodded, but Rio knew that was certainly not a flaw. In situations where immediate decisions are required, it might be harshly evaluated, but in reality, there aren't many such scenarios in life. Generally, one can think things through a little. In such situations, Mora's temperament would actually be a positive trait. She's more suited for strategy than tactics, Rio muttered in agreement. It had been about 2 minutes. Mora jumped back significantly. In response, Rio used the ice wall to separate the golem from Mora. Mora returned. No good, it won't break at all. To not even get a crack after that many consecutive strikes, it's definitely not just a regular rock. Mora shook her head, and Minnie and Palas frowned as well. The 3 bludgeoners understood the hardness of a wild golem, but they quickly transitioned. Rio-san, we couldn't break that golem. Could you give us advice on how to defeat it? Mora asked. In fact, being stuck like this didn't seem like a good situation. Eventually, the golem would tire and stop attacking. Or would the rock tire instead? Instead of breaking it, it might be better to kick its head and roll it onto the ground. I remember Abel defeating it like that before. Your Majesty, Abel did, kicking the head, instead of dealing damage, rolling it? Rio recounted an old story, and Mora was surprised, while Minnie and Palas visualized it. Of course, since it looked like just a rock, it didn't have a head, but it seemed they got the image. Let me try again, Mora said, and launched herself out just like before. Once the ice wall was gone, she suddenly bent her right knee a little and kicked. Rather than dealing damage, it felt more like using her foot to push. It was like a wrestling move, a fighting kick. The golem, as intended, rolled over. Mora then hesitated about what to do next and ultimately returned to the group. I knocked it down as you said, Rio-san, but once it fell, it stopped attacking, right? Ah, now that you mention it, that's true, Mora reported. Rio pointed it out, and Anjuri nodded. Indeed, the golem that was knocked down had stopped releasing stones and became completely still. For now, let's take down the others in the same way. 20 minutes later, in total 18 golems. It looked like a pile of rocks all lying there. The attacks had ended. Rio dispelled the ice wall and checked the nearest golem. At the place where it had been in contact with the ground, there was something yellow. I knew there were magic stones. Huh, Mora peered in, having heard Rio's muttering. Wow, it's yellow. Is it an earth magic stone? Yes, let's carve it out a bit. Carve it out. Abrasive jet. The abrasive jet, which mixed ultra-hard ice particles with the water jet, could cut even hard substances like rock. In just a minute, a fist-sized yellow magic stone was carved out. That's big. The density is quite deep, too. Both Rio and Mora were very satisfied. After another 20 minutes, all the magic stones were extracted. There are a total of 18. Each one isn't that heavy, but 18 of them add up to quite a bit, right? Since everyone else is fighting, I'll carry them. Anjuri reported, considering the burden of carrying for Mora, and healer Amin offered to help carry. However, there was a water attribute mage here. Leave the carrying to me, cart. As Rio chanted, the usual cart was generated. This is an ice cart. Is this magic of yours, Rio-san? Yes, it's my magic called cart. It's a very simple spell where it just follows me from behind, but it's quite handy for transporting goods. Rio looked quite pleased. After placing the 18 recovered yellow magic stones onto the cart, Rio's gaze fell on the rocks that originally constituted the golem. By the way, what happened to the parts other than the magic stone? He muttered and picked up a piece of rock. No matter how you looked at it, it was rock. Something's bothering me. Cart. Saying that, he generated another cart and loaded the debris of one golem onto it. I've got research materials. In this way, having achieved particularly satisfying results, the group broke through the nest of wild golems. Now the release date for Water Attribute Mage, Volume 1 of Part 3, is approaching, March 19, 2025, Wednesday. It's been 2 months since the previous volume. Water Attribute Mage, Volume 5 of Part 2, was released in January, a short period for the continuation. Yes, the author, along with the publisher, the printing house, and of course the ebook staff, everyone is doing their best. It's appreciated. For now, I recently sent the manuscript for Part 3, Volume 3 to the editor, and am currently working on the manuscript for Part 3, Volume 4. Though I am the author, I am genuinely happy about the new release. Water Attribute Mage, Volume 1 of Part 3. Please take care of it. Big catch, the first Duke looked pleased. Since it's 18, let's divide them equally into 3 each. Rio said this happily. However, Captain Mora chuckled and said, I'm sorry, Rio-san, we cannot accept them. What? Why not? If we take them, it becomes something obtained during the mission, so it must be delivered to the city. What did you say? Rio was astonished. Seeing Rio's expression, Mora probably thought there was a misunderstanding. Since you were the one who fished them out, Rio-san has the right to own all 18. Amin explained this. That won't do, Rio frowned. It was unthinkable for him to monopolize it alone. Since they all had obtained it together, they should share it. Rio thought this way. Although Rio often uttered greedy remarks during conversations with Abel, he was actually not greedy at all. Everyone around Rio, including Abel, knew this. Perhaps Rio himself was the least aware of it. Abel, I need to consult with the king, Abel. Ah, I heard you. Then let's get to the point. Can't we do something about it? This is a matter of the city or the law of the Western Nations Federation, right? There's probably nothing we can do. Abel declared firmly. Can't you do something about it? You always bend the law with the authority of the king, so you must know a good way. Well, as a king, it's my job to ensure that both I and my people follow the law. It wouldn't be right for the king to break the law first. Goo! Abel's logic crushed Rio. There must be a good way to exploit a loophole in the law. Hey, if that's impossible, then power talks and the law falls silent. As Cicero, a politician and philosopher, wrote in on the Republic, if there's power, if Rio says it, it won't sound like a joke, so stop. I guess there's no choice. I'll think of a way to resolve this peacefully. Thus, by King Abel's decision, the Duke Rondo's use of force was halted, by the way, in cases like this. For example, according to the laws of the Natore kingdom, how will these magic stones be handled? According to the law of the kingdom, it can be decided based on discussions among the 6 people, including Rio. Ho-ho. I understand that, but what about them? Even if it was obtained while engaged in national duties? That's right. Of course, there are times when requests come from the Adventurers Guild, but there are exceptions where the ownership of the obtained items is determined beforehand. I see. It's quite flexible, or rather, it's great that the person who actually obtained the item can decide before the powers intervene. Rio nodded. I think there's a basic principle that considers the adventurers. I realized it after becoming an adventurer, but there's considerable recognition of rights for those who actually obtain things. The Natore kingdom is a nation of adventurers. There are indeed those, like King Richard and Abel, who have become kings from being adventurers. I'm glad to be a citizen of the kingdom. Rio nodded slightly. Sure, Rio is a citizen of the kingdom, but this is the Western Nations Federation, so the laws of the Federation will apply, right? I understand that much. It would be troubling if you underestimate me, the lawyer Rio. What's that supposed to mean? Abel was exasperated by Rio's usual nonsensical title. As Rio and his group headed towards the Pointed Mountain, the group from the Natore kingdom centered around King Abel, and the group from the Fundaby kingdom centered around Pope Graham were also heading towards the mountain. On the night of the 2nd day after teleportation, when Abel and Graham were in discussion, Cardinal Stefania came in with a report. Oh, so this place has been determined? Yes. We figured it out from the position of the stars, but as expected. 200 kilometers southeast from Augé City, in other words, the central part of the Dark Continent. We were teleported beyond that cliff, huh? Stefania brought in the report. Graham nodded in agreement to what he expected, and Abel frowned. Abel had a vague feeling about it. He had thought about it, but now that it was confirmed, why are we in a place like this? It's impossible for normal alchemy to forcibly teleport this many people at once. Yes, you're right. Something unusual must have moved, or some force must have acted. Neither Abel nor Graham could find an answer. The conclusion they could reach was the same. Let's not let our guard down. Let's proceed cautiously, prepared for anything that might happen. The next day, in the early afternoon, a report came to Graham. It seems there's a group of ogres ahead, starting with wolfmen, then goblins and orcs, and now it's ogres. I feel like the monsters are getting stronger as we get closer to the mountain. When Graham said this to Abel, who was right beside him, Abel shook his head slightly and muttered. The leaders, Abel and Graham, were walking side by side. This was so that the exchange of information would be easier. Abel was responsible for the Royal Knight Order, while Graham was in charge of the Inquisitors. They each had different characteristics, but if they cooperated, they would become a great force. For instance, the information they had just gathered was from the Inquisitors. After this, the Royal Knight Order would confront the ogres head-on. The Inquisitors would support from the back and provide medical treatment for any injuries. After the battle, the Royal Knight Order would guard the surroundings of the group providing treatment. That was how it worked. If Rio were here, he would handle everything by himself. He's abnormal. Graham chuckled at Abel's words, using sonar to gather information, fighting monsters with ice and water. For treatment, while it couldn't be done with water attribute magic, they did have potions made from alchemy, and constructing a safe zone with ice walls. A water attribute mage who could do all of that alone. When he thought about it again, it was indeed abnormal. Separately from their group, it seemed that only 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad had teleported to another location with Rio. However, Abel had a feeling that they would somehow be fine. Rio will definitely protect them. Flash, the Inquisitors unleashed a blinding light on the ogres. They were priests who wielded light attribute magic. Among them, they excelled at powerful spells like flash that could blind the opponent. Taking advantage of the confusion and blindness of the ogres, the Royal Knights of Natore Kingdom charged in. Target the Achilles tendon, then the knee. We must make them kneel or we won't stand a chance. Voices flew among the knights. The ogres were 3 meters tall. In their normal state, weapons couldn't reach their weak points like the neck or face. So they were a challenging opponent for humans. It wasn't something that could be done easily, like an elf knight slicing through an ogre's knee with a single stroke and then decapitating them. Such an attack was quite difficult. Nevertheless, the Royal Knights fought. Under the trusted squad Captain Scotty, they fought to protect their beloved king. They don't falter even when facing a strong foe like the ogre. As expected of the Royal Knight Order of the Natore Kingdom, known as a major power even in the Central Nations. It's certainly true that they have grown significantly over the past 3 years. Abel nodded at Graham's words. Before Abel became king, the glorious reputation of the Royal Knight Order had fallen to the ground. There were those among them who knew that era. They didn't accept it either. The king changed, the knight commander changed, and the squad leaders changed. That, above all, changed the hearts of the Knight Order members. Seeing that, new recruits started to hope to join the Knight Order. And that's the present. With pride and confidence in their hearts, they continued to fight to protect their lord, even far away from their homeland. The skin of the ogres was tough, and their muscles were incomparable to those of humans. They swung clubs with astonishing strength. A group of over 20 ogres, even 50 normal knights wouldn't be able to handle them. However, through the blinding effect of flash, precise commands, and teamwork, they were annihilated in about 10 minutes. 0 dead, 1 seriously injured, currently receiving treatment. There were no serious damages. Abel nodded at Scotty's report. Then he turned to Graham and bowed his head. "Thank you for the treatment." "No, not at all. Compared to having the Royal Knight Order fighting on the front lines, treating injuries is nothing." Graham replied with a smile. That was genuinely how he felt. The Inquisitors had combat capabilities that were incomparable to other priests. Yet still, they were not particularly good at fighting head-on in open fields. They shined brightest in indoor battles, fighting in the dark of night with no light. Especially in cases like this, battling a massive, brute-strength ogre head-on was among the most challenging tasks for them. The Royal Knight Order was filling in for that. It was only natural to feel gratitude. "Your Majesty, please listen with that same expression. Although we have no certain evidence, we feel like we are being watched by someone." "Oh, the Inquisitors can gather information up to about a kilometer around us. There are no observers within that range. This means the surveillance is from outside that area. Is it possible that it's from the sky? Ah, I hadn't considered that. Yes, it could be from above. All I can perceive is the feeling of being watched, so I can't tell from where or how we're being observed." "Understood. I will keep it in mind." Graham and Abel exchanged whispering voices. "That's the situation over here. Could it be that the ones watching are vampires or something?" "Is that so? I seem to recall hearing that they can see from over a kilometer away." Rio's information source was from the ruling class of Twilight Land. The Duchess Agnes over there told me before. When we entered Twilight Land, she was supposedly watching from a location that far away. "Seriously?" Abel was surprised by Rio's information. Sharing information is essential. "Absolutely, but what's wrong, Abel? No, I was just thinking that maybe demons can also see from a long distance." "Is that so? Demon Garwin?" When he sank the Golden Hind more than 2 kilometers away, it seemed like he could see it. "I see." Both Abel and Rio sighed. The enemies they faced were far too troublesome for humans to deal with, be it vampires or demons. Rio recognized this. "Isn't that Garwin after all? The one who's watching?" "Yes. After he was beaten by Leonor, he went south, right? This place is to the south from the northern coast. Now that you mention it, that might be possible. He could be the one." Abel frowned. To be honest, their combat strength was not enough to win against a demon. Moreover, Rio wasn't present at this location. "Please hold out until I can join." "I'll do my best." While Abel was conversing with Rio through Echo of the Soul, Graham was also talking to Stefania. "Most likely it's a vampire. Are they the ones watching us?" "Yes. How do you know, Your Eminence?" "Because I'm a vampire hunter," Graham laughed. Of course, that answer was not logical. The title of vampire hunter was simply given to him after he had buried many vampires. It was not a special title bestowed by the gods. Graham himself knew why he could tell, but he hadn't conveyed that even to his closest aide, Stefania. "Someday I may also have to confront my past." He recognized this and was prepared. "But not now. Your Eminence." The possibility is high that it's Marquis Shinka and his subordinates. The Marquis himself, but they should be further south. "That's true, but this is purely a possibility, but what if they were also teleported like us?" Stefania was shocked by Graham's hypothesis. "Indeed, there is that possibility. It won't be easy to defeat them without golems, but it's better than the Duke showing up. Duke Rosniak Zoltan, what we can do is to ensure that we don't panic even if we're ambushed." "Understood, I'll make sure of it." Stefania bowed and left. I can sense the gaze of a vampire. But what is this unpleasant feeling that envelops me? I've felt it since entering the Dark Continent, but it has become unbelievably strong since we were teleported. Graham's murmur was too faint for anyone to hear. "Although I've become stronger, no one else seems to feel it. Not even Stefania. Ah, if only Rio were here, things might be different." He shook his head slightly and smiled wryly. On March 19, 2025, the first volume of Water Attribute Mage Part 3 will be released in Japan. On the same day, in Taiwan, it will be published by Kyangwon Publishing as light novel. Water Attribute Mage Part 1, Central Nations Arc 4. In other words, it seems that the 4th volume of Part 1 will be released. Isn't that wonderful? The world of water attributes is spreading worldwide. As an author, I'm very excited. The Natore Kingdom and the group from Fundebi Kingdom were ambushed the following night. It's a vampire. Form a defensive formation. The knights of the Natore Kingdom surrounded King Abel at the center and established a defensive formation. Focus on defense, Squad Captain Scotty issued clear orders. The possibility of a surprise attack by vampires had already been communicated from Graham to Abel and from Abel to Scotty the day before. Even for the battle-hardened Knight Order of the Kingdom, they had no experience fighting vampires. Above all, combat in the darkness of night was not something knights were particularly skilled at. Therefore, leave it to the Inquisitors. The group from Fundebi Kingdom contained many Inquisitors. Inquisitors were individuals who had prepared for combat against vampires. Stefania, who was a cardinal and also served as the head of the Inquisition Bureau, had combat skills that surpassed anyone among them. Moreover, leading them was the Pope, who had once been the head of the Inquisition Bureau, a man with the title of Vampire Hunter. Such a group could not possibly be weak. Naturally, Pope Graham stood at the forefront. With his usual hidden staff, he beheaded the vampires and pierced their hearts, preventing their resurrection. Indeed, they are inferior even to Baron-level opponents. Is this what you meant by accelerated growth? It's likely not everyone, but most of them are such beings. You mentioned that during the attack by the Vera Church as well. Yes, that's right. Marquis Shinka must have developed such techniques through alchemy or something similar. Graham nodded. Even if most are weak, the Marquis himself, indeed, he is undoubtedly a vampire Marquis. He likely stands apart from other vampires. It would be difficult for anyone but me to capture him. We must definitely apprehend him. It seems he hasn't appeared on the front line yet. Graham tilted his head slightly. At that moment, something happened on the Royal Army's side. A group of vampires attacked the Knight Order and broke through their defenses. Clang. You're younger than I expected. A vampire that had sliced through the Knight Order murmured. The Pope isn't here, huh? Abel, who had deflected the attack with his sword, replied. You are not the Pope. I thought you would be in the most heavily guarded place. As you can see, I'm not the Pope, Marquis Shinka, Abel answered with a smile. Despite knowing my name, you maintain your composure. Even if you aren't the Pope, who are you? My name is Abel. As for you, I only know your name, Marquis Shinka Dinulesco. Where is the Pope? Who knows? Given his nature, he's probably on the front lines. Don't lie, I've never heard of a Pope fighting on the front line. Even if you say that, Abel shrugged. The fact that you were heavily guarded means you must also be an important person, right? And if I turn you into a blood sacrifice, the Pope will surely come here. You would attack me for such a reason? Though his expression was one of dissatisfaction, Abel smiled wryly. While they conversed, he observed the knights that Marquis Shinka had cut down. There were no instant death casualties. Your Majesty, Scotty, have the injured drink potions. This Marquis seems to want to fight me. Your Majesty, Abel issued the command, and Marquis Shinka Dinulesco looked puzzled. Indeed, I am the king of the Natore Kingdom. The Natore Kingdom. That name is unfamiliar to me. I see, that's unfortunate. Regardless, I am the king, Marquis. A human king is overwhelmingly inferior to a vampire Marquis. Is that so? I think it's not wise to make arbitrary rankings. With a condescending expression, Dinulesco shook his head slightly. You are nothing more than someone I can bury with a single blow of my magic. What? I thought you were confident with your sword since you attacked me with it, but I see that's not the case. Well, magic is fine too. I wouldn't be pleased to defeat someone wielding a weapon they are not skilled at. That's the pride of a human king. You dare to insult me? My bad, my bad. The vampires I know definitely had a higher pride than humans. I just thought you might be the same. What came to Abel's mind was a vampire known as Shinso from the neighboring Twilight Land, the creator of the ramen that Rio savored and the true ruler of Twilight Land. You know of vampires besides us? Most vampires certainly looked down on humans, but that one was different. I thought at that time that the one leading the vampires was such a terrifying being, but here it's different. It seems I overestimated you. As I said before, my name is Abel. Very well, Abel. For the responsibility of mocking me, pay with your life? Before Dinulesco could finish speaking, he began to swing his sword. As expected, being a Marquis is no joke. His strength and speed are incomparable to humans. And his technique is quite impressive. Was it a mistake to provoke him? Abel smiled wryly within his heart. Of course, there was no turning back now, facing an opponent who was quite strong for the first time. Moreover, he didn't know the opponent's capabilities. In such a situation, it was natural to first observe. Garwin's kin Oranju had a known sword style, so it wasn't difficult. But this Marquis, well, the physical strength that was incomparable to humans, utilizing that for power and speed. Naturally, he wanted to avoid taking the sword head-on, tilting the sword to redirect the force. or perhaps adjusting the angle of the strike to deflect at a point where the force wasn't fully applied. Not bad, I'm managing to deflect well. Abel felt confident that his defense was effective. This was crucial for his growth. What works and what doesn't? Unless he understood that, he wouldn't know where to make corrections or what should remain unchanged. Truly, the sword has great depth. I wouldn't say it contains all of life, but there's much to learn. Even while engaging in a life-and-death struggle, Abel thought such things. What's this guy? My sword can't reach him. In terms of power and speed, I should be overwhelmingly superior. There shouldn't even be much difference in technique. So why I feel like I'm being toyed with? What an insult! Dinulesco grimaced, screaming within his heart. Dinulesco was a vampire marquis. He belonged to a category of vampires who had lived for a long time. Naturally, during that time, he honed his personal combat skills. Specifically, he trained both magic and swordsmanship. In fact, he had hardly ever lost when battling other vampires. If limited to swordsmanship, the last time he lost in a mock battle was over 1,000 years ago. That opponent was also extraordinary, which led Dinulesco to believe it was an understandable defeat. In other words, he was among the stronger category of vampires when it came to swordsmanship. Yet, I can't defeat this human in front of me. He was the one attacking, that much was certain. However, that was all there was to it. He was evaded, deflected, and his strength was sapped. He couldn't swing his sword comfortably. This man's technique of wielding his sword is exquisite. Though it was hard to admit, Dinulesco was being pressured into a situation where he found it difficult to exert his strength due to Abel's seemingly hidden techniques. Very well, I will accept that. By acknowledging it, Dinulesco was able to see things that he had not noticed before. It seems you are measuring me. The man before him, who was only making feints and no real attacks, Dinulesco understood Abel's intent. Abel immediately sensed that change. Has he become calm? It felt slightly disappointing, but at the same time he thought it was inevitable. He would have calmed down eventually. However, it was still insufficient. He hadn't gathered enough information to launch an attack. From here on out, it was a battle of nerves, or a test of endurance. Showing any openings or making mistakes would lead to fatal wounds. That said, vampires basically don't die. Even if you cut off their body, they can reattach or regenerate, but if I lose an arm, it won't regenerate, and if my head is cut off, I will die. What an unfair situation. I truly understand Rio's complaints. This is indeed too unfair. Abel knew that Rio always complained about fighting formidable non-human opponents. This time, Abel found himself in that situation. And in Rio's case, even if he had a hole in his abdomen, he could create a membrane with ice to stop the bleeding. I don't have any such magic. I'm at a disadvantage even more than Rio. He understood that complaining in his heart wouldn't solve anything here. He knew that, but since I'm not troubling anyone, can't I just let off some steam? While thinking this, Abel didn't take his eyes off Dinulesco. His remarkable memory was recording Dinulesco's sword techniques. He began to reveal the habits even Dinulesco himself wasn't aware of. The collected information would serve as the material to surpass his opponent when the time came to strike. Rio says information is power, and that's indeed true. Even in this personal battle, it holds true. Abel gathered information for the moment he would decide the outcome of the fight. However, the man facing him had other thoughts. Enough already, Dinulesco snapped. He jumped back significantly, creating distance. As he landed, now die, fireball triple attack. 3 fireballs surged toward Abel. For an ordinary person, keeping up with the sudden shift from sword to magic wouldn't be easy. However, Abel was no ordinary person. Unlike your earlier condescending attitude, you seem frantic now, Abel muttered as he deflected the magical attacks with his sword. I don't mind that sort of thing. Still, the pressure of the attack increased. If even one hit lands, Abel would quickly be put at a disadvantage. However, the precision has been lost. When Dinulesco was only fighting with his sword, he couldn't overwhelm Abel, but he hadn't allowed any counterattacks either. That was because there had been no openings. Even a swordsman like Abel was led to believe he couldn't move to attack until he gathered sufficient information. Yet, he lost his temper. By mixing magic into his attacks, he tried to forcefully suppress Abel. Do you think you can win by masking it with strength and speed? Abel charged forward. He slashed through one of Dinulesco's magical attacks and closed the distance. He thrust his sword at the fireball that flew directly at him. With the momentum of dispersing it, he pierced Dinulesco's throat. As he spun his body while withdrawing the sword, he beheaded him. Rotating further, he struck Dinulesco's heart from behind. Marquis-Shinka Dinulesco was no more. Tomorrow, March 19, 2025 Wednesday, is the release date of Water Attribute Mage Part 3 Volume 1. Finally, it's the third part. There are also beautiful cover illustrations by Mr. Amano at the bottom of the posting on Naru. The cityscapes depicted are beautifully different from the Central nations and the Western nations. As usual, there are short stories SS for the ebook version, until departure and support bookstores, and to books online SS, The Great Bath Theory. Both feature short stories with Rio and Abel. Please do read the main story first. Special book site, and regarding the narrow version, it has finally reached 300 million PV. Thanks to all of you who read it. I truly appreciate it. It greatly encourages me. I plan to continue posting, so I'd be happy if you enjoy reading it going forward. Indeed, Your Majesty, Abel, splendid. Graham, you could have taken over for me, you know. No, I wanted to learn as well, Graham replied with a smile. Abel had noticed Graham watching him for a while now. I heard that if you cut off their head with a sword that has been blessed and pierce their heart, they can be obliterated. But my sword isn't blessed at all. Can a magic sword work? No, while a holy sword can do that, a magic sword will not obliterate a vampire. However, Marquis Shinka has indeed been obliterated. Why is that? Abel tilted his head and looked at his beloved sword. It was shining red as usual, though he sensed that it had gained a white glow compared to before. Your Majesty's sword was brought from the royal castle's treasure vault. Ah, right, so I don't know its exact name or history. However, sometimes non-human beings mention that it might be related to a sword called X that King Richard used. That's the person referred to as the restorer of the Natore kingdom, isn't it? I only know the name, but there might be a connection. Who knows? The royal family's legends do not mention the sword X as belonging to King Richard, so it's uncertain how true what they say is. Abel shook his head slightly. He didn't know the name or history of his beloved sword. He also wasn't aware of its hidden powers. However, he felt he hadn't yet fully unleashed the sword's power. It seems I still haven't been recognized by this sword. Is it not so? That's more troublesome than your typical holy sword. Indeed, both Abel and Graham laughed. It is said that if a holy sword is wielded by someone who isn't recognized as its master, it can take their life. Magic swords do not have that kind of rule. In other words, holy swords are more temperamental compared to magic swords. They behave as if they have a will of their own. Thinking about it that way, Abel's sword looks like a magic sword but feels closer to a holy sword. When I return to the kingdom, should I have Kenneth investigate it properly? Viscount Kenneth Hayward is the chief researcher of the Royal Alchemy Workshop and a renowned genius alchemist. Magic swords and holy swords are sometimes referred to as the pinnacle of alchemy tools. No one knows how they are created. Both magic swords and holy swords have existed since ancient times. They still exist today to never break. No matter how skilled a blacksmith or genius alchemist might be, they cannot create magic swords or holy swords. That's why those who possess them attract attention just for that reason. Sometimes, I once handled a holy sword temporarily, but there was a distinct difference in the light emitted between those who could only handle it temporarily and those who were properly recognized as its master. Ah, that's it. I remember reading a report about Nils and Ammon wielding holy swords during the former pope's inauguration. Now that I think about it, they were cutting through mist at that time. Yes, the two of them, along with Lord Ito and Lord Rio, helped us. Rio is in a separate category, but those three have had exceptional talent for a long time. They quickly rose through the adventure ranks, and now they're officially inheriting that holy sword, right? Yes. It's been formally transferred under the name of the Western Church. A remarkable feat. Abel nodded slightly with satisfaction. He had known the three from the time they were F-rank in the city of Run. Those three were trying to join the ranks of top-notch adventurers. For Abel, who cares for his juniors, there is no greater joy. Abel looked at the remnants of the obliterated target and asked, "That was Marquis Shinka, who the church was pursuing, right?" "Yes, if he has been obliterated." "Does that mean the French fleet will return to the kingdom?" "Some follow-up work will be necessary, but we do intend to return in the end. However, we are currently in the central dark continent, atop a cliff that rises 4,000 meters. Unless we find a way down from here, we're stuck in the center." Abel nodded at Graham's response. They managed to subjugate the target, but in a completely unexpected location. Who would have thought they wouldn't find a way out from there? Meanwhile, the 3rd Defense Squad and Rio were having their own concerns. "Is everything okay over there?" Captain Mora's murmur was not directed at anyone in particular, but everyone heard it. That said, the other 4 members of the 3rd Defense Squad had no way to answer. Only one person could respond. "There are about 100 of them over there. Even if Abel makes a mistake, the elite knights led by Scotty and Graham's guard, who are inquisitors, won't let anything major happen." "Graham?" Mora tilted her head at the unfamiliar name in Rio's response. Indeed, normal people wouldn't know the real name of the Pope. "Ah, he's the Pope of the Western Church. Originally a vampire hunter, he has incredibly high individual combat abilities. I've heard that the current Pope was one of the clergy who subjugated the Demon King as part of the hero party." Yes, yes. That's the one, Rio affirmed Anjuri's words. However, he knew that the Demon King Nadia was still alive, and even that she had married the hero Roman and was in the Central Nations. There have been various issues. Rio understood that there were pieces of information that should not be leaked. At least, it was best not to mention that the Demon King was still alive. That hero party once came to the Natore Kingdom. Is that so? The other four listened intently to the conversation between Rio and Mora. There were various misunderstandings, and on the streets of the royal capital, Abel and hero Roman engaged in a life-and-death battle. Mora was speechless at Rio's sudden change of topic. The other four all stopped in their tracks and looked at Rio. They were ensnared in a scheme by some bad nobles. It was an incredibly intense sword fight. The battle of your majesty Abel and the hero. Sung by bards, how awe-inspiring. I kind of want to see it. Mora, Anjuri, and Amin shared the same feelings. Minnie and Palas were silent, but they nodded repeatedly. It seemed the five of the 3rd Defense Squad were eager to witness the fierce battle. Who ultimately won between those two? It was a draw. Oh, a crepe brought peace to the royal capital. Crepe, Rio said solemnly, but Mora tilted her head at the word crepe. Although crepe shops had shown an eerie spread in the Central Nations, it seemed their reach had not extended to the Dark Continent. That's what they thought, but isn't it that sweet thing with a thin dough filled with cream and fruits? How do you know that? Rio was genuinely surprised by Minnie's words. At the same time, his body trembled. It was not directed at Minnie, but at the fact that crepes had made their way to the Dark Continent. This has been a traditional snack in the southern part of this continent. I lived in the south when I was small due to my parents' work. Minnie mentioned that crepes are delicious, so they are a southern snack. Palas nodded at Minnie's words, and Amin gained new knowledge. However, there was one person who did not quite understand, and that was Rio. Crepes have been in the southern part of the Dark Continent since a long time ago? Yes. They are a type of upscale snack, so it's hard to eat them every day. In response to Rio's inquiry, Minnie answered, I need to confirm this when I go to the south. Rio noted it down on his mental checklist. Though Rio's checklist often ended up forgotten. Have you seen crepes in the western part of this continent, Minnie? No, I haven't. I've been to the northern coastal region, but I didn't see them there either. As I thought. Rather, I find it strange that Rio knows about them. Actually, in the kingdom, there are mysterious crepe shops flourishing. Rio explained about the various crepe shops he had seen in many places. Not just in the kingdom, but even in the Debuhi Empire, he had seen those crepe shops. Everywhere they had the perfect combination of bananas and cream. Anyway, they were very delicious. Crepes make those who eat them happy. Right, Rio and Minnie found common ground in the taste and impact of crepes. The other four, not having tasted them, could only watch the two. The crepe shop I encountered filled theirs with cream and bananas. Banana, yes, that combination exists too, it's delicious. The crepes you know, Minnie, have other combinations too? Yes, cream was always included, but besides bananas, there were also rindo and momo, and then chocolate. Rio was left speechless by the last word. Chocolate meaning chocolate. Chocolate is dark and sweet. Yes, the combination of cream, banana, and chocolate was the most popular. Chocolate banana cream? It seemed that a classic combination had been recreated without Rio knowing. He knew that chocolate existed in Phi as well. He had eaten it on a cake covered in chocolate in the lounge of Doge Pietro, an inn in the Mafalda Republic. He certainly didn't remember seeing it in the Central Nations. But since it was present in the Western nations, it wouldn't be surprising if it was found on the Dark Continent. That was how he felt. Someday I will eat that classic dish. Rio secretly made a resolution. The group continued walking and finally reached an area where they could clearly see the pointed mountain. They were currently in a forest. There are many charred remains. It doesn't look like the fire started naturally. Captain Mora and Vice Captain Anjuri exchanged opinions as they observed the charred trees. It looks like the flames passed in a straight line. Was it an attack magic of the fire attribute? There might be mages present. Minnie, Palas, and healer Amin pointed out the possibilities. Up until now, we have only encountered monsters here. There might be people or highly intelligent beings around. Mora and Anjuri's words elicited nods from the other three. Rio silently gazed at the charred trees. No, in some areas it would be more appropriate to say they looked melted rather than charred. An extremely hot fire, the moment he murmured that. Ice wall layer 10, bang, 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 bang. 4 fireballs collided with the ice wall Rio had instantaneously erected, and then the ice wall vanished. Impossible, Rio exclaimed in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. Ice wall layer 10. First, let's get out of the forest, he suggested, protecting everyone. The fire was spreading, igniting dry branches and such. Staying in the forest would yield nothing good. To the left. The forest is thinning out. Rio-san, let's run. Don't worry, I'll cover everyone. Anjari confirmed. Mora spoke and Rio responded. The six of them ran at nearly full speed out of the forest. Ice wall layer 10, Rio erected another ice wall. Something is moving inside the forest. It's coming this way. Mora and Anjari spoke in tense voices. Rio was astonished. It had only taken 4 strikes to break through the ice wall layer 10. Normal monsters, let alone human mages, wouldn't have that level of attack power. No, even fire magic from a vampire wouldn't have such destructive force. In other words, it was casting spells even more powerful than that. A massive figure emerged from the forest. A bear, red, a bear, unusual. Did that thing unleash flames? I've never seen anything like it. Mora, Anjari, Minnie, Palas, and Amin. All 5 had never seen such a thing before, except for Rio, who recognized it. Today, March 19, 2025, is the release date for Water Attribute Mage, Volume 1 of Part 3. Have you all managed to get your hands on it already? The wonderful cover by Mr. Amano, filled with exotic charm. Isn't it great? It's mentioned toward the back of the book that the next volume, Volume 2 of Part 3, will be released in the summer of 2025. Please look forward to it. The red bear, the last time I saw it was during the papal inauguration. Rio remembers. Among the monsters falling from the sky, there was also a red bear. It was likely forcibly brought here from the Demon King's mountains, descending from the sky. Its body length is about 3.5 meters. When he first encountered it, it moved on all 4s, but now it approaches on 2 legs. What catches the eye is its body color. Indeed, it is bright red. So red that it could be mistaken for a cardinal or a chili pepper. However, its eyes are golden. Graya! The red bear lets out a mighty roar. It is not just any roar. All 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad kneel. A roar imbued with magical power, one that breaks the spirit of those who hear it. That hasn't changed since that time, has it? Rio comments coolly. Back when he first met the red bear in the Demon King's mountains, it also roared, causing Harold and Gowan to kneel. It feels like it's bigger than it was then, and the power behind this roar seems stronger too. I can't remember the color of its eyes, but it definitely feels like it's gotten stronger. Rio crosses his arms in contemplation. The red bear glares intensely at Rio. Rio reaches a conclusion. If you are the same red bear as before, could it be that you evolved? Yes, Rio's conclusion, evolution. I know how the assassin hawk evolved. It also grew larger and seemed more imposing. I think its body turned a bit black too, but you remain red. What does evolution mean for monsters? Lord Ruin said evolved assassin hawk, so its evolution is certain. Ah, but he said it had been hundreds of years since then in the forest of Rondo, so evolution is indeed a rare occurrence. Rio's words are muttered to himself. Of course, the 5 kneeling behind him can hear him, but they can hardly understand. Rio-san, everyone please wait here. I'm concerned about that red bear's gaze. Could it be remembering the fight we had before? Back then, Nils and the others were with me, so I shouldn't have stood out. Having said that, Rio steps forward. He approaches the red bear. In silence, 4 chunks of fire are launched from the red bear. Icicle Lance 4, he intercepts them individually with ice spears. He can see the red bear's gaze sharpen even more. You just showed that a moment ago, it won't work twice. Rio responds. It goes without saying, but it is unclear if the red bear understands what Rio is saying. It's uncertain, but the silence suggests something. Once again, in silence, dozens of fire chunks rain down from the sky. However, they all freeze before reaching Rio. I can also cast magic silently. What I just used is called Dynamic Steam Mine. Rio smiles, slowly walking forward. For the red bear, this would be a nightmare. All magic is ineffective, and Rio is now getting closer. But even he notices that the atmosphere has suddenly changed. At the same time, he feels a sense of discomfort. Ah, a nostalgic discomfort. It's magic nullification. Rio's words reach the ears of the 5 kneeling behind him. Compared to when they heard the roar, they have significantly recovered mentally. Magic nullification? Heal. I can't use magic. Mora grimaces, and healer Amin realizes the situation where magic cannot be used. Does evolving allow monsters to gain the ability for magic nullification? I would love to ask Lord Ruin about this someday. Since I've encountered 2, including you, he might actually tell me. Rio smiles again. It happened in an instant. The red bear lunges forward with incredible speed. Its right arm, with claws that could tear through anything, attacks Rio. Clang! Rio deflects the claws with Murakumo, which he had somehow drawn. With a counterattack, he sweeps, but by then the red bear had already jumped back. Such physical ability! Rio nods repeatedly. Evolution right arrow magic nullification right arrow close combat. That flow was as expected, and the red bear's main attack method being its claws was also anticipated. The power infused in it was also expected, but the jump backward was beyond his calculations. When we met in the Demon King's mountains, I realized I couldn't win and withdrew. What will you do today? Rio wasn't trying to provoke the bear. He didn't think they were communicating precisely. But somehow it seemed the meaning got through. The red bear looked down at Rio with arrogance. It seems to say that humans are not a threat at all. Standing on its hind legs, the 3.5-meter-long red bear appears larger than a 3-meter combat golem. From that height, it's only natural that it looks down on Rio. If I nullify magic, we have no choice but to engage in close combat, so you must think there's no way you can lose, right? But let me show you that size isn't everything. Rio holds Murakumo in a proper stance. Understanding that the human before it was approaching, the red bear seems to feel anger. Once again, it lunges with incredible speed. Its right arm swings down with its full momentum. Slash, Rio deflects it with Murakumo. Of course, he doesn't take it head-on. Close combat is physics. Those who control the direction of force dominate the battle. Yet if he fails to control it even once, he could be deflected by the sword. In some cases, he could be thrown back. No, even before that, his body could be slashed by its claws. If this were a regular sword, it would be shredded by the claw attacks, but thanks to Murakumo, I manage. Indeed, the red bear's claws are sharp. Even though the attacks haven't landed, he can tell how sharp they are. I take it back. Size is not everything, but having a larger size often provides an advantage. The moment Rio says that, it appears that the red bear smirks. That doesn't mean I will admit defeat, Rio defiantly retorts. He doesn't believe they are communicating, but he feels that he's been mocked. I'll turn you into a bear hot pot once I take you down. With that red hue, the broth might turn bright red too. Gra. In response to Rio's provocation, the red bear shows its anger and retaliates. He doesn't think the words are understood, but perhaps it understood through Rio's expression and attitude that it was being provoked. Communication between humans and non-humans. Garwin and the members of the 3rd Defense Squad have much slower consecutive striking speeds. While dodging the red bear's successive punches, Rio mutters. The bear has sloping shoulders. Its shoulder width is definitely not broad. When it stands, this becomes particularly clear. In other words, even when standing tall, its arms extend close to the ground. Slash, slash, slash. Rio deftly dodges the red bear's punches. He flows with his sword, evading with body movements. And yet, slash, a cut runs across Rio's right arm. His robe quickly auto-repairs itself. However, the arm underneath doesn't have the same luxury. Due to the magic nullification space, he can't use an ice membrane to close the wound. I thought I dodged that, Rio mutters without changing his expression. He knows the red bear is reading his expression. Intelligent creatures can infer damage from the expression of their opponent. This is a time to endure, even if it hurts. In reality, it isn't such a deep wound, and the bleeding isn't severe. Thanks to the robe's automatic repair, it might make the red bear think it didn't inflict much damage. Perhaps. Could it have unleashed an invisible magic like air slash? No, this red bear has a fire attribute. I can't deny the possibility that it evolved to gain wind attributes as well. While almost instinctively dodging, Rio ponders. Could it be that it's extending its claws just at the moment of impact? I don't know if that's possible, but it seems more realistic than just manipulating wind attributes. No one answered him. He must verify whether his hypothesis is correct while risking his life. Not every time. That's why it's hard to notice, adding hypotheses upon hypotheses. In the real world, this isn't a highly praised method, but it's often done in a world without data. From there, new ideas can emerge. The red bear swings its arm down, and suddenly, flames erupt from that very spot, attacking Rio. However, he calmly slashes it with Murakumo. I figured if it can extend its claws, it could also release flames. A victory of new ideas. Rio smirks. Seeing that, the red bear's anger clearly intensifies. Since the red bear's attacks are without weapons but through punches and claws, it's a distance closer than close combat. Hyper-close combat. Even at that distance, magic can be unleashed. Monster's magic is troublesome, isn't it? Rio had just shown he could slice the flames, but it was by no means easy. However, it's important to project that he can handle it with ease. That way, it limits the opponent's options. Fighting is a matter of deception. That aspect is indeed a fact. There are swordsmen like Abel who are always deceiving their opponents. I think I don't need to go that far. The first Duke spreads the defamation against the king. Of course, Rio's words can't be heard by anyone. They can be heard by the red bear, but since the meaning likely isn't understood, one could say it's not heard by anyone. Abel usually has a simple expression that suggests he's incapable of intrigue and stratagem. The reputation from neighboring countries is that he's straightforward and valiant. Yes, well, he is valiant, and I believe his temperament is also straightforward, generally speaking. Rio's words are puzzling, not clear who he is speaking to. However, when it comes to the cake privileges owed to me, Abel's talents as a scheming king shine. How terrifying! With a face that could kill no bug, he devises stratagems that would put Machiavelli to shame. Rio's grumbling about Abel flows effortlessly. I'm sure Abel is unknowingly deceiving many people. Because he is unaware, he may not be legally culpable. Whether a suspect in a murder case had intent is of utmost importance, after all. Unwitting individuals like Abel are the strongest. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, Red Bear? Rio asks, but it seems the Red Bear does not understand. This is why beasts are bothersome. No matter how superior their strength, all they become is ingredients for bear hot pots. Gra. For some reason, the Red Bear reacted to Rio's taunting. Perhaps it understands the meaning of the words bear hot pot. The Red Bear, now angrier than before, swings its arms at even greater speed. Its claws are now extended. The reason Rio provoked the Red Bear, it was the usual. Depriving the opponent of their composure is the most basic principle in human combat. It seems it can work even against a Red Bear. The claws were troublesome because they would extend and retract. If they remain extended, they are just like swords. He synchronizes with one of its continuous punches. Counterattack, clang, Murakumo was deflected. Rio is shocked. He aligned his counter with one of the bear's punches and sliced straight through its chest, but was deflected. He feels at least a little shock. However, upon seeing the Red Bear, he scowls. What's with that victorious expression? Indeed, the Red Bear had a face that clearly showed it was proud of its victory. It's a bear. It seems to want to say that a human sword is nothing to fear. In reality, Rio's sword did not land. It's understandable that it would feel victorious, but it's not Murakumo's fault. The one who wielded the sword was my own inexperience. I was mistaken in what I sought from the sword. No, what I sought from the takai. Rio mutters and exhales deeply. By completely exhaling, he empties his lungs. Thus, without conscious effort, he takes a deep breath. A forced deep breath is formed. With just one breath, Rio completely calms down. The Kashima Shin Toryu's one strike and the Satsuma Shijinryu's no second strike all embody the essence of the sword. Their roots are the same, one strike, betting everything on a single swing. He is advised not to think about the second or third moves while swinging his sword. Come to think of it, Marie showed me that too. Her sword-drawing technique is precisely that, betting everything on one strike. If you miss, it's over. No, an absolute strike does not miss. If the possibility of missing crosses your mind, then you should not release that strike. You should not fight. He slowly raises Murakumo in an upper stance. This is rare for Rio, a high guard. While Marie would use a drawing technique from a sheathed sword, I'm still not confident enough to unleash such a technique. I could do it if my arms were made of ice, but relying on that alone isn't good either. Rio is speaking, but the Red Bear does not respond. It cannot move. Finally, Rio stops speaking. Half-open eyes, breath so subtle that the opponent can't detect it, a world where everything is still. Without any context, Rio advances and swings his sword down. The Red Bear's right arm is severed from the shoulder. Gra! The Red Bear screams. It's not from magical power, nor from alchemy. He simply moved forward and swung his sword down. That was all Rio did. To the 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad, who were kneeling and watching, it appeared that Rio simply walked forward and swung down his sword. Indeed, it was not at an imperceptible speed to anyone's eyes. Rather, compared to the battle speed of the two until then, it could be called slow. As if the world had entered an air pocket, that was the world in which the strike was unleashed. It was not a strike that perfected speed, nor was it a strike that unleashed strength. It was a strike that transcended technique, a strike in the realm of breathing. Now, Red Bear, what will you do? With half-open eyes, Rio speaks once more in a calm voice. It is a voice of light blue, transparent, calm, and unshaken, a voice that can handle anything that happens. The Red Bear glares at Rio once before running to the right. It picks up its severed right arm from the ground and reattaches it. No way, after evolving, can it even do that? Rio is left dumbfounded. The Red Bear does not stop, fleeing eastward. Being able to reattach a severed arm. That's a power I want too. With that, Rio murmurs and sheathes Murakumo. The assassin hawk still had its right eye crushed. That was likely a wound sustained before it evolved. Monster evolution seems quite complicated. I wonder if I can ask Abel to investigate this with the kingdom's research capabilities. It's an opportunity I shouldn't miss. The first Duke is considering using the king. Looking at just that phrase, it could be seen as the embodiment of a wicked Duke. Information is power. Someday, the information gathered this way may be of use to the kingdom. He nods repeatedly, as if to convince himself. The 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad remained on their knees, but they were not injured. Their hearts, which had been crushed by the roar, were now recovering. Let's take a break. Here, have some water, Rio said, filling ice glasses with water and serving the 5. After that, he poured himself a cup as well. Ah, it's delicious. Even though he created it himself, he was confident that this drink right after battle was more wonderful than anything else. Ryo-san, I'm really sorry. After finishing her water and taking a breath, Captain Mora deeply bowed her head in front of Ryo. Behind her, the other four also lowered their heads. Hey, why are you apologizing? Ryo was confused because he didn't understand the meaning. Because we, who were supposed to protect, were so incompetent that we put you in danger. No, that's not true. I fought of my own will, Ryo replied with a smile to Mora's explanation. In that situation, it was most appropriate for me to fight. I had fought that red bear before when we were in the Western nations. It seemed to hold a grudge since we had chased it away at that time. It was most rational for me, who had fought it before, to deal with it. Of course, he understood that the five were crushed in spirit by the red bear's roar. He also realized they wouldn't be able to fight adequately in that state. Still, Ryo thought there was a way to express this. He felt there was no need to push further those who were already shocked and feeling incompetent. That bear. Was it in the Western nations? Healer Amin asked. This was a chance for Ryo. He needed to change the subject. Yes, there is a tremendously steep mountain range called the Demon King's Mountains to the north of the Western nations, and it was there. Moreover, later it was transferred or something during the papal inauguration and was rampaging in the holy capital. So now it's in the Dark Continent? Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Did it board a ship from the Western nations? A red bear stowaway? That sounds like an episode that could be used in Hungry Swordsman. Ryo's last murmuring did not reach the ears of the five. After that, the six of them took a break while engaging in trivial conversations. Then something approached from the south. It seems like they finally made their appearance. The appearance? Yes, they are here to pick us up. What appeared was, "Are you all right, Ryo?" It was the Knight Order of Natore Kingdom led by King Abel, accompanied by the Inquisitors of the Fundibi Kingdom led by Pope Graham. "Abel, you're late. Were you okay?" "It was a struggle being attacked by the Red Bear," Ryo expressed his dissatisfaction. "Your Majesty Abel," the five members of the 3rd Defense Squad saluted deeply in front of Abel. "Captain Mora, Vice Captain Anjuri, Lord Minnie, Lord Palas, Lord Amin, I thank you for guarding and protecting Duke Rondo of my kingdom. Your achievements will never be forgotten. Thank you for your kind words. I am deeply honored." Abel expressed his gratitude, and Mora responded, but her words trailed off at the end. She seemed to have noticed something. "Duke Rondo," Anjuri murmured. The other three also froze. "Ryo, did you not introduce yourself?" Didn't I introduce myself?" Ryo tilted his head at Abel's inquiry. It seemed he genuinely didn't remember. Could it be the Song of Duke Rondo? Looks like that's also spreading even in the Dark Continent. It's great that you became famous, Ryo. You were embarrassed that your own story was spreading. "You're so mean, Abel," Amin muttered, and Abel nodded while Ryo frowned. Both Ryo and Abel were shy. The five members of the 3rd Defense Squad regained their composure. This time they directed a deep salute towards Ryo. "I am truly sorry for the rudeness while not knowing." "Oh, no, please don't worry about that. Before I'm Duke Rondo, I'm the adventurer Ryo. See, it turned into a situation because Abel said something strange." "Is it my fault?" "It's because Ryo didn't clearly communicate it." "That's because all five of you said you would protect me and let me join Abel's group without telling you I was Duke Rondo. That feeling and action. I believe that's what should be respected." Ryo faced the five directly. "Thank you so much for allowing me to join you." He bowed deeply. That was Ryo's honest sentiment, regardless of social status. While the five were frozen, Ryo walked over to another authority. "Pope Graham, I apologize for the trouble my Abel has caused." He said this as he bowed. "No, Ryo-san, it was thanks to your Majesty Abel that we received help. As for Marquis Shinka, he was defeated by your Majesty Abel." "Oh, that's good to hear. I'll praise Abel later." "Yeah, just so you know, that conversation is being overheard by him, okay?" Graham reported. Ryo made a silly remark, and Abel interjected. Thus, Ryo and the 3rd Defense Squad successfully rejoined. "Ryo, did you mention something about the Red Bear earlier?" "Yes, I did. I said it was a struggle being attacked by the Red Bear." "Previously. You were attacked by that bear with Nils, weren't you?" "That's it. It's probably the same individual. Moreover, this time it has evolved." Evolved?" Ryo reported, and Abel tilted his head. "Previously. You mentioned something about the assassin hawk evolving, didn't you? You remember that well." "Yes, I fought one that evolved in the forest of Rondo. That one had something to do with magic nullification, didn't it?" "That's right. And this time the Red Bear also possessed magic nullification." "Do monsters gain magic nullification when they evolve?" Abel frowned. This was a question that even Abel, who had been educated as a prince and became a rank adventurer, couldn't answer. In fact, he had hardly heard of monsters evolving at all. He had only heard stories about a demon prince evolving into a demon king. Therefore, he had no information on what happens when a monster evolves. When we return to the kingdom, shouldn't we gather information on that? Yeah, I suppose we should consult Count Heinlein and Viscount Rashard Devo. Viscount Rashard Devo was a legacy officer at the Central Sanctuary. Indeed, if there was any information regarding monster evolution, confirming it with Rasharda would be the best approach. Please invite me when you ask Rasharda. I'm interested. Right. I think Devo would also want to hear about Rio's stories. Information gains even more power when shared. We still don't have an answer to why that red bear was here. I wonder if it was also transferred like us? No, that's a preliminary stage. The last time I saw that bear was during the papal inauguration. Monsters descended from the sky, and it was among them. Ah, how did the bear get from the Western nations to this dark continent? It can't be. Swimming, can it? I've heard of a bear that swam about 20 kilometers across the strait, but the distance between the Western nations and this dark continent is much greater, right? Yeah. I don't know the exact distance, but it seems a small boat wouldn't make it across. It must be several hundred kilometers. Abel shrugged in response. Of course, this was not based on any concrete numbers. The sea can also be rough and there can be storms. It's impossible to think it swam by itself. In that case, it must be a ship, right? Stowaway. A bear stowaway. There's no way the crew wouldn't notice halfway through. Maybe they didn't resist out of fear or just ignored it. That doesn't seem likely. Abel shook his head, denying Rio's casual speculation. In the end, they couldn't come up with a good answer on how the red bear arrived in the dark continent. Moreover, there was an even more troublesome issue they needed to consider. In the end, we still don't know why we were transferred. We don't know the method, nor the reason for us. Yeah, that's the biggest issue for us, and not just us, but the vampires led by Marquis Shinkao were also transferred. That guy. The vampires were hiding in the southern part of the continent, right? According to the reports Graham received, that seems to be the case. So, there must be a system or method for transferring from various parts of the continent to this central area. Both Abel and Rio frowned deeply. After all, the concept of transfer was not ordinary. That it can happen in various places, or that it can be initiated in various places, it was an abnormal situation that anyone could see. Among humans, the only one who can use transfer magic is Baron Harg, right? Ah, Baron Hagen Benda. He can use both infinite storage and transfer magic. The known facility is the West Dungeon, which is located to the west of the Holy Capital in the Western nations. It's a dungeon managed by Demon Marlin, but the levels themselves are transferred, and there are traps that forcibly transfer as well. Is this one more like a dungeon? I have a feeling that's the case. Having said that, Rio remembered another instance. There was one more. That was the one with the Dragon King. Right, yes, that was clearly a magic circle that resembled a transfer. I should have studied that more thoroughly. But when we were transferred, there was no magic circle, right? Right, I didn't notice it. But it's not impossible that it was drawn in the air or underground. That's true, that possibility exists. Abel nodded in agreement with Rio's observation. However, we can't reach a conclusion. We lack information. Both of them understood, even though they understood. It was important to put it into words. By verbalizing it, the information could be organized, and it could also become fixed in memory. It's like reading aloud to memorize foreign words or sentences. However, it's not always enough just to verbalize. Somehow, I feel we will return to this central area again. Abel, what are you saying? That's a flag. A flag. A flag, or it could also be a katadama. Words, the moment they are spoken and turned into sound, begin to affect this world. Like magic incantations? Ah, yes, it might be a concept close to that. Rio nodded several times at Abel's words. Previously, when he first came to this world, he recalled understanding magic incantations as a form of katadama. Now he had a deeper understanding and recognized the differences, yet he thought they might still be the same at a deeper level. The moment they are spoken, they have an effect, katadama. The moment confirmation is made, it becomes definite equals until that point. It is not definite. The uncertainty principle, both are intriguing. When viewed from the three-dimensional perspective, we recognize this world seems to be constantly changing, exploring the truth of the world. Whether through magic alchemy, or even theoretical physics, it's understandable why people become engrossed in it. Yeah, I don't understand, Abel was honest. Eventually, I plan for Abel to learn superstring theory, so we can discover a new Chinese letter chi of the world together. That sounds difficult, I'll pass. Why can't you say, let's explore together, there? Well, I just said it sounds difficult. Exactly because it's a difficult problem, isn't it fun to solve it? Rio shook his head slightly. You must have learned to enjoy being a king. If that happens, the citizens of the kingdom will become unhappy. When politicians and bureaucrats at the center of national affairs learn to enjoy themselves, the nation will tilt. Why does that last part lead to such a sensible conclusion? Rio is truly mysterious. That's not a compliment. It's not a compliment. That's harsh. It seems that immersing oneself in exploring the world was not an easy task. The pointed mountain they were aiming for as a meeting point was to the south. Were you all aiming for that pointed mountain too? Yeah, we headed north with that in mind. Did you go to the foot of that mountain? No, I saw it from a distance, but the foot was surrounded by a deep forest. There must be something there that holds the key to this transfer mystery, Rio said dramatically, crossing his arms. What, do you want to go see what's there all by yourself? No, that's not it. Wait, why am I the only one? What, didn't you just say you wanted to explore together, that it would be fun to solve difficult problems? I said that, but this is a different matter. Plus, you still haven't answered why it's just me, Rio sharply pointed it out. It's because we and Graham all agreed that we didn't want to get close to the foot. However, if Rio insists, then I can't stop you. Not only Abel, but Graham and the others also don't want to get close. Why is that? It seems that when they investigated with some magic called Evil Search, it turned out to be quite dangerous. Only if you really want to go, but in our current state of being transferred and unprepared, we'd prefer not to get close. Evil Search. Ah, Nils and the others had encountered that before. It was because they met that demon Jean-Jacques, and there was some kind of stain, Rio recalled and nodded. I don't know the details, but that's how we reached the conclusion to avoid it. If that's the case, I'll comply and won't get close. Rio raised his right hand in compliance. First, we headed north to reunite with Rio and the others, and now we have successfully rejoined. What's next? We'll head west, ultimately exiting this central area. We will exit, but there's no concrete method to do so, Abel frowned. He had discussed with Graham, but they couldn't think of a safe way to descend the sheer cliffs that were about 4,000 meters high. For now, their makeshift solution was to find a gentler place to descend. If the movement speed doesn't need to be fast, there are countless methods with water attribute magic, you know? There are over 100 of us. Can all of them move? Abel can use his flying ring to move, though. The magical power consumption is extraordinary. It would be bad if my magical power ran out while flying. If you fall, Ria will be mad at you. It can't be helped. Abel, let's go home together as well. Go home? In the Natore kingdom, it seemed the king was not given special treatment. The group arrived at the edge of the cliff in the central western area 4 days after their reunion. This is unexpected. Even Graham was surprised, and Stefania was completely speechless. Experiencing looking down from a height of 4,000 meters is not something one normally does. Abel, you really shouldn't jump off if you feel like it. I'm not going to. What do you mean I feel like jumping off? To be honest, whenever I look down from a high place, I feel like I want to jump. Hey, Abel instinctively looked at Rio's face after his words. But you said you wanted to fly, didn't you? I did, but that doesn't mean I want to fall. Don't worry, up until the moment you hit the ground, you'll definitely be flying. That's not reassuring at all. I would die if I hit the ground. Well, that's true, knowing that I won't actually jump even if I feel like it. Yeah, that's not something to boast about. Rio puffed out his chest with a proud expression, and Abel looked at him in disbelief. Lord Rio, it's not that I doubt you, but can we really make it down safely from this height? Yes, Graham, it'll be fine. Rio nodded confidently. Then he moved to a slightly wider area and began to chant. Ice create. Flat-bottomed boat. A boat reminiscent of those once used on Japanese rivers was created with a flat bottom. However, it was large. With no roof, it had a good view. Inside, there were no chairs, but there were poles to support the body. That's huge. Looks like everyone can fit on it. Abel and Graham nodded in agreement. However, there was still a problem. So we're going to go down in this, but how do we do it? Are we going to float it like the podium I was on? I thought about that, but there are over 100 people, right? If those on board move, it could shift the center of gravity, and even I think it would be difficult to adjust. So this time I decided to go down a slope. A slope? Downhill. We're aiming for the fastest descent? Okay, but that sounds a bit ominous, so take it slow. Abel gently restrained Rio's declaration. Risk management, as expected of a king. If we have a 10% slope, we would land 40 kilometers away, so we need to create an ice slope of about 4,200 meters. That's long. Can you do it? Impossible. Hey, Rio completely denied it, and Abel couldn't help but retort. Even I can't generate an ice road longer than 40 kilometers, but if I create it bit by bit, it should be fine. Bit by bit. If we generate the area we're in and a little ahead of us. As Rio thought, he began generating the ice slope they would descend on with the flat boat. We'll descend on an ice slope like this. Hey, doesn't this boat, or Rio's ice slope, look strange? What do you mean? Isn't it floating in the air? From a distance, it would indeed look as if it was suspended in midair. Wonderful, Abel, you're absolutely right. How is that possible? Because it's magic. Huh, Abel tilted his head in confusion. That's something I've long found mysterious. For example, my icicle lance flies through the air. That's true. Things created by magic sometimes behave as if they ignore gravity. Yet at other times, an icicle lance floating in the air gets pulled down by gravity, or an ice wall floating in the air falls. Oh, I've seen that before. Abel recalled the scene of an ice wall generated high in the air crashing down and crushing a wild golem. The relationship between things created by magic and gravity is intriguing. If I consciously generate something while aware of gravity, it will fall to the ground. If I want it to not fall, it won't. Huh! Gravity is a force that acts on everything with mass. It's very strange. I'm sorry, I don't quite get it. Abel couldn't keep up with Rio's spontaneous musings. Well, anyway, we don't need to generate everything from the start. We can generate as we go down. I see. Since going all the way to 40 kilometers would be a bit much, let's do it in 99 switchbacks. Tsuzura, a series of hairpin turns. Okay, I don't understand. You'll get it once we try it out. With that, Rio opened the side of the flat boat like a door. All right, everyone, please board the boat as we're about to descend. Upon hearing Rio's words, everyone exchanged glances in surprise. However, since the leaders of their respective organizations, King Abel and Pope Graham, took the lead and boarded, the Royal Knight Order, the Inquisitors, and the 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad followed suit. Of course, Rio stood at the bow. Now we set off Ice Path Waterjet Thruster. An ice floor was laid down and the flat boat slowly began to move. When they reached the edge of the cliff, Ice Path, a 10% slope was generated, creating an ice road at a fairly decent angle, and they began to descend slowly. After traveling about a kilometer along the cliff, they made a 180-degree turn and proceeded down the slope they had just come from. They repeated this in 99 switchbacks. Whoa, what an amazing view! I can see the ocean over there. Seeing the guests on the boat delighted, Rio felt like a captain of a sightseeing ship. After a while, the captain pondered. At this speed of about 20 kilometers per hour, it will take 2 hours. If we claim the fastest descent, we should aim for around 120 kilometers per hour. Rio, just the way we are now is perfect. Abel stopped the captain. Rio, I want the guests to enjoy themselves. Yeah, everyone is enjoying it right now. If we go faster, maybe they'll enjoy it even more. That would only scare them. Is that so? Then shall we go at this speed? Thanks to Abel's persuasion, the current speed was maintained. As expected, after 2 hours, the flat boat landed on solid ground. Thanks to Rio's adjustments, they were now in front of the town of Augé. Naturally, since the boat's descent was visible from the town, many people had gathered to witness it. Among them was Governor Maine. Lord Graham, King Abel, you are safe. Maine, no problem here. Governor, sorry for the worry. Governor Maine cheerfully raised his voice, and Graham and Abel nodded. The two seemed to be explaining the circumstances of their forced transfer briefly. In the meantime, 5 women lined up in front of Rio. Lord Rio, no, Your Grace Duke Rondo, thank you very much for your help. No, I was the one who was helped. Thank you all for your protection. The 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad bowed deeply, and Rio expressed his gratitude once more. After that, Governor Maine approached the 6 after hearing the explanation from Abel and Graham. Your Grace Duke Rondo, I'm glad to see you're safe. Maine, thanks to these ladies of the 3rd Defense Squad, I was able to rejoin the main force. They are an outstanding defense squad, Rio clearly stated. Especially Captain Mora had to achieve results to inherit her family. If praising her could bring her closer to that, then he would do so as much as possible. At that moment, Rio stepped forward with a cart that had been following him. Inside was a huge yellow magic stone harvested from a wild golem. I've never seen such a gigantic earth magic stone. I collected it from a wild golem during my protection journey. Golem? Governor Maine was astonished. There are 18 of them. I'll provide 15 to the town. I'll keep 3 for myself. Yes. Is there a problem? No, not at all. Are you really providing 15 to the town? Governor Maine seemed surprised by Rio's generosity. With such a magic stone, even one could build a fortune. However, watching the exchange between the two, Abel tilted his head in thought. He had rarely seen Rio assert ownership in this manner when it came to such matters. He had done it to Abel, but those were more like jokes or teasing, but the reason soon became clear. Well then, these 3 are mine. Rio took 3 magic stones from the cart and looked at Governor Maine. Maine nodded in agreement. Though I may look like this, I hold the position of the first Duke of the Natore Kingdom. Noblesse oblige. The duty of the noble, I have an obligation to express my gratitude to those who protected me and to show it through my actions. With that, Rio handed the 3 magic stones he held to Captain Mora. So I present these 3 earth magic stones, which I own, to the 5 members of the 3rd Defense Squad. Please cash them in and divide them equally among yourselves, Rio said with a smile. Abel nodded inwardly, thinking it was very much like Rio. You may need money when you inherit the family. Don't let other relatives or surrounding nobles look down on you. Show them what a new head of the family looks like, Rio said to Mora in a slightly smaller voice. Of course, the other four and Governor Main could hear him. Yes, thank you very much. Mara and the others bowed deeply, and their short journey to the central area came to an end. Rio and Abel, along with the party from the Natore kingdom, boarded the Skizblaznil vessel, heading away from the Dark Continent towards the Western nations, accompanied by the Fundebi kingdom's army led by Pope Graham. Originally, the party from the kingdom was also en route to the Western nations. However, they encountered a storm that caused their ship to drift, eventually arriving at the Dark Continent. From there, they transitioned haphazardly, moving from the east to the west of the Dark Continent and further from the north to the south. It will take nearly 20 days, right? Yes. It seems that given the wind and current, that's about how long it will take. Abel nodded in response to Rio's confirmation. Abel had been gazing towards the Dark Continent from the deck for well over enough time. And then he murmured with conviction, "Eventually, we will have to return to the Dark Continent. Is that so? There will be a need to visit the eastern provinces along the northern coast and the Western Nations Federation, right? Acquiring Matriro ore can wait until then." "Certainly, so we will embark on another expedition to the central Dark Continent at that time." "Huh. The Natore kingdom will occupy it and declare it as territory. That will be the first step towards world domination for King Abel. How terrifying." "Of course not." The image of a close aide enticing the king was clear. To save the people suffering under tyranny in neighboring countries, a wise king of a neighboring nation will defeat the tyrant. Isn't that a common story? That sort of thing is just a story. It's from a book. If it were to happen in reality, it would be a big deal. After conquering the entire world, Abel would whisper while crying, saying it was necessary to bring peace to the people. "Huh, don't worry, no matter what happens, I'm on Abel's side. ... It's for the cake privileges, isn't it?" "Naturally. Sweets are justice, cake increases allies." For some reason, Rio nodded gravely. What he was saying was sweet and light-hearted, though. "But I think, yeah, what is the mission that Abel was given from the heavens?" Today marked yet another instance of Among them, this was the highest tier of Someone like Abel is surely given a mission from the heavens. Is that so? Of course. It goes without saying, but excluding the part about giving me cake, that's one part of the mission that's clearly defined. First off, I think that part isn't clearly defined. Abel shook his head slightly. Ignoring Abel's claim, Rio continued speaking. "The most likely mission given to Abel is to conquer the world and become a conqueror." "Yeah, I want to hear Rio's reasoning for most likely." Abel shook his head slightly. "Just like with Matriro ore, we have several unresolved issues." Unresolved issues. The acquisition of Matriro ore, the eerie pointed mountain, the vampire duke, the being that called out to only me and Abel in a voice we could hear, and the confirmation of crepes in the southern region. That's quite a few. But what's the last one? Crepes. According to Minnie from the 3rd Defense Squad who protected me, there have been crepes as sweets in the southern Dark Continent since long ago. Crepes like those sold sometimes in Run or the royal capital, wrapped with cream and banana in a thin batter. That's it. Rio pointed sharply at Abel's answer. Those are indeed delicious. Right. Furthermore, the ones in the south are said to have chocolate, a chocolate-banana cream, which is a classic combination. Chocolate? Yes, for some reason they don't exist in the central nations. Yet for some reason they have the name Chocolat. Chocolat? There are places like Café de Chocolat, right? Is that Chocolat a food name? That's correct. Rather, I want to ask Abel. What did you think that word chocolat meant? No matter how you put it, I thought it was some kind of color like a black hue. Ah, I see. Rio nodded several times. There is indeed a description of chocolate color, so it's not incomprehensible. Coffee is certainly black. Well, because of such things, we absolutely must return to the Dark Continent again. Does that mean we will be going all the way to the south then? We have to prepare properly. Abel seemed to be on board with that. Rio knew. Abel had an insatiable appetite for delicious food. I'm not a hungry swordsman. Why do you know what I'm thinking? Rio was flustered by the unexpected remark. I can generally guess what Rio is thinking. The sixth sense of Abel is terrifying. As their companionship lengthened, such things started to become more frequent. Then, can you guess what I want right now? What's wrong, Abel? Can't you figure it out? Hey, I don't want to answer, Abel murmured quietly. What he wanted was quite obvious, because in front of Abel a large chunk of ice was being generated and disappearing, then generating and disappearing again. That was clearly, I don't know anything about cake. You know it very well. Of course, if you appealed to me with ice generation, I would understand. As their relationship deepened, it seemed various difficulties arose. As I noted in the recent activity report, the water attribute mage has finally reached 300 million PV. Thanks to all the readers who have been reading, the numbers have stacked up. Thank you so much. I will continue to update, so I hope you enjoy reading it. Days after the group departed from the Dark Continent, the day before their arrival in Port Town Japore of the Fundebi Kingdom. I have something to tell Rio, Abel said, cutting straight to the point. However, his gaze was directed elsewhere, indicating he was avoiding eye contact. In such cases, it usually meant he was about to say something inconvenient for Rio. I'm a bit busy, Rio tried to escape, but Abel grabbed the collar of his shirt firmly. Don't run away. I don't understand what you mean by running away. Right now I'm about to provide showers for the crew. As Rio said this, he tried to step away from Abel, but Abel held onto his collar and wouldn't let go, so he gave up. Seeing this, Abel began to explain. There is a delegation from the Central Nations in the Holy Capital. Yeah, I know, of course, I was there too. The leader of the Imperial delegation has been changed to Count Oscar Lusk. Oh, is that so? The Count, huh? The Alliance has former King Robert Perlo, and the Kingdom has Grand Master Hugh, so that must be a heavy load for the Count. Wait, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. His wife is Lady Fiona, the Duchess Reuben. Fiona. Is that Count possibly? Yes, the Blazing Flame Mage, Abel stated. Rio grimaced and stared at Abel. Abel, you've kept this quiet until now, right until we arrived in the Western Nations. Well, I thought if I mentioned it, you might say you wouldn't go to the Western Nations. What are you talking about? There are the 3 others from Room 10, right? What if we were threatened by that Blazing Flame Mage? Of course I'm going. Rio was a loyal friend. This time I'll settle the score with him, the ancient battle of water and fire. I'll show them in the Western Nations that fire can never defeat water. No, please don't do that. Abel, don't stop me. I will stop you. Under no circumstances should you engage in conflict. Abel clearly prohibited any confrontation. Rio thought for a moment. It seemed he was considering the positions of himself and Oscar. He's a count while I'm the first duke. I won't let him act all high and mighty. Well, he's the leader of the Imperial delegation. I see. You intend to appoint me as the head of the Kingdom delegation right in front of him, equalizing our status before we fight. Abel, I'm on board with that strategy. There's no such strategy. Abel immediately denied Rio's twisted interpretation. Why do you hate the Blazing Flame Mage so much? That's obvious. He hurt Ito. The image of Ito spitting blood had never left Rio's mind. But that was a misunderstanding, right? Ito unleashed a powerful spell that his body couldn't withstand. If he hadn't attacked, Ito wouldn't have had to push herself to her limits, Rio asserted. For Rio, this was reasonable. Of course, Oscar had his own circumstances. Abel, who intervened in the ceasefire at that time, knew that the clash had occurred due to misunderstandings on both sides. Peace is the best, but if it's peace without the Empire, then that's the best. The peace that Abel and Rio envisioned might have been different. The holy capital Maramer of France was located inland. Port town Japore served as one of the gateways to Maramer by sea. Thus, it was a fairly large town. This military port is probably the base of the French Navy, isn't it? That seems likely. There are quite a few warships of the same design. The Skizblasnil carrying Rio and Abel entered the military port of Japore. It appeared they had docked there for the safety of Pope Graham. Being a high-ranking person is really tough, isn't it? There's no freedom of action. With the delicious aromas wafting through this port town, Graham surely can't indulge in street food. Well, that's probably true. Rio shook his head in a pitiful manner, while Abel intended to imply that, in a broader sense, freedom is lacking. Since you are a high-ranking person, you can't indulge in street food either. You too, Rio, are a high-ranking person, so you can't indulge in street food. Wah! Rio lost his words at Abel's perfect retort. You are the first Duke, Rio, the number 2 of the nation. You're higher than everyone except me. I have no interest in who is higher or lower. Determining who is high or low is not up to Rio himself. It's determined by those around him. Therefore, if those around him recognize him as a high-ranking person, he can't indulge in street food. What a thing! Despair crossed Rio's face at Abel's observation. Indeed, the concept of being high-ranking is determined by those around you. Even high-ranking people should have flexible protection so they can indulge in street food. I agree with that. Abel nodded in agreement, laughing. This savory aroma from the grilled sauce should be enjoyed by high-ranking people. Is that so? If you captivate high-ranking people, it will spread by word of mouth to many powerful individuals. Furthermore, if it spreads to their vassals and subordinates, a massive customer network will be formed. Can street vendors handle such a large number of customers? That depends on the shop owner's management policy. Rio's words trailed off. The reason was quickly apparent to Abel. They were passing by a street vendor wafting a savory aroma. It smells delicious. Right, Rio replied and ran off. A while later, he returned carrying 2 Kraken skewers. He handed one to Abel. Are we only eating this ourselves? If we judge it's delicious, we'll have them grill some for the guards too. It's not acceptable to make an unreasonable request for 50 at once. That's true. We have the role of confirming it first. Yes, high-ranking people should proactively sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Zack and Scotty, who were listening to their conversation, remained expressionless, as expected of the squad captain of the Royal Night Order. Crunch. Delicious. Indeed, the savory sauce is justice. Both Abel and Rio praised it. In that instant, Rio noticed a flicker of disturbance in the expressions of the Royal Knights. Even elite warriors can be swayed by delicious things. Let's have the shop owner grill 50 and deliver them later. That sounds good. At that moment, several knights nodded enthusiastically in their hearts. Rio and Abel treated themselves to snacks in Port Town Japurai. That night, they received instructions for entering the holy capital Maromar from France the following day. They're planning quite a large entrance event, aren't they? Since they defeated the vampires that attacked the Holy See, including the Marquis and his party, it would be necessary to restore the dignity of the Western Church. So they will report to the believers. Rio nodded at Abel's explanation. There are many ways to unite people, but the most persuasive and effective way is to inform them of the facts. It's not sufficient to have merely done it or to have succeeded. Many people do not know the facts of what has been done or what has succeeded. Only by properly informing them of those facts will people begin to understand. No matter how wonderful something is, it means nothing if they are unaware of its existence. When you return to the kingdom, you must also hold a reporting session for the citizens. A reporting session for the people? Yes, we need to tell them what King Abel has accomplished on this journey. Based on that, the bards will probably create songs, right? I'm not really into that. Really, our king is such a shy person. I don't want to hear that from you. In the Natore kingdom, both the number 1 and number 2 seemed to be shy. The next day, after an hour of traveling by carriage, the group arrived at the holy capital Maromar. The news that a procession led by Pope Graham would march from the western gate of the holy capital to the central square had reached the believers. They were welcomed by many as they made their way from the gate along the road. In the central square, a report by Pope Graham would be held. From a distance, Rio and Abel watched as Graham ascended the platform. In their line of sight, they could see the welcome party from the kingdom delegation led by Hugh McGrath. They could see it, but isn't the welcome for Abel incredibly small? There are only Hugh and Ignes, and 2 or 3 clerks. Rio tilted his head. There should have been over 100 adventurers as guards in the holy capital, and since Abel was a king who had been popular among adventurers. It seems Abel's popularity is waning. This might be a sign of a coup d'etat. A coup d'etat? A violent overthrow of the government? It might be that there was an attempt to expel King Abel back home. Who would do such a thing, after all? The Kings Chinese letter is my father. Your father, His Majesty Stafford, may have expelled Abel. That's impossible. Abel firmly cut down Rio's baseless story. There is a possibility that Abel could be captured and executed by anti-Abel factions. What will you do if that happens? Rio, you'd help me, right? I will side with the one with a righteous cause. Rio frowned, appearing to be in a difficult position while making his decision. If you help me, you'll also get the benefit of cake privileges. Of course. I'm going to side with Abel, isn't that obvious? I'll reclaim it immediately, so leave it to me. Rio thumped his chest with his right fist. He was expressing his determination to take charge. At that moment, they could hear Graham's voice. The vampire Marquis Shinka, who attacked the holy capital, has been defeated. Please go about your daily lives with peace of mind and deepen your faith. Wow, as expected of His Holiness the Pope, we're not afraid of vampires. Long live the Western Church. Cheers of joy erupted from the people throughout the square. Regardless of the East or West, the people's cheers are the same. When people and their families become happy, and when they are freed from fear and anxiety, that is when cheers are raised. Well, that's true. They don't cheer for lofty ideals or claims whose fulfillment is uncertain. There are times when they cheer in those contexts. Right, that's just for show, it's staged. How can you be so sure? Abel shook his head lightly. I want Abel to implement realistic policies, while it's wonderful to hold high ideals. I think it's wrong to sacrifice the people or impose inconveniences on them for that purpose. I agree with that, Abel nodded. Politics raises ideals, however. It cannot be the right way of politics if the people's lives are oppressed in order to achieve those ideals. That is what Rio thought. What is required there is the balanced sense of the ruler and the administrative officers. If they don't turn their eyes away from the people, the balance will not crumble. Please make sure not to make a mistake there. I understand. After a while, Graham's report concluded. The members of the kingdom delegation who had come to welcome them bowed before Abel. Your Majesty, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Hugh said on behalf of them. It had been since they had an audience when the delegation departed from the kingdom. While the delegation was in the holy capital, for some reason, a battle with demons occurred, and for some reason, the king and the first duke were sent far away, and for some reason, they ended up drifting to the dark continent due to a storm while traveling on Skizblasnil. Don't let this trouble you all. Ha ha! They bowed even lower at Abel's words. For the time being, everyone stood up, intending to lightly discuss future plans, but they froze at Abel's single remark. By the way, isn't the number of the delegation a bit small? Abel inquired, while Hugh searched for words to respond. Your Majesty, Abel, I just received such a report. Approaching with that statement, Pope Graham handed over a report. After reading it, Abel tilted his head. He read it again. That was all he said. Then he looked at Hugh. Hugh seemed to be looking in some unrelated direction. It seemed he was trying to dodge the question. That 5th training ground is located adjacent to the Holy See. I'm thinking of stopping there on the way back. Would you like to join, Your Majesty? That sounds good, please do. Abel nodded at Graham's suggestion. Rio-san, would you like to join as well? Yes. Rio tilted his head as if he hadn't been listening. Shall we go watch the mock battle? I'll go, but whose mock battle is it? It's someone you know, Rio-san. Graham replied with just that, smiling. By the way, Abel shook his head slightly. The 5th training ground, where the mock battle was taking place, was adjacent to the Holy See and close to the accommodation for the delegation. Upon entering, they found a roofed circular training ground. There was an arena with a radius of about 200 meters, surrounded by a 2-meter-high stone wall, and further outside, simple spectator seating was established. There were a fair number of spectators. Moreover, upon closer inspection, most of them were adventurers serving as guards for the kingdom delegation. They watched the central arena, where about 4 people were engaged in a mock battle. Among them, 3 were individuals Rio knew well. Nils, Ito, Ammon, yes, the trio from room 10. In the arena, there was one more person, that is their opponent. That person was also someone Rio was familiar with in a way. The Blazing Flame Mage. It was a mock battle between room 10 and the Blazing Flame Mage, Oscar Lusk. Nils and Ammon charged at Oscar, who was holding a sword. Their charges and sword flashes were sharp enough to befit B-class swordsmen. Of course, even a C-class swordsman would have been finished with a single strike. However, the opponent was a Blazing Flame Mage, known as one of the strongest magicians in the Central Nations. At the same time, it was known in the Empire that his swordsmanship was terrifyingly powerful. After all, he had won a martial arts tournament held in the Empire almost solely through swordplay. A tournament that attracted skilled swordsmen and spear warriors from all over the Empire, not just the Central Nations. The story of his victory in such a tournament was known by anyone from the Empire. While Oscar certainly held a sword, he was not only relying on it, he was also using magic. Barrier, a spell that combined magic barrier and physical barrier. This one layer could defend against both magical and physical attacks from the opponent. However, it was not very effective unless one was a magician of a certain level or higher. To be honest, it wasn't very solid. Yes, it was not supposed to be very solid, but it is defending against both Nils's and Ammon's attacks. Both of them are wielding holy swords after all, Rio said with a hint of frustration, while Abel pointed it out calmly. Both Nils and Ammon were engaged in a mock battle with holy swords officially granted by the Holy See. It's a perfect defense, almost annoyingly so. Even Rio had to acknowledge the defense provided by Oscar's sword and barrier. It was clear that he was easily fending off the 2 B-class swordsmen. With both hands holding the sword, a barrier suddenly appeared in midair, deflecting the swords of Nils and Ammon. That makes it difficult. Abel, being a pure swordsman, seemed to be watching the mock battle from Nils and Ammon's perspective. He could easily grasp the difficulties he would face if he were in their position. A barrier that absolutely cannot be broken, generated at high speed without incantation. That's cheating for a magician, Pope Graham said with a wry smile. Even from the perspective of the Pope known as a vampire hunter, is that cheating? Definitely. There wasn't anyone in the hero party who could master it like that. And it would probably be difficult to find someone like him even across the entirety of the Western nations. Truly, the Blazing Flame Mage is impressive. Graham nodded in response to Abel's question. In the past, I learned that holy swords could easily slice through even a powerful magician's barrier. Yes, that's true if one can fully unleash the power of the holy sword. Those 2 have been recognized by the holy sword, right? That's why I've heard the Holy See granted them the holy sword. That's correct. However, being recognized by the holy sword as its master and being able to fully unleash its power are 2 different things. It's a step above merely being recognized as a master. The holy sword really is selfish, isn't it? Abel shook his head slightly. Attacks are perfectly sealed, but they are taking some damage in return. We want to introduce some changes on the room 10 side here. Graham and Abel exchanged words quietly. Rio, who was standing right next to them, frowned and silently watched the mock battle. Holy armor, enchanted weapon, Ito chanted. With that, the armor and swords of Nils and Ammon glowed. Wow. It seems Lord Ito has become able to use enchant. Pope Graham nodded in admiration. Enchant! Of course, Rio knew about it. It should have been used by Ashken, who was part of Hero Roman's party. A spell that enhances physical abilities or reinforces weapons and armor. However, it does not exist in the Central Nations. Thus, the incantation for it has not been developed. In fact, Rio later learned that it was one of the fairly difficult spells to master even in the Western nations. Ito can use it? Wait. Ashken had the wind attribute, but Ito has the light attribute. Enchant is a light attribute magic? No, that is attributeless. I think you know Ashken used it, but I can also use holy armor enchanted weapon. What? This shocking revelation was just revealed. I once fought against a non-human who called himself Leoner. During that time, I had Roman enchant me for the battle, but I completely couldn't keep up. Graham bit his lip in frustration. It's a rare occurrence, especially since returning from the hero party to the Holy See. When there are magicians who can use enchant like Ashken, our spells become much more effective. Effective? It seems there is still a world of magic that Rio doesn't know about. Perhaps because the defense has improved due to enchant, they've started to cut deeper than before. It's an entry point through deflecting with shoulders and arms. Both Abel and Rio, of course, viewed it from the perspective of Room 10. It looks like the explosive flames are enticing them. Nils seems to understand that and is stepping in. Indeed, a swordsman can't win if the sword doesn't reach. However, the moment Rio expressed his concerns, Oscar dove beneath the lunging Nils. From there, he lifted Nils's chin with the hilt of his sword. Then he kicked him in the stomach. Nils flew away. That must have hurt. Damn you, blazing flame! Abel grimaced and Rio also frowned. The duel between Oscar and Ammon began. Oscar dispelled all barrier and the sword fight commenced. The blazing flame intends to fight Ammon with just the sword. Ammon's sword is quite formidable, right? Yes. He might even be above Abel. I didn't want to hear that too much. Abel shook his head slightly at Rio's response. If Ammon were to lose here, it would be as if he were saying he couldn't win against Oscar either. Go for it, Ammon. Don't lose to a mage with your sword. Abel's muttered encouragement went unheard by anyone. The back-and-forth battle continued between Ammon and Oscar's sword fight. If it were Rio, how would you defeat him? That's obvious. I would overwhelm him with a saturation attack of 100 billion ice spears and skewer him. If I succeed in defeating him, I shall gladly accept the fearsome title of Skewered Prince Cool. Yeah, but don't kill him since it's a mock battle. Abel thought he was asking how to defeat Oscar with a sword, but overwhelming him with the sword isn't easy. Even Rio had to admit Oscar's sword skills were formidable. There is no technique that guarantees a one-hit kill, right? Yeah, there isn't. Abel nodded in response to Rio's question. That's right, there isn't a finishing move that guarantees victory. One wins by having more strength, speed, and technique. One loses if they have less strength, speed, and technique. If there isn't an overwhelming difference, the outcome will be determined in the flow of the battle. That is the nature of sword fights. Ammon and the blazing flame, there isn't an overwhelming difference. It appeared that both Rio and Abel saw it that way. However, at the same time, it was evident who had the advantage. It's as if Ammon's sword is being read. Yes, he is being limited in where he can strike. Although there is no overwhelming difference, it was clear Oscar was in the advantageous position. That was a difference in reading. The difference in reading comes from experience. Ammon's most preferred and skilled technique is the thrust, yet it was entangled by barrier. With Ammon's movements restricted, Oscar placed his sword against Ammon's neck. I concede, Ammon admitted defeat. Chapter text, following the results of the mock battle. Rio gracefully descended into the arena and approached the center. There stood Count Oscar Lusk, the blazing flame mage who defeated the 3 members of Room 10. Rio declared, "Blazing Flame, I'm here to challenge you. I must decline." The voice was not Oscar's. It was the strong-willed voice of a woman. "Fiona," Oscar called her name while shaking his head slightly. "It's been a while, Your Grace Duke Rondo." "Ah, it is the Lady of Explosive Flames, Miss Fiona." Rio and Fiona exchanged greetings. Just then, Abel and Graham arrived. "I didn't know that Duke Reuben had come to the Western nations." "I arrived a month ago, Your Majesty Abel." Fiona paid her respects to the royalty. "I want to ask Duke Reuben, why are you refusing my mock battle with the blazing flame?" Rio asked directly, looking Fiona in the eye. "Count Lusk has just recently finished a mock battle. Moreover, it was not against an easy opponent, but a B-class party representing the Natore Kingdom. Under such circumstances, I cannot allow a mock battle with Duke Rondo as the leader of the Imperial delegation." "I see." Abel nodded at Fiona's response. Rio remained silent with a frown on his face. At that moment, the 3 members of Room 10 arrived. "Your Majesty Abel." They knelt before Abel and offered their respects. "Nils Edo Ammon, you've all gotten stronger. I apologize for not being able to deliver a victory. It's just a mock battle, there's no need to worry. Abel replied to Nils' apology with a smile. Lady Fiona, thank you once again for permitting the mock battle. No, Lord Nils, I also wanted Oscar to relieve some stress. Nils thanked Fiona, who responded with a smile. Oscar, the one involved, wore a sullen expression. Finally, the three turned their attention to Rio. Rio, I heard you suddenly disappeared, then fought a demon and got sent somewhere else. Why, yes, that's true, but it was all Abel's fault. Why is that? Nils gently pressed for an explanation, while Rio made excuses and Abel shook his head slightly. More importantly, why are you having a mock battle with the blazing flame? Well, it's because I want to fight a strong opponent. The strongest in the delegation is undoubtedly Count Lusk, right? That may be true, but he's too strong. Rio grimaced and glanced at Oscar. This would be my 4th time in this month. What's your record? 0 wins and 4 losses. All losses. Indeed, I've lost, but I feel that I'm getting a bit stronger each time. That's true. Losing is frustrating, but I feel like I'm almost close to reaching him with my sword. Nils and Ammon replied with sparkling eyes. Well, that's how it is, Ito said with a wry smile. Even if it doesn't happen today, I will fight next time. Huh, Rio declared, surprising Fiona and Abel slightly. After thinking for a moment, Fiona spoke up. When that time comes, let's have Oscar and me take you on. Facing both of us at the same time would surely be a challenge, even for the first Duke of the Kingdom, wouldn't it? Fiona said with a laugh. With a slightly frustrated expression, Rio turned to Abel. Abel, let's call Sira over as well. Huh, if I call, Sira will come. With the combination of the first Duke and the head knight, these two can also fight. Yeah, I'm definitely not calling her. Thus, the mock battle between Room 10 and the Blazing Flame Mage came to an end. On the way back from the mock battle, the Imperial delegation, even without Lady Sira, having Duke Rondo and Your Majesty Abel alone is powerful. Your Majesty Abel has become an abomination, Oscar muttered in a restrained voice at Fiona's words. Oscar, I understand what you mean, but please don't call the king of a neighboring country an abomination. Fiona gently admonished him with a smile. You know, Fiona, it's true. The person I met when I went to the royal capital to inquire about King Abel's condition is not the same person. Of course, I felt his dignity as a king back then, but yes, what I feel now is the strength of a swordsman. I heard rumors that he was transferred to the eastern nations to fight a demon and returned from there. He must have acquired that strength during his journey. That water attribute alone is troublesome, and now the king has grown strong. Even if they're a hypothetical enemy nation, they're not enemies right now, are they? Such conversations continued between Oscar and Fiona. The vice commander, Marie, who was standing right behind Fiona, let out a small sigh in her heart. It's nice that they now refer to each other as Oscar and Fiona, but the topics are all about politics and military affairs. Since they're a married couple, I wish they would discuss more glamorous topics. The kingdom's party also returned to the lodge. Why does Rio hate the Blazing Flame Mage? I told you the other day. It's because Ito was hurt. Yes, you did say that. However, Ito seems to have come to terms with it already, doesn't she? Abel judged this from Oscar and Room 10's expressions after their mock battle. It seems so, but what does that matter? Rio tilted his head in confusion. What does it matter? Aren't you fighting for Ito? Abel, you're not quite understanding. It's a matter of my feelings. What Ito thinks is Ito's feelings. These two are completely separate and are things that reside in each person's heart. Emotions cannot be overturned by reason. While actions driven by emotions can be suppressed by reason, the emotions themselves cannot be restrained by reason. Organizing emotions generally takes time. My feelings are not influenced by what Ito thinks or her actions. I can't agree, but I understand. Yes, Abel knew it too. Emotions and reason are separate entities. While emotions can overpower reason, reason cannot suppress emotions. And that's fine. As long as one doesn't act emotionally, it's all good. No one can control what a person's heart thinks, nor is it something someone can manipulate. Misunderstanding this point can directly link emotions and actions, leading to tragic outcomes. As long as one is careful about their actions, it's enough. Emotions will settle down on their own with time. Eventually, the kingdom and the empire will decide their winner. At that time, I will crush the blazing flame. Can emotions really calm down with time? Abel felt a slight lack of confidence. Abel had to attend several meetings since it was his first time entering the royal lodge as the king. During that time, Rio visited the 3 members of Room 10. Now that I have been appointed as the strengthening coach, I will never let the 3 of you feel frustrated again. Next time I will create a special training program to make that blazing flame say Jaya Fun. What? Jaya Fun? Special training? Ammon was surprised, Nils was dumbfounded, and Ito scratched her cheek with her finger. No, Rio, you can't get that strong all of a sudden. Nils tried to stop him, but don't worry, Nils. We'll start with 6 hours of continuous combat training. This is a proven combat training adopted by the Run Knight Order. Rio was the swordsmanship instructor for the Run Knight Order. I'm going to die, aren't I? I'm looking forward to it. Ito shook her head slightly, Nils despaired, and Ammon rejoiced. Only Ammon, eager to acquire strength, had a distinctly different reaction, which was quite understandable. After everything that had happened, Abel finished the meeting and descended to the lounge on the first floor of the dormitory. There, a water attribute mage was lost in thought while sipping coffee. Abel, the meeting is finally over, huh? Yeah, it's done. I heard something there. It seems that Duke Ruben has been stationed here for a month now, and since then, Count Ruska has started accepting applications for mock battles in Room 10. That former princess. Duke Ruben must have something in mind as well. Rio nodded once and continued speaking. I knew that the explosive flames were troublesome, but Duke Ruben is also quite a hassle. Yeah. The Duchy of Ruben seems to be quite developed. He appears to be competent as a ruler as well. There is a possibility that just increasing our individual powers won't be enough to defeat the Empire. Huh. True, the Empire is a hypothetical enemy, but we aren't in direct conflict. But Abel, didn't the Empire's army attack in the northern part of the kingdom? Well, that's true. But for now, Your Majesty Rupert has returned and is in control of the country. Abel had been attacked by what were believed to be Imperial soldiers during his inspection in the north. His Majesty Rupert is a genius. Because he is a genius, he will not hesitate to invade the kingdom if given a chance. It's crucial that we do not show any signs of weakness in the kingdom. That's certainly true. Rio had spent a considerable amount of time with the delegation to the Western nations, so he understood the strength of Emperor Rupert VI. Abel, of course, had fought in the War of Kingdom Liberation. We should also enhance our abilities beyond just our individual skills, Rio said while casting glances at Abel. Abel noticed but said nothing. It's time to bring the project that has been progressing secretly out into the open, Rio declared with determination. However, Abel's gaze was cold as he watched. What's with that look, Abel? Nothing really. If you have something to say, just say it clearly. When Rio says things like that, it tends to be a bit concerning. How rude. I will show you the results of my hard work that you haven't seen yet. With that, Rio summoned a set of 2 ice chairs and a table. On the table, a small icebox was quietly placed. It was about the size of 2 thumbs. Inside the transparent box, a small blue magic stone could be seen. What's inside is the water magic stone, right? Yes, it's one that was taken out from a bait ball of sardines. Rio nodded in response to Abel's confirmation. At that moment, Abel noticed that the surface of the box containing the magic stone was actually covered in intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, it was carved into the surface of the ice. Could it be that the carvings on the surface of the box are a magic formula? You caught on quickly. Rio was surprised by Abel's observation. It had been shrunk and copied to an extent that ordinary people wouldn't recognize it as a magic formula at all. It was natural for Rio to be shocked by this immediate insight. The magic stone inside extracts magical power, and that box is doing something alchemical, right? That's right. Inside this box is a virtual pasture for combat golems. Combat golems? I understand the pasture, but... a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let me show you inside, Rio said, turning to face the front. Ice create screen. As he chanted, an ice screen was generated in front of him. Moreover, light emanated from the box on the table and projected something onto the screen. Abel looked at it, but honestly didn't understand it well. There are a bunch of something moving around? Let's zoom in a bit. As Rio said that, one part of what was displayed was magnified. Rio's golems, they are moving, but this number is... There are 8192 of them. Abel was left speechless. Since this is all in a virtual space, none of this will come to reality. Virtual. So they definitely won't come out? Yes, they won't, Rio nodded. Hearing that, Abel felt relieved. With that, questions began to arise. This is not real living beings. Well, since they are golems, they aren't alive, but it's like a fantasy, right? Fantasy. It might be that in a sense. Rio pondered briefly and nodded. While the term virtual is often synonymous with imaginary, he thought that fantasy might be a better descriptor for Abel to understand. What are they doing in that world of fantasy? They are being trained. They are fighting in this virtual fantasy world. Abel kept tilting his head left and right in confusion. What are they doing that for? Ultimately, to fight as my garden watchers. Oh, the Aniwaban? Abel was familiar with the Garden Watchers. They were an army of ice golems created by Rio, led by the first of the Sentinels. Originally water management golems, they lacked combat capabilities. Nonetheless, in the Eastern nations, they had managed to achieve results simply by repeating the movement of charging with ice spears. It seemed that he was trying to give these Garden Watchers proper combat abilities. But how does making golems capable of combat relate to this fantasy world? The golems in this fantasy world cannot see or hear. But they are fighting in there, right? Yes, they can't see or hear. They are fighting in that state. That's impossible. If they hone their senses, they can do it. Didn't you ever do something similar, Abel? Mock battles with blindfolds or earplugs? I have. At Rio's question, Abel grimaced as he nodded. Honestly, he didn't want to remember that training. He had experienced firsthand how crucial information from the eyes and ears was and how much it weighed in combat. However, the golems in Rio's fantasy world were different. They are honing their combat senses. They are learning what types of attacks exist, which are easy to take, what kind of attacks are likely to hit, and which ones cause the most damage. It's about refining and acquiring those as senses, so to speak. Is that a method you also used back in your homeland? You got it right. Actually, it's a method that has existed for a long time. The idea of keeping alive in a virtual space is a primary research method in certain artificial life studies. The video I saw was about robotics research, where 4096 quadruped robots were kept free-range. Yeah, I don't really understand. It seemed that Rio's explanation didn't quite resonate with Abel. Well, free-ranging in a virtual space is a common approach on Earth. By accelerating the flow of time, one could evolve through thousands of generations in just a few hours. If you did that with thousands or tens of thousands of units, the information gained would be substantial. Anyone would understand that. The researcher I saw used the expression training motor skills. Motor skills of golems? Yes. It's an interesting way to put it. Abel tilted his head while Rio nodded with a smile. So what happens when the golems' motor skills are trained? They will be able to move smoothly even as golems. Smooth movement. If they fall from a height, they will bend their knees or shift their center of gravity to mitigate damage. Even if they are attacked, they can take a fall or shift their weight to release the force. Can golems really do that? Yes, they can. It's not about teaching them. They acquire the abilities through experience themselves. However, there were also issues. The biggest problem is that transferring what is learned in the virtual space to real robots, golems, and making them move in the real world is not simple. Is that so? Yes, it's due to the differences in friction, impact, and various other physical phenomena. I don't really get it. What I'm saying is that the world we live in is complex. I see, that makes sense. Abel agreed that the world was complex. If we can install the magic formula we are currently developing into the golems, many of the issues that have been concerned so far will be resolved significantly, so I will do my best. I see. I think my golems will come to see your sword soon, so please don't mind showing it to them. You mentioned that before. Yes. This time it seems that it will definitely happen. Got it, Rio said cheerfully, while a slight cold sweat trickled down Abel's back. Sooner or later there may be golems who are more skilled than I am. No one answered Abel's murmurs. King Abel's day in the Western nations is very busy. Inspections, meetings, conferences, inspections, meetings, conferences, inspections, meetings, conferences. Amidst all this busyness, King Abel is having dinner. Originally, he was invited to a dinner at the embassy of some country, but the ambassador and deputy ambassador suddenly fell ill, leading to the cancellation of the dinner. Thus, he is having his meal at the lodge. At that moment, a suspicious first duke approached Abel. The people of the kingdom should be grateful to King Abel, who works so hard. I truly respect Abel from the bottom of my heart. Oh, is that so? Though he doesn't quite understand, Abel feels a little shy. I have good news for such a King Abel. I would like to report on the golem production from the Temporary Royal Alchemy Workshop's Holy Capital Research Institute tentative. The Temporary Royal Alchemy Workshop's Holy Capital Research Institute. I don't know anything about that. Is Rio the person in charge? Yes, we haven't submitted the application yet, so it's tentative, but, well, that's fine. So what's going on with the golem? Come forth, swordsmanship instructor number 4. As Rio said this, a golem made of ice, holding a sword in its right hand, appeared, illuminated softly from Murakumo's sheath. Its characteristic feature is its jaw, which extends like a beard. In terms of overall appearance, it gives a slimmer and more supple impression than Rio's previous golems. However, what Abel felt was something different. Oh, impressive, isn't it? Right. Even though it just holds a sword, I can feel its prowess as a swordsman. Do you understand? Yeah, I can tell. Its walking style, that's probably what gives that impression. As expected of a former A-rank swordsman. Rio was genuinely surprised. This number 4 will, just like numbers 1 to 3, serve as a squad captain for Rio's Oniwaban, right? Yes, of course. The combat data collected by number 4 will be installed and spread among the Garden Watchers. So that's why it's a swordsmanship instructor. Yes, Rio nodded happily at Abel's words. Originally, the term Oniwaban in Rio's mind refers to ninjas. A ninja squad directly under the shogun of the Edo shogunate, they are warriors, 1 against 1,000. Since it bears the name of Aniwaban, Ryo had always thought a certain level of individual combat ability was necessary. However, Ryo's golem was originally a rice field management golem. With respect to walking, he was confident, having packed knowledge from Earth's bipedal robots, but when it comes to actual combat, though it had performed well in the Eastern nations, it was not combat with a sword. Ultimately, what Ryo aims for is to prevent people from dying on the battlefield and to eradicate war. He is considering the possibility of a powerful golem bringing that about. The sword that number 4 has is curved like Ryo's, right? Yes, it's a custom sword for number 4, generated based on my sword Murakumo, called Murakumo Revision. Ryo answered cheerfully. Can number 4 fight now? In a mock battle, of course. Okay then, Zack, help me out a bit. Yes, and thus, a mock battle between squad captain Zack Cooler and swordsmanship instructor number 4 from the Garden Watchers was about to take place. They borrowed the back garden of the lodge for the mock battle. How far can we go with this? The body of the golem is made of my ice, so it won't break easily with swords. Thus, it's fine to strike it adequately with swords. I don't think the golem will hold back either. Got it, I'll fight with that in mind. Nodding at Ryo's explanation, Zack prepared himself. Then, the mock battle began between swordsmanship instructor number 4 and squad captain Zack Cooler. It started, but your walking style and body movement aren't bad, but your use of arms is... Yes, you're not cutting with the sword, you're hitting with it. Yes, Ryo could only nod at Abel's remark. Indeed, it looked like number 4 was swinging the sword like a club. Back when he was on Earth, in movies depicting King Arthur or the Crusades, knights seemed to be swinging their swords like that. It seems that swords in the Western world of that era were used more to strike than to cut, so the actors portraying them might be correct in a sense. However, it wasn't the image of a golem swordsman that Ryo desired. It's like you're just using your arms, or rather just the weight of the sword to hit. Exactly. In my hometown, we have an expression that means lacking core strength. I understand what you're saying. When children first hold a sword, they often end up looking like that. Both Ryo and Abel shared a similar understanding. The way you're using your knees during defense and how you transfer your strength are good. Yes, the weight transfer is smooth. But the arms, Ryo sighed, the blade isn't engaged, it looks like you're just bashing with a club. That's true. When Ryo replied, he suddenly realized and took out the ice box. It was the box where the golems were continuing to fight in a virtual space. He peered into it carefully. Oh, these kids are also striking, but how do I teach them to engage their hips and cut with the blade? Ryo was genuinely troubled. Observing Ryo's state, Abel thought for a moment before speaking. How about letting Zack train with it? With Mr. Zack, that number 4 can learn by watching, unlike those in the box, right? Yes. It can learn through sight and sound. Believe it or not, Zack has become serious about swordsmanship. If you keep watching his movements during training, there might be things to learn. I see. Surprised and delighted, Ryo nodded vigorously. I'll adjust it tonight and bring it to you tomorrow morning. The next morning, Mr. Zack, I apologize for the trouble, but I ask for your assistance. Ah, no, yes, leave it to me. The sword was sheathed in the ice sheath and hung at the waist of number 4. Its demeanor was that of a swordsman. It bowed gracefully. Though it couldn't speak, everything else was perfect. I must say its appearance is flawless. Let's have it accompany you as my guard, Zack. Huh, is that okay? Being a guard for the king might have consequences. It doesn't matter. The Empire and the Alliance will find out soon enough, right? If they are going to know, then let's show it off intentionally. I see. By showing it off, we can use it as a deterrent. Exactly. Let's demonstrate that the kingdom has developed such a powerful golem and is using it for the king's protection. Abel laughed heartily. Yes, number 4's appearance is perfect, indeed. Eventually, its spirit to become perfect in combat should also be admirable. Next time, Ryo will watch over number 4. Stay tuned. In the beginning, there was a man in a white robe who watched over number 4 from a distance. The developer, Ryo, though it was unlikely, he hoped that number 4 wouldn't go berserk or attack anyone. He felt like a parent watching their child on their first errand. However, a week later, that watchful eye was no longer needed. My child seems to be doing well. He had gained that confidence. Number 4 blended in with the Royal Knight Order. Is that the rumored golem? Squad Captain Scotty nodded as he watched number 4 following Zack. It can't talk, but it understands what we say. That ice golem created by Duke Rondo? Scotty muttered to himself while looking at number 4. His gaze contained a hint of fear, as if he was looking at something terrifying. It seems it won't draw its sword against us in the Royal Knight Order or the Kingdom Delegation. Is that so? Yeah. It remembers everyone's faces and recognizes allies no matter the situation. Remembers everyone's faces? That's impressive. Scotty was intrigued by Zack's explanation. That memory seems to surpass yours, Zack. Hey, Scotty, are you looking for a fight? You're challenging me, right? I'll take you on if it's a fight. As soon as Zack said this, number 4 slipped between the two. It didn't say anything, but it was clear it was trying to stop the fight. Impressive. Scotty was still impressed. I'm just kidding, I'm not going to fight. When Zack lightly patted number 4's shoulder, it returned to its original position. Golems can be this smart, huh? Duke Rondo said it was designed to work cooperatively with humans. With this, we might actually be able to collaborate. Zack nodded as he looked at number 4. Rumors spread. That's the golem from the Natore kingdom. A golem that protects King Abel. It's smaller compared to our golems from the Western nations, but it looks strong. Golems in the Western nations are designed for combat on the battlefield, standing at 3 meters tall. However, the swordsmanship instructor number 4 is about 1.5 meters, similar to the other garden watchers. This size is just right for working among humans. Seeing the Royal Knight members escorting King Abel alongside number 4 showed that golems could not only work on the battlefield, but also cooperate with humans in everyday life. The rumors spread, and individuals who had left the Holy Capital returned specifically to visit King Abel. Your Majesty King Robert Prologue, it is an honor to meet you. Not at all, Your Majesty Abel. It is quite rare for people from the Central Nations to meet for the first time in the Western nations. The person who visited Abel was Robert Prologue, leader of the Alliance delegation. He was also known as a powerful mage, and was central to the magical combat power of the Alliance during the full-scale war between the Natore Kingdom and the Handalu Federation 14 years ago, known as the Great War. Ultimately, the Great War ended in victory for the kingdom, forcing the Alliance to make territorial concessions. Royalty from 2 countries with such a fate. Yet despite this, Robert Prologue came to visit. The reason was, I see, so that's the rumored golem. I heard it is the same size as a human, but it truly is impressive. Well, being praised by the Alliance, which is a golem-advanced nation in the Central Nations, is quite flattering. As Robert Prologue praised, Abel responded with a smile. The Alliance had been deploying artificial golems developed by Frank de Verde onto the battlefield. This could officially be considered the only golem in the Central Nations. In fact, the kingdom was also developing golems capable of fighting on the battlefield, centered at the Royal Alchemy Workshop, but they had yet to be completed. This golem was developed by Duke Rondo, Lord Rio. He is outstanding as a mage, and as an alchemist he possesses incredible talent. Thank you, I will convey your compliment to him. Abel nodded at Robert Prologue's praise. Of course, Abel understood. He could sense the wariness lying beneath Robert Prologue's compliments, and it was only natural. A neighboring country, which was also one of the perceived enemy nations and had a long-standing fate with them, had acquired new technology. It would be irrational not to be cautious. Duke Rondo says it is a golem designed to eliminate wars. Oh, he hates war. That is a normal sentiment. It would be concerning if the king or the first duke enjoyed war. Considering the people, the kingdom believes it is correct to operate the nation in a way that avoids war as much as possible. The Alliance completely agrees. Both Abel and Robert Prologue, as rulers, wished to avoid war. They were not alone in this. Almost all reasonable rulers around the world do not want war. Even those who want to expand their nations wish to do so without resorting to war if possible. Yet wars still occur. Abel shook his head lightly within his heart. Humans get tired, but golems do not. Even during the Royal Knight Order's break, the swordsmanship instructor number 4 was observing. The Knight Order members trained individually besides their joint training. Of course, it wasn't mandatory, but seeing their 2 squad leaders training made them reluctant to be left behind. Number 4 observed the knights wielding their swords. Occasionally, it would also draw its sword and practice. Its appearance was closer to a swordsman or knight than what an average person would imagine a golem to be. After spending some time together, many in the Royal Knight Order considered number 4 to be one of their companions. Number 4, at times like that, it's better to draw with your left hand and swing with one hand for balance. Number 4, when your sword is pushed off at an angle, you can roll forward instead of forcing your body to support it. Moving helps you avoid the next opponent's attack. Number 4, are you interested in dual wielding? Knight Order members voluntarily taught number 4. Some even engaged in mock battles with it. These weren't just one-on-one situations. There were also instances where number 4 teamed up in multiple versus multiple scenarios. These actions were proof that they regarded it as a companion. This included most of the knights, including Zack. Perhaps the one feeling the most distance was Scotty. Of course, Scotty didn't feel that number 4 was unfriendly or an enemy. He simply had the common feelings one would have when seeing a golem. Rather, he was impressed by Zack and his subordinates' adaptability, who accepted it without resistance. Just now, Zack was passionately talking about number 4 right in front of him. Honestly, I still have complex feelings towards Duke Rondo, Lord Rio. I'm aware of that, but I think this number 4 is a good guy. At the very least, I believe he is someone I can trust with my back. Zack clearly stated this and patted number 4's head. See, number 4 looks happy, right? All right. Zack said this with a smile, but honestly, Scotty couldn't perceive any change in number 4's expression at all. But that was okay. A knight had stated that he could trust him with his back. There were no words of greater trust than that. After a quick bath, we'll practice swinging again, number 4. When Zack said this, number 4 nodded silently as usual. Originally, the escort for the kingdom delegation was carried out by the adventurers of the kingdom. However, since their arrival in the holy capital, there has been little work, so they have been spending their time quite freely. Among the activities, dungeon exploration was particularly popular. Especially the West Dungeon, which has a teleportation feature, was frequented by many adventurers. As a result, when Abel the king entered the accommodations, most of the adventurers were not present. I want to go to the dungeon too. It would be problematic if the squad captain didn't stay here. The one who complained was Hugh McGrath, the squad captain and the Grand Master of the royal capital, a former A-rank adventurer. The one who stopped him was the chief negotiator, Ignes Hagrid. Ignes is one of the key figures in negotiations with the Western nations centered around France. He had previously seemed exhausted, but after staying in the holy capital for nearly a year negotiating, he had gotten used to it. Currently, he had a much better complexion and had established ways to relieve stress in daily life. Since His Majesty the King is here, can't I just leave? It's fine now, right? After all, Ignes is handling the negotiations, and all I have to do is sign. Abel could do that for me? That won't do. His Majesty has meetings every day with the ambassadors from various countries and the cardinals of the church. And with news of His Majesty's visit, more heads of state and foreign ministers from the Western nations are sending delegations. Managing those matters is quite challenging. His Majesty has his own responsibilities, and the squad captain has his own as well. Moo! While Ignes stated the reasonable truth with a wry smile, Hugh sulked, unable to argue back. In the direction their gazes fell, a first duke and 3 exhausted adventurers were walking, Rio and the 3 from room 10. I think the first duke should actually be the squad captain instead of me. Hugh was still grumbling. Previously, I heard that Rio-san has a fate with the Empire's blazing flame mage. Ah, apparently that happened in Whitnash. Even though Duke Ruben has become the captain, the blazing flame mage is her husband. In that situation, are you seriously considering Rio-san as the captain of the kingdom delegation? Ah, well, that's certainly bad, right. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, as Ignes pointed it out with a laugh, Hugh became aware. Of course, Rio-san seems to have excellent balance despite appearances, so he probably won't take any actions that would lead to total destruction. In other words, he won't engage in an all-out magical combat with the blazing flame mage. Probably not. If that happened, it would be a disaster, right? This holy capital would be destroyed, I imagine. Of course, Hugh also knew what Rio's full-force battle would lead to. However, he thought at least 1 or 2 buildings would be blown away, or perhaps frozen. Better to freeze than to be destroyed. It's not a problem if we melt it later. Squad captain, your senses are already numbed? Hugh's words made Ignes shake his head with a wry smile. The 4 who passed by the 2 leaders of the delegation were heading towards the bath for now. Taking a bath improves blood flow. It quickly washes away fatigue substances from your body. You can get back to training sooner. It's not just about the bath, huh? Don't worry, we'll give you a proper massage after the bath. Body care is important. Yeah, I'm not sure what don't worry means at all. Rio said something to dispel their concerns, while Nils shook his head, not understanding the meaning. In the end, after bathing and receiving massages, they returned to training once again. Once more, the 3 from room 10 were exhausted and worn out. Seriously, did the Run Knight Order go through this kind of training? Nils asked, breathless. Yes. But of course the intensity is lower than what we did in Run, right? Huh. The 3 were speechless at Rio's answer. In Run, since it was training at the headquarters, we pushed ourselves to the limit, but here it's different. Well, since it's the holy capital, it's the safest place in France. But suddenly, there might be a need to fight due to unforeseen issues, right? Considering that possibility, the training has some leeway. So this is with leeway. I respect the Run Knight Order. So tomorrow is going to be even more intense? Ito despaired, Nils respected, and Ammon expressed joy. Although they had completed their second bathing session, all 3 were still worn out. The 3 of them returned to their room and collapsed face down on their beds. Come forth, garden watchers, Rio chanted, summoning 9 garden watchers. Ice golems. Ah, just like earlier, please. Same here. Me too. Nils, Ito, and Ammon surrendered themselves to the massage. Rio's golems, while unable to fight, had good balance in their legs and hips, and they excelled at managing their arm strength so as not to be too strong. This was because they were based on rice paddy management golems. They could maneuver in one of humanity's worst footing environments, rice paddies, bending down to pull out weeds. Such golems were also good at massages. This feels revitalizing. My fatigue is melting away. I'm going to work hard tomorrow for the massage. Nils, Ammon, and Ito were infused with hope for tomorrow through the massage. Watching that scene, Rio crossed his arms and nodded with satisfaction multiple times. Of course, in his mind, he was thinking about tomorrow's training menu. Strength, speed, and technique are not something you can acquire easily. However, endurance to counter those is important. Perhaps we should try continuous battles for about 10 hours with a 5-minute break per 60 minutes. He hadn't intended to scare the three. It was merely that the menu he had been thinking about slipped out of his mouth. The three trembled, but in the end, Rio thought it was a bit too much and decided on a gentler training menu, which I will note here. The next day at 3 p.m. After finishing training early, the members of Room 10, including Rio, had taken a bath and received massages from the golems when Rio announced, "Tomorrow will be a complete rest day." "Oh," the three, surprised yet delighted. "On the day after tomorrow we will have a mock battle against the Royal Knight Order." "Ah," the three exchanged looks, surprised. "I've already gotten permission from Abel." "Does that mean His Majesty will be coming to watch?" Nils asked cautiously. "Yes, of course." "All right, I'm going to give it my all." Nils raised his fist. "As for those from the Royal Knight Order who will be our opponents, I hear Abel will choose them. I haven't been told who will be selected." Rio replied to Ito's question. That was indeed the case. Even just being part of the Royal Knight Order means they are strong, but who is the strongest among them? "Ah, it's probably Squad Captain Zach. By the way, we had a little mock battle on the ship." "Oh, and now our number 4 is assigned to Zach," Rio recalled as he answered Ammon's question. "Our number 4? Yes, the ice golem. I see." Ito nodded at Rio's answer. The three from Room 10 had also only heard rumors that there was an ice golem mixed in with the Royal Knight Order. They had speculated it was probably Rio's golem, and it seemed to be true. "Please fully dispel your fatigue today and tomorrow. Our opponent will be formidable." With that, Rio said, freeing the three before leaving the accommodations. "His name is Baron Hagen Benda, a baron attached to the Debuhi Empire Army. His unique position allows him to use the magic of transfer and infinite storage that only he can wield. Therefore, he mainly operates alongside the Imperial Army. However, sometimes he is given special missions. Of course, only the Lord of the Imperial Castle can assign him such missions. About a year ago, Baron Hagen Benda entered the Imperial delegation as a page and was dispatched to this holy capital. The purpose was to magically memorize the location of the holy capital. His transfer magic can only transfer him to places he has visited once. In fact, since then, he has been going back and forth between the holy capital and the imperial capital via transfer. Every time he transfers to the holy capital, he always stops by Café Roma. Perhaps because it is a long-distance transfer, he experiences extreme fatigue that he doesn't encounter during transfers within the Empire. Immediately after transferring, it is so severe that he can barely walk. But the adaptation of humans is a terrifying thing. At first, he couldn't even stand up. Now, however, he can walk with the support of a staff. Moreover, after sleeping for 12 hours, he has returned to normal activities. That's why he can come to Café Roma like this. Since he stayed in the holy capital as a page, he has been coming here at least once every 3 days. He believes that it is because of this café that he has survived without being crushed by stress. Now, he visits the café with a feeling of gratitude. Café Roma, which he hadn't visited in a few weeks, was quite crowded. It happens occasionally, something like that, so Baron Hagen was no longer surprised. "Would you mind sharing a table with someone else?" "Yes." Naturally, Hagen nodded. The chairs at Café Roma are large and the tables are spacious. Even when sharing a table, they ensure more than enough space. In front of the seat he was guided to, there sat a young man in a white robe. He felt like he had seen this person somewhere before, but he couldn't quite remember where. The robed man had a mixture of excitement and restlessness about him. He had probably just finished ordering and was waiting for his food to arrive. Hagen could understand the thrill of waiting for something delicious to arrive, the restlessness of wanting to eat it quickly. Hagen thought he would feel the same after he placed his order. He looked through the menu from top to bottom. There seemed to be new items he had never seen before, but today he had already decided what he wanted to eat. He called a waiter and placed his order. "I'll have the dark coffee set with a Mont Blanc cake, and also a double millefeuille as a single item." Successfully placing his order, Hagen let out a sigh of relief. He settled deeper into his chair. Then he noticed the young man in the white robe staring at him with wide eyes. He seemed surprised. Hagen naturally understood what had surprised him. It was probably about ordering 2 cakes. I rarely get to come here after all. He offered that excuse. It was an excuse but not a lie. Later in the evening he would be transferring back to the imperial capital. He had no idea when he would be dispatched to this holy capital again. After hearing Hagen's excuse, the young man in the white robe murmured, "I see," and nodded several times. It seemed he understood. Before long, cakes and coffee arrived at the young man's table. Hagen could see the sparkle in his eyes. He could empathize with the feeling. His gaze moved from the young man's eyes to the cake that had arrived. A black cake. Hagen had never seen anything like it before. It was his first time seeing such a cake. The young man in the white robe took a fork and brought it to his mouth. His expression became one of bliss. No words were necessary. No explanation required. It was clear to everyone that it was a delicious cake. Hagen, curious about that cake, glanced at the menu again. Indeed, there had been new cakes added that he hadn't recognized when he placed his order. But which one was it? It's a new creation, chocolate mousse. The young man in the white robe smiled and informed him. He had seemingly understood Hagen's curiosity. "Thank you very much." "Oh, no problem." Hagen expressed his gratitude, and the young man in white shook his head with a smile. Then he began eating the cake again. Hagen's order of cake and coffee arrived just 10 seconds later, at the lodging of the kingdom delegation in Abel's office. Abel, it was amazing. He ordered a cake and coffee set and even added another cake on top. A double millefeuille, that's the size of 2 millefeuilles? Huh! Suddenly, Rio's words caught the incredibly sharp Abel off guard. After a few moments, he realized it was a story about a cake he had eaten somewhere. A few moments later, he also understood that it wasn't Rio himself, but someone else who had made such a large order. "Are you talking about the place called Café Roma next door?" "That's right, you figured it out. Abel, you've never been to Café Roma, have you?" "No, I remember Rio used to go there occasionally when he was part of the delegation. I remember him talking about it back then." "Just like Abel," Rio praised him openly. Abel's memory in such matters always amazed him. "It was really crowded and I had to share a table. The person sitting across from me made such an order." "That does sound impressive." Abel didn't quite understand the double millefeuille, but he knew it was double the size of a normal cake. That alone sounded amazing. "You wouldn't order something like that, would you, Abel?" "Huh, because you always say 1 cake a day is enough." "Ah, that's true. So that person who ate 2 cakes would definitely be fired if you were their boss." "Surely I wouldn't fire someone for such a reason." Rio made a definitive statement, and Abel denied it. "Did Rio only order 1 cake?" "Yes, of course." Rio puffed out his chest in response to Abel's verification. Abel knew that in such situations, Rio was telling the truth. "For going alone, it's impressive that you managed to stick to just 1. Well, it was already past 3 o'clock, right? If I ate now, it would affect dinner." "I see." So Rio had limited himself to just 1 cake, thinking about dinner. "You had a meeting here, right? Too bad you couldn't go." "Well, I'll have a chance to go eventually. There's a saying in my hometown. Don't take for granted that the sword and cafe will always be there. If you think you can go anytime, some bad people might come and destroy the cafe." "Huh, is that saying really true? Isn't it incorrect?" Rio averted his gaze at Abel's sharp observation. Abel knew that in such cases Rio was lying. "It's strange to compare a sword and a cafe, isn't it?" Actually, it was about parents and money. I didn't expect you to see through me, Abel," Rio said, looking regretful. Abel simply shrugged in silence. Rio wandered his gaze, trying to shift the topic. "I see Ignis is also a fan of Café Roma." "Chief Negotiator Ignis?" Abel, being a good person, went along with Rio's diversion. "Yes, he seems to be going through tough times. Sweet things can save a person like that." Rio wove his words with a sigh of relief. Abel seemed to recall something and took a paper from his desk to hand it to Rio. "This is the list of participants from the Royal Knight Order for the mock battle the day after tomorrow. Is that all right?" "You don't have to ask me if it's okay as long as you think it is, Abel." Rio started to say something but stopped. He took a moment to look carefully at the 3 names listed. "Are you really sending these people?" "Yes, is there a problem?" "No, there's no problem. But it does sound interesting." Imagining the scene of the battle, Rio nodded several times. "Killing is definitely off the table, but Nils and the others are adventurers. They probably don't do many mock battles with stopping just short. I've arranged for Graham to bring in a user of extra heal, so it should be fine to go to the limit. It's convenient to have the headquarters of the Western Church next door. The location is the 5th training ground we saw last time. It's close for the clergy too. The operations are in motion behind the scenes, hidden from the participants. Abel was an adventurer too, but are you not good at mock battles where you stop just short?" No, I used to face off with opponents often at Run's Adventurers Guild. Even though Rhea can cast extra heal, I made sure to stop my sword properly. I see. But of course, the stronger the opponent, the closer the mock battle gets to actual combat. Stabbing someone in the stomach with a sword or chopping off an arm, right? No, I wouldn't go that far. The mock battle the day after tomorrow. I'll make sure to prepare for whatever happens. Abel nodded. And thus, the preparations for the mock battle between Room 10 and the Royal Knight Order were complete. The groundwork was being laid. On the day of the mock battle, the audience seats at the 5th training ground, which serves as the venue, were filled with members of the Royal Knight Order and the Kingdom delegation. It seems there were requests from the Empire and the Alliance wanting to see the match, but King Abel apparently turned them down. Only Kingdom officials and church representatives assisting as recovery personnel were allowed to watch. Of course, the participants from Room 10 were Nils, Edo, and Ammon. Each of them used their own weapons instead of mock swords. It was just like a real battle. On the opposing side, 3 members from the Royal Knight Order also stepped forward. The 2 squad captains, Zach Cooler and Scotty Kabuk, and the other one, no, perhaps it should be said another golem. Go for it, number 4. Be the pride of the Royal Knight Order, number 4. Give it your all, number 4. Cheers rang out. What an unexpected popularity for number 4, Rio exclaimed in surprise. Seems like he has completely captured the hearts of the Royal Knight Order, Abel remarked with a laugh. Yes, the 3rd member from the Royal Knight Order was the swordsmanship instructor number 4. My subordinates seem to be cheering only for number 4, Zach said, shaking his head. Don't worry, Zach, mine are the same, Scotty replied with a wry smile. 50 members of the Royal Knight Order watching were led by the 2 captains. They had traveled from the Natore Kingdom aboard the Skizblaznil vessel, going as far as the Dark Continent, overcoming hardships together. However, it appeared that their popularity didn't quite reach the newcomer, number 4. Once this is over, I'll have them run 20 kilometers fully equipped. Zach, you're scary. Zach expressed his resentment towards his subordinates who were cheering for number 4 instead of him, and Scotty shrugged. The 6 participants lined up in the center of the arena. Rio stood as the referee, and even Abel took his position. Finishing off the opponent is prohibited. If you kill your opponent, you will be disqualified, Rio explained. The 5 listening had expressions that seemed to say they expected it, but it was necessary to state it nonetheless. As for number 4, if he loses a limb or gets disarmed, he will lose. Nils, Edo, and Ammon from Room 10, along with Zach and Scotty, nodded. That concludes the explanation. With Rio's words, Abel stepped forward. This mock battle will be held in the name of King Abel I. Show no shame in your fight, both sides. Ha! The 6 seemed to gather even more spirit at Abel's words. Both sides take your distances. At Abel's command, they moved about 50 meters apart. Begin! With that command, all 6 began to run simultaneously. The 3 from Room 10 took a clear course with a specific purpose in mind. Nils, the party leader and a B-class swordsman, aimed for swordsmanship instructor number 4. Number 4 is being ambushed. The idea is to take down number 4 first. That's quite a thought-out strategy, Rio pointed out, and Abel nodded. But that means Edo will have to face Scotty. Scotty's sword is, of course, strong. He's a squad captain. He was originally as strong as Zach. Edo, Rio's expression turned somewhat worried. In a 3-on-3 mock battle, the maneuvering of backline support like a priest or mage is quite difficult. Naturally, the opponent would first try to engage in close combat and crush them. Against Scotty's sword, Edo countered with his staff. Staff technique. Rio uses it too, but Edo's staff is quite impressive, isn't it? Rio exclaimed in surprise, and Abel evaluated. Rio was astonished because he had never seen Ito handle close combat with a staff. Actually, while he had seen Ito swing his staff before, it had been in a manner like a swordsman practicing his swings. However, seeing Ito use the staff in actual battle for the first time was a revelation. He's focusing on defense. Good judgment. No matter how much he trained, as a B-class priest, it was impossible for him to break through the sword of a squad captain of the Royal Knight Order. That was unrealistic. What was required was to hold out until his comrades arrived, and it's the ace showdown. Zach against Ammon, huh? Abel watched, arms crossed. I know Zach has become stronger, but Ammon, I think this is probably the first time I'm seeing Ammon's sword, and it's incredible. Yeah, I believe Ammon will eventually surpass Abel with his sword, Rio stated confidently, surprising Abel slightly. Shouldn't it have been me facing Ammon instead of Zach? Please don't crush Ammon's potential. At Abel's joke, Rio frowned. Rio held Ammon's sword in high regard and genuinely believed that he could eventually surpass Abel's sword. That said, not just yet, certainly not now. It seems Zach and Ammon's battle will be prolonged. In that case, it comes down to the remaining 2 battles. Will number 4 fall first, or will Ito? That's the matchup. The losing side will be attacked by the other two, Rio nodded in agreement. In an equal number mock battle, that was only a natural outcome. Number 4 really knows how to use his knees well. Yeah. The way he releases force must have been honed through millions of experiences in the virtual space. Millions, the principle of getting accustomed through practice is what that place embodies. Impressive, that virtual space, Abel expressed in admiration. The words were slightly different, but it didn't matter. The conversation only needed to convey what they wanted to say to each other. When I first saw number 4, he was just smashing his sword down. Yeah, it seemed he didn't know about holding the edge. But from what I see now, yeah, he's properly holding the edge, Rio nodded. Holding the edge means that he is properly placing the blade against the target. He wasn't striking with the flat of the sword. He might have gained the recognition that he was using a cutting weapon instead of a blunt weapon like a club. That alone justifies leaving number 4 in Zack's care. Well, not just Zack. It seems like the entire Royal Knight Order has been teaching him various things, Abel laughed. After all, when it comes to sword techniques, Nils is overwhelmingly superior. Of course, Nils is a B-class swordsman, but even if number 4 gets slashed, he won't go down. His body is made of ice that I created, Rio boasted for some reason. After looking at him with a side-eye, Abel made a decisive statement. Nils' sword is a holy sword, you know? No matter how much Rio's ice is, if he gets slashed repeatedly, it'll surely break, right? That's true, that might be the case. Rio realized he had been careless. I should have sent number 4 out in full heavy armor. Yeah, but I wonder about using heavy armor in a mock battle. It's not something you hear often, a mock battle where you can be okay no matter how many times you get slashed. Basically, a mock battle is about competing in strength, speed, and technique. It doesn't matter as long as you don't get defeated. Yeah, let's leave that for actual combat. Abel shrugged, but he had been focusing on number 4's sword movements all along. The way he angles the sword is good too. Yeah, that's right. Moreover, after flowing through and slightly breaking Nils' stance, the counterattack was pretty sharp. He definitely wasn't doing that before, right? Of course not. He must have learned it within the Royal Knight Order. Sending him on a warrior training journey paid off. What's this warrior training you speak of? In my hometown, there's a saying. Let cute children travel. I see, that's a good saying. Abel nodded. When he realized that number 4 was among the representatives of the Royal Knight Order, the strategy for Room 10 was determined. The other two were squad captains. Compared to them, number 4, even as a golem, should be weaker. Thus, they aimed to take him down first. I was supposed to strike immediately and support Ito. Nils grimaced inwardly. Nils understood. How quickly he could take down number 4 and how long Ito could hold out, that was what would decide the outcome. Nils' sword was hitting number 4 adequately. However, I can't cut. I thought Rio's ice would be hard, but I'm wielding a holy sword, right? Even if one strike doesn't work, if I hit the same spot 2 or 3 times, I should be able to sever it, no matter how I think about it. Nils was a B-class swordsman. He had accumulated considerable experience. Based on that experience, he could make predictions. However, all those predictions were being betrayed in this mock battle. Rio didn't tell me anything about number 4. Well, that's only natural since it's a golem he created, but I really didn't expect him to be this strong. It can't be helped. I'll take it step by step. Thinking that, Nils took a step back and readied his sword anew. Nils' demeanor has changed. Looks like he's resolved. Well then, let's see how long number 4 can endure. Go for it, number 4. Wait, isn't Rio supposed to be the one strengthening Room 10? Nils should grow strong even without me, Rio declared firmly. Of course, Rio also valued the 3 from Room 10 as important companions. Nils was one of them. However, swordsmanship instructor number 4 was a golem he created. It wouldn't be out of the ordinary if number 4 overturned everyone's expectations and defeated Nils. I hope that doesn't reach Nils. I should clarify that I hold Nils in high regard, so I wouldn't want it to be misunderstood. Sure. That's why if number 4 were to defeat the highly regarded Nils, it would be quite something. Is that so? Rio stated boldly, while Abel shook his head slightly in acceptance. After all, the results would come out. They just needed to observe. Nils attacked head-on. It was a series of consecutive strikes. A deluge of strikes that made number 4 go entirely into defense. He's aiming for something. Both Rio and Abel deciphered Nils' intent, but that was something they could only deduce because they had enough experience. The difference between the skilled and the unskilled, Nils' consecutive strikes ended. In the gap, number 4 transitioned to attack. It was indeed an exquisite timing that would lead an unskilled person to think, there is no other time but now. I was lured. You took the bait. In that moment, both Rio and Abel understood. While deflecting number 4's strike with his left shoulder guard, Nils' holy sword slashed number 4's right wrist. In the next moment, number 4 was encased in ice. Nils wins, Rio declared, having frozen number 4 to stop him. Nils nodded slightly, taking deep breaths repeatedly. The mock battle wasn't over yet. There were still 2 opponents he needed to defeat. Unfortunately, number 4 couldn't win this time. Time rewinds a little. Nils is matched against number 4 and Ammon is matched against Zach. Inevitably, Rhea is matched against Scotty. Of course, that was the combination anticipated by Room 10. However, from the perspective of the Royal Knight Order, this was an unexpected combination. I was supposed to fight number 4 and Rhea, Scotty muttered. Originally, Scotty thought he would be fighting either Nils or Ammon, the swordsman. However, that is not the case now. In other words, Room 10's strategy is to crush number 4 as quickly as possible and create a 1-on-2 situation at my side. Scotty accurately interprets that intent. To prevent that, I must defeat Rhea before number 4 is taken down. After murmuring that much, he continued in a slightly louder voice. However, number 4 is quite strong. That voice reaches the priest in front of him, who strikes the ground with his staff. Even so, we have no other plan, Rhea replied with a half-smile. Scotty's sword clashes with Rhea's staff in close combat. From the way Rhea has the staff positioned close to her body, Scotty understands that she is primarily defensive. The staff can handle both offense and defense with ease. It is a very balanced weapon. By keeping it close to her body, she can fight effectively even at short ranges, and by holding the end of the staff, she can also attack from a distance. I understand that feature well. This staff technique is not self-taught. Scotty thought this and smirked inwardly. Since they're affiliated with the royal capital, they must be trained at the central sanctuary. After all, there's a monk squad there. Indeed, Scotty also remembers the sight of the monk squad, blessed by the holy powers, striking down the demon's kin in battle. I should consider her staff technique to be on par with theirs. Of course, he was not letting his guard down. The opponent is a B-class adventurer. It is not easy for a priest to reach B-class. After all, priests have plenty of job opportunities without taking on the dangerous role of an adventurer. Being able to heal using light attribute magic is a rare talent. It means they are determined to continue as adventurers. It won't be easy to break her spirit. In that case, I have to overwhelm her with technique and force her to surrender. Scotty thinks thus. Scotty's fierce assault begins. Meanwhile, Rhea receives it, as expected of the squad captain of the Royal Knight Order. Sharp sword flashes, what a series of strikes. She genuinely admires Scotty's swordplay. However, she is not surprised. For over 4 years, she has witnessed Nils and Ammon's swords up close. From F-class to B-class, hundreds, thousands of times. Could she withstand their swords? She has thought about this many times. In the beginning, she believed it to be absolutely impossible. But after Abel ascended as king and Rhea became queen, Room 10 relocated its affiliation from Run to the royal capital. The royal capital has the central sanctuary. There, the monk squad is present. Whenever Rhea had free time, she would go to the central sanctuary and join in the training of the monk squad. At that time, the monk squad was undergoing surprisingly intense training, having received advice from a person who had become the first duke. While undergoing rigorous training, Rhea was able to learn the staff technique thoroughly from the basics. That said, she had hardly used the staff technique in actual combat. Rhea rarely went to the front lines during normal party activities, and she still lacked confidence in her staff technique. It was only in the past year that she began to gain confidence in her staff technique, after coming to the Western nations and becoming able to use enchant. Since it is a magic that does not exist in the Central nations, there is no incantation for enchant. How does one activate magic without an incantation? That is an eternal mystery for mages and priests from the Central nations. Thus, Rhea also struggled. How can she activate magic without an incantation? However, Rhea had a water attribute mage nearby who was doing just that on a daily basis. That mage had disciples, and she would often hear stories from them in the royal capital and Run. Additionally, there was another example. It was Grandma from the village where Nils was from. Grandma believed in the Earth Mother Goddess, not the Goddess of Light, and she said, originally there were no incantations. Even without incantations, one can heal others. In other words, priests can also perform healing without chanting. That said, Rhea still couldn't activate heal without an incantation. However, perhaps because that knowledge was tucked away in the back of her mind, she became able to use the incantation-less magic of enchant. Holy armor, enchanted weapon. Could it be enchant? As Rhea chant, a faint light envelops her body and weapon. Scotty looks on in surprise. It is Scotty's first time witnessing enchant. However, he has the knowledge of it. He learned that in the Western nations, there are such magics that do not exist in the Central nations, capable of enhancing abilities in close combat. As the squad captain of the Royal Knight Order, tasked with protecting Abel, he gathered the necessary knowledge. Enchant was one of them. Now he does not fully understand what effect Rhea's incantation has. The approach to dealing with something unknown is universal. Stay vigilant, proceed cautiously. Last time when we fought that Blazing Flame Mage, Rhea also used enchant. That was Oscar, the Blazing Flame Mage. At that time, she cast it on the front lines, Nils and Ammon, but this time she has cast it on herself. Probably to increase her defense and attack power, but specifically what exactly will change? Will the clothes she is wearing become more resistant to tearing? That's not the kind of thing you'd use in a battle. Abel dismisses Rio's conjecture outright. Would it deflect swords if she didn't want it to tear? That might be possible. She did say holy armor. Yeah, I should have asked Graham about its effects last time. Given the name, it seems like an enchant that priests or clerics would use, right? What a blunder. If you ask, let me know afterwards. Understood, Rio nods. However, the enchant that Rhea cast was not just one. Another is enchanted weapon. It's a weapon enhancement, but I understand it in practice, but enhancing a weapon in a mock battle, that's odd. What Rhea is using is her usual staff. It's a staff blessed by the holy powers. It's the same one Rhea and the monks use. Exactly, the monk squad. She must have learned the staff technique from them. That seems to be the case. I recall reading a report about it. Impressive, Abel. Rio is amazed by Abel's memory. The meaning of enhancing a weapon in a mock battle could be, no way, weapon destruction. At the instant Abel answers, Scotty's sword pierces Rhea's abdomen. It is Scotty who is surprised. He thought she would block it with her staff. Rhea grips the sword that remains embedded in her using her left hand, with her left hand enhanced by holy armor, not letting go, the completely immobilized sword. And there Rhea presses her staff against it. There is no speed, yet just by touching it the sword is damaged. Crack, Scotty's sword breaks. The moment it broke, Scotty releases the sword, draws the dagger at his waist, and pins Rhea down. Mounting her, he presses the dagger against her throat. I concede. Although he broke the sword, Rhea acknowledges her defeat with the dagger at her throat. This occurs almost simultaneously with Nils defeating number 4. Nils jumps at Scotty, who is holding the dagger. Once again, let's rewind a little bit. Zach Cooler versus Ammon, Knight versus Swordsman, a perfect sword fight. From the very beginning, the sword fight between the two became intense. The offense and defense switched multiple times. Ammon dodged Zach's horizontal slash and followed up with a series of thrusts. Zach deliberately deflected one of the thrusts with his left bracer, breaking Ammon's balance, and went for a crosswise strike. Ammon avoided it with a body lean. Zach stepped in further to pursue. In response, Ammon also stepped in. They were in a close-quarters battle, closer than the range of their swords. Zach's left fist was aimed at Ammon's right side, but Ammon blocked it with his right elbow. Ammon then aimed for the inner side of Zach's right thigh with his right foot, but Zach jumped back significantly, resetting the fight. As expected of two aces, it's a fierce battle. Rio was astonished while Abel laughed. Even though it's a fight between a knight and a swordsman, they're throwing punches and kicks. That's normal for melee classes, right? Is it? Adventurers often engage in bare-knuckle fights. Knights also learn to fight without weapons during their training, so I think it's fair to say it's normal. I see. There might be times when the Royal Knight Order has to protect someone like Abel without any weapons. Rio understood Abel's explanation. He had an image of knights being clad in armor and fighting with swords and shields, but indeed, such conditions are not always met. They fought by closing in for punches and kicks, then distancing themselves for sword exchanges. The battle between the knight and the swordsman oscillated between close-quarters combat and melee combat. Rio, you just said Ammon will surpass my sword, right? Yes, I did. Not right away, but eventually. What's up? Are you feeling jealous of Ammon? No, as Rio said, he is strong, Rio teased, while Abel looked at Ammon with a serious gaze. The first time I was certain of that was during the fight with the Skeleton King. Skeleton? You mean a skeleton? Yes, it was an incredibly strong skeleton with a sword. It made me think that he could have been an unparalleled swordsman in his living days. Did you mention that before? I seem to remember hearing it. Abel nodded slightly. Ammon defeated that Skeleton King one-on-one? Oh, at that time I thought he would eventually surpass Abel. But, while traveling through the eastern nations, Abel has also become stronger. Me. Have I become stronger? Rio praised honestly, and Abel blushed. Abel will always be shy. For Ammon to surpass Abel, he may need to go through more life-and-death experiences. Life-and-death experiences. If you die there, it's over. Exactly. I realize just how difficult and challenging human growth is. I don't understand why Rio feels that way. Rio shook his head with a serious expression, and Abel also shook his head, not understanding. It seems that things are quite complicated. After watching Zach and Ammon's fight for a while, the two shifted their gaze to Scotty and Nils' battle. They felt something was off. Just by looking for a moment, they realized the nature of the discomfort. Nil's movements seem off. It looks like he's injured his left shoulder. Left shoulder? Abel accurately pointed it out, and Rio looked at Nil's left shoulder. There was a shoulder guard, but is the shoulder guard broken? During the last fight with number 4, he deflected a sword with it. That must have been when it happened. So the damage was inflicted by number 4. Number 4 had already been freed from the ice, and his right arm was restored, watching the mock battle beside Rio. His gaze was calm and appeared composed. Well done, number 4. It seems you accepted your defeat and are calmly observing as a step to move on. Really? This kind of mental aspect might have been learned in the Royal Knight Order. To think of mental aspects regarding a golem. That's a world I can't understand. Rio was somehow moved, while Abel was understandably puzzled. They returned their gaze to Scotty and Nil's battle. Originally, Scotty and Nil's sword skills are probably about the same. Then Nils, who is injured on his left shoulder and struggling to use his left arm, is at a disadvantage. The two analyzed the situation calmly without taking sides. If Nils loses, it'll be thanks to number 4 who put his life on the line for that strike, Rio declared, fully supporting number 4 without a shred of calmness. As the creator, he couldn't help it. He patted number 4's head. His eyes were filled with affection. As I said earlier, Rio is in charge of enhancing Room 10, right? Of course, I trained the 3 of them, Rio answered, puffing out his chest. But number 4 is? Yes, number 4 was created by me, Rio answered, even more proudly than before. The sight was way beyond merely puffing out his chest. And finally, Nil's sword was knocked away. I give up. Nils surrendered as Scotty pointed a dagger at him. With a nod, Scotty took a spare sword that was hanging on the wall and approached Zack and Ammon. Zack jumped back significantly, creating distance. Sorry for the wait, Zack. Took you long enough, Scotty. The two nodded to each other. Scotty called to the referee, Your Majesty Abel. Is it all right to continue this mock battle as it is? Scotty didn't say this out of arrogance. Both Zack and Scotty were squad captains of the Royal Knight Order. To put it plainly, they were strong. In contrast, Ammon, although he was a B-class swordsman, was alone. It was obvious that Zack and Scotty's victory was certain. Ammon, what do you want to do? Abel tilted his head slightly before directly asking Ammon, Your Majesty, if possible, I'd like to continue. Ammon answered immediately, That's the case, Scotty. Understood. Scotty nodded and readied his sword. Don't let your guard down, Scotty. Ammon is incredibly strong. Oh, during the fight I felt many times as if I were facing Abel. Is he that formidable? Scotty was astonished by Zack's words. In other words, Zack's evaluation of Ammon was top-notch. Zack and Scotty moved in a shuffling manner, gradually separating. In a 2-on-1 situation, the two try to sandwich the one from the front and back or side. That's the strategy. The moment Zack and Scotty formed a 90-degree angle around Ammon. Ammon struck at Scotty. Scotty was not caught off guard. He received Ammon's slash with his sword. In the next moment, Zack attacked the frozen Ammon. But it must have gone as Ammon anticipated. Before Zack's sword could reach, Ammon flowed to the left, distancing himself from the two. Once again, Zack and Scotty gathered in the same spot, and Ammon faced the two of them. Ammon, you're skilled. Zack and Scotty tried to position themselves to sandwich you, but your one strike rendered that moot. Was that a planned strike against Scotty? It likely wasn't a clear thought. It's probably an instinctual action. Seriously? Yes, if he moves, it should feel favorable for him, such as the vague recognition. That's what genius is like. Rio, for some reason, spoke about genius with a tone of authority. I've been called a sword genius for quite a while, but I can't seem to do anything like Ammon. Abel is Abel. You shouldn't compare yourself with Ammon, rather you should master what you can do. What I can do, for example, eating a lot or drowning in paperwork. Yeah, those have absolutely nothing to do with swords. Everyone has their own strengths. One-on-one and one-on-many are entirely different things. Well, that's true. When fighting with swords, the first thing is not to get surrounded. In other words, avoid placing the enemy in positions behind you or where you can't see. I completely agree. I was taught that by my master long ago. Right, it's all about how to position yourself and how to maneuver your opponents who are trying to surround you. I think that sums it up. I see. Ammon deliberately moved to draw Zack to that position. And as a result, he was able to maneuver himself into a position where he wouldn't be surrounded by Zack and Scotty. Abel nodded repeatedly, then refocused on the mock battle. Once again, Zack and Scotty began to distance themselves, trying to move into a position to sandwich Ammon. And when Zack and Scotty formed a 90-degree angle around Ammon once more. This time, Ammon attacked Zack. Ammon's strike was met with Zack's sword. As expected, Scotty, seeing Ammon's movements halted, lunged at him, and Ammon also charged towards Scotty. Crossing paths, in an instant the distance between Scotty and Ammon became 0, a close-quarters battle where swords don't touch, slash. At the moment they passed each other, Scotty's right thigh was deeply cut. A groan of pain escaped without thinking. It was only after the distance between them widened that they realized Ammon had sliced him with a knife he had acquired somewhere. Scotty, I got hit pretty deep, Zack confirmed, and Scotty answered honestly. Since they were fighting in tandem, he should accurately communicate that he was struggling to use his legs. Things are gradually getting dangerous. Yeah, it's clearly scary. Zack and Scotty moved closer, exchanging words in a slightly subdued tone. They wouldn't put on a brave face now. What's dangerous is dangerous. What's scary is scary. If they don't accurately recognize the current situation, they cannot fight in coordination. Ammon once again stored the knife somewhere and readied his sword with both hands. Let's stop surrounding him. I will charge in. I'll assist. Zack and Scotty exchanged those words. Zack charged in, invading Ammon's range. Scotty followed, a bit late, closing the distance with Ammon. Ammon flowed Zack's sword to the side and moved with footwork. Zack positioned himself between Scotty and Ammon, who had charged in late. As Scotty tried to circle around Zack, Ammon's precise movements prevented that. How can you do that while fighting me? Zack muttered in frustration, his face contorted. Ammon remained silent with a smile. Are you even considering the direction to flow Zack's sword? Yes, the deflected sword from Zack is obstructing, so Scotty can't get in front of Zack. On top of that, you're moving precisely, using Zack as a shield. That's amazing. Ammon has completely awakened. Both Abel and Rio sincerely praised him. They had no choice but to praise, after witnessing something like this. Awakening doesn't happen by chance. It connects through experience, gaining insights, struggling, thinking. And when faced with a crisis and the will to overcome it is born, everything connects and awakens. Probably, that's undoubtedly Rio's arbitrary thought, but I get what you're trying to say. Your remark about it being arbitrary is unnecessary. Well, it's not something that happens every day. Indeed. Moreover, to witness it happening right in front of us. Both were conversing, but their eyes remained fixed on Ammon's movements. Ammon flowed Zack's sword to the side, using it as a shield against Scotty. Even Zack was getting annoyed. He was originally a type who leaned more towards intensity than calmness. Don't mess with me. He stepped in faster, stronger, and more aggressively than before. As Ammon stepped in, he redirected Zack's sword with his left bracer behind him. The wide opening created under Zack's right armpit. He thrust his sword forward. Thrust. The extended sword attacked Scotty, who was behind Zack from his blind spot. The sword pierced Scotty's right chest. However, the sword was swiftly withdrawn. The blade was facing upward. It lifted up and cleanly severed Zack's right arm at the shoulder. Zack collapsed to his knees. Using Zack as a blind spot, Ammon circled around from the right and positioned himself beside Scotty, pressing his sword against his neck. I give up, Scotty surrendered while holding his chest. That's it, Abel declared, ending the mock battle. Zack and Scotty received treatment. As Ammon approached Rio and Abel, I'm sorry. Did I go too far in this mock battle? He lowered his head with an apologetic expression. No, it's fine. I was the one who said as long as life isn't taken, it's all right. That's why I gathered the users of Extra Heal. Neither Zack nor Scotty are in any life-threatening danger. That's great to hear. Ammon smiled wryly. Ito approached and patted him on the shoulder while Nils put his hands on his head. Awesome, Ammon. You did well, Nils praised, holding Ammon's head. His smile was beaming. Ammon opened the upper door and ascended. Upper door? To put it one step further, he has entered a new stage. I understand what you're saying, Abel nodded. His eyes were on Ammon, who was embracing Nils and Ito. Seeing Abel, Rio asked, Do you think you could win against the awakened Ammon? Me? Well, who knows? What a relaxed confidence for a strong person. No, honestly, I don't know. Probably, regardless of who wins, the difference won't be that significant, so I can only say that I won't know until I'm actually in that situation. Abel shrugged with a wry smile. By the way, number 4 went over to where Zack and Scotty were receiving treatment, watching over them. From the Royal Knight Order, voices called out to him. We're going to train now, number 4. Let's take down room 10, number 4. We'll do our best too, so let's aim higher together, number 4. Such voices were showering down from the audience. The popularity of number 4 remains unwavering. It seems the way he fought in the mock battle captured even more hearts. Rio was surprised, while Abel laughed. What do you think? Should we continue with number 4 alongside Zack as before? It seems he is being well taken care of in the Royal Knight Order, so let's leave him for now. He should show us an even more developed form. Rio's feelings were akin to parents sending their child off on a journey. From the next chapter, we will enter Chapter 5. A few days after the mock battle between Room 10 and the Royal Knight Order. Your Majesty Abel, I have come to deliver a letter from the Gosron Ducal Palace. Oh, Captain Paulina, it's been a while. Captain Paulina of the Skizblaznil brought a letter from her country to Abel. The Skizblaznil vessel is operated by Captain Paulina and crew from Gosron Duchy. with maintenance and management also conducted at Gosron port. Gosron Duchy not only lies near the Fundebi kingdom, but has also produced many popes throughout history, maintaining very good relations with other Western nations. Upon receiving the letter, Abel immediately began to read it. "What is this?" He was at a loss for words as he understood the content. "When you disembarked, your majesty mentioned that the Natore kingdom is searching for Matriro ore." "Ah, I did say that. I also asked to be informed if any information came in. I casually mentioned it to an acquaintance at the ducal palace, and such information surfaced." "An acquaintance at the ducal palace. Information delivered via a letter. I apologize, your majesty, I cannot elaborate too much." "Oh, no, I'm sorry," Abel apologized. Considering the circumstances, it seemed Captain Paulina was familiar with nobility. From the letter's tone, it was likely related to the Crown Prince. The letter stated, "The Mafalda Republic is looking for someone to sell their stock of Matriro ore." "Yes. Do you know the quantity?" "In refined form, about 1,000 kilograms. Not in ore form, but refined?" "Yes. So to be precise, it is approximately 1,000 kilograms of Matriro chunks." "That's quite a lot." Abel nodded slightly as he imagined the volume. "Does the Republic not use it themselves?" "This is unofficial information, but they have used it sufficiently, and the remaining amount is after deducting for future repairs." They secured an incredible amount. Truly a maritime nation, since they continue to deal with many Western nations centered around France. "That's right. Without such economic power, they would be swallowed up." Abel nodded in agreement with Paulina's explanation. "The Mafalda Republic is the only republic among the Western nations. Furthermore, it is historically a maritime nation in conflict with the Fundebi kingdom and surrounding countries. The Skizblasnil vessel was built by the trading company of the Mafalda Republic, which conducts test voyages between the Western and Central nations. The relationship between the Mafalda Republic and the Gosron Duchy is also good. Among neighboring countries, Gosron Duchy is the only one that has never been at war with the Republic. Additionally, the citizens of the Gosron Duchy have a good relationship with the citizens of the Republic, often receiving training as sailors in the Republic. In a sense, for the Republic, the Gosron Duchy acts as a mediator with other Western nations. This allowed the Gosron Duchy to acquire information that the Republic was looking for someone to sell Matriro ore, or rather, Matriro chunks. With no nation other than the Gosron Duchy willing to support the Mafalda Republic, there were no buyers for the large quantity of Matriro chunks. Of course, that said, there have been under-the-table transactions between the Western nations and the Republic. Smuggling. However, selling a large volume of Matriro chunks through smuggling is unrealistic. Whether as ore or chunks, ordinary people do not use it. Most likely, many will spend their lives unaware of its existence. The use of Matriro ore is primarily for weapon manufacturing. Moreover, ordinary adventurers, knights, or soldiers do not utilize it. Thus, it doesn't circulate among the general populace. Negotiations between governments will be necessary. If we are to send someone to the Republic, there is only one person. Well, that seems likely. Abel shook his head slightly, and Hugh, who had been listening beside him, shrugged. Only Paulina tilted her head in confusion. "So where is Rio? I just met Ignis, they sneaked out together." "Sneaked out? Oh, they're next door." Abel understood where Rio had gone, coming to Café Roma to escape Abel's deadly blade. "It doesn't get better than this." "Your Majesty, Abel's deadly blade?" "Indeed. While they probably cherish someone like Ignis, those of us like me, a mere mage, must live in daily fear of Abel's terrible blade." "It's truly terrifying?" In response to Ignis's question, Rio answered with a serious expression. Well, at least his expression was serious. What he was saying was merely defamation against Abel. The water attribute mage spreading such defamation entered Café Roma with the chief negotiator. Today, it wasn't very crowded. Even so, only about 3 tables were available. The 2 were shown to their seats. At the adjacent table, a man was captivated by a cake that had just arrived. Rio glanced at him and tilted his head. "Oh, I remember the other day. Thank you for that." Rio recalled, and it seemed the man remembered him too. Yes, he was the one he had shared a table with. "Oh, today it's chocolate mousse. Yes, I saw you enjoying it the other day, so I decided to go with this." "You made a wonderful choice. That decision won't betray you." "Is that so?" "I'm glad." With smiles, Rio and Harg exchanged pleasantries. Ignis, watching them, also smiled. Delicious food is justice, and justice brings smiles. "If my memory serves me right, your Harg, the page of the former emperor, correct?" "Yes." "Ah, it's Ignis from the kingdom's delegation." Ignis and Harg greeted each other. "Oh, you both know each other." Rio was surprised. "Well, it's natural that I know Ignis, but I'm surprised that Ignis knows someone like me." "I'm good at remembering faces and names," Harg expressed honestly, and Ignis smiled wryly. "Rio, what about introductions?" I haven't done that yet. My name is Rio, an adventurer from the kingdom. Oh, a bodyguard adventurer, Ignis prompted. Rio introduced himself and Harg nodded. No one was lying about anything. Rio and Ignis placed their orders, and the conversation among the three resumed. However, it did not last long. A burly giant with a stern face entered through the door and approached the three. Just as Abel said, you are here. Hey, Hugh, why are you here? Abel, your majesty has called for you. He said you would be at Café Roma, so bring him along. Sorry, but Ignis, you need to come too. Without waiting for the two's reactions, Hugh grabbed Rio by the collar and pulled him along. Wait a minute, I still want my cake and coffee, Rio's desperate cries echoed. Hugh informed the surprised waiter. Sorry, but please wrap up the cakes that these two ordered and bring them to the neighboring royal lodge. The bill will be settled there. Hey, does that mean the delegation will treat us to the cake? Well, fine. If Rio doesn't resist, I'll treat you. Yay, Rio was delighted as he was dragged away. It seems I've been called, so I'll excuse myself. Yes, Ignis stood up with a smile, while Harg struggled to keep up with the abrupt change in the situation. However, upon seeing the chocolate mousse before him, he regained his composure from his surprise. Rio and Ignis have it tough, he said with a wry smile, then resumed eating his chocolate mousse. By the time Rio, dragged by Hugh, entered the office, Paulina was already gone. Instead, the three of room 10 were present. Seeing them, Rio suddenly realized. Abel called me out to tell me that the training for Nils and the others is completely insufficient. Oh no, that's not it. Don't worry, starting tomorrow I'll double the training amount, Not that, oh no, that's not it. Rio tilted his head and Abel nodded. The three of room 10 trembled slightly, but that was a secret. Information has come in from the Gosron Duchy via Captain Paulina. It turns out that the Mafalda Republic is looking to sell the refined Matriero chunks. Oh, and I want Rio to handle the purchase. Of course, leave it to me, Rio bowed respectfully. Rio could manage a graceful bow. I want to request the escort from room 10. Why, yes, of course, leave it to us. Nils stood upright and accepted the request. Edo and Ammon also nodded with smiles. Since it's a direct request from His Majesty the King, you'll receive the maximum guild contribution points, Hugh McGrath said with a laugh. You might even rank up to A rank someday. I'm looking forward to it. The former A rank swordsman Abel and former A rank swordsman Hugh talked while smiling. A rank, Nils, Edo, and Ammon found themselves at a loss for words at such a distant goal. If we aim for something as small as A rank, it's not good. Our aim should be for SSSSSSS rank, commonly known as S7 rank. Is there such a rank? No, there isn't. Rio teased. Nils was surprised, and Hugh denied it. Well, there might be a 1% chance that there is. Yeah, there's not even a 1% chance. It doesn't exist. As the Grand Master, I can assure you of that. Hugh cut through Rio's delusions. The Grand Master is the top of the Adventurers Guild, so if Hugh says it doesn't exist, it doesn't. Besides, A ranks are rarely seen, right? Most of those said to be representing the country retire without ever reaching a rank. GRR. Apparently, there was a swordsman who was said to be rising to S rank after a long time several decades ago. Oh, what happened to that person? He went into a dungeon with a party right after the Great Tsunami and never returned. Oh, Hugh delivered the sad news, and Rio's expression turned sorrowful. That's when it became forbidden to venture into dungeons right after the Great Tsunami. Abel added to the conversation. By the way, what is the highest rank for adventurers? There is a system for SSS rank, but I don't think there are any records of anyone reaching above S rank in the guild. It's not recorded in the Royal Castle Library either. Hugh and Abel answered Rio's simple question. In practical terms, you can assume that A rank is the highest. So those three are aiming for that highest rank, huh? Oh, is that how it is? Hugh spoke. Rio nodded and Nils panicked. Oh, let's get back on track, Abel said. As I mentioned before, I would like Rio to go as my representative to purchase Matriero chunks from the Mafalda Republic. Understood. I will request the escort from room 10. Understood, for now. I will give Rio the 500 billion florin letter of credit that I had previously provided to the delegation, along with another 500 billion florin letter of credit that I will issue, totaling 1 trillion florin. Honestly, I have no idea how much the 1,000 kilograms of Matriero chunks will cost. If it's not enough, I will issue additional letters of credit. 1 trillion, Abel's words left even Rio speechless. The three in room 10 had their mouths agape. Even Hugh was shaking his head silently. I will consider anyone approaching as an enemy and freeze them all. Yeah, I feel like I heard that before, but please don't do that. Don't worry. I will unfreeze the people I froze while returning to the holy capital after everything is done. That's not okay. Rio, blinded by the money, spouted nonsense, and Abel admonished him. Money can drive people mad. Make sure to transport the purchased Matriero chunks to the Gosron Duchy somehow. Ultimately, they will need to be transported to the kingdom on the Skizblasnil, so make arrangements for them to be stored in the Gosran Duchy until then. I understand. After all, for transporting large quantities of goods, ships are the best. It's better than using a convoy of carriages on land. Rio nodded repeatedly, and Abel agreed. Imagining using carriages between the Western nations and Central nations, it seemed impractical. I will speak to Graham tomorrow. That's right. Absolutely. Previously, when we just bought a ship from the Republic, we were attacked by 4 scary bishops claiming it was an act of treason. Rio grimaced and shook his head. After completing the paperwork in Gosran Duchy, he had been attacked by the 4 bishops of the Pope on his way back to the Holy Capital. I heard that those kinds of assassins are no longer around. That can't be true. They've just been kept out of sight. Truly, Abel is too naive. Rio waved his index finger back and forth. Besides, the Inquisitors who protected Graham on the Dark Continent were originally of that ilk, weren't they? They're a group meant to combat vampires, right? That is true, but if they can fight vampires, it means they can easily kill humans, doesn't it? Well, that's true. Abel accepted Rio's argument. After all, he had no grounds to deny it. Before heading to the Republic, we will need to pass through several Western countries. Do we have any identification? Holy Seal certificate. It's like an identification issued by the Holy See. I will ask for it to be issued again this time. Hugh replied, and Abel nodded. Please mention it directly to Graham. Rio wants one, so make sure he gives it to you. If he doesn't, I'll say I'm going to cause a ruckus in the Holy See. Yeah, don't say things like that. Abel shook his head while saying so. Really, Abel, you can say that because you haven't experienced it. It's tough for mages to fight in a magic nullification space, you know? Isn't that how you obtained that magic nullification alchemy tool in that battle? That's why you're in need of Matriro ore. Everything is connected, isn't it? Rio said, crossing his arms in a surprisingly authoritative manner. We will depart in 1 week. During the week leading up to their departure, the 4 of them spent their time as they pleased. Some dedicated themselves to sword training, while others also engaged in sword training, and yet another honed their staff techniques and enchantment magic. Another individual, the water attribute mage, was certainly not slacking off either. He was busy preparing for the time away from the Holy Capital. For instance, he went to greet the Royal Knight Order, where he had entrusted his precious golem there. He confirmed the popularity of number 4, who had not only not deteriorated but had integrated even more than before, nodding happily. He worked hard in various other ways too, some of which were focused on investigation. Before we embark on our journey to the Republic, let's stop by Café Roma one more time. It's for a taste test of chocolate. With that thought in mind, Rio looked around but couldn't find the 3 from room 10. He shook his head slightly and went next door. Oh, Harg, hello. Rio, hello. In the bustling Café Roma, they shared a table once more, and it was once again Harg. Today, it seemed they had a shortcake filled with plenty of fruit. I thought I would stop by here since I am departing the Holy Capital again after this. Oh, you're also leaving, Harg? Are you going somewhere, Rio? Yes, for work. I have to go abroad for a bit. So I wanted to have some cake before that. I understand, I understand. Harg nodded deeply at Rio's words. Before embarking on a journey, it is only natural to eat one's favorite food. In the Holy Capital, that food is cake. At least for the 2 of them, it is this cake set from Café Roma. I've been there before, but this time I'm taking others along. Moreover, when I went previously, I was caught up in various troubles. Ah, that sounds worrying. After all, to relieve worries, sweet things are the best. That's right, as expected, Harg understands. No, not at all, Rio said in high spirits while Harg modestly blushed. After a brief hesitation, Harg decided to speak. Actually, I've come to know your true identity, Rio. Yes, you are the first Duke of the Natore Kingdom, Duke Rondo Rio Mihara. Oh, Rio nodded. Actually, I have another name aside from Harg. No, Harg is Harg. Rio stopped him, and Harg was surprised. Even if my name in the Empire is Baron Hagenbenda and I'm someone who can use teleport or infinite storage, here in the Western nations you are Harg, the page of the former emperor, who loves Café Roma and my cake friend. You know about me? I didn't hear it from Ignis or anything like that. What I said now was just a soliloquy. You see, if I revealed your identity without permission, Fiona or that explosive flames person would get angry, right? So that was just my soliloquy. Yes, thank you. Harg bowed his head slightly at Rio's words. Within Harg's heart, there was a sense of guilt. Shouldn't he properly reveal his true identity? But he held a very special position within the Empire, being a baron attached to the Imperial Army. Revealing his identity was not something he could do solely on his own will. Yet the first Duke of the Kingdom before him had called him Cake Friend, while understanding all that. For Harg, that was genuinely delightful. On one side, the first Duke of the Kingdom, on the other, the baron attached to the Empire. During the War of Kingdom Liberation, they had met on the battlefield, of course. They hadn't clashed swords or cast spells against each other. However, none of that mattered. Before Cake, it was meaningless. Even Rio, who does not hold good feelings towards the Empire, harbors not a shred of bad feelings towards Harg, his Cake friend. Cakes are amazing, aren't they? Absolutely, Harg said reflectively, and Rio nodded deeply. Rio is convinced. Delicious food brings world peace. Without a doubt, peace had come to this table. In fact, this episode is very important for this Part 4, Dark Continent arc. As for why it is important, you will understand as the story progresses. Rio, Nils, Ito, and Ammon's carriage departed from the holy capital Maramar. Just as Abel promised, they had a letter of credit amounting to 1 trillion florin and a Holy Seal certificate issued by the Holy See in hand. With this, Nils won't need to force his way through the border. Why would I have to force my way through the border? Of course, to cause a ruckus and draw attention while we sneak past the border. Once we've made it through, Nils will take down the border guards and force his way through. I see. I'm glad it won't come to that, Rio explained animatedly while Nils shook his head slightly. Ito and Ammon just laughed without saying anything. This is how it usually is with the 4 of them. Rio, you've been to the Mafalda Republic twice, right? Yeah. Being a maritime nation, it's quite bustling. What about the place to stay? We'll stay at the same place we did last time and the time before that. It's a wonderful inn, so Ito, you can look forward to it. Rio confidently answered Ito's question. Yes, it's definitely a place he can answer confidently. That said, they would have to pass through 2 countries to get from the holy capital to the Mafalda Republic's border. By the way, although it would be a bit longer in distance, they decided to take the coastal route, passing through the Gosran Duchy before continuing to the Mafalda Republic. On the way back, they would need to stop by the Gosran Duchy, so they would return to the holy capital from there. Suddenly, Rio caught sight of Nils and Ammon's swords. Those 2 swords are holy swords, right? Yeah. They were officially granted by the Western Church. They're 2 of the 4 holy swords we secured previously, Rio said, and Nils and Ito responded. Ammon remained silent, simply gazing at his holy sword. He seemed to be caressing the sheath. He appears to be quite fond of it. So since they're holy swords, do you know their names? Mine is called the Holy Sword Ravatin. Mine is the Holy Sword Massamune, Ammon said in response to Rio's question. Rio nodded silently. Both names somehow felt familiar. I can sense the shadow of a reincarnator. Many holy swords have been passed down for thousands of years, so there's no information about their creators. Putting Ammon's sword aside, I hope Nils isn't wandering around at night wanting to slash people with his. Not a chance. Why am I the one being worried about? Of course, it's because it's you, Nils. Yeah, I kind of figured you'd say that. TCH, Nils' response is starting to resemble Abel's. Rio has a look of frustration. Ito and Ammon noticed. Nils looked a bit pleased when he was compared to Abel. A few days later, at the border of the Mafalda Republic, as usual, strict border checks were in place. A carriage lined up in the queue waiting for its turn. When it was their turn, the carriage driver got down to handle some procedures, and then a knock was heard on the door. Please proceed. Excuse me? Confirming a response from inside the carriage, the guard opened the door and entered. The guard quickly checked the faces and equipment of the 4. He seemed quite experienced. According to protocol, may I ask if you have a border crossing permit or an identification document issued by the Republic? A very polite inquiry. Here you go. A man in a white robe handed over an identity plate that was hanging from his neck like a necklace. Ah, you're a noble, I see. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the guard called out, "Bring the inquiry board. The first Duke of the Natore Kingdom has entered the country. It's been a year, hasn't it? Last time he purchased a ship." A conversation between Head of State Colombano della Russo and Chief Advisor Lord Barley. This was at the official residence of the Head of State in the capital of the Mafalda Republic. It must be about that matter from the Gosran Duchy. Is it the stock of mithril ore that we can't handle? Of course, it's great for our country to sell, but there's a problem. Saying this, Colombano handed a report to Lord Barley. Companions, 2 adventurer types and 1 clergyman. Moreover, both adventurer types are carrying holy swords, and this holy sword, yeah, they are the 2 that were granted by the Western Church a few months ago. I didn't know who had been granted them. Those 2 crossed the border with Duke Rondo. How should we view this? They might be assassins like the former 4 bishops of the Pope. That's what I thought, given the timing. Colombano nodded at Lord Barley's words. The raid on the Head of State's 3rd warehouse the other day caused significant damage. If they were involved, yes, we managed to protect the warehouse itself, but we lost half of the warehouse guard. Duke Rondo is a member of the Kingdom delegation, isn't he? Right. That Kingdom delegation has been staying in the Holy Capital for this past year. There's a possibility they've formed a deep connection with the Western Church, or the Duke might be under threat. In either case, monitoring is necessary. Contact the special agency. Request surveillance. Understood. Lord Barley went to contact Director Bonifacio Franzoni of the special agency. The purchasing party entered the capital of the Mafalda Republic, Musselent, 2 days after crossing the border. The carriage stopped in front of a luxurious inn that had a spacious plot close to the city center. Soon, staff from the inn came out and began transporting the luggage from the carriage into the inn. Everything went smoothly. There was no delay whatsoever, and not a trace of stress was felt. Truly top-notch service. Things hadn't changed even on the third visit. Rio entered the inn with a cheerful demeanor. However, he soon realized that his companions were not following him. Nils, Ito, Ammon, Rio called out. Finally, the three seemed to snap back to reality. What's with this entrance? It looks extraordinarily luxurious. Is it okay to enter a place like this? Nils, Ito, and Ammon hesitated even after coming to their senses. It's fine, we're here representing the Natore Kingdom for purchasing. Just walk in with your back straight. The kingdom chose this inn for you, so show them the treatment that befits that. No way. Despite Rio's attempt to teach them the etiquette, Nils rejected it outright. Shaking his head slightly, Rio moved forward. Beyond the door was a massive lobby. With 3 stories of open space filled with glass, it was very bright. Welcome to Doge Pietro, Duke Rondo. The receptionist seemed to remember Rio's face from their last visit. It had been over a year. Hello, this time we're 4 and we'd like to request 5 nights for now. This time Rio's job was to acquire mithril ore since the counterpart was the Republic's government. 5 nights might be too short. No matter the era or world, government operations are sluggish, bureaucratic work after all. 5 nights might indeed be too brief, but they could always extend their stay if necessary. Understood. How many rooms would you like? 1 for each would be easier for various reasons. 4 of the highest grade rooms, please. Rio contemplated briefly before making his decision. There would be no limits on spending. Besides, it was the kingdom's money, and given that it was an inter-country purchase, the lodging arrangements could influence negotiations. No matter how much one boasts about having plenty of money or representing the kingdom, if the accommodation isn't adequate, it would be hard for the other party to trust them. Naturally, they would investigate where and how large their lodgings were, among other things. How they present themselves is a crucial factor that is unimaginable to those without experience. Also, I'm planning to visit the Republic's government tomorrow morning. I believe discussions have already been made through diplomatic channels, so could you please inform them? It would also be more certain if you could mention that I'll be delivering a letter from our King Abel I. Understood. A top-notch inn can manage such matters. They had heard that through Abel via the Gosron Duchy, the message had reached the Republic's government. Moreover, as mentioned earlier, Rio was carrying a letter from Abel as the king, so any regular country wouldn't turn them away. Last time's purchase of Skizblaznil was quite troublesome, but this time it seems they're willing to sell. No, let's not say more than that. Can't raise any flags, Rio muttered as he left the reception. Only then did he notice the 3 who were still frozen at the lobby entrance. The stimulation seems to have been too strong. Rio shook his head slightly. The Mafalda Republic has a powerful intelligence agency. For the Republic, most of the Western nations are considered potential enemy states, and one of the strong forces maintaining their independence is the Republic's intelligence agency. Due to its nature, it is an organization that must remain active and busy throughout the year. But in the past few days, it had been overwhelmed by an astonishing number of issues. Among them, the Capital Defense Command Room that supports the safety of the capital, Musselent, had been flooded with information. Was this all we found about the Interior Minister's attack? We managed to prevent infiltration at the head of state's 3rd warehouse, but the survivors of the warehouse guard are far too few. A support request has come from the head of state's residence to the special agency. The bishop of the Musselent Church was brutally murdered yesterday. The surveillance on the 1st Duke of the Natore Kingdom is ongoing in 3 shifts. Voices were flying around inside the defense command room. Director Bangon, detailed materials on the raid at the head of state's 3rd warehouse have arrived. Upon reading the provided materials, Bangon immediately frowned. Ameria, is it true that the attackers of the warehouse managers are likely to be professional assassins? Yes. They seem to have accurately slit the throats of the victims from behind. Only those who make a living as assassins could accomplish such a thing. Ameria, the deputy director, answered Bangon's question. Once known as the Rio Squad, Bangon and Ameria had been promoted to head and deputy of the Capital Defense Command Room. The Interior Minister and wasn't a government official caught up in the attack as well? That's correct. At that moment, another report arrived. It's a report from Shuri, huh? What is it? It's the report on the bishop who was murdered yesterday at the Musselent Church. The bishop also had his throat slit accurately from behind. Bangon was frowning even more as he read the report. Suddenly, everything became unclear. Of course, the first thing that comes to mind is the possibility of sabotage by the Western Church. The Muscellent Church is one of the places where they can operate freely within the Republic. They wouldn't kill their own number two right after the Archbishop. In other words, this series of professional assassins are not from the Church. Then who are they? Ameria asserted while Bangon was troubled. The structure of the Western nations is, in a sense, simple. The majority centered around the Church and the Fundabi Kingdom and the Mafalda Republic. These two forces are color-coded. Another report arrived. We've finally received information about the items stored at the head of state's third warehouse. Took long enough. The response from the head of state's residence has been too slow. Is this all? Yes, while the quantity is considerable at 1,000 kilos, only one kind was stored in the warehouse. Mithril ore 1,000 kilos. Is that what they were after? Bangon and Ameria tilted their heads. Of course, both of them were members of the special agency. They knew that mithril ore is used in weapon manufacturing. In fact, they were aware that it was used solely for that purpose. They say it can indeed be used to create high-performance weapons, but was the raid for this? Did they mistakenly attack the wrong warehouse? Both frowned further. However, Director Bangon recalled. Duke Rondo is visiting the Republic, right? Yes, rumor has it he's here to purchase mithril ore. Is the Natore Kingdom from the Central Nations particularly buying it? Is there possibly an alternative use for mithril ore besides weapon manufacturing? Something we might not be aware of yet? Could those raiders also be after mithril ore for that reason? Ameria and Bangon exchanged glances. We have no choice. Yes, let's head to the usual. Yes, to the ultra-luxury Inn Doge Pietro. As soon as she said that, Ameria's expression lit up with ecstasy. Yes, Doge Pietro is the dream inn for the citizens of the Republic. We can't stay there. I know, Bangon emphasized it, and Ameria answered with a frown. Okay, let's go meet them. I'll accompany you. As Ryu descended into the lobby, Bangon and Ameria stood up from the sofa and became perfectly still. Thank you for waiting. No, Your Grace, you must be busy. Let's skip the formalities. We are not strangers to one another. Ryu casually interrupted Bangon's greeting and swiftly sat down opposite the two. Do you have dark coffee and, any chocolate cakes? We have whole chocolate for this month's chocolate selection. How straightforward. If it's made of chocolate, anything is delicious. That was a famous saying, wasn't it? Well, then I'll have that. Ryu ordered the coffee and cake as if it were the most natural thing. How about both of you? He further urged the two. Yes, but I'll have whole chocolate and dark coffee, too. I will have millefeuille and dark coffee. Ameria quickly placed her order with lightning speed, her expression hinting she had something to say, yet ultimately remaining silent as Bangon ordered millefeuille. Ryu watched the scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. One of the key elements for world peace, delicious food, was ready. This should create a harmonious atmosphere. At the very least, no matter the topic, it wouldn't turn into a hostile situation. After enjoying their cake and coffee with happy expressions, the three entered into conversation. The point was that they talked not while eating, but after completely feeling happy. Actually, the reason for my visit today is concerning the mithril ore. Oh, Bangon initiated, and Ryu nodded once. Ryu knew that the intelligence agency, to which the two belonged, was indeed an organization related to intelligence. He didn't know the specifics of their organizational structure or how much information they had, but he assumed they would be more aware of the purpose of his visit than other government agencies. However, since he didn't know the extent of the information they possessed, he needed to keep his answers vague. And, although it's still at the rumor level, I've heard that Your Grace has come for the purpose of purchasing mithril ore. I see. Bangon was probing, and Ryu neither affirmed nor denied. Bangon understood as well. He didn't expect Ryu to unilaterally provide any information. To negotiate, they needed to use the information they had. It's been revealed that several incidents over the past few weeks within the Republican territory can be explained when considering the mithril ore as the center. The other day, a place called the Head of State's third warehouse was attacked, and the only item stored there was a single piece of mithril ore. In other words, the attackers aimed to obtain the mithril ore. What? Naturally, Ryu's expression shifted. It was only natural. He had just been told that there were people targeting the mithril ore held by the Republic apart from themselves. Moreover, these individuals were willing to resort to strong-arm tactics. But who could possibly do such a thing? I've heard that those who desire mithril ore are organizations like the government. Although the Church is adversarial to the Republic, they shouldn't be involved this time. Our King, Your Majesty Abel, has already discussed matters with Pope Graham, so who could have carried out the attack? That's right, it wasn't the Church. In fact, from investigating a separate incident, it has been concluded that this series of disturbances was not caused by the Church. Bangon agreed with Ryu's explanation. Then, after a brief pause, Bangon decided to ask. So the reason for visiting your grace was to inquire about the intended use of the mitral ore? Intended use? Yes, for what purpose is it being purchased, if we can understand that? It might also help us identify the attackers this time. Ah, I understand what you're getting at, I get it, but... Even Ryu was troubled. The kingdom desired mitral ore for alchemy tools, the bracelet of concealment, and the brooch of fusion magic. Though the names were ones Ryu had come up with arbitrarily, mitral ore was necessary for their mass production. If it was refined into pure mitral ore, that would be even better. Ryu had come to procure it for that purpose. However, conveying all that information would undoubtedly be problematic. Perhaps some alchemy research institute related to the Republic's government had grasped the need for the bracelets and brooches' mass production. But it was also possible they hadn't. The fact that such questions were arising from the intelligence agency itself indicated that research had probably not advanced that far yet. Ryu speaking freely about it. I'm sorry, but it's something related to national secrets, so I can't go into details. I see. However, it is related to alchemy, and perhaps it could also be used for intelligence purposes, at least that's what I can say. Ryu thought that was about his limit. Not conveying any information wouldn't help prevent the next attack, and if the attackers took the mitral ore, it would be a problem. On the other hand, giving away all the information wouldn't be good either. The important thing in any matter is balance. No, that was helpful. It has become clear that there are indeed organizations outside the governments of various countries that want to obtain it for uses other than weapons. After saying that, Bangon stood up and bowed his head. Ameria quickly followed suit. The people from earlier are members of the intelligence agency of this republic. After the two left, Ryu conveyed the information to the three in room 10. Since they would be providing security, he thought it was best for them to be informed. It seems the warehouse where we were set to procure the mitral ore was attacked. What about the mitral ore? It's safe, however, it has become clear that there are those targeting it. Nils was shocked, and Ryu calmed him down. Indeed, something incredible will be produced with the alchemy tools, but ordinary people don't really need it, regardless of the country or government. That's true. Concealment and fusion magic, right? Who needs that? Even adventurers probably don't require it, do they? Even if it's being sold, the price is probably out of reach for adventurers. If you ask whether they need it enough to spend a large sum, I would say not to that extent. Ito speculated, Ammon hypothesized, and Nils denied. The question floated in all four of their minds. Who exactly and for what purpose? Well, it's fine. Our job this time is procurement, not dealing with the attackers or extermination. Let's proceed with our work steadily. That's right, Ryu summarized, and Nils nodded. For now, we will visit the official residence of the head of state tomorrow. Please come along, all three of you. Your Grace Duke Rondo, welcome. Your Excellency, it's been a while. At the official residence of the head of state Cornbano personally welcomed Rio. By the way, the three members from room 10 were lined up behind Rio in formal attire they had never worn before, resembling that of stationed military and civil officials. Of course, these were provided by the kingdom delegation. This was a decision made by the leader Hugh McGrath, who thought it was inappropriate to follow Rio in their usual adventurer outfits, as he was to be the escort of the lead negotiator, the first Duke. Naturally, Nils and Ammon were positioned as military officials, carrying their swords, while Ito held a staff. Especially regarding this point, the delegation from the Republic did not raise any objections. The meeting began amicably and proceeded smoothly. It was only natural. One side wanted to sell and the other side wanted to buy, both parties' intentions aligned. Moreover, their considerations had already been communicated to each other. There was no reason for conflict. The only aspects to be decided were practical details. Now, I believe our kingdom's intention to purchase has already been conveyed. Yes, I have heard. However, I am not exactly aware of the quantity you are willing to sell, Rio said with a smile. The Republic is considering 1,000 kilos. I see. Rio nodded at Cornbano's words, just as the information Captain Paulina had provided indicated. In that case, we will purchase the entire amount. Oh, thank you very much, Rio stated clearly, and Cornbano nodded with a smile. The real issue was the final amount. The Republic is considering 1,500,000,000,000 ducats, which translates to 1,500,000,000,000 florin in the currency of the Central Nations. I see. Rio nodded at Cornbano's quoted amount. It was slightly over their budget of 1,000,000,000 florin. The three members from room 10 had already stopped thinking, unable to comprehend such figures, and stood expressionless behind Rio. I understand. I will take this back to the inn and consider it positively. With that, Rio stood up. Yes, I look forward to it. Cornbano also stood up and the two shook hands. Inside the carriage returning to Doge Pietro, what was that? I feel like unknown amounts were flying around. It's amazing, negotiations between countries. Nils and Ammon exchanged their common people's impressions. But what will we actually do? They've quoted an amount that exceeds our budget by 500 billion florin. Ito asked Rio, looking worried. That's true. The best option would be to get them to lower the price. That's reasonable, but realistically, making up the 500 billion florin difference is not feasible, is it? It would take several thousand years of work to do that. Rio smiled as he said this, and Nils replied with a voice full of disbelief. You've cooperated with the Republic before, haven't you, Rio-san? Yes, I have. But still, when it comes to negotiations between countries, that doesn't really matter, does it? That would be the case. Rio nodded at Ammon's words. It's obvious. If something is sold cheaply just because of a relationship or friendship with a lord, there would definitely be backlash from the parliament later. The people would surely get angry if they found out that something purchased with their taxes was sold cheaply to another country. Countries are entities where the interests of many people are intertwined and affect many lives. Well, in reality, we don't need to buy the entire amount. That's true. Huh, yes. Only Ito understood Rio's words immediately. Nils and Ammon were tilting their heads in confusion. Since we only have 1 trillion florin, we could say please sell us just 666 kilos. That's meticulous. Indeed, if that's the case, as Rio explained, it seemed that both Nils and Ammon began to understand. Well, saying we only have 1 trillion florin is quite a bold expression. Probably, it's an expression we won't use again in the future. Ito chuckled, and Rio laughed along with him. The purchasing group, faced with a price higher than they anticipated, was not at all pessimistic. On the other side, the ones who proposed the amount. Did I overreach? Yes. When Cornbano asked, Chief Advisor Lord Barley nodded without hesitation. In reality, there is no market price for mithril ore. It is not something that ordinary people trade. To put it mildly, if it were mithril ore in the past, it was considered the best material for weapon manufacturing, and there were market transactions, but that has long since fallen out of favor. It is not something that circulates in the market, and one can manage without it. Moreover, there are no buyers for the Republic to sell to among the Western nations. The only one willing to buy is the Natore Kingdom. Although the Republic is the one selling, it is certainly not in a strong position. Cornbano understands this, but not only is it unusable, but there have also been those trying to raid it. That's from the Special Agency's reports. Both Cornbano and Lord Barley read the report from the Special Agency indicating that the attackers are likely after mithril ore and it may be used for some alchemy tools. Yesterday, they heard directly from Duke Rondo. It was Director Bangon of the Capital Defense Command Room and Deputy Director Ameria. It seems they had built a relationship with Duke Rondo previously, so they utilized that. Proof of excellent personnel. Lord Barley nodded at Cornbano's explanation. Having excellent personnel is always beneficial. It strengthens the organization, which in turn strengthens the country. Ultimately, this should provide the people with a safe living environment. The morning after Rio and the purchasing group visited the official residence of the head of state. Your Excellency, it's terrible. What happened? The head of state's third warehouse has been breached. Were they targeted again? We were supposed to have reinforcements not only from the defense squad but also from the special agency. They were all wiped out. And the mithril ore. It has all been taken. The desperate report from his subordinate left head of state Cornbano speechless. At noon, Cornbano read the recently arrived report. The same report was being reviewed by Chief Advisor Lord Barley, who sat on a sofa. They approached from behind and slit their throats. Just like last time. Most of the perimeter guards, including those from the special agency, have been taken out in that manner. These guys are incredibly good at concealing their presence. Lord Barley pointed out calmly, while Cornbano expressed his frustration openly. Then, the director of the intelligence agency, Bonifacio Franzoni, has arrived. Let him in. Director Bonifacio Franzoni entered the head of state's office. The signs of fatigue were evident on his face. Bonifacio, what have you found out? Your Excellency, do you remember the bracelet with concealment effects? Concealment! Before even a greeting, Director Bonifacio answered, and Cornbano tilted his head in confusion. The one we confiscated from the clergymen of the Holy See, the very one we received from Duke Rondo, right? Yes, that's it. Afterward, I gave one to the Duke. I remember. Bishop Cesare escaped, and the 4 clergymen we had captured during that incident also died. As an apology for not being able to investigate the effects of that bracelet, I gave one to Duke Rondo. Cornbano remembered and nodded. At the same time, he recalled the subsequent events. I believe it was around a month after that. The remaining 4 bracelets were stolen. Yes, they began analysis at the Republic's General Research Institute, but one night they were attacked and all four were stolen. Ah, that's right. So what of it? No way. Cornbano realized why Bonifacio was bringing this up at this moment. During yesterday's raid, there were traces indicating that the head of state's third warehouse and its surroundings were used by the same culprits. Cornbano grimaced severely. That was detected by that device, right? Yes, by the identification device. The identification device, formerly named the Alchemy Tool Identification Device, is one of the Republic's secrets. It is not used in general investigations and is only utilized when deemed necessary by either the government or the special agency. This identification device can determine whether recorded alchemy tools have been used. The previously government-owned concealment effect bracelet was identifiable by the identification device due to its records being preserved. When the bracelets were stolen, other items were stolen simultaneously. A brooch that allows fusion magic. Ah, right. The three brooches, Cornbano recalled with a frown. The brooch, which had barely progressed in analysis, was intended to amplify magical power through fusion magic, along with the concealment bracelets. This was also something Duke Rondo had taken from the raiding clergymen and handed over to the Republic's government. The attackers likely have both the bracelets and the brooches. While we cannot confirm it since the analysis has hardly progressed, the mithril ore that was stolen this time might be necessary for the creation of either or both of those alchemy tools. Cornbano's conjecture made Bonifacio nod silently. Lord Barley, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, finally spoke up. I will go to explain and apologize to Duke Rondo. Is that all right? It wouldn't be appropriate for the Republic's head of state to go, would it? Lord Barley said with a wry smile. Having proposed a price only to have the item that was supposed to be sold disappear is a serious issue. Moreover, it was something the representative of the country had proposed and said would be considered. An apology had to be made. However, it would be inappropriate for the head of state to bow their heads so easily. If the counterpart were of the same rank, it might not be unavoidable. But while the counterpart is the first duke of a powerful nation, he is not a king. For Cornbano, as the head of state, to bow his head, with the other party being a first duke and me being the chief advisor, this should suffice, right? I'm sorry, please do. At Lord Barley's words, Cornbano bowed his head. In the relationship between these two, bowing was not an issue. Carrying the weight of a nation means taking on various troublesome matters. This is the room borrowed by Doge Pietro's Rio. Inside, an old man had been invited in. Lord Barley, please have a seat over there. Excuse me? Lord Barley, now 80 years old, still had sharp eyes. His long white hair was tied back, and his face radiated intelligence, with a large cane always by his side. Lord Barley, you are a mage, aren't you? Rio said with a smile while looking at Lord Barley's cane. It was a conversation starter. Although Rio himself did not use a cane, he knew that many mages in both the Central Nations and the Western Nations carried canes as tall as themselves. Yes, I use earth magic. Oh, Lord Barley answered with a smile, and Rio seemed pleased to recognize him as a fellow mage. Even though their attributes differed, just being mages brought a sense of closeness. I've heard that your grace is also a mage. Yes, a water attribute mage. However, there is no magical power leaking from your body at all. That's right, I trained during the time I lived in the forest. Trained? When magical power leaks, monsters can detect it, making hunting difficult. So I trained to prevent that from happening. Rio answered with a smile. He had put quite a bit of effort into his training to prevent leaks, so being pointed out made him a little happy. I think that would be impossible, but seeing it in practice makes me wonder if the common knowledge I have about magic is incorrect. Lord Barley chuckled inwardly. Lord Barley took a deep breath. He stood up straight and bowed deeply. What is the matter? Rio was surprised. I apologize to Duke Rondo and the Natore Kingdom. This is a formal apology from the chief advisor of the Republic of Mafalda, Barley Akrubai, acting as the full authority of head of state Columbano della Russo. What on earth happened? Actually, last night the head of state's third warehouse was attacked, and all the mithril ore stored there was stolen. Wah? Rio was at a loss for words. The three standing behind Rio in room 10 were also astonished and exchanged glances. Lord Barley sensed the movements of the three. I recognize that those standing behind His Grace the Duke are connected to the Western Church. Understanding that information may flow from your side, I would like to ask a question. After the apology, Lord Barley cut to the front. However, Rio tilted his head. Connected to the church? Of course, the three standing behind mentioned by Lord Barley referred to the three in room 10. They were Rio's former roommates and should have no particular connection to the church. It seems there is a misunderstanding, but these three are my former roommates, and sometimes we form parties together. They are friends and comrades, so they do not have much relation to the Western Church. However, I heard you possess a holy sword officially bestowed by the Church. Ah, that. Rio realized why Lord Barley misunderstood. At the papal inauguration a year ago, at that time these two used the holy sword to quell the chaos. That was recognized, and Pope Graham bestowed it upon them. Is that so? Lord Barley nodded. So, what is it you want to ask? Actually, it has been revealed that the attackers who raided the warehouse were the same ones who attacked our Comprehensive Research Institute before. Oh, at that time they stole a bracelet of concealment and a brooch that allows for fusion magic. Yes, it is something your grace the Duke once bestowed upon us. Lord Barley spoke honestly. Telling the truth is the most effective. I believe Bangon from the special agency mentioned wanting to purchase mithril ore for alchemy tools. Is that perhaps? Yes, it is for the bracelet of concealment and the brooch for fusion magic. Rio decided to answer honestly to Lord Barley's question. This was also considering the developments that would follow. Currently, they had been stolen and were lost, so they could not acquire the mithril ore. Rio glanced at Nils, who stood behind him. The three immediately understood the meaning and nodded. Lord Barley, I have a request. Yes, although the Republic government is likely already moving, could we also investigate the whereabouts of the mithril ore? The four of us are actually quite good at exploration. If this continues, the transaction will not be completed. I cannot return to the Holy Capital with empty hands, as I would not be able to face my king. Rio said with a wry smile. By the way, I have received reports that King Abel is staying in the Holy Capital. Yes, I definitely don't want to return empty-handed. I understand. Originally, this was due to our negligence. I will provide you with a special stay permit issued by the government, as well as an investigation cooperation certificate. If you display those, you will be able to enter most government facilities. Thank you very much. Thus, Chief Advisor Lord Barley took his leave. The four sat down, ordered some cake and coffee, and then entered a meeting. Whoever the attackers were, it is certain that they are a group skilled in alchemy, since they figured out that mithril ore is needed for the bracelet of concealment and such. Rio's words found agreement from Ito. Even though it had been stolen, the Republic had not been able to analyze it to that extent. Among the Western nations, the Republic was said to excel in alchemy. That means confronting them would be a hassle, but if they have the stolen mithril ore, we have to retrieve it. We may need to fight when we go to get it back, right? How difficult it is for world peace. Yeah, Rio, that's definitely not something to say at this timing. Ammon nodded, Ito steeled himself, Rio lamented the world's harshness, and Nils pointed out. Just how unnoticeable is that bracelet of concealment? According to Lord Barley's story, it seems the guards didn't even notice when they were right behind them, Ito asked. Well, it certainly cannot be seen with the eyes. As for the sound, I don't remember how it was. Did you notice it, Rio? Yes, I had sonar magic. I see, so detection-type magic can pick it up. Ito nodded. However, Rio felt the need to add a clarification. To be precise, it also erases magical reactions. Really? Yes, it spreads the reactions and dilutes them in the air. As a result, reactions do not return, so it makes people think there is no one there. But you noticed it, right? With my sonar magic, it feels like there's a hole there. It's as if there is something missing there, which makes it very unnatural. So consequently, I realize that there is something there that erases magical reactions. I see. Rio's vague explanation seemed to be understood by Ito. By the way, Nils and Ammon did not grasp it. Since the two couldn't use magic, Rio thought it was okay, and then he realized something. He hadn't reported to the important people. I suppose I should report this matter to Abel. I might disappoint His Majesty. Rio frowned as he said it, and Nils nodded with the same expression. Given the gravity of the situation, it was impossible not to report. Reporting failures to superiors is always a gloomy task. Indeed, Ito chuckled at Rio's complaint. He might have had similar experiences during his time in the Central Sanctuary. Abel, it's not my fault. Rio, what's suddenly going on? Starting with an excuse to avoid responsibility surprised Abel. Today, the echo of the soul was quite good. Rio honestly reported what had happened and the situation he found himself in. I see. Abel said that and then fell silent. After waiting for a while without anything being said, Rio decided to break the silence. Abel, it's not Nils and the others' fault. Of course it isn't. Just to be safe, I made sure to remind you as king not to make a wrong judgment. I don't understand. After a sigh, Abel continued speaking. So do you have any leads on the attackers? No, not at all. You certainly say that straightforwardly. It can't be helped, it's the truth. For the moment, Rio told Abel he would investigate separately from the Republic government and cut off the echo of the soul. Let's formulate a hypothesis. What if the attackers' base is not within the Republic? What would they do then? They'd obviously transport the mithril ore abroad, right? Nils responded to Rio's question. That's right, so how would they transport it? Normally, they would load it onto a wagon, but it's a large amount, right? Ito pondered. Just how big would it be? If we assume Nils's weight is 100 kilograms, that's the equivalent of 10 of Nils. That's quite large. Nils also contemplated Rio's answer. In reality, it might not be as large as 10 of Nils, as the density would be greater, but it still wouldn't be an easily transportable amount. 1,000 kilograms is a ton. It's not a weight a person can carry, nor is it a weight that can be carried by 2 or 3 people. They might think it could break with a regular wagon. The Republic's borders are quite strict, right? Yes. Now that it has been discovered that something was stolen, they will certainly inspect wagons leaving the country more rigorously than before. Then, that means transporting it out of the country would not be by wagon. Perhaps a ship. Ito and Rio reached a single conclusion. The Republic of Mafalda is a maritime nation and a shipping nation. And with a sufficiently large ship, transporting about 1,000 kilograms of cargo would be easy. It might also be easy to do it without being noticed. Let's head out right now, but we haven't received those investigation cooperation certificates yet. Yes, that would be needed to coordinate with the Republic government, but where we are heading now is private. It's a trading company. A trading company? We're going to the Franzoni Shipping Company. Rio replied the name of the familiar trading company to Nils, who wore a puzzled expression. The Franzoni Shipping Company is the one that built the Skizblesnil we traveled on, and it's one of the top shipping companies in the Republic. Rio explains this while riding in a carriage headed for the company. The chairman, Girolamo Franzoni, is said to be the brother of Bonifacio Franzoni from the special agency. I see, so it's possible that information has been passed along from that connection. There is a possibility. Rio states the relationship, and Ammon and Ito nod in agreement. But Rio, do you think someone from such a prestigious company would meet with us on such short notice? Fufufu, Nils, despite my appearance, I am the first Duke of the Kingdom. It was I who procured the Skizblesnil, so I am essentially a major client. There are no companies in this world that treat major clients poorly. As planned by Rio, the delegation soon found themselves guided to the chairman's office. Welcome, Your Grace. Chairman Girolamo, I apologize for the sudden visit. It seems that even without an appointment, a major client like Rio can be ushered into the chairman's office. After exchanging pleasantries and discussing the recent status of the Skizblesnil, they got to the purpose of their visit. Actually, we are here to procure mithril ore, I see. Rio speaks forthrightly without holding back, and Girolamo nods with a smile, seemingly already aware. However, as you may have heard, the mithril ore was stolen last night. Yes, we have received such information. In fact, I just had a visit from Lord Barley, the chief advisor of the Republic, and I received permission to cooperate in the investigation. I do not yet have the official documents, but, as part of that I thought about various possibilities, and if it was to be transported outside the Republic, it would likely be by ship. That is possible. Girolamo nods in agreement with Rio's speculation. Of course, I don't think the ships of the Franzoni Shipping Company would be used, but the Republic, being a maritime nation, has many ships available. Indeed, there are not a few who engage in such nefarious activities. I would be grateful if you could pass along any information you receive in that regard. Of course, it's fine after you've reported it to the special agency or Republic government. We share the same sentiments with them. If that's the case, I understand. Rio's suggestion was readily accepted by Girolamo. Our company receives information from all ports within the Republic. All ports, how many is that? There are 1,729 ports, including fishing ports. What an enormous number! Rio was understandably surprised. He could see that the 3 members of Room 10 standing behind him were also astonished. Your Grace is staying at the Doge Pietro? Yes, I will inform you once we receive any information. Inside the carriage returning from the Franzoni Shipping Company, he even knew where we were staying. Yes, indeed, the more excellent the merchant, the more they understand the importance of information. No, it might be more accurate to say that they instinctively filter and select information. Rio nodded at Nils's words. It's not uncommon for a massive company to falter just because they overlooked the importance of information. Rio is an adventurer, not a merchant. However, back on Earth, he was involved in management as an apprentice vice president. The businesses, surroundings, regions, and clients he observed during that time, everything became a part of him, probably. All those experiences have shaped Rio into who he is today. Anyway, we've done what we can. That's right. Once we return to the Doge Pietro, let's have some cake. After doing what needs to be done, we wait while eating cake. I believe this is the right action to increase our success rate. I can't believe that, Rio states firmly, but Nils does not agree. It can't be helped. He won't let himself be unsettled just because his thoughts differ from others. Nils gets no cake then? Hey, wait a minute. Do you want to eat cake too, Nils? I want to. There you go, being honest is the best. Nils grimaces but nods, and Rio nods gravely. As long as he can attract the other person's heart without disturbing his own. Probably. The next day, after finishing breakfast, the reception lady came to them. Lord Rondo, someone has come to deliver a letter from the Franzoni shipping company. Thank you. Rio took it and quickly read through it. There have been suspicious movements at Termori port to the north of the capital, and they say they have already contacted the special agency. The 3 members of Room 10 perked up at Rio's words. Rio told the reception lady who brought the letter, I want to go to Termori port, so please arrange a carriage with a driver. Thus, the group set off for Termori port. Termori port was blocked off. There are ropes set up. That's a sign that we can't go in there. This is troublesome. Rio muttered as he got off the carriage. Ito confirmed, Ammon speculated, and Nils sighed. There were ropes strung up like a crime scene barrier from modern Earth, with guards standing at intervals, preventing onlookers from getting any closer. We have no choice. We'll take a traditional approach here. What are you talking about? I have a bad feeling about this. Nils will distract them with a solo charge. Oh, I thought it would be something like that. I'm not doing it, Rio declared, and Nils refused. This is the established routine. Rio shook his head slightly and sought a more realistic method. He went up to the boundary and waved his hands widely toward the inside. Director. Yes, he spotted Bonifacio, the director of the special agency, deeper inside. Responding to Rio's voice, Bonifacio allowed the group to pass beyond the boundary safely. The area near the pier was in a pretty terrible state. How many bodies are there? Over 30. In addition to the guards, there are about 5 others, some in dark clothing too. Nils, Ammon, and Ito were all astonished by the grim scene. All 3, as B-class adventurers, have experienced quite a few deadly situations. Even from their perspective, it can be said that this is a particularly gruesome scene. Why is your grace here in such a place? Oh, I received a bit of information. Rio evaded slightly. Girolamo? Bonifacio muttered that name, and that was all. Of course, it was about his brother Girolamo, the chairman of the Franzoni shipping company. And what about the mitral ore? Rio asked the question he was most concerned about. There was 500 kilograms of it this time. Half of it, huh? Rio nodded at Bonifacio's answer. But he thought it was a great success just to have recovered half. At the very least, if he buys and returns with that, it would yield some results. While Rio and Bonifacio were talking, the 3 members of Room 10 who had been following behind were examining a few nearby corpses. Those dressed in black seemed to have large tattoos on their chests. Is that a bird with 2 heads? It seems to be pierced by a sword. That's a rare tattoo, isn't it? Nils and Ito explained, and it seemed Ammon didn't know either. It appeared that none of them understood and were tilting their heads in confusion. However, someone who heard their voices reacted. What did you just say? It was Rio. Because he had been speaking with Director Bonifacio, he hadn't seen the tattoo yet, but he felt he heard something intriguing. He quickly approached the 3, peering at the corpses. On their chests was the tattoo of a double-headed eagle pierced by a sword. Excuse me, do other corpses have this tattoo as well? Rio asked the special agency personnel around him in a loud voice. The first to react to that voice was Bonifacio. Yes, they all have that tattoo on their chests. I believe it will be a significant clue in identifying them. Do you perhaps know what it means, Lord Rondo? Yes, I do. Rio's expression turned grim. Honestly, he didn't want to know. Rio is aware that they inherited the alchemy of their founder, which means their level of alchemy is high. What had been entrusted to him by the founder were 3 black notebooks. They are an assassination cult. The information was released today, April 10, 2025. Water Attribute Mage Part 3, Eastern Nations Arc II, will be released on June 20, 2025. Reservations have also begun from the special book site. Rio had fought against the assassination cult twice. The first time was in their village, and the second time was in Twilight Land. In the first battle, he defeated their leader, the leader named Hassan. By the time of the second battle, there was supposed to be a new leader called Kuro. After that, I stopped hearing rumors about the assassination cult. Could it be that they moved to the Western nations? Rio muttered. I've heard rumors about the assassination cult. They had been engaging in underhanded activities in the Western nations for decades, replied Bonifacio. Oh, I see. It seems they didn't move to the Western nations right after the clash with Rio. Come to think of it, the founder and leader, Hassan, had mentioned that he was from the Western nations. However, there's also a rumor that their main base is in the Central Nations, so their activities in the Western nations may not have been that active, Bonifacio recalled. After answering, he looked at Rio and asked, Did your grace determine that these individuals are members of the assassination cult because of the tattoo on their chests? Yes. It seems that everyone in the assassination cult has this tattoo marked on their chest. Excuse me, but is that really true? It is true. I heard it directly from someone who used to be an executive in the assassination cult. What came to Rio's mind was Shafi, who had left the cult and was now working at the Gecko Merchant Association. The level of alchemy the assassination cult practiced was very high. The founder, who was at the center of it, has passed away, but I believe some of it has been passed down. I see, Bonifacio grimaced. The organization known as the assassination cult, which he heard about only in rumors. Now that they were attackers and had half of the mithril ore, he couldn't think of a good way to search for them. The main goal was to recover the mithril ore. However, the Republic government would likely also order the annihilation of the assassination cult. Bonifacio grimaced even more at this thought. After exchanging some information, the purchasing delegation decided to leave the scene. They had obtained the information they wanted, and staying any longer could interfere with the investigation. Still, I can't believe the assassination cult was involved, Ito murmured. Nils and Ammon, however, did not change their expressions upon hearing that. Rio understood why. Nils and Ammon seemed to not know much about the assassination cult. Do you get it now? Nils stammered at Rio's comment while Ammon chuckled. That said, the two of them were normal. The assassination cult was something that appeared in fairy tales and rumors. It was a sort of urban legend. A long time ago, a man born at the western edge of the Western nations established the assassination cult due to various circumstances. He called himself Hassan. Or rather, I think he didn't name himself that. I recognized him as the reincarnation of Hassan. By the way, Hassan is the person who once established the assassination cult in another place. He was simply referred to as the leader by the members of the cult. Is this about the assassination cult? The leader excelled in earth attribute magic and reached an astonishingly high level in alchemy. Of course, he was also a formidable fighter with extraordinary skill in close combat. The assassins of the cult were trained by him. Time passed, and they built a village within the central nation's Natore kingdom. Nils occasionally interjected as Rio spun the tale of the assassination cult's history. The aging leader wished to obtain eternal life. With the alchemy he established, he believed he could attain immortality if he had the right materials. That led to various events, and their village was destroyed. Hey, Nils interjected at the abbreviated ending of Rio's explanation. If you're going to tell a story, at least tell it all the way through. How rude to say that it's a mere story. Rio felt a bit offended by Nils's words. Is what Rio is saying true? Quite true. Rio nodded in response to Ito's question. How do you know such a story? Due to various circumstances, I was the one who destroyed that village. I see. Wait, Ito, that's not something you should be agreeing to. Ito nodded at Rio's explanation, but Nils interjected again. It seems that swordsmen are suited for making interjections. The village of the assassination cult was in the kingdom and Rio destroyed it. There must be other villages, right? I think so. Hey, I believe the village I destroyed was just a facade. There were no children there at all. So, one could say that was precisely why Rio was able to eliminate it. If the ones standing in his way had been children raised as assassins, he would have hesitated to attack. In fact, the remnants of the assassination cult attacked Twilight Land as well. Twilight Land, that's where Rio and Your Majesty Abel went as a delegation, right? Yeah, as representatives of the adventurers. That sounds cool. As Rio recalled, Ito pointed it out, Nils nodded, and Ammon admired it. Yes, at that time, the remnants of the assassination cult attacked the delegation. To be precise, the target was Mew, the daughter of Marquis Westwing, who was within the delegation, and the granddaughter of the Grand Duke of Twilight Land. We have a complicated fate with them. After pondering that, Rio remembered, I should report this incident to my superiors as well. Rio was a model employee who never neglected his duty of reporting, contacting, and consulting. The ones who attacked and took the mithril ore were the assassination cult. That warehouse attack. Wait, the assassination cult? Seriously? Yes, the people we defeated had the tattoo on their chests. The one with a two-headed bird pierced by a sword, right? That was the one on Shafi's chest. Abel remembered. He had helped peel the tattoo off Shafi's chest alongside the red sword. Rio said he annihilated the village of the assassination cult in the kingdom, right? Yes, he did. At that time, he defeated the person who was the founder and leader. But afterward, the one who became the new top was someone called Kuro. I don't have any information about that person. As far as I know, that information hasn't come through. I'll confirm with Count Heinlein later. Count Heinlein was the Chancellor of the Kingdom and an expert in intelligence matters. Could the ones moving this time be the western branch of the assassination cult or something? I don't think it has such a peaceful name. By the way, I heard that half of the 1,000 kilometers was reclaimed this time, 500 kilometers. I see, for the kingdom, that alone is enough. Abel was realistic as a king. If we can obtain the rest and lend the magic fusion brooch to everyone in the Royal Magical Association, can everyone use it? I remember hearing that it depends on compatibility. That's not good. It would cause suffering to cast magic, especially on the battlefield. Let's be careful with the magic fusion part. Rio was also realistic as a mage. After Rio finished reporting to his scary superior, the other three were discussing the situation they had witnessed at the scene. The people in black clothes all had bracelets on their left wrists. Could that be the bracelet of concealment? Do you think they succeeded in producing a replica? Is that why they targeted the mithril ore to produce more? It's dangerous since it belongs to the Republic government, yet they were aware of that. Nils stated the facts, Ammon speculated, and Ito pondered the reasons. For people like the Assassination cult, it has extraordinary performance. Rio nodded with a grim expression. How would they fight against assassins with the bracelet of concealment? Certainly, Rio could detect their existence with sonar. But even so, could he react reflexively? What about the others? Many guards at the port had been defeated. More than 20 were down against 5 assassins. You can't fight against someone you can't notice even when they're right in front of you. Indeed, they would just be overwhelmingly defeated. It's certainly troublesome. Ito, the priest, agreed with Rio. I'm excited. For some reason, Ammon, the swordsman, felt excited. Well, we'll just have to give it our all. Nils, the swordsman, gave a casual response. It can't be helped. Hey, Rio, did you just make fun of me? I didn't mean that. Why do you say it as if you were caught on purpose? You should hide that. How selfish of you, Nils, to say I should both point it out and hide it. I don't want to hear that coming from Rio. Rio shook his head slightly while Nils grimaced. Ito and Ammon watched the two with wry smiles. 4 days had passed since the incident at Termori Port, and the procurement team was in a waiting period. During that time, they were not slacking off. They were certainly not indulging in cake and coffee in Doge Pietro's lobby. Absolutely not. We're just enjoying some cake as a reward for our hard work, Rio said. Is it really necessary to say that? Nils replied. I have to write it in the report later. Otherwise, I won't be able to get the cake expense approved. Cakey. Nils, it's my role to make puns, so don't take that from me. I didn't mean to. Rio scolded Nils for his pun, while Nils looked confused. Indeed, the 4 members of the team had trained in the morning and done their own research or exercised after lunch. So it wasn't a lie to say they had worked hard. It was just the fact that Rio had insisted on it that created a strange atmosphere. By the way, the Republic government hasn't said anything, has it? Maybe the investigation hasn't progressed since then, Ammon speculated, tilting his head as Ito nodded slightly. Nils, you can't just swing your sword and barge in because you want to know the progress of the investigation. There are diplomatic relations to consider, Ammon added. I never said anything like that, right? What are you talking about, swinging a sword? I would definitely get caught, Nils responded. I just made it clear what desires were in your heart with my mind's eye, Rio replied. Yeah, don't worry. That's not what I was thinking at all. Really? Why do you sound so disappointed? Rio shook his head in disappointment, and Nils retorted. It was then that the receptionist approached the team. A representative from the Republic government has arrived. Ah, please show them in. Rio immediately put on a serious face. Ammon was surprised at how quickly he could change his demeanor. Nils shook his head slightly. Ito seemed to have an idea of why they had come and was smiling. As expected, what was handed to Rio was the special stay permit and investigation cooperation certificate promised by Lord Barley. Now we can finally move, Ito exclaimed, and Rio nodded. You were waiting for that for 4 days? Nils asked. Of course, what did you think, that I was just idly lounging around for no reason? Rio replied. I just thought you were holed up in the inn for cake and coffee, Nils said. What a thing to say. Rio frowned at Nils's overly direct words. However, he could not continue frowning for long. Then let's go. Where are we going? Of course, the first place is where the most information gathers, Rio said confidently. Normally, a place where information gathers is a tavern or something, but it feels different coming from you, Nils replied. It's still only 3 o'clock, so it feels early, Ammon added. Ito and Ammon also seemed puzzled. Could it be the special agency? Nils suggested. Rio's eyes widened in surprise. He was genuinely astonished. How did you figure that out, Nils? I'm a B-class adventurer too. I can make that deduction, Nils answered. Why do I feel like I lost to you? Rio shook his head at Nils's obvious confidence. The procurement team arrived at the special agency in a carriage. At the gate, Rio presented his identity plate, special stay permit, and investigation cooperation certificate. Only Ammon might have noticed the guard's face twitch. What is your destination? The guard asked. Destination? It's the Capital Defense Command Room, to see Section Chief Bangon and Deputy Chief Ameria, Rio replied. Do you have an appointment? I don't. If you pass me through, they will certainly say that you can let me through, Rio answered confidently to the guard's inquiry. Abel always wondered why Rio seemed so self-assured. However, such confidence did intimidate some people, especially when they presented the identity plate that indicated noble status, along with a special stay permit and investigation cooperation certificate from the Republic government, arriving in a carriage. I will confirm this urgently, so please wait a moment, the guard stammered. Wow, that's impressive, Nils commented. At times like this, you really feel like Rio is a duke, Ammon said. It seems to be the strength that comes with power, Ito remarked with a smile, and Ammon nodded in admiration of power and strength. Events may show different facets to different observers. The four were led to a conference room, akin to the first annex building, next to the main headquarters of the special agency. When it's just me, I'm always guided inside the main headquarters, Rio said. What? Are you saying it's because I'm here? Nils reacted as Rio lamented while glancing at him. I never said that, but Nils, you should be aware, Rio began. I'm not aware of anything, Nils interrupted. Ugh, the lineage of dullard crushers from Abel continues. How terrifying, Rio muttered. The speed of a swordsman's reaction is impressive. Despite appearances, Nils is a B-class swordsman. At that moment, 3 people knocked and entered. 2 were the individuals Rio had requested to meet, namely Section Chief Bangon and Deputy Chief Ameria. The third had not come for a meeting. Director Bonifacio, Rio said, slightly surprised. The head of the special agency, who had also been on site at the port. Your Grace, I was actually planning to visit you, Bonifacio said. Yes. Without much of a greeting, Bonifacio got straight to the point. I would like to ask for your assistance. With that, Bonifacio bowed his head. Immediately, Bangon and Ameria also bowed. Rio said, completely bewildered. The 3 from room 10 behind Rio exchanged glances, but no one's face showed they understood what was happening. In fact, we have determined the location of the Assassination cult's base, Bonifacio explained. Oh, we believe that half of the mithril ore stolen from there is also stored at that location. The Republic government has made the decision to invade that base. Yes, we would like to ask for your assistance, Your Grace, Bonifacio explained logically. Rio understood and nodded. However, he felt that the last part was a bit of a leap. Of course, he would not hesitate to cooperate. Not just the special agency, but the Republic government will also be able to provide support during the invasion, right? Yes. We plan to deploy not just the Republic military, but also 50 civilians, Bonifacio confirmed. Civilians, you mean golems? Rio asked, surprised. The expressions of the 3 from room 10 clearly changed at this information. They had heard rumors, and while staying in Fundaby Kingdom for the past year, they had even seen the golems from France. They were overwhelmed. Now a Republic version was coming out. They will deploy battle golems and mobilize the Republic military. Of course, the rough-and-tumble specialists from the special agency will also join, right? It seems like my help won't be needed, Rio said. No, Bonifacio responded emphatically. The Assassination cult's base is deep in the forest. That alone is troublesome, but they are believed to have manufactured a considerable number of bracelets that allow for concealment. Oh, those are troublesome indeed. We analyzed the bracelets worn by those we defeated at Termoriport the other day. We understood the results. However, since we cannot test how much concealment they actually provide, dealing with them has a lot of uncertainties. You can't test it? Yes. It's fixed to the user's magical power. Oh, that's right, Rio recalled. There was a time he had infiltrated a facility using the bracelet of concealment taken from the 4 bishops of the Pope. He remembered struggling significantly to force his magical power through the bracelet to use it. Even Rio, who had considerable confidence in magical power control, could only walk slowly into the facility, not able to use magic while running. He knew that for an ordinary person, activating it would be impossible. Even without looking, he could tell that the 3 behind him were exchanging looks saying, "That's it. I might be able to assist with that." It would be better to experience how much the user can be concealed and gather data before the actual operation. Should I try forcing my magical power through to activate it? Is that possible? Bonifacio exclaimed. In silence, Section Chief Bangon and Deputy Chief Ameria were also astonished. Even the best mages of the special agency couldn't do it. I succeeded once before. However, it was difficult enough that I could only walk, Rio explained. I couldn't even manage to pass it through. No, please, we would be grateful for your cooperation, if possible, right after this. Yes. Thus, the procurement team began discussing as they moved to the main headquarters of the special agency. The base of the Assassination cult is located in a forest called Niren Forest. The Niren Forest is quite extensive. Deep in the forest, there is believed to be a villa built for the former head of state to live in seclusion 8 generations ago. You believe? Once the former head of state died, the entire family, including the children, was attacked by bandits and all perished. What a terrifying group of powerful people. Rio shook his head slightly in disgust. Perhaps it was the assassination cult that carried out that act. They learned about the villa at that time and decided to make it their base. It's not impossible, Rio agreed with Bonifacio's speculation. When politics are involved, events can unfold like those in movies or novels. Rio had seen such things even when he was on Earth. Truth is indeed stranger than fiction. If we're talking about assassins wearing bracelets of concealment and fighting in a deep forest. I can only imagine hellish scenes, Rio said, expressing concerns that Bonifacio and the Republic government officials shared as well. That's precisely why the special agency was trying to activate the bracelet of concealment to verify its actual effects. They're certainly troublesome opponents, but the Republic military is mobilizing for this, Rio noted. It's not about capture or annihilation. The Republic government considers it a civil war, Bonifacio explained. That destructive, Rio exclaimed, shocked at the honest admission of the government's stance. Naturally, a civil war literally means war within the country, not against foreign nations, but a war against domestic anti-government forces. Rio could somewhat understand. For the Republic, the assassination cult is like a terrorist organization with a base at home. If the assassination cult were to carry out terror activities in another country, namely, assassinating influential figures, then the Republic, where their base is located, would be targeted. It would be seen as a state supporting terrorism. Even if the Republic harbors deep resentment towards the assassination cult, that is how it appears from outside. This, of course, would be used as a pretext for war. Such scenes had been common on Earth since the 20th century, an organization that is shockingly harmful just by existing domestically. According to investigations, it seems that most of the resources previously held in the Central Nations have been moved to the Western nations. So that means they have a new base here. Ah, that forest has become their new base. Yes, we believe so, so they plan to completely crush it this time. Please lend us your strength for that. Bonifacio bowed his head once again. You want me to activate the bracelet and also help invade the forest? Rio asked. Yes, Rio pondered. Indeed, last time, he had decimated the assassination cult's village. But that was to rescue Prince Willie. Of course, if it were just about saving him, it wouldn't have been necessary to annihilate the village. But in hindsight, he certainly felt he lacked composure. The anger of having Prince Willie, his disciple in water attribute magic, kidnapped. The frustration at having fallen right into the trap set by the enemy, leaving him away from the prince. Anger robs one of calmness. Now that Rio was not angry, he remained calm. From such a calm perspective, thinking about taking lives, even if it was an assassination cult, he was aware of his softness. He was aware, but, I don't mind going to the site, but please let me think about the invasion of the forest. That was the conclusion Rio could present for now. 2 days later, Rio and his purchasing party stood on a small hill overlooking the forest of Niren, where the headquarters of the assassination cult was located. On this side of the hill, the Republic army was lined up in formation. With this level of military strength, I feel like there's no need for us to get involved. 50 golems and soldiers, there's over 3,000 of them, right? It's highly likely they'll finish it before we even get deployed, Ito said with a wry smile, while Nils shrugged his shoulders and Ammon looked a bit disappointed. Well, at the very least, as a kingdom, we've shown our cooperation by actually moving the bracelet and coming to the site, Rio said in a somehow pompous manner while crossing his arms. His gaze was directed not at the Republic army, but toward the forest beyond the hill. It's a very deep forest. I can't see an end on the other side. Yes, I think deep forests tend to be inhabited by monsters. But what about here? Who knows? They were probably hunted down when the assassination cult made this their base. Ito tilted his head in response to Rio's simple question. In reality, it was a question that could only be resolved by diving into the forest. I want to confirm something with the three of you. Rio lowered his voice slightly. The three from room 10 turned their attention to him. We've decided to cooperate with the Republic government and charge into the forest, but is that really okay? What do you mean, is that okay? You made a promise to get the mithril ore at a lower price, right? I feel like there's a lot we could learn from a battle with the assassination cult in the forest. Rio confirmed, Nils nodded, Ito reasoned, and Ammon became a battle maniac. Recently, Rio felt like Ammon was too focused on the path of the sword. He didn't think it was a bad thing. He was just contemplating whether he should get an autograph while he had the chance. Well, let's make sure we don't get hurt unnecessarily. Is that really okay? Ah, maybe if I get hurt a little, it'll make it seem like we cooperated. So Nils, please get hurt a little. Hey, Rio presented a strategy, and Nils retorted. Of course, both of them knew it was a joke. After a little while, a command was issued. 50 Republic golems, called civilians, were the first to descend the hill and charge into the forest of Niren. Naturally, the Republic armies hiding behind the hill was something the Assassination cult was likely aware of. Intense fighting began in the forest, confirming that more troops from the Republic army were deployed. The command post was established on the hill where they could overlook the forest, meaning it was very close to Rio and the others. If we push the front line back a bit, we can move the front line command post into the forest. Bonifacio, the director in charge of this forest incursion operation, said to Rio. When will we be deployed? After we've cleared a pathway with the civilians and the military, we'll deploy the special agencies units. I would like your cooperation there as well. Understood, Rio nodded. Even though it was called a forest, there were some open spaces, and various things could be seen from the hill. The civilians are 3-meter class golems. It seems difficult to fight in the forest. Yeah, that's true. They're not able to utilize their size. Even so, if one of their arms hits, it must be incredible. Rio reported his observations, Ito agreed, Nils added more, and Ammon praised their strength. In fact, there were golem squads pushing through the trees while engaging the enemies. The area the golems have cleared. That will likely be the path for us and the special agency's forces, Nils said. In response, Ito, Ammon, and Rio nodded in silence. However, they didn't know the exact location of the villa they were aiming for. In reality, the Republic government had the documents but had not confirmed the actual location. After all, reconnaissance teams had been unable to enter this forest. The troubles of dealing with assassins in the forest. Rio dramatically shook his head like a stage actor. There was no reaction. The troubles of dealing with assassins in the forest, Rio said again, dramatically shaking his head. Still, there was no reaction. In the forest, assassins, I get it, stop repeating yourself. Finally, Nils reacted. I thought you might not be able to hear me since you weren't responding. Of course I could hear you, I was just pretending not to. That's terrible, Nils answered honestly while Rio pretended to cry. Ito shook his head slightly and Ammon smiled wryly. I was sacrificed to ease everyone's tension. Not many people are tense. Huh, why not? What's with that question? It's somehow become a philosophical debate. Nils tilted his head and Rio did too. We've all accumulated quite a bit of experience. Ito answered instead, smiling. Compared to Count Oscar Lusk, this isn't that frightening, Ammon said while also laughing. I never imagined the explosive flames would be of help to everyone. I might reconsider him a bit. Rio grimaced but gave a certain level of praise. Well, he is a count. Noblesse oblige. We can't have him neglecting his duties. What about you, Rio? You're the first duke, right? How rude. Who's the arbitrary duke here? I didn't say that. Nils's heart said so. How do you know what's in my heart? It's called the spiritual eye. I can see through the heart's eye. Is that so? That's impressive, as expected of Rio. It's not that great. Rio felt embarrassed for some reason. Nils, you've improved too. That was a splendid comeback. Ito and Ammon whispered to each other. Thus, the four of them, who were hardly tense, completely relaxed. Reports began to come in to the command post beside them. The ground has turned into mud, stopping the golem's advance. We've visually confirmed a mansion about 400 meters ahead of the stopping point. It is believed to be the villa in question. Request for the deployment of the Special Agency's forces has come from the front-line command post. Upon receiving the last report, Bonifacio turned to the purchasing party. We will now deploy the Special Agency's forces. They are trained specifically for combat in urban areas and forests. They will maintain the front line in the forest. We will charge into the mansion. Rio nodded at Bonifacio's request. The three from room 10, standing behind him, also nodded in agreement. The Special Agency's Special Operations team was deployed. Leading the way were the four from the purchasing party. The Special Operations team has a unique atmosphere. They're specialized for combat in places like forests, right? I wonder if they have assassination missions as well. Of course they do, Nils answered with a face that said it was obvious. In the kingdom, requests like those don't come to the Adventurers Guild. It's said that it's because the nobles' private soldiers handle them. In the Republic, which lacks many nobles, it's the government. In other words, the Special Agency's job. SHH, Ammon, you shouldn't say any more, Nils responded, and Ammon tried to elaborate, but Rio stopped him. Rio himself had brought it up, but then chose to halt it. Let's have all the blame fall on Nils. Later, I'll send a letter to the Special Agency saying, it's Nils's fault. Why me? That makes no sense. The ongoing conflict between swordsmen and mages seems to have continued even into Nils's generation since the beginning of the universe. Active sonar. Rio actively searched the forest with sonar. About 50 enemies were caught with passive sonar, but with active sonar, it jumped to over 100. Active sonar has higher accuracy, doesn't it? Yes. Out of those 100, about 30 are using the bracelet of concealment, just as Rio was about to finish his sentence. Clang, clang, Nils and Ammon deflected arrows. The arrowheads were painted black just as courtesy. In this kind of forest, they're quite difficult to see. Nils and Ammon exchanged information. Then, the two of them moved away from Rio and Ito to engage in combat. Those two really understood there were enemies. When you reach C rank or higher, there are quite a few subjugation requests. They've gotten accustomed to human combat. Rio was genuinely surprised while Ito laughed. But the opponents they attacked were assassins using the bracelet of concealment, right? Is that so? They might be growing more than I had anticipated. Ito replied, still laughing. For Ito, the current state of the two seemed perfectly normal. Everyone is growing day by day. Rio's summary statement somehow sounded very self-important. After confirming that Nils defeated the faced assassin, Rio and Ito approached him. Nils, that was amazing. Yeah, he was using the bracelet of concealment. I kind of understood it since Rio showed it, but facing it in battle was more troublesome than I thought. But you handled it without any problems. It is troublesome, but if I have some time, I can fight, Nils stated firmly. In response, Rio and Ito exchanged glances and nodded. They could manage just fine. However, Rio had a practical question. How did you grasp the assassins' attacks and their locations? That's right, Nils couldn't use magic. How did he manage without a detection-type magic like Rio's sonar? The sound of the wind. The sound of the wind. When the wind hits something, the sound changes, right? That's impressive. Rio genuinely thought Nils's response was amazing. However, Nils shook his head. Ammon is even more impressive. That guy's cutting just by sensing the presence. Huh. How can you cut just by sensing the presence? Don't ask me, I want to ask the same thing. Nils chuckled at Rio's question. The way of the sword seems to be profoundly deep. The people from the special agency are really struggling. We're going to help over there. Rio, you charge in alone. Huh. Ito announced the situation, and Nils made an unreasonable request, surprising Rio. If it's just you, you can cut straight through the forest, right? Well, probably. Go meet the top of the cult and take them out quickly. The sooner, the fewer casualties on both sides. Understood, Rio nodded. Rio burst through the forest without hesitation. A few arrows and spells were fired at him, but they were all deflected by the ice wall layer 10. The only place where the assassins managed to impede Rio's advance was right in front of the entrance to the mansion. It was more accurate to say that Rio appeared there as he had no choice but to pass through. Icicle Lance 32. 32 ice spears with rounded tips struck at the chins and bellies of the assassins. 16 assassins fell instantly, but only one woman remained unscathed. That was because Rio had not attacked her. Why hadn't he attacked? Because she was someone he recognized. Hello, Natalia? Yes, she was the executive who had likely been a close aide to the former leader, Hassan, who had dealt a fatal blow right in front of Rio. She had been leading the attack on the delegation in Twilight Land. Why are you here? The words finally escaped Natalia's lips, trembling. It was understandable. Natalia knew the enormity of Rio's power. He had single-handedly decimated the cult's village in the kingdom and had fought to a standstill against the former leader. The former leader, whom Natalia knew to be the strongest man. Anyone who could fight evenly with such a person was nothing short of terrifying. However, that very person of terror was supposed to be in the Central Nations in the Natore Kingdom. There was absolutely no way that he was in the Western Nations. Don't you know, the Central Nations, meaning the kingdom, has sent a delegation. I have heard about it. That's right, Rio shrugged in response. Understanding those words, Natalia grimaced as if she had bitten into a bitter bug. She remembered the agreement made between her and that terrifying man right in front of her. If they touched the Natore Kingdom, they would annihilate Black and the new Assassination cult. That's what she had been told. But if they didn't touch it, they would be let go. As promised, our cult has not touched the Natore Kingdom. The ore is to be bought by us, the Natore Kingdom. That's absurd. So please withdraw. I can't just do that. Natalia was flustered. The former leader of the Assassination cult had been astonishingly skilled in alchemy. Among those who had grown under him, there were also exceptionally talented individuals. They struggled, but managed to analyze the acquired bracelet of concealment and fusion magic brooch and successfully created similar items. Both were objects that assassins would crave desperately. If possible, she wanted to equip everyone with them. Magic stones could be dealt with. It would take time and effort, but it was not impossible to obtain. However, another important item. The Matriro ore was not so easily acquired. The source was the Dark Continent, and even in that Dark Continent, it had currently ceased to be on the trade routes. No matter how much money was offered, it could not be obtained. What to do? The only option was to acquire it within the Western nations. But in the first place, it was not something that circulated among the general populace. Government-to-government transactions were the main means, but It seemed that such transactions had not been occurring for several years. In such circumstances, news had come in that the Mafalda Republic possessed refined material ore. It was something they had purchased in bulk during the time it was still circulating, refined, and stored. The Republic was a peculiar nation in the Western nations. It had a long-standing hostile relationship with the Holy See of Fundebi Kingdom, which could be said to be the center of the Western nations. Because of this, there was little open trade with many countries in the Western nations. Due to such circumstances, the material ore had remained stored within the Republic for a long time. The assassination cult aimed for that. Of course, it would mean turning the state of the Republic into an enemy. Moreover, the new base established in the Western nations was within the forest of that very Republic. But still, it was necessary for the cult's new development. In the end, even if they had to abandon the base, it was something they needed to obtain. The new leader, Black, had made that judgment. Downpour ice coffin. As Rio chanted, the 16 others were encased in ice. Seeing that, Natalia's face twisted in fear. She was vividly reminded of her terror. Please withdraw. Ugh! Natalia was in a dilemma. Meanwhile, at the holy capital Roma of Fundebi Kingdom, a commotion was occurring on the first floor of the Royal Lodge of the Kingdom delegation. Graham, McGrath, you're in a good spot. It was the unexpected visit from the Pope. It would be unreasonable not to be surprised, even if the Holy See was just across the street. I urgently wish to meet your Majesty, Abel. Can you facilitate that? Well, but I know that you just returned from a meeting with the Gosron Duchy, Graham stated clearly. There was no way to feign ignorance. Fine. Understood, please wait a moment. Hugh said this and headed towards Abel's room. I am aware of where Duke Rondo is. I see. Of course, I have no intention of holding that against you. Naturally, Abel nodded. No one could hinder the movements of the Natore Kingdom as a sovereign state. To purchase the material ore held by the Republic, the first Duke, Duke Rondo, has been dispatched. I see no need to respond to that. Abel lightly dismissed Graham's words. This was routine for someone who had been king for over 3 years. To be honest, the kingdom's actions are beneficial for France. Oh, Abel's reaction changed slightly. Why would he go out of his way to say such a thing? For what purpose was he conveying this? He reached the answer almost instantly. In other words, you believe that ignoring our movements might lead to complications later if the material ore stays in the Republic. Even if some money flows to the Republic, you don't want the powerful alchemy tools materials, the material ore, to remain within the Western nations. I leave the interpretation to you. Graham did not refute Abel's explanation. For now, the Mafalda Republic would not create powerful alchemy tools using the material ore, such as the Bracelet of Concealment or Fusion Magic Brooch. But eventually, there was no denying the possibility that they would obtain bracelets from somewhere and advance their research, leading to the creation of imitations. At that time, having a large quantity of material ore would pose a problem. Thus, they wanted the material ore to be taken to the Central Nations. That was expected behavior. However, the sudden visit to the Royal Lodge now meant that something unexpected had occurred, or perhaps new information had come in. So, I'd like to hear the reason for your sudden visit. Currently, an attack by the Republic's military on the headquarters of the assassination cult has begun. Among them, Duke Rondo, Rio's son, and others are also participating. Even so, I have no intention of punishing Rio. I believe he acted in what he deemed best for the kingdom, and that is the outcome, Abel stated firmly. Yes, of course, France also has no intention of raising objections. There may also be a desire to assist in the retrieval of the remaining material ore and to negotiate favorable terms. That's fine. Then what is the problem? Even if they are from the assassination cult, I think it is inhumane to take their lives. Abel struggled to grasp the meaning of Graham's words, inhumane. Of course, anyone would understand that this was a facade, but why was such a facade necessary? Could you continue explaining? I believe that one-sided mass killings should not occur as the Pope of the Western Church. So, you're saying it's fine to retrieve the material ore, but don't kill the members of the assassination cult. Is it a waste to lose their unique skills? Their assassination techniques? Oh, so you'd prefer to obtain them more directly? I see. As Abel spoke, he began to understand Graham's thoughts. Indeed, the assassination techniques possessed by the members of the assassination cult might be highly coveted by some, especially those in the core of state power. Abel himself did not think so, but he could understand. Graham was dressing it up with a humanitarian pretense. I would appreciate it if you could express it differently, as in being able to keep them alive safely. Changing the expression doesn't change the essence, Abel shrugged. He considered more realistic scenarios, and how troublesome things would be if they occurred. If they are kept alive and end up being used for assassination again, Rio will be furious, you know. He may seem more kind-hearted than you or I can imagine, but when he gets angry, it's scary. Honestly, I'd rather face the entire world as an enemy than see him angry. It's true. I understand. Your Majesty Abel seems to have misunderstood a bit, but I have no intention of using them as assassins. What? Rather, we in France, and indeed all the countries in the Western nations, including the Republic, want to ensure that their assassination techniques are not used in the future. Yes, I believe Rio would say this. I want them to live a proper life. There's a plan for that. Graham looked directly into Abel's eyes. Abel's reason judged that those eyes were not lying. However, Abel's emotions lacked confidence in whether he could truly trust Graham from the bottom of his heart. But ultimately, accepting Graham's proposal would not be detrimental to the Natore kingdom. Leaving Graham in the adjacent room, Abel connected with the echo of the soul. Ah, Rio, I know you're busy, but please listen for a moment. Abel, what a timing to connect. Abel could tell that Rio was surprised. It was only natural. Right now, Rio was trying to persuade Natalia. I am conveying a request from Graham. He wants the members of the assassination cult to be brought to France as alive as possible. Huh, it seems it's a pity to kill them just because they are from the assassination cult. I absolutely think he's planning something bad. Oh, I'm sure he is. And he wants us to carry that burden? He said that it's better than killing all of the assassination cult members. Well, human lives are the most precious of all. Both Abel and Rio were not entirely convinced. However, even though they were assassins, they were still people. If there was a way for them to live without doing bad things in the future, it was certainly true that they wanted them to live properly. Shafi has reformed. So I don't think it's impossible. Even so, oh, it won't be easy. Both Rio and Abel were realists. At that moment, an idea popped into Rio's mind. Could we relocate these people to Bordwin Kingdom? Bordwin. That ruined country between the Central Nations and the Western Nations. If we hide them in a place only the Western Church knows, it would be a kind of house arrest, but I think the members of the cult wouldn't have any rights. However, if it could exist as a country to some extent, perhaps if I say it could be under the protection of France, Graham might agree. I see. After just a moment of thought, Abel nodded. At first, he thought it was an absurd idea, but it might not be so bad. There would surely be many problems if it were to be implemented. But dealing with the governance of a country meant dealing with a pile of problems every day. Thinking that way, understood, I will negotiate with Graham in that direction. We will do our utmost on our end, too. Abel and Rio nodded through the echo of the soul. Therefore, I have decided to stop taking lives. Huh. Not hearing the conversation through the echo of the soul, Natalia let out a bewildered voice. In exchange, please remain encased in ice. Downpour ice coffin. I guess we have no choice but to talk to the new leader. Permafrost, with everything in sight frozen solid, Rio dashed forward. Even upon reaching the mansion, he froze all visible enemies and ran deeper inside. At the very back, he opened a door that was clearly meant for a spacious room, revealing exactly what he expected, a room that could host a party. In the center stood a man with long black hair and black eyes. At first glance, he appeared to have an Eastern vibe similar to Rio's, but his skin was astonishingly pale. The contrast of black hair and black eyes against white skin was striking. The black hair and eyes were impressively distinctive. Without needing an explanation from anyone, Rio understood. This person was Kuro. You don't seem like a member of the Republic's army or the special agency. Who are you? When asking for someone's name, it's customary to introduce oneself first. Kuro. What? You are the new leader of the assassination cult, aren't you? You. Kuro reacted sharply to Rio's words. It was the mention of new leader that triggered his response. Only those within the assassination cult should have known that the leadership had changed from Hassan to Kuro. If anyone else knew, then that meant? Yes, I am Hassan, the last opponent I fought against the former leader of the cult, so I know. No way. Weren't you told by Natalia's son, the story of the water attribute mage? You ordered her to kill the former leader, didn't you? At that time, she was fighting against the leader, the water attribute mage. So you are the one from that time? The former leader was quite aware. He mentioned that Natalia's son, charmed by Kuro, had betrayed him. Rio shook his head slightly as he spoke. Why are you here instead of the Central Nations? This is the Western Nations. That's right. Didn't you know? I have deep connections with the Mafalda Republic. I am in a cooperative relationship with the government leaders of the Republic. Impossible, even if you say that. I'm right here in front of you, aren't I? Rio shrugged. Just so you know, how about surrendering? What? It seems there was a proposal from the Pope of the Western Church through our king. If you surrender, they will provide a safe place for the entire cult. The Pope of the Western Church, not the head of the Republic? Ah, well, it's a bit of a complicated structure. It's true that I'm currently fighting in cooperation with the Republic, but for the top of the supposed enemy nation, the Fundabi Kingdom, to make such a proposal through me? Yes, it is indeed complicated. Rio nodded several times. It would certainly be confusing. He hastily concluded that all of this was Abel's fault. Poor King Abel. Our Natore kingdom has strong ties with both the Fundebi kingdom and the Mafalda Republic. That was probably true. And it was indeed rare. If there were a country in the Western nations with comparable ties, it might only be the Gosran Duchy, which manages the Skizbla's Nil vessel. Even that had been built over generations by producing successive popes, and the ties with the Republic were established by not engaging in war for several hundred years despite being neighboring countries. Natore Kingdom currently has a similar network built over hundreds of years. It was indeed rare. In any case, I refuse. I have a responsibility to the members of the cult. I don't know what they would do to me if I surrendered. No, that is... We are assassins. Can we live alongside ordinary people? Can we live comfortably alongside our fellow assassins? Kuro spoke quietly but clearly. Ryo could not refute those words. Indeed, he was right. What if the person living next door was an assassin, or if the children's friends were assassins, or if the coworkers were all assassins? In such a situation, it would be difficult to live without considering unforeseen circumstances. Even if he himself could accept it, what about the children and family? Kuro understood that they would not be accepted, which is why he articulated it. However, Ryo pondered, what if it were a country of only assassins? So he declared, I have a plan. I refuse. Kuro rejected even the mere act of listening. If you want to hear it, then knock me down and force me to tell you. Show your claims through strength. That is our way. Must we fight? Ryo had anticipated this outcome. He drew Murakumo and formed the blade. Kuro also readied a slender, straight sword that was too long to be a dagger but a little short to be called a sword. The sword fight began. At first, Ryo thought that Kuro was a villain who had manipulated Natalia to kill the former leader, Hassan. But through their conversation, he understood that was not the case. He felt a sense of responsibility towards the cult members. Well, that makes sense. No matter how much power he possessed, he was still able to continue running the organization without falling apart after the former leader's death. Unless a person is someone others want to follow, it wouldn't go so smoothly. Hassan, being the founder of the cult, was a figure who had bound them together with strength and charisma. He had a certain charm. However, the Kuro before him was different. He faced each individual earnestly and sincerely. It could be said that he was the exact opposite of Hassan. I cannot agree with that, Ryo muttered, but a counterargument immediately came to mind. Kuro was a senior executive even more prominent than Natalia under Hassan's regime. In other words, Hassan had valued Kuro highly. It is uncertain whether he viewed him as a successor, but he certainly recognized him as an important figure for the cult. Why did such a person decide to rebel and eliminate the charismatic leader? That was of course unclear. He's quite strong. When the sword fight paused and the two stepped back a bit, Kuro murmured, Are you finally willing to listen to my plan? I refuse. No. Just lend me your ear. Even if you try to confuse my heart like that, it is useless. What a hard-headed person. You are excessively serious. Kuro spat those words, and Ryo frowned and shook his head. It was impossible to get someone uninterested to listen. I have no choice but to use it, Kuro mumbled, and the next moment, he vanished from sight. Did he use the bracelet of concealment? I have no choice either. Active sonar activated. Active sonar is a spell where the stimuli emitted from Ryo vibrate the water vapor in the air, spreading out and returning after hitting an object, allowing him to determine the objects. While passive sonar can be constantly activated, active sonar is rarely kept active because it taxes the brain significantly. But now, there was no choice. I must one day be able to sense presence and fight like Abel or Ammon, Ryo vowed, a water attribute mage aiming for the realm of masters. Where exactly is Ryo aiming? That is something no one knows. Clang, clang, clang. Ryo defended against attacks from unseen directions. His eyes were already closed. He moved the sword. Relying on the information from active sonar, it was not easy, but it was unavoidable. It is said that people rely on visual information for about 70 or 80% of their perception. In reality, the strong swordsmen around Ryo had keen eyesight, yet he was in a state where his vision was sealed. Even so, Ryo had magic, especially sonar-type magic, which he had used for a long time. It was one of the MORE Chinese letter spells among his magical repertoire. He had honed his swordsmanship. He had swung his sword, engaged in mock battles, and experienced life-and-death battles. Both were Ryo's strengths. He coordinated those two forces together, 5 minutes into the fight. Slowly but surely the two powers began to coordinate. Initially, he only moved his arms and sword, but now he was also coordinating his footwork, moving almost instinctively. He was in a state where he felt rather than thought about the information from active sonar. Kuro was also aware of Ryo's changes as he continued his attacks, compared to the beginning. He is moving remarkably smoothly. Can he see my attacks? No, he shouldn't be able to. This was verified multiple times within the cult, perhaps due to some magic. It might be possible to catch the slight movements of those who activated concealment, but to catch the movements of a sword is impossible. It's something too minute to grasp, however. The mage before him was receiving all the sword strikes. Yes, despite being a mage, he was also exceptional with the sword. It feels like I'm fighting with the leader. The leader that Kuro envisioned was, of course, the former leader, Hassan. Hassan was a complicated figure for Kuro. He had ordered the assassination, but it wasn't out of hatred. Did he want to gain control of the cult? That wasn't incorrect, but it wasn't out of a thirst for power either. When envisioning the future of the cult, Kuro thought Hassan should retire. While he did not know his exact age, Hassan must have easily surpassed 100 at that time. However, he desired eternal life and moved the cult for that reason, for his own desires, even if it was for the sake of mere life. That was something Kuro could not forgive. The frustrations and anxieties that had accumulated until then exploded all at once. Many of those who belonged to the cult certainly revered Hassan. That was only natural. He had been the leader since their birth and was the one who taught them almost everything from assassination techniques to magic. Moreover, he was strong. Even beyond 100 years, no one could defeat him. Strength attracts people. A yearning is born from that. That is charisma. Although the leader who led the cult with a powerful charisma, there were still those who opposed him. Most of them were driven by anxiety when they truly considered the future of the cult. Kuro was the one who brought together their worries. It seemed that Hassan was aware of all these movements. Knowing, he neither stopped nor rebuked them. As the number 2 in the cult, he entrusted Kuro with an important role and allowed him to take action. Ultimately, while Kuro felt indebted to the one who raised him, he ordered the assassination of Hassan. The mage before him reminded Kuro of Hassan's sword. Honestly, Ryo could not understand what about this mage reminded him of Hassan. Yet he vaguely felt as if he was fighting Hassan. Is it the sight of him gradually growing stronger, the aura that makes those around him believe he will overcome any difficulties? Either way, those are things I couldn't obtain. Kuro nodded inwardly. There were many things Hassan possessed that Kuro did not. He acknowledged that, but he would not become self-deprecating. That was something Kuro had discarded when he decided to rebel against Hassan. I will surpass the leader for those who follow me. Ryo understood. Kuro's sword was not that of a genius. It was a sword forged through effort upon effort. People like this do not break. They are persistent, flexible. Or perhaps it can be called resilient. They possess this because they have accumulated many experiences of defeat that ground their hearts. When they become enemies, they become the most troublesome individuals. Ryo was familiar with such people. He had seen them when he was on Earth. I think they are completely the opposite of Hassan. He was flamboyant and overflowing with talent. Of course, he did not drown in that talent but continued to work hard. In the end, both continue to put in effort, don't they? Even if their types are different, disciples resemble their masters. It could be called a profound truth, and he was aware. Gradually, his sword speed was increasing. He understood the reason was magic. Is he using wind attribute magic to increase his sword speed? Like Sira's wind attire? Amazing, I didn't think someone besides Sira could use it that way. He had trained his sword to the utmost, yet still sought to swing his sword faster, even if just a bit. Using magic to hasten the swing of his sword or arm? The idea is simple. But in reality, Ryo had once thought it was nearly impossible. He genuinely admired Sira for executing it. The assassin before him had also reached that same thought and executed it. He probably took hours, days, or even years to get to this point. Such techniques wouldn't be necessary in typical assassination settings. They were essential when facing strong opponents. Perhaps this was one of the techniques he honed from a young age to confront Hassan. He understood that this was an opponent he could not defeat. Yet he also recognized that a time would come when he would have to fight. That was why he prepared. While putting it into words seemed simple, it consumed many years of time. For confrontations that may or may not come, for opportunities that may or may not present themselves, to fight against opponents he genuinely could not imagine defeating. Even though he is the leader of assassins, I hold great respect for his efforts. Ryo found himself thinking that way. Of course, he could not accept the assassin itself. He did not want to acknowledge them. Still, he thought highly of those who continued to put in effort, regardless of their professions. Nobody rises to the top without effort. There are cases where individuals do not recognize it as effort. Yet the strength backed by such effort is incredibly powerful. Those who wield such power are also exceptionally strong. They do not let their guard down. They understand the efficacy of effort. They can conceive that the opponent standing before them may be growing even at this very moment. Thus, they do not let their guard down. Their hearts do not break, so they cannot afford to wait for the other to self-destruct. In other words, one can only defeat them by crushing them properly from the front. When he advanced the discussion to a technical level, he also understood the troublesome points. The short sword is agile to handle, making it not easy to bypass its defenses. The sword wielded by Kuro was shorter than a typical two-handed sword. It was a double-edged straight sword longer than a dagger, but slender and seemingly easy to handle. While it was likely not favored by sword wielders, it appeared convenient for an assassin. That is something I need to break through. The target was set. Ryo assumed his usual stance and exhaled sharply and deeply. Once he emptied everything, inhalation came naturally. A successful deep breath. The air transformed. The looseness disappeared and tension filled the space. The sword fight began again. However, there was a clear change. Ryo's sword, which had been solely defensive, started to incorporate attacks. And these were not mere distractions or perfunctory attacks. They were sharp, attacks targeting vital points. If even a single strike landed, that moment would seal Kuro's defeat. He has become serious, that abomination. But Kuro felt no surprise. The mage before him had performed a battle on par with Hassan. Kuro had trained to surpass Hassan. Though the possibility of fighting Hassan himself had vanished, he was now facing a man comparable to him, bearing the future of the cult members. I cannot afford to lose. To an outsider, the fight between the two must have looked like a strange sight. In an empty, desolate space, Ryo swung his sword, and from that empty space the sound of swords clashing echoed. It seemed as if Ryo was training with magic-enhanced swords alone, creating a bizarre spectacle. It gave no sense of the heat that should exist in a life-and-death exchange. Indeed, it was only natural that he couldn't recognize Kuro, concealed through alchemy, and even Ryo himself appeared devoid of warmth. Calm, composed. In reality, Ryo felt like he was engaged in a mock battle. It resembled a mock battle with Sira when she had deployed her wind attire, just that the means of capturing the opponent was through magic instead of sight. But that was all. He could still use magic. While hitting the opponent with magic was difficult, that wasn't the only aspect of magic. I am a water attribute mage. That was a particular pride Ryo held. Slip. The floor beneath Kuro's left foot, where he had placed his weight, turned to ice, causing him to slip. He staggered but managed to prevent himself from falling. That was a mistake. Had he fallen, the attack would not have landed. Kuro felt a shock to the back of his head. He lost consciousness and collapsed on the spot. Don't worry, it's a blunt strike. For some reason, Abel did not react. Don't worry, it's a blunt strike. Ryo thought maybe Abel couldn't hear him, so he said it again. Still, there was no response from Abel. Ryo had explained to Abel that it was a phrase that had existed in his hometown for a long time. During Queen Illyriage's ascension ceremony, after defeating the White Mask with a blunt strike, Abel had not reacted. So afterwards, Ryo made sure to teach him properly, and yet there was no response. It was quite pitiful to be neglected while trying to elicit a reaction. Why isn't Abel responding to me? Well, even if you say that. I taught you before, right? I don't remember that. Why are you answering like a corrupt politician? I don't want to hear that kind of response. I remember what a blunt strike is. It's the part of the blade that can't cut right. It's not on my sword, but it is on Ryo's. Yes, that's it. Hitting there means I won't take your life. Isn't it enough to say, I won't take your life? That's where it's different. This is what the pathos of things is all about. Ah, here it comes, the pathos of things, Ryo heard Abel sigh. After sealing Kuro in the ice coffin, Ryo stepped outside with the frozen Kuro. Then he shouted, Kuro has been captured. According to my promise with Kuro, if they surrender, I won't take their lives. Everyone drop your swords. The battle is over. Ryo's voice, coming from his gut, carried quite far. He probably wasn't lying about what he said. While he hadn't explicitly stated the part about his promise with Kuro, it was clear that Ryo didn't want to take the lives of the cult members, and he wanted to set that narrative for future discussions with the Republic's government. After that, members of the Assassination cult began to surrender one after another. Some returned to the mansion and wept over the frozen Kuro. Don't worry, Kuro is alive. Once we've finished our discussions, I promise to thaw him properly. Ryo explained this to each person individually. Compared to fighting assassins in the forest, explaining to each individual was not such a big deal. It was understandable that they would be shocked if their leader was encased in ice. A clear and thorough explanation was necessary. Perhaps thanks to Ryo's explanations, no one lashed out at him in a fit of rage. In fact, there were those who requested to be frozen themselves. They want to be preserved with Kuro, or I don't want to think about anything, just let me sleep. When Rio began to freeze them as they wished, even the other assassins, who had remained silent, started to express their desire to be frozen. In the end, around 350 individuals who surrendered near Rio were encased in ice. Cult members who had surrendered with injuries from battles throughout the forest were gathered by the Republican army and were receiving treatment. They looked at the 350 ice coffins following Rio and were astonished, tears streaming down their faces. However, they did not lash out in anger. Perhaps they thought that if they did so, their frozen companions, including Kuro, would be in danger. To such individuals, Rio promised that they are all alive, and they will all be thawed at the appropriate time. When he said that if they wished, he would freeze them, everyone expressed their desire to be encased in ice. Rio had not anticipated that at all. That's right, they were from the cult, a kind of religious organization. Wanting to live, wanting to stay alive like their companions might be some sort of instinct. He forcefully concluded. One cannot understand and explain every thought and action of people. More importantly, there was something that only Rio could do now. Rio walked over to Bonifacio, the person in charge of the scene, and called out to him. Director, I would like to discuss the matter of these assassination cult members with Head of State Cornbano. Yes, understood. I will take full responsibility for encasing these individuals in ice, so it will be fine. Rio's tone was gentle, and he wore a smile. However, Bonifacio could not resist. He couldn't retort or even oppose. He felt that pressure. After all, this was a matter that was beyond his level of judgment. If the Duke before him, who had just captured the enemy's leader, wanted to meet with the head of state, then fulfilling that request would surely make everyone happy. After this, we will withdraw and return to the capital. Would it be possible for Duke Rondo and the encased individuals to join us? Yes, I will follow. Rio nodded at Bonifacio's suggestion. Well, that's over. Fighting against assassins using alchemy tools for concealment is something that doesn't happen often. I'm just glad everyone got through without major injuries. Nils expressed his relief, Ammon was happy to have gained experience, and Ito concluded with a smile. Just then Rio walked over. I'm glad all three of you are safe. Hey Rio, I heard you took down the enemy leader. Impressive. Rio expressed his genuine feelings with a smile, and Nils praised him. To be precise, I knocked him out with a blunt strike and then encased him in ice. Blunt strike? Both Nils and Ammon tilted their heads. Rio was determined to educate not just Abel, but these two swordsmen as well. I'll be taking everyone else from the cult and encasing them in ice as well. Actually, while heading toward the headquarters, I received a message from Abel stating to capture them alive. Most of them were stripped of their combat abilities and captured. But I did take the lives of a few. Nils was speechless while Ammon scratched his cheek as he explained. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't their fault. Rio lightly plucked the echo of the soul hanging from his left ear. It's Abel's responsibility for not saying it sooner, so there's no need to worry. Rio stated firmly in a resolute tone. But why keep them alive? Are you planning to use them for negotiations with some country? But that doesn't seem like something His Majesty Abel would do. Apparently, it was proposed by Pope Graham. There is a possibility it could be used for nefarious purposes, so I intend to listen closely to what I have to say as well. That's true. That would be best. After all, they entrusted themselves to Rio's ice. Ito nodded and gazed at the ice coffins standing in the forest. Ice coffins numbering over 555 pillars. What would happen to the assassins encased within them? That responsibility lay on Rio's shoulders. One day after the operation to eradicate the assassination cult. The residents of Musselent, the capital of the Mafalda Republic, were astonished by the procession moving down the main street. At the forefront was the Republic's pride, the Golems, civilian, the Republican army, and Bonifacio Franzoni, the director of the special agency known to only a few. That was understandable. They had heard the Golem had been dispatched. They didn't know why it was out, but the involvement of the Republican army and the special agency suggested that something significant had occurred. The problem came afterwards. A mass of ice was following them. The contents of the ice, whose reflectivity had been altered, were invisible. Each piece was lined up, attached to an ice cart, in a single file endlessly. One citizen seemed to have counted the number of those ice masses. That number was 555. What the heck is that? It's an ice mass, right? You can't see inside at all but what's contained within it. It's shimmering. It's beautiful. No one guessed what was inside, naturally. Who could imagine? The people inside are members of the assassination cult. The 555 ice coffins all entered the garden of the official residence of the head of state. Afterwards, Rio and his purchasing party were deeply thanked by head of state Cornbano. Then Rio broached the subject. I would like to take responsibility for these individuals. Take responsibility? Cornbano tilted his head at Rio's words. Of course, he had heard that Bonifacio or Duke Rondo had some proposal. He thought it might be a negotiation for the purchase price of mitral ore or something, but it seemed to be something entirely different. I'm not good at lying, so I'll be straightforward. Discussions have taken place between our King Abel and Pope Graham of the Western Church, and I was asked to bring the members of the Assassination cult alive. That again? Corbano frowned. It goes without saying that the Republic had a strained relationship with Fundaby Kingdom. A war had even broken out a year ago. The top of Fundaby Kingdom is none other than the Pope. If it was said to be the Pope's opinion, it would be strange not to frown. At first, I also considered that they might be securing them as assassins and planning to use them for evil purposes as mere pieces on a chessboard. That seems likely. Rio could understand what Corbano thought at first. They were valuable resources as assassins. The Western Church had been said to possess individuals specialized in assassination, and Rio had even fought against the pinnacle of that, the 4 bishops of the Pope. In fact, the Western Church did have assassins among them. If they requested to bring the Assassination cult members alive, it wouldn't be surprising to think they would use them as pawns. A ruler would naturally consider such things. I will not allow such a thing. If the church if Graham were to do something like that, I would encase him in ice. No, that's a bit. I have that level of determination, Rio answered clearly, looking directly into Corbano's eyes. That feeling was genuine. He was prepared to encase Graham in ice and even to go to war against the Western Church. Of course, that would trouble the Natore kingdom. However, because it was Abel, Rio might indeed go that far if he were deceived, or so he thought. I enjoy a good joke, but I dislike those who tell lies that bring misfortune to others. That is not just me, but the same goes for King Abel. If Graham or Fundaby Kingdom deceives us, I hereby declare that they will receive the appropriate consequences. Rio stated it clearly. For the Republic, it was sufficient if the Assassination cult disappeared from within their borders. That had originally been the intent behind the eradication operation. However, it would be troublesome if the now disbanded Assassination cult got incorporated into the Church or Fundaby Kingdom and was used for behind-the-scenes work. Duke Rondo, if you say that much, I want to believe you. However, personal friendships and the responsibilities of a ruler are different matters. If you have any concrete plans regarding the cult, I would like to hear them. I propose they relocate to Bordrin Kingdom, Rio answered clearly. That was the conclusion he had drawn and the proposal he intended to make to Pope Graham. Bordrin Kingdom is one of the so-called corridor nations. I've received reports that the inhabitants have all disappeared and that the kingdom has vanished. Yes. Our delegation passed through, and there was not a single living person in the city, nor in the surrounding area. I see, so relocating there. If those who originally lived there are all gone, then friction in that area shouldn't arise. Corbano nodded a few times as he thought. Perhaps it was because he understood the difficulties of settlement as a ruler. What advantages does this have for our Republic? We will purchase 1,000 kilograms of mitral ore at the proposed price of 1.5 trillion florin. Oh, Corbano was genuinely surprised by Rio's words. While mitral ore is a precious commodity, the Republican government had estimated that 1,000 kilograms would be worth between 700 billion to 800 billion ducats. Well, since this was the first negotiation, Rio thought he would throw out a high figure of 1.5 trillion. Naturally, he didn't expect that amount to be accepted as is. Yet they accepted it. However, currently, we only have 1 trillion florin on hand. Therefore, the remaining 500 billion florin will be paid after we deliver them to King Abel. At that time, I expect to pay the remaining 500 billion in ducats form. I assume you understand what that entails without having to explain too much. I see. Corbano nodded at Rio's words. Paying in ducats, the currency of the Western nations rather than the florin of the Central nations, meant that the Fundaby Kingdom, the initiator of this, would bear the cost. This was equivalent to inflicting 500 billion ducats worth of damage on Fundaby Kingdom, a virtual enemy. For the Republic, that could be seen as delightful. In the future, it would likely gain approval when explaining to the Parliament. Even Corbano could calculate to that extent. Understood. As the head of the Mafalda Republic, I will accept the proposal of His Grace Duke Rondo, first Duke of the Natore Kingdom. A week later, the purchasing delegation returned to the Holy Capital with the 555 ice coffins. They were not stopped by guards or attacked by the Holy Knights upon entering the Holy Capital. It seemed there had been a notice from the Holy See. The 4 horse-drawn carriages and the ice coffins entered directly into the Holy See. The 4 were welcomed into a room resembling a conference room. Inside were Pope Graham of the Western Church, Cardinal Stefania, King Abel of the Natore Kingdom, and Hugh McGrath, the head of the kingdom delegation. Rio knelt before Abel. Your Majesty, I report that everything proceeded without incident. During such times, Rio perfectly portrayed the first Duke. Duke Rondo, well done. Abel naturally acted as the king. Rio sat next to Abel while the three from room 10 stood behind them. Seeing this, Graham initiated the conversation. I have heard from His Majesty King Abel about Duke Rondo's proposal for relocation to the former Bordran Kingdom. Yes. As for my response, or rather, as the official response from Fundaby Kingdom, there is no problem with that proposal. Huh. Rio was taken aback by Graham's answer. He never expected it to be accepted so easily. Furthermore, the matter of the 500 billion ducats contribution is also not a problem. Huh. Rio was surprised again. He thought he would have to negotiate toughly to secure that. However, it's best if we can resolve things with money. Graham stated with a smile. I would love to say that someday. Rio is already quite wealthy, isn't he? But he certainly can't just throw down 500 billion florin. Yeah, it's only natural that even a wealthy person can't do that. Sitting right next to each other, Rio and Abel communicated through the echo of the soul. It couldn't be helped, Graham was sharp. From a practical point of view, having the former Bordran land uninhabited is not ideal. Does that refer to the meaning of connectivity as a corridor nation? Yes, as your majesty said. Graham nodded at Abel's confirmation. The four countries referred to as the corridor nations. From the side closer to the central nations, Adek-Bo, Schultz Kingdom, Bordran Kingdom, and S4 Kingdom. If Bordran Kingdom, which was situated between Schultz Kingdom and S4 Kingdom, were to vanish, the back-and-forth travel within the corridor nations would be completely severed. Indeed, it was nearly impossible for merchants and carriages to pass through, but still, higher-class adventurers had been making those travels. Moreover, it was only almost impossible. There were still some resourceful merchants making their way. In every era and world, there are those who push themselves to earn money. However, if Bordran Kingdom was missing, the distance between Schultz Kingdom and S4 Kingdom would be too great. It would be completely impossible to travel by carriage. Eventually, the Western nations and Central nations will be connected by sea routes. But until then, the corridor nations are needed. That's true, Abel nodded. The name of the king of horseback who invaded Schultz Kingdom, On, floated in Abel's mind. Currently, Adek-Bo and Schultz Kingdom were under King On's control. If a nation of the Assassination cult were to come into existence in the place of Bordran Kingdom, Graham might be considering that it would impede King On's westward advance. With this, the outstanding issue has been resolved, Graham confirmed. Next, it's up to their will. That is the most important thing. That would be, the new leader was at Kuro. If we can persuade him, the others will likely follow Kuro, right? Yes, well, Graham said with a smile, and Rio nodded. Indeed, Graham was correct. Given that it was called the Assassination cult, it was certainly a group with religious organizational aspects. In such cases, people tend to follow a figure resembling a founder. I will speak directly with that Kuro and persuade him. Graham will. If we discuss it thoroughly, we may find areas where we can agree, Graham said with a smile. Rio and Abel exchanged glances. Of course, neither of their faces showed any other options. In silence, Rio nodded to Abel. Understood, I will leave it to your holiness, Abel said. A meeting was held with Kuro, who was drawn out from the ice coffin, and Pope Graham. It was a one-on-one meeting that even Cardinal Stefania did not join. After 3 hours of discussion, Kuro accepted the relocation of the Assassination cult to the former Bordran Kingdom. Graham emerged from the room. There were already other magic circles, but it was possible to ensure they did not interfere. Graham murmured with his usual smile. No one noticed that a star-shaped magic circle had been added amidst the double-headed eagle depicted on Kuro's chest. However, that magic circle was not activated. As a precaution, I embedded a star in his chest, but it seems unnecessary. So earnest to a fault, the safety of the cult members is paramount. If I guarantee that as the Pope and they can start moving as a new nation, there is no need for them to operate as an assassin group. I managed to convince them simply by reasoning. There, Graham chuckled. The important part is that other countries, including the Republic, do not use them as assassins. After all, there is no need for assassins in the new church. Rio-san was concerned that we might utilize the Assassination cult. Well, maybe Abel was too. I understand their feelings, but it's no longer necessary in the Western nations. Afterwards, the establishment of the new Bordwan Kingdom as a protectorate of Fundaby Kingdom was declared. Today marks the end of Part 4, Chapter 5. In search of mithril ore, starting tomorrow, the final chapter, Part 4, the Dark War will finally begin. As always, the final chapter is quite long. Finally, the start of Part 4, final chapter, has arrived. Rio and the other three from Room 10 were returning from a mission to deliver messages from Abel and Graham to Kyushu Duchy, the easternmost country of the Western nations, and S4 Kingdom, the westernmost country of the Corridor nations. We successfully delivered the letters from Abel and Mr. Graham to both countries without incident, Rio said with satisfaction. Abel refers to King Abel the first of the Central Nations Natore Kingdom, while Graham refers to Pope Graham of Fundaby Kingdom in the Western Nations. The letters they delivered concerned the new Bordwin Kingdom, which the members of the Assassination cult plan to relocate to. In simple terms, new people are coming, so please welcome them as neighboring countries. Rest assured that both France and the Western Church will provide backup. The Natore Kingdom of the Central Nations is supporting it as well. That seems to be the content of the letters. Well, since they are official letters, that's about what you'd expect. They don't contain any detailed information. That said, it's important to keep things formal, especially when trying to establish a new country. Is the letter from Your Majesty Abel just a message of support? Is that all? Nils asked, sounding dissatisfied. Nils has respected Abel since his adventurer days and might have expected something more impressive. It should contain a first-rate document from a ruler that states, "Do your best, I'm supporting you, but I won't take responsibility," Rio asserted confidently. Politicians have always been like that in every era. No, Your Majesty Abel is different. He is a wonderful person, while Abel himself is indeed a wonderful human being. Running a nation cannot rely solely on that, Rio replied. Why does Rio always state things so pompously? Nils asked, crossing his arms and shaking his head. Rio, nodding confidently, continued to assert his point, while Nils remained unconvinced. Abel is too earnest and kind-hearted to be the top of a nation where cunning is required. Isn't it strange to expect cunning from the top of a country? Nils raised a very reasonable objection to Rio's words. Indeed, that's true. There were people who believed that those who study philosophy should become kings, but in later generations, it became a matter where the means are not considered as long as the results are good. The path of a king is indeed complex. Yeah, I don't understand. Rio lamented the path of kings while Nils shook his head in confusion. It's only natural. In this world, there is neither Plato, who advocated philosopher-king rule, nor Machiavelli, who promoted the principle of intrigue and stratagem. Plato lost his mentor Socrates due to foolish trials under democracy. Machiavelli lamented the current state of the Italian peninsula, which had been divided for over 1,000 years. Both were thoughts born from situations that actually occurred or were placed. The path that Abel walks as a king is truly a thorny road. I will protect Your Majesty, Abel. That's right, Nils, we will protect Abel. Yeah. For some reason, Rio and Nils reached that conclusion. Ito and Ammon, who were listening to the two from behind, were still smiling. This was due to the reassurance that their conversation would not lead to disastrous results. There was an absolute trust at the Foundation directed towards the person in question, Abel. Eventually, we will make Abel the king of the world. Yeah, for that reason I'll dedicate myself. I don't think Your Majesty Abel desires that much, Rio said, raising his fist, while Nils also raised his fist, and Ito tried to calm them down a bit. Even if the king himself is decent, it could lead to dire situations if those around him become reckless. The group traveled down the Ost River by boat from Dial, the capital of Kyushu Duchy, just as they had done when they came as a delegation. They arrived at Valbiger, the town on the northern border of Fundaby Kingdom, and from there they headed on foot towards the holy capital. On the fourth day from Valbiger, they reached a place that could be called the outskirts of the holy capital. We have arrived at the North Dungeon. When we came as a delegation, we just passed by, didn't we? I heard there's a small town near the North Dungeon. Unlike the West Dungeon, it doesn't have a transference function, so there aren't many people who try to conquer it. Rio stated a fact, Nils confirmed it, Ito stated another fact, and Ammon also confirmed it. All four had been to the town of the West Dungeon. Compared to that scale, it was considerably smaller. That said, the reason they stopped here was not to conquer the North Dungeon. It was getting close to evening, and since they were planning to stay overnight before entering the holy capital, they wanted to fill their empty stomachs with something delicious. It smells wonderful like meat grilling. It's the smell of rabbit meat cooking. Rio discovered the fantastic aroma, while Nils identified it. Naturally, Rio was surprised. How can you tell what kind of meat it is just from the smell? Of course you would know that if you've gained experience as an adventurer. As expected of a B-class adventurer. No, it's just Nils who can tell. Nils replied as if it was obvious, while Rio looked a bit frustrated, and Ito shook his head with a wry smile. The silent Ammon seemed to have discovered another smell. Doesn't it smell a bit pungent? It does have a chili pepper kind of scent, Ammon noted, and Rio agreed. There's a stall that says super spicy noodles. That's it. I want to try it a little. Rio felt a bit of fear, while Ammon, who had somehow become a lover of extreme spiciness, revealed his challenger's spirit. As peace reigned among the four, they suddenly heard, "Can you hear me, child of the Fairy King?" A voice came from somewhere, but not from the stalls nearby. It felt like it was descending from above. It was a voice very familiar to Rio. After all, not many people use the term Child of the Fairy King towards him. Miss Marlin, yes, I can hear the voice. Ah, it's voice-only transference, isn't it? Yes, could you come to the dungeon for a moment? I have something to discuss. Although it was a voice-only transference from Marlin, it could be heard by all four. Rio looked at the other three. All three nodded silently. Understood. We will stop by the West Dungeon before returning to the Holy Capital. Yes, I will be waiting. With that, Marlin's voice faded away. Miss Marlin is the demon in red clothing, right? Yes, yes. She is the manager of the West Dungeon in the Holy Capital. I wonder what she wants to call us for. Perhaps she wants us to continue conquering the dungeon? Ito suggested. Rio nodded. Nils showed a natural curiosity, and Ammon was excited. Marlin had returned on the Skizbla's Nil vessel together with Rio and Abel from Natore Kingdom. She went back to the West Dungeon just before arriving at the Dark Continent. It had been a while since then. Well, we'll find out when we go to the West Dungeon. For now, let's each buy something that catches our interest and meet up in 15 minutes. Rio and Nils made that decision. The next day at noon, the group arrived at the West Dungeon. There is a town near the West Dungeon. The West Dungeon has a transfer function that allows adventurers to jump directly to the cleared floors. In extreme cases, one can return to the town every day, refresh, and then head back to the dungeon. It's a rare dungeon that allows such a thing. Because of that, the town is quite large. Currently, however, there are even more adventurers than usual gathered there. Well, it's already common for adventurers from the Western nations to gather here, but now it's even more crowded. This is because, hey, isn't that Nils? Is Room 10 resuming dungeon exploration too? The voices calling out belong to adventurers affiliated with the Natore Kingdom. Yes, the guardian adventurers of the kingdom delegation have come to this town, having grown restless during their stay in the Holy Capital. After a year in the Holy Capital, it's understandable. Moreover, it's rumored that Hugh McGrath, the leader of the delegation, said something like, "Go explore the dungeon." As the Grand Master of the Adventurers Guild, Hugh knows that adventurers who are left with nothing to do often get into trouble. That's why there aren't many adventurers at the Royal Lodge in the Holy Capital. I thought there would be no adventurers at the lodge, but it seems you were just playing around here. Rio whispered to Ito in secret. Even though we came as guardians for the delegation, the officials we're guarding only travel back and forth between the lodge and the Holy See. That does seem to eliminate the need for a guardian indeed. Ito explained with a wry smile, and Rio nodded in agreement. That said, a dungeon is still a dungeon. Failing an exploration could cost one their life. Danger lurks nearby. To voluntarily enter such a dangerous place, that's what being an adventurer is all about. Rio made a lamenting expression while Ito laughed. Being an adventurer seems to be a fateful occupation. As a group walked toward the entrance of the West Dungeon, they were approached by other guardian adventurers from the same kingdom delegation. Hey Nils, long time no see. Hey, it's Heavenly Mountain. The C-rank party, Heavenly Mountain, was affiliated with the Royal Capital and walked just ahead of the last party, which included Rio and the members of Room 10 and Room 11. Since the last position was occupied by Rio's group, they naturally had more opportunities to talk. Room 10 is a B-ranked party, but since all three members are young, many of the C-ranked adventurers are older. Because of that, they speak casually. The leader of Heavenly Mountain, a spear warrior named Layout, initiated the conversation. Nils and the others probably don't know since it's been a while, right? About what? The moving coffin. Huh, Nils raised his voice in confusion. It seems like they started appearing about 2 or 3 months ago, but coffins are moving. Sorry, Layout, but I don't get what you mean at all. Nils honestly admitted while frowning, but it's understandable. He knows what a coffin is. It's a box for placing a corpse, burial or cremation. The methods of dealing with corpses vary by region, but something like a coffin is common most places. And it's moving. Is it a monster or something? I can't even tell you that, but it's probably not. We've seen them too, and they don't attack people or cause any harm. In fact, it seems that voices can be heard coming from the coffin. Does it speak human language? Then the one inside isn't an ordinary person, right? No, you can tell just by looking from the side. That coffin is floating. Whoa, whoa, Nils grimaced at Layout's words. The act of floating is not easy, even in a world with magic. It is said that a mage who has mastered wind attribute magic can float, but even that is only said. Most people have likely never seen such a sight. Because in the Natore Kingdom, only someone at the level of Alalian would be able to do so. Such a phenomenon with a coffin? Strangely, that coffin buys things at stalls. Hey, hey, hey. It's said that the payment is always with magic stones. I've also heard that if the desired items aren't displayed, it calls out to the shopkeeper. It has to be that the one inside is a human. Nils finally couldn't hold back his reaction to Layout's continued explanation. I've never heard of a self-moving coffin, even in a shrine. I would like to see it if it exists. Ito and Ammon, who were listening from behind, seemed skeptical as they laughed and talked. However, there was only one person sweating coldly. Rio remained silent, his face tense. The three from Room 10, who were engrossed in conversation with Heavenly Mountain, didn't notice Rio's state. As they were discussing, a box appeared from somewhere and approached the stall ahead of Heavenly Mountain and Room 10. Hey, no way. Look, that's it, see? I told you it's not a lie. Ammon was the first to notice. Nils was left speechless. Ito couldn't believe it, and Layout pointed. Yes, the aforementioned coffin had stopped in front of a stall that seemed to be selling skewers. Hey there, box son, welcome. The most composed seemed to be the owner of the skewer stall. It appeared to be a familiar customer. From the grilled skewers, 3 floated into the air. Those 3? Sure, take them. As the shopkeeper said this, 3 small magic stones that resembled goblin magic stones were placed in the payment box. Thank you as always. The floating skewers disappeared one by one. Of course, only the meat part, the skewers, remained, as if someone invisible was eating, and in about a minute all 3 had vanished. The skewers were returned to what looked like a skewer return box in front of the meat skewer shop, and for some reason the coffin turned towards Heavenly Mountain and Room 10. Is it coming this way? Why? How would I know? Maybe it's because we were staring at it? No, it's not just us, everyone was looking. Layout and Nils were getting anxious. However, the approaching coffin passed by them and spoke to the person behind. Isn't that Rio? Long time no see? Yes, coffin. No, Rigna son, it's been a while. The voice came from Rigna inside the coffin, and Rio had no choice but to respond. Naturally, all eyes turned to Rio. It was unbearable. The members of Room 10 and Heavenly Mountain, who were right next to Rio, froze in surprise, their eyes wide open. Though Rio wanted to explain, the timing was. Since you came here, are you here to meet the red-clad Spellno? Yes, I was called by Miss Marlin. I see it's about that matter. That matter? Yes, I will also go. If I guide you, it will be quick. Rigna said this and looked at the stunned members of Room 10 and Heavenly Mountain. Probably. Are they your companions, Rio? Is it okay to bring them along? This Nils, Ito, and Ammon are fine. They are old acquaintances of Miss Marlin. As Rio said this, he pointed at each of the 3. If he mistakenly brought along members of Heavenly Mountain, there would be a literal chance of them being erased. I understand. The moment Rigna said this, the 4 and the coffin vanished from in front of the crowd. The 4 from Room 10 felt a brief sensation of floating and then found themselves standing inside a room. It was a very vibrant room. It was quite different from the room Rio had visited before. Hey, coffin. You've gone and transferred again on your own. Aren't these the child of the Fairy King and their companions? I brought them in since they were outside. That's splendid. No, I've told you many times not to transfer on your own. I ate meat skewers outside. They were delicious, and I want to drink dark coffee. Are you even listening to what people are saying? The exchange between the coffin and the red-clad demon felt like a mismatched comedy. Miss Marlin, I apologize for the sudden visit. For now, Rio apologized. It was a truly Japanese social tactic. That's fine. In fact, I asked you to come. I could have gone myself, but that coffin said it had something to convey to Rio. As Marlin said this, chairs were prepared. Further, coffee was prepared on the table. Before the 4 could sit down, the coffin moved to a spot where one chair was particularly wide open, establishing its position. Almost instantly, coffee floated in the air and was poured. The coffee that fell disappeared in midair, as if it had been consumed by someone. As expected of Marlin, your coffee brewing skills are the best. Shut up. What do you mean just brewing skills? How rude. A conversation like that exchanged between Marlin and Rigna, but after twisting his head several times, Nils turned to Rio with a question. Hey Rio, you know that coffin, right? Yeah, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. That's probably true. After all, everyone was there during the papal inauguration, right? Inauguration, oh. That's it, the box that Rio's acquaintance the alchemist was messing with. That's right. Nils remembered, and Rio nodded. Wasn't that the one where the person Rio fought in the end got sealed? Ito chimed in as he recalled. Indeed, the sealed person. No, the sealed existence is the Rignason we've been talking about since earlier. As Rio explained, the 3 from Room 10 were astonished and all looked at the coffin at once. It seems my introduction is over. Being a human yet fighting demons and encountering a moving coffin, being near the child of the Fairy King brings about all sorts of experiences, Rigna said, and Marlin laughed. For some reason, Rio felt uncomfortable once again. It wasn't his fault. It shouldn't be, probably. Hey Marlin, give me another cup of coffee. Are you still drinking? Thus the conversation between Rigna and Marlin continued. Seeing the coffee cup floating in the air once again, Rio found it puzzling. Rignason is floating the coffee cup, right? Yes. Being able to do that while inside the box means you could do anything, right? Perhaps I can. You mentioned before that the box was comfortable. That's right, it's quite a good comfort. I've continued to exist for a long time, but this is among the top 1 or 2 for comfort. I'm grateful to Rio for letting me in. Ah, no, Rio stumbled on his response. At that time, he had no other ideas and had no choice but to seal it. In fact, judging by the current situation, it seemed that Rigna could easily unseal and come out. It seems that alchemy tools for sealing demons were created by Kenneth and Frank on the Natore Kingdom mainland, but ultimately, they didn't succeed. Just how difficult it is to seal someone who has exceeded the common sense of this world. I feel like Rignason mentioned something about going on a journey. Yes, he did say that, yet he has remained in this town all this time. It's bad that there are so many delicious things. Marlon nodded in confirmation of Rio's observation, while Rigna shifted the blame. Rignason is from another dimension, right? Can you even understand the flavors of this three-dimensional world? I don't quite understand the term another dimension, but certainly, ever since I've had this body, I've started to understand taste. I've come to know the sensation of deliciousness. It's a very interesting feeling, Rigna replied. Acquisition of taste, it's evolving, Rio muttered in astonishment. Certainly, without a body, one might not be able to experience deliciousness. Having incarnated, he discovered a new sensation over time. What on earth will happen to Rigna from now on? Of course, Rio couldn't answer that question, and he silently shook his head. Now, let's get to the main topic for which I brought the child of the Fairy King here. Having finished the first cup of coffee, as Rio moved to the second, Marlon began to speak. I invited you because this coffin has something concerning it that it finds interesting. Something concerning? Rio looked at Rigna in the coffin. Recently, for about a month or two, the world has been shaking. What? From my sense, it feels literally like the world is shaking. To put it in a way that people can understand, powerful magic has been exercised with considerable frequency. Powerful magic? Where is that happening? In the town where Rio and the others are staying. In the holy capital? Rio responded in surprise to Rigna's answer. Of course, the 3 from room 10 who were staying in the holy capital along with Rio exchanged silent glances. I think I'm quite sensitive to the flow of magical power, but I didn't feel anything, Rio replied. It wasn't a lie, however, it wasn't entirely accurate either. Since the holy capital has the holy see of the Western Church, the clergy are almost constantly using magic. The flow of magical power within the town is quite intense. That said, the notion that powerful magic is being exercised feels a bit. That's right, it might not be magic per se. To be honest, I'm not sure if magical power is being used. Not using magical power. Magic, apologies, but I cannot accurately put this sensation into words. Rigna seemed to be contemplating various things, but it appeared difficult for him to explain clearly to others. Well, although the shaking of the world is troublesome, there is someone who has been observing it. That might be more of a threat to people. Someone observing? That person can see the shaking of the world, right? What on earth? Up to that point, I can't say, Rigna answered plainly. Even I, who am spell-no, can't see the shaking of the world. Perhaps Marlon is still lacking too. Marlon grimaced as she spoke, and Rigna replied with a laugh. At that moment, Rio felt a shiver. Yes, even Marlon, as a demon, cannot see the shaking of the world. There are those who can see it. Rigna is something akin to a fallen angel, not originally of this world. An existence from a higher dimension. Someone who can see similar things? Who on earth could that be? A few days after the assassination, cult members secretly departed the holy capital towards the location of the Bordran kingdom. Café Roma, located in front of the Holy See in the holy capital Maramur, is always bustling with activity. Ryo-san hasn't come today either. What a shame, Baron Hagen Benda of the Debuhi Empire murmured, yet a smile appeared as he glanced at the menu. Known as a user of teleportation and infinite storage in the Central Nations, he occupies a rather unusual position as an imperial noble attached to the imperial army. Recently, he has frequently been traveling back and forth between the imperial capital and the holy capital. Of course, this is to carry documents and instructions from the imperial government to Duke Ruben and Count Ruska, who are staying in the holy capital. Each time he comes to the holy capital for work, it has become routine for him to enjoy cake and coffee at Café Roma. Hagen has a friend whom he might call a cake buddy. That friend is Duke Rondo from the neighboring Natore kingdom, known as a formidable mage and the first duke. Hagen is certainly aware of this. Nonetheless, it is true that he is a friend who loves cake and respects Café Roma. And since he hasn't done anything that would go against the Empire or leaked any confidential information, there should be no problem. Considering His Majesty Rupert, he is likely already aware of information around here. The fact that he hasn't said anything means exactly that. Hagen concluded within himself. Emperor Rupert VI is an astonishing figure. At the same time, he is someone in a position like Hagen's who has absolutely no need to worry. In other words, he rarely makes mistakes in judgments concerning the Empire. For those who serve him, there has never been a greater happiness. This teleportation to the Holy Capital was, of course, at Rupert's directive. He had been tasked with delivering a letter to his beloved daughter, Duke Reuben Fiona. Well, that's how it is. The affection His Majesty has for Lady Fiona remains unchanged over time. Hagen whispered. It wasn't said in mockery or disdain. Those were words that came from understanding. Hagen also has children. A son and a daughter. That's why he understands Rupert's feelings. Hagen always feels warmth in his heart when he takes on the job of delivering letters from Rupert. That night, in the Imperial Lodge, Baron Hagen Benda jumped up, not because he heard any noise. He woke up suddenly. Upon awakening, he literally jumped up and understood what was in front of him. He realized that he had jumped up because of that presence. "Coo, I've found you," words leaked from the mouth of that presence. The moment he heard it, he understood that it was bad. Teleport. His throat was squeezed by a left hand, preventing him from completing the teleportation chant. Now. Just as those words were spoken, moonlight poured in, allowing Hagen to discern the face of that presence. It was a face he did not know. Both eyes were unnaturally red. He couldn't look away from them. "Vampire." His throat was crushed, making it almost impossible to voice. Correct. Then let me check just how functional you are." Before Hagen could react, the vampire swiftly grabbed his face with its right hand. In an instant, Hagen lost consciousness. Oh, it seems to be perfectly fine. It appears to be completely usable. Despite being human, it has been inherited perfectly across generations. In a good way, this is unexpected. The vampire muttered with a savage smile. To have both teleportation and storage perfected like this, it truly frightens me. The moment the vampire said that, bam, armed men burst through the door. "Hagen Dono, are you safe?" The soldiers of the Empire who rushed in all spoke at once. They were essentially Hagen's guards belonging to the Imperial delegation. These men protect Baron Hagen Benda, who is attached to the Imperial Army from the shadows. Using special alchemy tools manufactured by the Imperial Alchemy Association, Hagen Benda's location and health are constantly monitored, and they keep an eye on it. They are both observers and guardians. The alchemy tool indicating Hagen Benda's condition had turned red for the first time. He was alive, but in an abnormal state. Such a condition occurring within the lodge was nearly unthinkable. The most likely scenario was an attack. That is why the soldiers burst into the room. What they saw was a large man grabbing Hagen's head with his right hand, lifting him up like an iron claw. "What are you doing? Let go of Hagen Dono," the Imperial soldiers shouted, but naturally the vampire did not let go. "I am feeling quite good right now, therefore I will let you go. You may leave promptly," the vampire said while laughing. "Don't joke around." One of the soldiers thrust a spear at the vampire. Clang. The sound of the spear being deflected rang loudly. It was neither deflected by a sword nor hit something visible. A physical barrier? How solid. Of course, there's no way a mere human spear could pierce through. The vampire laughed. "Well, I've obtained what I wanted. Next, let's see if you can actually move. Let's step outside for a bit." Muttering, the vampire jumped out the window, still holding Hagen, and landed on the road in front of the Imperial Lodge. That was a location visible from many parts of the lodge. While those who had completely fallen asleep remained unaware, those who were awake sensed that something was happening inside the lodge. From there, someone had jumped out through the broken window onto the road outside. Various reactions occurred. However, there were those who reacted even faster than the people of the Imperial Lodge. They were those who had been enhanced to fight against vampires, equipped with special alchemy tools and trained senses. Leading them was the charismatic figure who had continued to fight at the forefront, now the Pope uniting the entire church. Graham and Stefania, along with the Inquisitors. The vampire laughed upon seeing Graham. Well, it's a vampire hunter, isn't it? Duke Rosniak Zoltan. It's been a long time. Does my memory still remain? Zoltan asked with a laugh. However, Graham glared at Zoltan and remained silent. Understanding from that reaction, Zoltan shook his head slightly. Well, it can't be helped. His muttering was too quiet to be heard by anyone. Instead, I've heard it through the grapevine. Vampire hunter Graham has become the Pope of the Western Church. I came to congratulate you. Don't lie. Wahaha. Is it that easy to expose a lie? My feelings of joy are genuine, however. Zoltan laughed. Is it just you attacking the holy capital alone? Even the vampire duke said to be immensely powerful cannot unleash their strength in this holy capital. Is it the news blessing? Even after thousands of years, it still exerts its effects. While I am good at alchemy, the one who created this is also a marvelous mage. A vampire is good at alchemy? That was murmured by Cardinal Stefania, who stood just behind Graham. It seemed she had heard it. Ah, generally, vampires are said to be poor at alchemy, right? Their magical power is too strong for such delicate work, but I am different, Zoltan said with a laugh. Then does that mean the blessings protecting the holy capital are ineffective? Well, didn't Dinulesco attack here before, Marquis Shinka Dinulesco? As Graham answered, he recalled. He had attacked the cardinals and archbishops gathered for the papacy election to choose a new pope. Furthermore, he had attacked during Graham's own ascension as the new pope afterward. In both cases, the one leading was Marquis Shinka Dinulesco. That itself was strange. The holy capital Maramur is protected by an alchemical mechanism known as the News Blessing from vampires and others. Of course, only those above archbishop rank and some select archbishops know the intricate workings. It is said that vampires cannot exert their power. Yet, not only Marquis Dinulesco, but also the vampires he led had killed many clergy. Why was that possible? I was asked by Dinulesco. I lent him various forms of power. You used him as a test, didn't you? The alchemy you use is alchemy of the body, isn't it? Am I wrong? Oh, I'm surprised. Graham pointed it out sharply, and Zoltan opened his eyes wide in astonishment. I had heard that it had been lost in the world and had become obsolete hundreds of years ago. Do you still retain that memory? Zoltan's muttering was just audible enough for Graham and the others to hear, but no one answered. Stefania and the Inquisitors didn't understand the meaning, while Graham had no intention of responding at all. Well, that's fine. Zoltan came to his own conclusion, that a duke would lend a hand to a marquis. Are the vampires changing in various ways? There's nothing in this world that doesn't change, right? No, but just now did you say duke? I see among humans I still remain as a duke. What do you mean? No, nothing. I have become a Grand Duke. Graham said nothing in response to Zoltan's words. However, what Zoltan had said was heard by others as well. A vampire Grand Duke? I've never heard of such a thing. Above a duke. Is that possible? There's no record of such a thing in the Holy See. The Inquisitors surrounding Graham muttered among themselves. After a while, it was Graham alone who spoke clearly. The vampire Grand Duke is not you, Zoltan. Graham spoke slowly, enunciating each word carefully. Graham knows of the existence of the vampire Grand Duke. Why he knows is a secret, but he knows of its existence. However, that presence is not the vampire in front of him. Well, I devoured him, Zoltan grinned savagely. You devoured him? Graham was left speechless in shock. Graham, who rarely shows signs of confusion, was different now. I had to sleep for hundreds of years to digest him, you know. Zoltan laughed while saying that. From his expression, it did not appear he was lying. There is a dragon king I slept, and there's Spellno and others. Yes, it's truly called the Dark Continent for a reason. Mixing all colors results in black and darkness. I've heard there's a saying that a name reflects its essence, and that's precisely it. Zoltan laughed heartily. Although it may not be that his laughter was heard, a pair of men and women emerged from the Imperial Lodge. Count Oscar Lusk and Duke Rubin Fiona. They must have received a brief report while moving here. Zoltan looked at Hagen, whom he was still holding. I want that man back, Oscar declared, filled with anger. I refuse. If you want him, take him by force. Zoltan replied while laughing, the next moment. Piercing fire, a fine white flame needle targeting Zoltan's forehead stopped in midair. It penetrated the first barrier but was stopped by the second one. Ridiculous! Oh, you're quite something for a human. I never thought someone would cast a spell capable of piercing my barrier. Oscar was surprised, while Zoltan displayed an expression close to joy. At that moment, a rapid charge and a swift sword flash attacked Zoltan. Slash. This too broke through the first barrier, only to be halted by the second. It was clear that the barrier itself was incredibly solid and thick. That was Graham, using his usual hidden staff to sweep. As expected of a vampire hunter, the sword that has laid to rest countless vampires, and your sword technique is splendid. Zoltan praised, but, however, it won't reach, he grinned and said. Neither magic nor sword can reach him. Your Holiness, the one he's holding is Baron Hagen Bender of the Empire. Stefania whispered this to Graham from behind. Graham knew that name. The only user of teleportation and infinite storage in the Central Nations. There are no other such users in the Western nations or the Dark Continent, an incredibly unique mage. Zoltan, while still holding Baron Hagen Benda, endured the attacks from the two. He had no need to move, having blocked them with his thick barrier. Yet it was clear he had no intention of releasing Hagen. In other words, it was highly likely that he had attacked to acquire Baron Hagen Benda. What? Are you interested in the man I'm holding? I am. A man like that would hinder the battle. Why not return him? Phewahaha, how amusing, vampire hunter. Of course I know he can use teleportation and special storage. In response to Graham's provocation, Zoltan answered while laughing. And then he released a decisive phrase. I came to acquire him, there's no way I would return him. Graham remained silent in response to that statement. However, Zoltan's words made Oscar frown. Fiona stood behind Oscar. Fiona also wore a similarly frowning expression. Baron Hagen Benda is a valuable resource for the Empire that cannot be replaced. However, Zoltan's next words delivered a shocking revelation to those present. This clan was originally created by vampires. What did you say? Even a vampire hunter like you didn't know that? Zoltan laughed at Graham, who was left speechless. Naturally, Oscar and Fiona, both from the empire that Hagen belongs to, were equally surprised. There were things even those close to the imperial family did not know. Given such commotion, it was only natural that people began to gather from the adjacent lodge, from the royal lodge. What is this? The one appearing with the beloved sword was King Abel of Natore Kingdom. Your Majesty, please step back. Zack and Scotty of the Royal Knight Order stood firm to stop him. It seemed they had noticed the situation. Zoltan turned to look over there. Then, after concentrating his gaze slightly, his eyes widened in surprise. That man over there, the sword you carry is X, isn't it? Why do you have it? Wow, this sword and our ancestors are quite famous, aren't they? Abel grumbled in response to Zoltan's question. How many times had he heard the name X? Those who had lived longer than their owner knew the sword well. I see, you are a descendant of Richard. That makes sense. What do you mean by that? I don't understand at all. Abel retorted against Zoltan's arbitrary conclusion. It seemed Abel had become quite the counter with his cool demeanor. He was challenging a powerful vampire. Abel, that guy is dangerous. Don't approach him. Hugh McGrath, drawing his sword, stood beside him to stop him. Due to the emergency, his address to Abel reverted back to their days as adventurers. Now, the holy sword Galahad, the sword that stops regeneration, it is a sword that would normally be a natural enemy to us vampires, but... What? Are you saying that because you're a special vampire, even Galahad is ineffective against you? I don't know, Zoltan shrugged at Hugh's provocation. Regardless, my barrier won't be breached. This is what it means to laugh disdainfully. At that moment, Zoltan surveyed his surroundings, and after nodding several times, he opened his mouth. These days, there are plenty of capable individuals. There are several strong humans gathered in such a small place. Zoltan was in high spirits. And then the last one who was missing rushed to join. Hark, son, Rio returned, accompanied by the three from room 10 through the gates of the holy capital in the night. Rio chanted, Icicle lance shower pierce. A multitude of fine ice needles flew toward a single point, Zoltan's forehead. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Crack, the first barrier shattered. Crack, the second barrier shattered. Crack, the third barrier shattered. This is astounding. Ice needles? Is there a water magic user of this caliber in this generation? Zoltan's eyes widened in surprise, enjoying the spectacle. However, he shook his head lightly. Even News Blessing, as a Grand Duke of Vampires, you can still be affected in your physical form. I would prefer to fight in a location with no influence. Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that. Having made a decision, Zoltan seemed unconcerned as the fourth barrier shattered. Warriors, I am in the southern dark continent. If you wish to return this man, come and fight. Defeat me, and I will return him. Come at me all at once. As Zoltan spoke, for just a moment, Baron Hagen Benda's entire body shimmered with a faint light, and the two vanished. Teleportation? Abel murmured. What a blunder, Oscar spat out harshly. Hark, son, Rio knelt on the ground, his voice weakened. A hostile Grand Duke. How do we fight? Among those present, it was likely Graham who began to think the most calmly and logically. This was due to his knowledge of what a Grand Duke of Vampires was. It was also because he had no personal friendship with Baron Hagen Benda. Is there a need to fight? Graham's whisper was so quiet that only Stefania nearby could hear. Had the words reached other parties involved, Oscar, Fiona, or Rio, there would have been a fierce backlash. Differences in position create entirely different actions and words. The next to move was Fiona from Natore Kingdom. Oscar, let's go to the southern dark continent. Fiona? Oscar was flustered by Fiona's quick decision. Of course, he understood there was no other choice. However, he also realized it wouldn't be that simple. I will ask for permission from my father using that tool. Due to the tool's specifications, we won't get a reply for 24 hours, but we need not wait. Let's start preparing in advance. Why yeah, that's right. The issue is the ship. Simply borrowing one won't suffice. If we are to go to the southern dark continent, and not just the northern shore, a normal ship would be insufficient. In the worst-case scenario, we might have to go to the northern shore of the dark continent and find another ship or travel overland to continue by sea. Considering that, it would be better to limit the number of people we take. Fiona kept laying out plans one after another. Oscar could only nod in agreement with the plans that kept coming. Next to act was King Abel of the Natore kingdom. He approached the first duke, who was kneeling and seemed in a daze. Yet unsure whether to call out, he spoke to his companions. "Nils, Edo, Ammon, welcome back." "Ha ha." Called out, the three from room 10 hurriedly knelt to show their respect. Then Abel moved to Rio. "Rio." Abel, the one who was captured earlier, was Harg's son, right? Harg. According to the report I received, it was Baron Hagen Bender of the Empire. Ah, yes, that's right. The name used when I was assigned as a page in this delegation was Harg. Yes, Baron Hagen Bender. That's the name. Rio shook his head softly multiple times. Did you know Baron Hagen Bender? Yes, we're cake buddies. I see. Rio said it as if it were obvious, and though Abel didn't fully understand, he accepted it for the time being. Right now, the definition of words didn't matter. Just as Abel was contemplating how to continue the conversation, Rio suddenly stood up. "That's right, I need to inform Ignis' son as well." "Rio, son?" As Rio spoke, a voice came from behind. Ignis' son, Harg's son?" "Yes, I saw it, just the final scene, though." Rio spoke with a tearful expression, and Ignis nodded. Though Rio's expression was clouded with hesitation, Ignis' expression showed no doubt. With that, Ignis opened his mouth. "Rio, son, no Duke Rondo, what will you do next?" Ignis' gaze was strong. It was a question that already hinted at what the other would answer, and it showed his determination to fully support the forthcoming answer. That glance and inquiry filled with Ignis's will blew away Rio's hesitation. "We will go to save him," Rio responded immediately. "Understood, it's to the southern Dark Continent, right? The Skizblaz'nil vessel is docked at Gosron port. I'll make sure it's ready for departure. As for that ship, Duke Rondo is registered as Your Majesty Abel's proxy, so there's no legal issue in moving it." "Oh." However, the captains mentioned they have never been to the southern continent before. There are many kraken nests along the eastern coast, so we will have them travel south along the western coastline. We should hire a pilot at a town along the way to ensure their assistance. "Oh, that's amazing. I haven't just been idling around for a year, you know." Ignis smiled. The chief negotiator's smile reassured those around him. "Ignis?" Your Majesty." Ignis bowed his head once, but when he raised it again, his gaze was incredibly strong. "The Skizblaz'nil will be put into motion." He announced it as a decision. Yes, understood." Abel could only respond that way. After all, he could not win against Ignis in negotiations. With a soft impression toward anyone, a friendly tone, and a smile. Yet Ignis was, in fact, referred to as the kingdom's ultimate weapon. When the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent out Ignis, it was a declaration of a negotiation ground where they would not yield at all. He was a man better known to the officials of the Empire and the Alliance than to the citizens of the kingdom. That man was Ignis Hagrid. Normally, Ignis's negotiation power was wielded for the kingdom and its people. But now it was different. It was being exercised for a friend and that friend's friend who was worried for them, of course, within the bounds of the law. There are cities in the Dark Continent that have Western Church presence. I will have the Holy See contact them to ensure we can receive supplies. His tone was report-like, but at the same time, he was organizing his thoughts. Every nation on the continent anticipates future trade with our kingdom. Therefore, if we use that for negotiation, we can manage just about anything. Noticing that Rio and Abel were looking at him, Ignis reassured them not to worry. The western coastline of the Dark Continent isn't as active in trade as the eastern coast. According to the materials we've obtained, there are a few ports where large ships can dock. The port city of Van seems to be a strong candidate along the western coastline of the Western Nations Federation. However, I regret to say that the current situation in that area is unknown even in the northern part of the continent, and we had no means to gather information here either. Many explanations continued thereafter. In summary, if they utilized the preparations for the future that had been made until now, they could reach the southern Dark Continent. When the storm swept us away, we should have come straight to the Holy Capital instead of heading into the Dark Continent directly. Indeed. Had we done that, we could have used the various support that Ignis negotiated for us. Rio and Abel reflected on Ignis's explanations while feeling nostalgic. This was truly the task of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "Abel, please make sure Ignis' son doesn't flow out to other countries. Indeed, human resources are treasures." He embodies that perfectly. Both Rio and Abel were recovering from the shock of losing Hagen due to the awe they felt from Ignis. Upon returning to the lodge, Abel spoke. "Of course I will go as well." Abel stated it as if it were obvious, causing those around him to panic. "Rio, you're going, right?" "Of course. The Empire will have a blazing flame mage appear, you know." "Why, yes, it seems so. You all will definitely clash, won't you? It could happen or it might not." "It will. That's why I'm going as well, to prevent that." The first Duke was used as a decoy for the king's sortie. Furthermore, if King Abel I also lends his strength to the rescue effort, it will be useful throughout the Central Nations, right? The Empire's government may not care, but the citizens will be different. Even if it's a king from another country, they will be excited if he performs strong and heroic deeds, particularly if he's a citizen of the kingdom. Such cunning reasoning, Abel laughed as he criticized Rio's machinations. Your Majesty, if possible, I would rather you refrain from that. The one who cautiously interjected was Squad Captain Scotty. Behind him, Squad Captain Zach Cooler nodded slowly. From the way you two are speaking, it seems you both understand. I won't listen once I've initiated something. Yes. Scotty and Zach nodded with sighs in response to Abel's words. They both understood. They knew they could not stop him, in that case at least. I will request 50 Royal Knights for protection. Understood, I'll rely on you. Abel nodded. The person who had been silently listening finally spoke up. All right, I too, not allowed. The one who initiated was Hugh McGrath, the head of the kingdom delegation, but it was Ignes, the chief negotiator, who cut him off with a single word. Why not? As the head, you must be present, or the decision-making will get delayed. I'm just bored. I would also prefer you to go. It would ensure a more certain rescue of Hargson. No, of Baron Hagen Benda. However, it's not allowed. With that, Ignes turned to Rio and Abel. Please ensure his rescue, I beg of you. Understood. Leave it to us. At Ignes's words, Abel and Rio nodded firmly. Is it just me, or is the atmosphere around the neighboring lodgings rather noisy? This was the candid opinion of Robert Perlo, the leader of the Alliance delegation, who had returned to the Alliance Lodge after a long absence. Captain of the Guard Groan, who was always by Robert Perlo's side and was also accompanying him this time, tilted his head in confusion. At that moment, a clerk from the Alliance delegation arrived. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Is it just me, or are the other lodgings noisy? Has something happened? Yes, actually, last night. Thus, Robert Perlo learned about the vampire's attack. Did you hear Groan? Yes, Your Majesty. Baron Hagen Benda is a crucial figure in the Imperial Army. If he has been kidnapped, it will be a serious matter. That's not it. Well, that too. But the fact that Count Oscar Lusk from the Empire and Duke Rondo from the Kingdom will be involved in the recovery. Indeed, that's a powerful force. With those two setting sail, we can't miss this opportunity. Excuse me? Groan tilted his head at Robert Perlo's unexpectedly cheerful comment. I want to go too. No, Your Majesty, you are the leader of the Alliance delegation. You've already been away from the Holy Capital for a while, yet the delegation has been operating without any issues. Besides, I'm just a former king of one of the nations that make up the Alliance. My presence holds no significance. That's not true. Regardless, I have already decided to go. Well, Robert Perlo set off toward the Royal Lodge. Your Majesty Abel, I apologize for the sudden visit. Welcome, Robert Perlo. This was their second encounter. After some polite exchanges, Robert Perlo got to the point. I just returned to the lodge and heard about last night's events. Yes, Baron Hagen Benda from the Empire was kidnapped by someone claiming to be a vampire Grand Duke. And so, you are heading to the southern Dark Continent to rescue him. I've heard that both the Empire and the Kingdom will cooperate. Yes, our Duke Rondo has a personal friendship with Baron Hagen Benda and wants to help. Is that so? I wasn't aware of that. Abel spoke honestly, and Robert Perlo was genuinely surprised. When he heard about it, he wondered why Duke Rondo was involved, but it seems Robert Perlo understood now. He nodded several times. Actually, I would also like to accompany you. Huh, does Robert Perlo also have a connection with Baron Hagen Benda? No, I do not. I simply want to join Count Oscar Lusk and Duke Rondo on their journey as a mage. Oh, I see. Abel somewhat understood. Count Oscar Lusk, the blazing flame mage known throughout the Central Nations, representing the Empire. Duke Rondo, acclaimed as the strongest in the kingdom since the War of Kingdom Liberation, has become a name that many have heard. To travel alongside those two, that might seem enviable for a mage. However, from Abel's perspective, who knows their relationship, it appears to be a reckless act of willingly jumping into fire and ice. As for the kingdom, we have no particular issues with you joining, Your Majesty Robert Perlo. Now, how will the Alliance acquire the ship? The kingdom will use the Skizblaznil vessel, but I've heard the Empire is negotiating with France. I'll just need to be able to board anywhere. Huh. How many from the Alliance will? Just me and my guard Groan? Only two. Even Abel, known for his fortitude, was surprised. I need the others to stay and work in the Holy Capital. Oh, I see. Robert Perlo said this casually, and Abel shook his head slightly. He genuinely thought many mages were rather unrestrained, but wisely kept that thought to himself. Following that, Robert Perlo headed to the Imperial Lodge. Ah, Duke Ruben, it's been a while. Your Majesty Robert Perlo, please call me Fiona as you used to. One was the former king of the prominent nation of the Alliance, the Kingdom of Capitone, and the other was the youngest daughter of the previous emperor. They were both acquainted. Robert Prologue repeated what he had said to Abel in the royal lodge. "Thus, I would like to accompany you on the journey. I just went to greet King Abel and received his permission." "As expected of your Majesty, Robert Prologue?" Smiling, Robert Prologue said this, and Fiona smiled back. However, Fiona knew that there was significance in that order. With the fact that they had obtained King Abel's permission, the Empire would likely not refuse. It would indeed be difficult for the Duke of the Empire to turn down what the King of the Kingdom had permitted. The kingdom is the kingdom, and the Empire is the Empire. Yes, that is true, but in reality it could not be said so easily. The positions of rulers, central authorities, and high-ranking nobles do not become irrelevant just because they are from different countries. Though not visible, there exists a hierarchy. Well, this time Fiona wouldn't have to hesitate much. "We are truly grateful for your Majesty Robert Prologue's company. I appreciate your acceptance." Robert Prologue wore a kindly smile. The next day, Abel visited the Holy See. "We will also dispatch a ship from France, and I will board it." "Wait," Pope Graham stated firmly, causing Abel to panic instead. "Recently, I just announced to the faithful that the threat of vampires has passed. Yet, we were attacked in the Holy Capital, and the delegation we are hosting has been kidnapped. If we do not act now, the authority of the Church will collapse. If Rio were here, he would probably say something like, 'Kani no Kaiku wo too,'" Graham replied with a smile, while Abel shook his head lightly at the proverb. "That said, the vampire Grand Duke is powerful. Honestly, I can't even see a way for a duke to defeat him, and if we're talking about a Grand Duke. I've never heard of that before, but there is something above a duke. Yes, it's not commonly known, of course, and even the Western Church, which has been fighting against vampires for a long time, shouldn't have any documentation on it. It's as if people are unaware of its very existence." Graham nodded at Abel's confirmation. "It's almost like a demon." Abel thought that, but he couldn't voice that word. Rio had firmly warned him against it. At the same time, a question floated in Abel's mind. How does Graham know about the existence of the vampire Grand Duke? Both Rio and Abel know about demons because they have encountered them. Rio has even fought them. So if Graham knows about the existence of the vampire Grand Duke, why it is that Graham knows of this being is probably better left unasked. "Yes, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from asking. If I find out the reason, I might be erased," Abel said with a laugh. Graham merely smiled silently. Though Abel's words were meant as a joke, both were aware that there was a hint of truth in it. "France will also load golems onto the ship, just as before. We have already started loading onto the ship docked in Japuri." "Japuri? That's the port town that has returned from the Dark Continent." Abel nodded. Japura is the point where the holy capital Meramur connects to the sea, essentially being the entrance and exit to Meramur by sea. The Skizblasnil vessel, which the kingdom's party is scheduled to board, will be redirected from Gosran port to Japura, where they plan to board. It seems Ignis is making arrangements with the other party. As expected of the chief negotiator, he is quite capable. There are several procedures, but we plan to depart the holy capital in 4 days. Rio-san and the Empire's blazing flame mage should be in a rush as well, so I wanted to inform you of this plan. "Ah, understood," Abel agreed. "Rio certainly seems to be in a hurry, but he is also gathering information." "Information? I'm not exactly sure, but I assume Rio has his own sources of information. He's in contact with them," Abel shrugged. "Of course he knows who Rio is in contact with. It's the demon Marlin from the West Dungeon. However, he doesn't know the exact contents of their communication and has intentionally refrained from asking, just like with Graham. He knows that if he finds out, he will get wrapped up in many troublesome matters, which he clearly understands, so he hasn't asked yet. That said, Abel is inherently an adventurer, so he's curious. Eventually, he thinks he will have to ask Rio." 4 days later, the group departed from the holy capital Meramur and headed towards port town Japuri. As for the group, from the Fundabi kingdom, there were Pope Graham, Cardinal Stefania, 50 inquisitors, and several golems. From the Natore kingdom, there was King Abel I, the B-class party room 10, 50 members of the Royal Knight Order, and 2 squad captains. From the Debuhi Empire, there was Duke Rubine Fiona, Count Oscar Lusk, several maids, and some imperial knights. From the Handalu Federation, there was Robert Prologue, the former king of the Kingdom of Capitone, captain of the Guard Groan, and a few chamberlains. "Hey, Rio hasn't returned yet, right?" "Yes, Your Majesty. However, we received a message just now that he is heading directly to the town of Japura to meet us there." The one who answered Abel's question was Ito. "I see. Rio is in the West Dungeon, right? How did we get that message?" "Yes, it seems he contacted us about a new alchemy tool made based on Echo of the Soul that he's testing." "Huh, a new alchemy tool made based on Echo of the Soul?" Abel tilted his head at Ito's answer. Then he remembered. The existence of Echo of the Soul. Rio, don't be late. Abel, you surprised me. I don't understand. I was just about to contact you, too. I'm going directly to the port town. Ah, Ito told me. But something about a new alchemy tool? Yes. I was researching Echo of the Soul and had an idea. Miss Marlin gave me a magic stone, so I decided to give it a try. I had tinkered with Echo of the Soul before, but I noticed something I hadn't at that time. The essence of Kenneth's magic stone segmentation, I think it might be quantum entanglement. I don't know that term. Yes, a word Abel did not know. There is a phenomenon called quantum entanglement. It's a famous phenomenon that has even been a subject for the Nobel Prize in Physics. A special existence that possesses both particle nature the properties of matter and wave nature the properties of states. This is called quantum. Well, for example, if you put two entangled particles, like two electrons, in a small box, no matter how far apart they are placed, they will still be related. When the state of one is determined, the state of the other is also determined instantaneously, across distances. If you separate them over a great distance, it can create phenomena that exceed the speed of light, which is about 300,000 kilometers per second. Between entangled quanta, distance becomes irrelevant. Rio thought that a phenomenon similar to this quantum entanglement was occurring between the segmented magic stones. That Echo of the Soul might be utilizing a phenomenon similar to quantum entanglement to enable communication over thousands of kilometers. Previously in the city of Maniamia, he had tinkered with Echo of the Soul so that messages could be delivered to the royal capital. At that time, he honestly hadn't thought that far. It seemed like he was using water vapor in the air to enable long-distance communication, so he made adjustments to the magic formula and delivered the message. Of course, that wasn't wrong. However, upon closer examination, he realized something odd. Indeed, there is water vapor in the air. Even if it were used to transmit information, if the distance became too long, that would be impossible. Even Rio could only use water attribute magic within a kilometer radius. He couldn't deliver information across thousands of kilometers through water vapor. However, Echo of the Soul was able to do so. In other words, it does not matter the distance, something that nullifies distance or reduces it to zero. If demons were involved, Rio would have suspected it was their gravity-type magic or something like that, but that was not the case. The Echo of the Soul in Rio's ear and the paired ring on Abel's finger. Slightly, the magic stone on the ear side was chipped, and it fit into Abel's ring. Surely, it utilized the resonance phenomenon mentioned in the paper Kenneth had announced previously about the possibility of long-distance communication using resonance phenomena from magic stone segmentation. That resonance phenomenon is a kind of quantum entanglement, allowing changes to be communicated instantly regardless of the distance. Of course, even if Viscount Kenneth Hayward is a genius, I don't think he knew about quantum entanglement. However, it is possible that he noticed this phenomenon during the magic stone segmentation process, and he applied that to Echo of the Soul. Indeed, Viscount Kenneth Hayward is a genius. A new spark of inspiration was born in Rio's mind. If we use segmented magic stones, we can do various things over long distances. Of course, the segmentation of magic stones itself is difficult. Even a top-notch alchemist like Kenneth finds it not easy. By the way, Rio has never done magic stone segmentation. In the first place, magic stones will shatter and disappear if given a certain amount of force. It's common to pierce the magic stone inside a monster's body with a sword to defeat it. Magic stones are not originally something that can be segmented. So, until now, no one noticed that such a phenomenon similar to quantum entanglement was occurring. Well, this time I couldn't segment the magic stones, so it's a different alchemy tool. I'll show it to Abel later. Was Rio going to the West Dungeon for that? Abel asked. Of course not. I went to get information about the Vampire Grand Duke from Miss Marlin and Rigna. How did it go? I received some information, but no matter how I heard it, I can't believe it's someone we can defeat. That seems about right. Even Rio said this in a gloomy voice, and Abel nodded in agreement. Well, that's fine. Don't be late to meet up. I'll be fine. 2 hours later, the group arrived at Port Town Japare. As Abel and the royal party entered the town, a suspicious shadow stealthily joined them from behind. Why not just join us openly? The suspicious shadow that stealthily joined them. Of course it was Rio, and Abel said with an exasperated tone, I saw something I shouldn't have seen, so I need to hide. Something you shouldn't have seen? What do you mean? The Fundaby Kingdom's new model golem. Huh, Rio reported in a small voice, but Abel exclaimed in surprise. By the way, the 3 members of Room 10 were also nearby. They overheard their conversation and tilted their heads in confusion. After looking around multiple times, Rio began to explain. After the conversation using Echo of the Soul, I arrived in the city immediately. I headed to the port, and there the Fundaby Kingdom was loading golems onto ships. Well, that makes sense, Abel nodded. Graham had mentioned it before, and traditionally, golems in the Western nations are trump cards against vampires. Yes, I know about the Holy Knights, but they weren't just loading that. They also loaded small white golems. Small white golems? Yes, one's around 1.5 meters tall. Rio categorized it himself, with the 3-meter golems from the Fundaby Holy Knights, Republic civilians, or the artificial golems from the Central Nations being of that size. But what Rio saw was half that size. Is that, for combat? I don't know, but you wouldn't bring non-combat golems to a battlefield, would you? Ah, that makes sense. I see so. Yes, that's why it's a new model golem. Abel understood and Rio nodded. The others nearby, Hugh and the 3 from room 10, exchanged glances and then nodded. Certainly that might be the case. It certainly might be, but why is that something you shouldn't have seen? Because they were loading it deliberately before our arrival, right? It feels like something that shouldn't be seen. Well, you'll end up seeing it when it's time to fight anyway. Why, yes, that might be true, but... Rio pouted his cheeks in dissatisfaction. Well, he just wanted to show a bit of mood. The Fundaby Kingdom, or rather, Graham is serious. They're bringing out golems that have never been revealed before. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. I'll let you have that. Rio spoke with a tone of satisfaction, but Abel simply brushed it off. Seeing Rio completely recover from the emotions he had when Baron Hagen Benda was abducted gave Abel a bit of relief. Of course, he would still be in shock, but the journey is long. If he remains in a gloomy mood the whole time, will he be able to give his best when needed? As both an adventurer and a member of royalty, Abel knows that emotional issues cannot be underestimated. Not every problem can be solved just by feelings. It is necessary to prepare adequately, and ultimately mental stability is needed to increase the success rate. Rio boarded the Skizblaznil vessel while talking with Abel. The Royal Knights followed behind, among them. What is it? Abel reacted to Rio's words. Ahead of Rio's gaze among the knights was the swordsmanship instructor. Number 4's swordsmanship instructor is here. The Royal Knight Order will board the ship as a whole. So of course number 4, who is under the Knight Order, will be included as well. Abel answered with a look that said it was obvious. Now that he mentioned it, that might be true. Such number 4 came over after finding its creator. When it stood before Rio, it bowed. Rio watched closely and nodded once. You've changed a lot even though you were just a little away. Saying this, he gave number 4's shoulder a light pat. He looked pleased. Number 4, who was patted on the shoulder, seemed somewhat proud. I can't tell at all any change. It seems Abel couldn't tell. Seeing Nils and Ito from room 10 beside him exchange glances and shake their heads suggests they couldn't tell either. However, that's right. It seems like it has gained confidence and it looks more gallant than before. Ammon seemed to understand. As expected of Ammon, number 4 has grown remarkably as a fellow swordsman, hasn't it? Rio grew even happier and gave number 4's back another light pat. The Skizblaznil vessel, carrying such a group, departed towards the Dark Continent along with the French fleet. The fleet consisted of a total of 21 ships. The Fundaby Kingdom's navy had 20 ships, and on board one of them were Fiona and Oscar from the Debuhi Empire, along with Robert Perlo from the Alliance, followed by the Skizblaznil vessel. It's nice to have our own ship, isn't it? Standing at the bow of the Skizblaznil vessel trailing at the back, Rio expressed his thoughts while looking at the ships ahead. His arms were crossed, giving him a rather haughty appearance. Are you talking about the Empire? The fact is, the Empire's mainland is a completely landlocked country with no access to the sea. They neither own ships nor seem to have any intention of acquiring them. All the ships ahead are operated by the Fundaby Navy, right? Indeed, in the end, it will be us, the Natore Kingdom, who will dominate the 7 seas. What are you talking about, dominating the 7 seas? I hear I'm the king of the Natore Kingdom, but I have no such intentions at all. I understand. Great leaders don't need to concern themselves with the trivialities. We'll take care of that. Abel frowned as he spoke, while Rio grinned mischievously and nodded, clearly putting on an act. I don't know, it was my subordinates who acted on their own. I will create a situation where I can wriggle out of responsibility like that, rest assured. I can't feel at ease at all. If we control the seas, then we've already achieved half of world domination. Hey, are you even listening to what I'm saying? Of course. Actually, I can hear you, but I'm tuning it out so that I can later say I have no recollection of it. I see. Abel shook his head slightly. Just as Rio was about to elaborate on his world domination schedule, Captain Paulina arrived. Excuse me, Your Majesty, the Papal Barge Archangel has sent a signal flag requesting time for a discussion. Reply that I understand. Abel responded, glancing at Rio. In response, Rio nodded. Sure, I can transport Abel to the Archangel anytime with a single leap. A leap? I will convey that to the Archangel. Captain Paulina seemed to not fully understand, but decided to stick to her role. 1 hour later, the fleet had come to a halt in international waters. A summit was to be held aboard the flagship, the Archangel. Members of the Empire were seriously approaching the papal barge Archangel on a small boat equipped on their ship. Both Fiona and Oscar were on board. Above them, the two from the kingdom flew by. Truly an abomination, Oscar muttered resentfully as he watched. However, Fiona understood. It was clear that Oscar harbored a deep-seated hatred for Duke Rondo, but he equally recognized him as a formidable opponent. Such sentiments were encapsulated in the term abomination. As proof, Oscar murmured afterward, "Should I train to fly as well?" Leaders from various countries gathered aboard the papal barge, which was also the fleet's flagship. From the Fundaby kingdom were Pope Graham and Cardinal Stefania. From the Empire were Duke Ruben Fiona and Count Oscar Lusk. From the kingdom were King Abel I and Duke Rondo Rio Mejara. From the Alliance was Robert Perlo. And of course, the captain of the guard groaned as well. In fact, Robert Perlo had apparently eaten on the Archangel. Originally, he was supposed to be on a different ship, but it seemed he was behaving quite freely. Later, an inquisitor from a certain water attribute mage reportedly muttered, "His Majesty Count Robert Perlo is indeed the most free-spirited." Stefania began the explanation. "I will now explain the schedule for the days ahead." With that, the explanation began. After crossing the sea and arriving at the northern shore of the Dark Continent, the plan was to head south along the western coast of the continent. Along the way, they planned to stop at several port towns for supplies and health management. Of course, please be aware that the schedule may shift due to unfavorable weather or unexpected issues. After that explanation, Graham spoke up. "Our opponent, Zoltan, claims to be the vampire Grand Duke. While we may not know about counts and lower ranks, the Grand Duke is not recorded in human history. Honestly, I can't even imagine how strong he is. However, the reason France has mobilized is that we have the cooperation of legendary mages known as the Blazing Flame Mage and Icefall. There may not be another opportunity to strike like this." "Ah, not that remarkable." Rio blushed at being called a legendary mage. Oscar simply nodded in silence. Seeing the two, the old mage smiled happily. King Robert Perlo, the former king of the Kingdom of Capitone, was one of the mages representing the Alliance who had come on this expedition upon hearing that Rio and Oscar would participate. Thus, he seemed to have high expectations for their performance. This battle comes after a long voyage. As Stefania just explained, the stops along the way are also for health management. I believe some of you, including myself, are not accustomed to long sea travels. Graham said with a smile, causing Fiona to smirk. Not just Fiona, but the members of the Empire were also unaccustomed to sea travel. "Abel, I have found a way to defeat the Empire. We should bring the decisive battle to the sea." "Yeah, like I said earlier, the Empire is a landlocked country. They won't be on ships for battle." After a few more explanations and a question-and-answer session, they adjourned. However, for Rio, this was just the beginning. In fact, this very moment, with the heads of various nations present, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. About that, Graham, yes, we are comrades and we are forming a joint front. Yes. In other words, I think it would be best for us to accurately understand each other's strengths. I agree. So, I'd like to see the Fundaby Kingdom's new type of small white golem. Rio quietly continued speaking, inching closer and lowering his voice. Abel, listening beside him, shook his head slightly. "Oh, you've seen that, have you?" "Yes. That is the highest secret of the Western Church, and those who learn of it will be subjected to memory erasure by the Inquisitors." "What?" Rio trembled. "Of course, that was a joke. Thank goodness," Graham said with a laugh while Rio exhaled deeply. "However, it is true that it is the highest secret of the Church. Not the Church itself, but the law country. Yes, Your Majesty Abel. It is called White Knights. As of now, there are no plans to transfer ownership to France. Well, it's still in the prototype stage, and only 10 units have been developed. White Knights. The main golems of France are the Holy Knights, right? Both have cool names." Rio nodded several times, seemingly pleased for some reason. After a moment of contemplation, Graham spoke up. "I can't move them, but if it's just to see them lined up." "Really?" Rio looked very excited. "However, there are conditions." What is it? You're not asking for my soul, are you?" Rio asked with a terrified expression. "No, it's nothing that difficult. Just be friendly with the members of the Empire." "Huh!" When Rio turned back at Graham's words, he found Fiona and Oscar standing there. "Can we join as well?" "Yes, of course, Lady Fiona." Graham nodded in affirmation to Fiona's inquiry. "I have no choice, do I?" Rio nodded while glancing at Oscar. He could endure anything for what he liked. That's what Rio embodied, Of course, it was clear at a glance that Oscar was quite displeased, but because Fiona expressed her desire to see it, he would also have to endure being in the same space with the water attribute mage from the enemy nation. Watching both of them were their two guardians, Abel and Fiona, who smiled wryly. However, there was one more person. "May I also accompany you?" The voice was that of Robert Prologue from the Alliance. In this context, Robert Prologue speaking up held a different significance than the kingdom or empire, because the Alliance was the only nation in the Central Nations that had deployed golems onto the battlefield. In comparison to the kingdom and the empire, they were a golem-advanced nation. Graham naturally knew this, but the answer was, of course, predetermined. "Of course, please do." In the cargo hold of the Archangel, 10 small white golems, the White Knights, were lined up. The Holy Knights were 3 meters tall, so they were sitting down, while the White Knights stood at a height of 1.5 meters. "Oh, how gallant!" Rio exclaimed joyfully. He was told just to look, so he kept his hands to himself. He deliberately clasped his hands behind his back, otherwise he might end up touching them. "They're cute. But even in their cuteness, they seem to hold great power," Fiona said, nodding. Oscar remained silent, but from the way he observed them from various angles, it seemed he was quite interested. The calmest among the leaders of the kingdom and empire was likely Abel. His gaze was completely that of a ruler. This is, in a sense, the completed form of a golem. Since he was aware of the golem development happening in his own country, he couldn't look at it as innocently as the other three. He couldn't help but recognize the disparity. He knew it was pointless to be impatient. Since Kenneth was leading the development, he had no doubt they would eventually be completed. However, it was a fact that they were not yet ready for battlefield deployment. "I suppose we will see these golems fighting on the battlefield, but it would likely be more useful to show Kenneth and the others rather than me." Abel shook his head slightly. Just then the cheerful first Duke approached the troubled king. "Abel, it's amazing, isn't it? Truly a feast for the eyes." "Indeed." Are you in a bad mood? It's remarkable that you can maintain a foul mood even after witnessing such a wonderful sight. Being king must be quite difficult. It's not that I'm trying to be in a bad mood, it's just that I can't help but compare it to the kingdom's golem development." Abel spoke honestly. Of course, it was in a voice so quiet that the others could not hear. "Don't worry, Abel, we have a genius alchemist in our kingdom. Kenneth, right?" "Yes, Kenneth is truly a rare alchemist. You can trust him and leave it to him." "I do understand that, but what a great leader does is to ensure that funds continue to be supplied, to provide funds without interference. That's the best." Rio nodded with a smile. It was undoubtedly Rio who held the highest evaluation of Kenneth. Since Rio publicly declared his hobby was studying alchemy, he was aware of Kenneth's high level. The most difficult part of research is finding and nurturing excellent personnel. Fortunately, our kingdom has those people. All we need to do is continuously provide authority and funds to them, allowing them to devote themselves to research. If we continue that, the results we desire will follow. I wish I could say it with as much confidence as Rio. "Abel, you know Kenneth's track record, right?" "Yeah, I do." "Remember that. There's no one besides Mr. Frank from the Alliance who can compare to him, right?" "That's true. No one." Abel nodded. Yes, it was a fact that the kingdom had the best personnel. Rio made him recognize that once again. Even Abel sometimes had doubts. Having someone who strongly and, in a way, confidently supports him was invaluable. "You're right, let's trust what Rio says." When Abel said that, Rio nodded, still with a smile. Robert Prologue had been secretly listening to their conversation. Of course, he hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but he couldn't help but hear. "Your former Majesty, as the only leader in the Central Nations to deploy golems onto the battlefield, what do you think?" He came over and asked this of Pope Graham. "Now are you asking, what do you think about these golems or about the current conversation among the kingdom's leaders?" "Whichever you prefer," Graham smiled. He had intentionally phrased it to be interpretable in either way. He was interested in both answers that Robert Prologue might provide. "The lined-up golems are wonderful." Robert Prologue decided to focus on the matter of the golems before him. "We also have a genius alchemist in our alliance. At this very moment, I believe our country's golems are also advancing through his efforts and those of his companions." "That's reassuring." However, Robert Prologue glanced at Rio and Oscar, then he continued speaking. "However, there are 2 mages here who are even more terrifying than the golems. No, should I say they are reliable instead of terrifying?" "You are correct." Graham understood exactly whom he was talking about. Even with those 2 present, the Grand Duke is a difficult opponent. Both Graham and Robert Prologue did not know the exact strength of their enemies. However, they understood that there was no such thing as being overly cautious. They knew that such opponents existed. This time, their opponent was indeed such an adversary. After the unveiling of the new golem, Rio and Abel were invited by Graham to a tea party on the deck. following the return of two individuals from the Empire and Robert Perlow. Abel speculated that they had intentionally waited until Fiona and Oscar from the Empire had left before inviting them, as they likely wanted to discuss matters that couldn't be spoken about in their presence. The conversation quickly turned to the topic at hand. I hear that the Kingdom's ship, the Skizblaznil vessel, also has a small golem similar to the White Knight on board. When did such information surface? Graham asked with a smile, while Rio stood there in shock, coffee in hand. I had received reports regarding the small ice golem being trained by the Royal Knight Order in the Holy Capital. That's the one, right? If it's an ice golem, does that mean Lord Rio is involved? It's still in the prototype stage. I've heard that Lord Rio previously received a golem from the Kyushu Duchy. Is the knowledge gained from that being utilized here? How do you know all this? Rio's eyes widened in disbelief. His shock had morphed into fear. That golem is not combat-ready yet. It's just like a newly hatched chick, so it cannot engage in mock battles with the White Knight or anything like that. I certainly wasn't hoping for anything like that, Rio said desperately, and Graham smiled wryly. Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. Relieved, Rio took a sip of his coffee. It's generally said that vampires are not skilled in alchemy. I've heard that too. In the history between humans and vampires, vampires were overwhelmingly superior, but the turning point that changed that was alchemy. Your Majesty Abel is correct. Among those, the golem has become the most effective force in countering vampires. I see. Abel nodded at Graham's explanation. It was a very easy-to-understand rationale. Duke Rosniak, no, I should refer to him as Grand Duke Zoltan now. It is said that he is exceptionally skilled in alchemy. Oh, however, his alchemy is somewhat different from what we imagine. Different how? Yes. How should I put it? It's alchemy that alters living beings' bodies. Oh. Graham seemed to find it difficult to explain, but Abel nodded. He had somewhat imagined what it might be. Rio, who was silently listening, thought of Earth's biotechnology and the demons they had confronted in the Eastern nations. They were creating black wyverns. Rio himself had never heard of such alchemical topics in the Central nations. It had not come up in conversation around him. Yet, it seemed natural that an approach to alchemy would arise from a biotechnological aspect. After all, this Phi possesses the useful energy known as magical power. Previously, when Marquis Shinka Dinulesco led the attack on the Holy See and the Holy Capital, the vampires he commanded were incredibly weak. Weak vampires. Indeed, they were lacking experience. Could it be that? Yes, I have begun to think that recently Zoltan might have lent some of his creations, those produced in a short time, to Dinulesco. Abel asked in surprise, and Graham nodded. A Grand Duke who can produce as many vampires as he wishes. Rio's murmur was quite small, but Graham heard it. It's troublesome enough if it's just the Grand Duke, but there's also the possibility that he has many vampire subordinates. Is there any glimmer of hope in this? Unfortunately, there isn't. Abel sighed, and Graham smiled wryly. Rio decided to ask something that had been on his mind. I have a question. He raised his hand. Go ahead. What exactly is this news blessing that Zoltan mentioned? Yes, Zoltan had said that. From the context of the conversation, it seemed like something that suppressed the powers of vampires. It is said to be a kind of barrier that protects the Holy Capital alchemically, particularly effective against vampires. Oh, I see. It is said that barons and viscounts cannot even enter the Holy Capital. Even high-ranking vampires like counts are said to be limited to less than 1/10 of their power within News Blessing. Really? Thanks to that, there have been no recorded vampire attacks on the Holy Capital until now, but Graham shook his head lightly. So are you suggesting that Zoltan, who is skilled in alchemy, made something to nullify or weaken that News Blessing and provided it to the attackers? That might be the case. Of course, we have conducted thorough investigations into what the vampires had, and it hasn't been found. Abel tilted his head at Graham's explanation. Embedded in their bodies? Rio muttered, somewhat unsure. The words that had floated to the top of his mind spilled out. Ah, I see. That possibility exists. If they are vampires created by Zoltan, it might be possible that they were embedded from the start. Graham acknowledged this possibility as well. About the Grand Duke's alchemy, it's quite unique, isn't it? It hasn't even been a topic of conversation in the Central or Western nations. Rio pressed further, having forged a friendship with Neil Anderson, a top-class alchemist in the Western nations. In their conversations, topics of such biotechnological alchemy had never come up. If he had known, it would have at least been mentioned. Yes, it's special. This is somewhat of a legend, but it is said that this kind of alchemy is rooted in the floating continent. What? Rio was surprised by Graham's unexpected words. Abel was silent, but his surprise was evident. The floating continent has had almost no exchanges with the surface. Therefore, their techniques, including alchemy, have not been conveyed to us on the surface. Could it be that the Grand Duke knows because he has been on the floating continent? Yes, that's likely. Rio's face bore a complex expression filled with surprise, joy, and recognition of a troublesome opponent. Then Abel heard some ominous words. If only we could somehow extract the information from that Grand Duke's mind and take a look. Even if it's difficult with magic, perhaps it could be done using alchemy. Rio noticed Abel's glaring gaze. Jay, just joking. I mean, extracting information from someone's mind is not something even alchemy can do for now. For now, huh? Well, it might one day become possible. Humanity, as a species, has made the impossible possible through technological advancement. What seems impossible now may very well be ordinary in the future. I see. If that were to happen, I'd like to take a look at Rio's mind. I'm sure it's filled with knowledge that you wouldn't understand at all. I understand cakes and coffee too. GRR? Abel shrugged and said, while Rio looked frustrated. Graham, listening to their conversation from the side, smiled. These two do lighten the atmosphere. In truth, I had been feeling near despair over the matter of Zoltan. But thanks to these two, that feeling has vanished. From the papal barge Archangel, the two individuals from the Empire returned to their ship via a small boat. As expected, it seems that future golems will be human-sized. Yes, just as the Imperial Alchemy Association predicted. Fiona nodded at Oscar's words. Both were a count and a duke, and Fiona was the daughter of the former emperor. As each played a central role in the Empire's magical strategy, their relationship with the Imperial Alchemy Association was deep. By the way, the Imperial Alchemy Association is an organization directly under the Emperor that serves as the center for research and development of alchemy in the Debuhi Empire. One of the reasons the Empire has been able to exist as a great power in alchemy within the Central Nations. At one point, we lagged behind Frank de Verd's genius. There are geniuses of alchemy emerging within the Empire now, so we should be fine. Both Oscar and Fiona had no worries regarding the Empire's alchemy. Rather, that water attribute mage is the problem. Oscar is overthinking Duke Rondo too much. When Oscar pointed this out with a frown, Fiona smiled wryly. Fiona also knew about the hardships Oscar had faced in his life. Yet within that, no one had stood before him as powerfully and as imposing a wall as that water attribute mage. That's why it was understandable that he was conscious of him. However, this time he is not an enemy, not a friend either. Well, at least he's not an enemy. Yes, he's a cooperative partner. Ah, I get it. Oscar nodded reluctantly at Fiona's words. He understood as well. And he also understood why Fiona had petitioned her father, Emperor Rupert VI, to be assigned to the Western nations, to prevent his own outbursts. Usually, it wouldn't be a problem. But upon realizing that the water attribute mage was returning to the Western nations, Fiona likely made her request. I always trouble you. Huh, I don't think of it as a trouble at all. Oscar bowed his head and Fiona laughed. That was their relationship. Graham, who had seen Rio and Abel off, was approached by Stefania. Your Highness, I have received reports that King Abel, Duke Rondo, Duke Rubine, and Count Ruska have returned to the vessel. Following your previous instructions, we have resumed fleet operations. Ah, thank you, Stefania. Graham nodded with a smile. Usually, Stefania would leave the room afterward, but today was different. She seemed to have something she wanted to ask. If you have a question, feel free to ask. Yes, Your Highness. I understand that it may be inappropriate for someone like me to ask, but if a cardinal is inappropriate, then no one will be able to ask. Graham laughed. Yes, it's about Zoltan. Why did Your Highness know of the existence of the vampire Grand Duke? And when Zoltan said he had eaten it, how could you accept that? Ah, Stefania asked with a serious expression, while Graham smiled wryly. Frankly speaking, Graham couldn't answer honestly, even if it was to someone he trusted more than anyone else, Stefania. He knew that answering truthfully would only corner Stefania's heart, yet he couldn't lie. Even now, Stefania, having become a cardinal, also serves as the Inquisitor General. Those who become Inquisitor Generals, including Graham, can see through lies. Even if it's the words of someone like Graham, who can camouflage perfectly. Stefania already knew several of Graham's secrets. It had been some time since she learned those secrets, but she had kept them to herself. She wasn't just tight-lipped, it was more than that. Even so, there were still many secrets that she couldn't convey. This was one of them. Thus he replied, I can't tell you yet, but someday I will tell you, Stefania. Abel returned to the Skizblesnil vessel and was receiving a report from Captain Paulina. Meanwhile, Rio was caught by the three in room 10. What did you talk about? Nils asked. Ito and Ammon also remained silent, but seemed to have the same question. With no choice, Rio began to share what he had heard and experienced with the Archangel. A small golem, a vampire Grand Duke that creates vampires. The blazing flame mage was strong. Nils was surprised, Ito frowned, and Ammon recalled the mock battle. Their interests seemed to differ. By a small golem, do you mean something like number 4 from the Royal Knight Order? Yes, its size is the same. I wasn't told how it fights or what weapons it uses. It's apparently a top secret of the Western Church. Oh, that's amazing. Nils was filled with curiosity. Having directly fought number 4 during the mock battle, Rio could sense Nils's growing interest in golem combat. So Rio decided to give some advice. Nils, if you sneak into the Archangel and raid the hold, you might be able to fight the White Knight. I'm not doing that. Why would it come to that? I just thought you seemed eager to fight. Yeah, I do want to try fighting, but not for real. Nils expressed his honest feelings from the bottom of his heart. After folding his arms and thinking, Ito turned to Rio. To defeat a vampire, you have to decapitate it with a blessed sword and stab its heart, right? Yes, that's what I've heard. Can those vampires that were created be defeated the same way? It seems that all the vampires Graham defeated were taken down like that. That's quite troublesome. Ito imagined the scene of an actual battle. It wouldn't always be one-on-one. Before landing the finishing blow, if he was attacked by another vampire while dealing with the first, it was only natural that the initial vampire would regenerate and return to the fight. No, to begin with. Blessed swords aren't just lying around, are they? Nils and Ammon have holy swords, so they should be fine, but what about the Royal Knight Order? Ah, that's true. Rio nodded in agreement with Ito's concerns. Knowing Graham, he would likely think of some method. I'll ask Graham next time I get the chance. That barrier of the Vampire Grand Duke, it was tough. It didn't break from Rio's attack, Ito recalled, and Nils agreed. The magic at that time, the Icicle Lance Shower Pierce, was a technique that even pierced the Pope's absolute magic defense. But yes, even then it took quite some time to pierce. I think it took about 10 million hits before it finally broke, Rio recalled with a hint of regret. No, absolute magic defense can't be broken, right? That's why it's called absolute, right? So how did you break it? Isn't that strange? Ito murmured, shaking his head repeatedly. Ito, who was also a user of the absolute magic defense sanctuary array, had never heard of it being broken while he was at the central sanctuary. If it were to break, it would have to be the result of mana depletion. Rio, I need to talk to you for a moment. What is it, Ito? You're not getting abused by Nils like Ammon, are you? Hey, what kind of leader do you think I am in your mind? A bad leader who rules through violence. That's not true at all. Rio tried to expose the darkness of Room 10, only to be completely denied by Nils. Of course, there was no violence in Room 10. It was a friendly party. Rio was joking, knowing this. I'm going to deploy the sanctuary array, so can you break it? If you break it, Ito will be skewered by an ice spear. I'd appreciate it if you could adjust your aim a bit so that it doesn't hit me. Certainly. Rio nodded in agreement with Ito's serious request. He wasn't joking. However, Nils was shaking his head slightly. Only Ammon noticed that his lips moved. Of course it would. Searching for a suitable location, the group moved around the deck. There was no way this scene wouldn't catch Abel's eye. After receiving the report from Captain Paulina, Abel's gaze followed the group, and he finally called out, Rio, what are you doing? Don't stop me, Abel. No, I was just asking what you were planning to do. Rio took the initiative, while Abel looked completely confused. Are you trying to do something that I should stop? Why, yeah, I think that kind of unilateral and biased attitude is not good. Then what are you trying to do? Just stay there and watch quietly. Rio refused to explain, somehow wearing a confident expression. Not going to explain? Well then, that's not allowed. I don't know what you're trying to do, but it's not permitted. Why not? Because it's highly likely you're trying to do something dangerous. Opposition to King Abel's tyranny. Don't allow the oppressions of the king. Rio raised his fist and started chanting slogans. The three in Room 10 understood from Abel's amused expression that it was a joke. However, it would be troublesome for Rio to become an anti-monarchist, so Ito spoke up. I apologize, Your Majesty Abel. This was my request. Ito's? I just heard that Rio pierced the absolute magic defense when he fought the former pope. As a user of light attribute magic, I wanted to see that for myself, so I asked him. Ito explained succinctly but properly. If Ito asked, then I guess it's fine. Why is it okay if Ito asks? You would try your best to stop me? Rio protested with a dissatisfied expression, because Rio didn't explain and was trying to force his way through. Besides, Ito wouldn't do anything reckless. But Rio, don't say but Rio. Well, since it's Rio. That's not the point. I'm saying that's not the point. Rio puffed his cheeks in protest. However, the issue was resolved. Abel called Captain Paulina to discuss a location and arranged to use a corner of the deck. Even if you secure an experimental location like that, I haven't forgiven you. I'm not talking to Captain to get permission. Is that so? I just want to see it too, Abel said with a smile. Sanctuary array? Ito recited, and the absolute magic defense unfolded. What the Pope chanted was the Western nation's version of absolute magic defense, absolute sanctuary, but it seems the effects are the same. Understood. Oh, shall we make it right beside it? Ice create Ice Pope statue. Rio nodded and then created the Ice Pope statue next to Ito. That seemed to be the target. Floating magic circle. As Rio chanted, 16 magic circles appeared behind him. I'm going. Icicle lance shower pierce. In that moment, tens of thousands of ice spears shot toward the forehead of the ice-created former pope, all aimed at a single point. Of course, it was deflected by the sanctuary array that Ito had deployed. 100,000, 1 million, and then 10 million shots. Crack, stab, dodo, dodo, dodo. The sanctuary array broke, and ice spears pierced the forehead of the former pope, while the remaining spears riddled the face. Fortunately, it was an ice statue. If it had been a real person, it would have made for a gruesome scene. Rio, having erased the floating magic circle, looked at the Ice Pope statue, now contentedly headless. However, no voices could be heard from anywhere. Huh, Ito. Oh, sorry. When Rio called out, Ito finally snapped back to reality. I was really surprised that the sanctuary array broke. Ito honestly expressed his thoughts. Rio wondered if the shock had been too much for him. This needs to be documented and presented at the central sanctuary. I must request a peer review from Lady Ria. With a hint of fantasy, Ito's eyes sparkled. It seemed that the priest's spirit was not easily broken. Rio sincerely admired that resilience. Rio, did you see that, Abel? Yeah, the magic you used earlier was also directed at the vampire Grand Duke, right? Yes, but it does take a certain amount of time. Rio's expression turned slightly regretful. He couldn't break through Zoltan's barrier and failed to recover Baron Hagen-Benda. However, if I overlap that failure with the current technique, I feel it could lead to creating a new ultimate technique. Ultimate technique? We have powerful enemies waiting ahead. We need to develop 1 or 2 new ultimate techniques, otherwise we could be easily defeated. Geishu Shoku, what's that? It seemed that Abel had never heard that term before. But it's okay, I've had a flash of inspiration. It will be called Icicle Lance Shower Flash. Oh, that sounds amazing, Rio declared, and the straightforward Ammon praised him. They say the name reveals the essence. It's a technique that fires 10 million ice spears in an instant. That does sound impressive. Show me a bit. I can't do that. Huh, I can't unleash a technique like that yet. Ultimate techniques don't just come easily, you know. Abel, your thinking is too naive. Did I say something that would get me scolded? Rio inexplicably crossed his arms and lectured, causing Abel to tilt his head in confusion. To hit 1 million ice spears, or rather ice needles, all at once on a target in an instant. In theory, it could even pierce absolute magic defense, but whether it was physically possible to hit everything at such a narrow point in an instant was another matter. The form is complete, but whether it's truly possible. Magic is tough, huh? Rio pondered, and Abel shrugged his shoulders. Since the Great Demon War, Abel felt that he had been traveling by ship quite a bit. Abel liked traveling by ship. That was because there was plenty of free time on deck. Most of the time, he would swing his sword, read books, or drink coffee. Right now, Abel was practicing his swordsmanship, which had become a daily routine. He was being watched by a certain golem. Hey, Rio, what is it, Abel? As Abel swung his sword, he called out to Rio, who was pondering over the magic formula displayed on the ice panel, muttering about it. I feel like number 4 has been staring at me for a while now. Huh, oh yes, it is. Why is that? Maybe it's because the Royal Knight Order members are watching you, Abel. Really? Seeing that, number 4 might have thought to try copying you. Or maybe it has decided that it can now defeat you and is giving you a challenging look. Yeah, I think your latter interpretation is off, Rio. Number 4 isn't that rebellious of a golem. Abel glanced at number 4 and defended it. Well, it's certainly trying to learn something by watching you. I see. Abel nodded at Rio's words and continued to swing his sword. After a while, number 4 left Abel's side and began swinging its sword in a corner, slowly. As if confirming each movement, footwork, weight transfer, sword, and arm movement, each one was done slowly. Once Abel finished swinging his sword, he looked at it from afar and murmured, "Somehow it feels like my sword, or rather, it has a Hue-style vibe to it. It seems that it learned while mingling with the Royal Knight Order. Many knights have likely studied the Hue style, right? Yeah, that's true. Although I also learned it, most royalty and nobles start studying swordsmanship from a young age, and the foundation is mostly from the Hue style. It's refined and eliminates waste. It's easy for the learner to understand, and it seems to be easy for the teacher as well. It might have been a good idea to send number 4 to train with the Royal Knight Order," Rio muttered as he watched number 4 swing its sword in silence. Then, after a while of practicing alone, number 4 approached the Royal Knight Order, and noticing this, the knights began to include number 4 in their sword discussions. Those guys have started talking about swords. But number 4 can't speak, right? Yeah, but it can understand what they are saying. Rio answered Abel's question. There's likely a connection between those who live by the sword and those who share that same life. I see. Number 4 and the Night Order, that's impressive. Since he thought it would be impossible for him, Abel shook his head in admiration. Before long, Zach and Scotty, 2 squad captains, seemed to join the circle of sword discussions. Those 2 have joined as well. Of course, they are squad captains of the Royal Night Order, after all. Rio tilted his head in confusion at Abel's surprise. When it comes to squad captains, they often have opportunities not only to work on their own swordsmanship, but also to help their subordinates. To respond appropriately during those times, they need to grasp how their subordinates generally approach and think about swordsmanship. It might even be their duty to understand how other members of the order approach their swords. I see. That's impressive, squad captains. Rio's logically sound answer managed to convince Abel instead. Yes, sometimes Rio could be like this. Sometimes he would provide such sensible answers. After a while longer, Nils and Ammon also joined the sword discussions. Now it's not just the Royal Night Order, but even Nils and Ammon, those who live by the sword likely see their positions as trivial matters. Abel was surprised, and Rio nodded in agreement. Is that so? If we confine ourselves to the narrow perspectives of only the organizations we belong to, we never know when we might be caught off guard. For those who live by the sword, getting caught off guard could mean losing or, in some cases, leading to death. I think it's wonderful to actively seek interactions with others outside the organization who are headed in the same direction. I see. Once again, Rio was saying something sensible, which surprised Abel. They might be called comrades firmly bound together through the sword. Yeah, there is no one who can hinder them as they approach their swords. As Rio made this assertion while nodding at that moment. All right, tonight's meal is fried chicken. Chicken is good for the body, so eat plenty. Kobachi, the head chef's voice, echoed across the deck. In the next moment, those who lived by the sword, engaged in deep discussions, stood up and rushed to grab plates and flocked to the heaping fried chicken. It seems that only delicious food has a different power. Fried chicken that even overpowers the hearts of swordsmen, that's terrifying. Abel smiled wryly, and Rio shook his head slightly. The first port of call in the Dark Continent is Von City, Captain Paulina reported to Abel. Von City, I remember that we stopped there before. Yes, the inn where your holiness and the others stayed was attacked by Vera church members. Oh, right. That city, Abel remembered and nodded. After Paulina left, Rio spoke to Abel. There's a possibility of another attack. In Von City? Yes, and the reason for that? Because that is a classic development. There it is, the development, Rio confidently stated while Abel braced himself. Rather, why do you think such a development wouldn't happen? I find that harder to understand. Well, normally, such things rarely happen. I say it won't happen because I know that it doesn't. With such a flimsy basis, you can't shake my beliefs. That's true. Rio's strong assumptions are impressive in a way. How rude I would like to be referred to as having a rich imagination. Not much of a difference, though. As Rio grew indignant, Abel shook his head. It seems that the water attribute mage has exceeded a total of 700,000 copies sold, thanks to the readers who support us. Thank you very much. And starting today, April 25, 2025, the 3rd volume of the audiobook is being distributed. At the same time, reservations for the 4th volume are now open. Please visit the special site for the Water Attribute Mage. 2 days later, the fleet entered the port of Von. Since the port in this city is quite large, there was plenty of space even with 21 ships. This city is part of the Western Nations Federation, right? Yeah, that's right. The head of state of the Federation is missing, huh? According to the report I received at the Royal Lodge, he's still missing. Abel replied as he recalled. That means there's a chance he might already be dead, right? That's a possibility in reality. Are there any regulations regarding this? Like in the kingdom, if the king goes missing, how long does it take for him to be declared dead? 1 year. So if Abel goes missing for a year, he won't be king anymore. That's an incredibly unpleasant way to put it, but yeah, that's correct. Rio nodded while crossing his arms, and Abel grimaced as he answered. In that case, the next in line for the throne would be Noah, the first in the line of succession. But Noah is still young, so Rio would act as regent in his place, but the regulations about that aren't actually defined. Huh. They're not defined? Why not? Rio was surprised. He had the impression that while the kingdom concentrated a lot of power in the king, its legal framework was robust. So he thought there would be clear guidelines regarding a regent when the king was a minor. If that person isn't around, it creates problems. What do you mean? For example, let's say it was stipulated that the biological mother would act as regent. Okay, what if the biological mother passed away first? The legal text would be left hanging in the air. For example, if it was stipulated that the chancellor would act as regent, There wasn't a chancellor appointed during the reign of the previous His Majesty Stafford. Exactly. There may be cases where there is no chancellor. Even with that, the legal text would still be left hanging. Even in high positions around the core of the government, there can be vacancies. So, strictly speaking, it isn't defined. This might be one of the differences from democratic nations. In a democracy, such matters are clearly stipulated. Well, that's how it is in the kingdom, but as the name suggests, the Western Nations Federation is a federation of various nations. I don't know how a head of state is chosen, but it seems like it would be tough to choose a new one. I somewhat understand that. Those who want power would say, a vacuum of power is bad. We should elect a new head of state. But the supporters of the former head might say, we haven't confirmed his death. We should maintain the current state until he returns. That's right. I believe it would be really difficult to unify a federation formed by multiple nations. Thinking about it that way, the Handalu Federation in the Central Nations, well, it's a union, not a federation, but the Lord Aubrey who manages it is amazing. Because there are kings like His Majesty Robert Perlow within that union, right? How do they manage to unite countries with such leaders at the top? Yeah, I can't imagine it, Rio praised, and Abel shrugged. In conclusion, Abel's position is too easy. Yeah, I don't want to hear that from Rio, especially from Rio, who is always sprawled out on my sofa. I represent the citizens of the kingdom and monitor whether the king is doing his job seriously. If I see him slacking off in state affairs, I will lead a revolution with the citizens and overthrow Abel from the throne. That sounds scary, Abel nodded. He wasn't taking it seriously at all. So after you overthrow me, you'll sit on the throne, right? Huh, you really want to drown in paperwork, don't you? What a wonderful first duke. I would place someone more suitable on the throne and support them from the shadows. Rio became flustered. Who is this more suitable person? If they are more suitable than me, I'd willingly abdicate the throne. Noah. All right, abdication decided. I'm going to retire as king and spend my time leisurely, so Rio, please support Noah. Since Noah is still young, all the paperwork will fall to you. That's terrible, Rio lamented. He had genuinely wondered about this since his time on Earth. Why do people want to become politicians? Some of the politicians he knew had inherited their parents' seats, while others had become politicians from soba shops or tofu shops. Considering their situations, Rio couldn't understand it even a little. Why did they want to be politicians? It's for the children, right? Abel replied. Politics is indeed about solving the problems at hand. At the same time, there are policies that will blossom in the generations of children and grandchildren. If you slack off now, the future generations who inherit the country will face difficulties. However, that doesn't mean you should impose burdens on the current generation. Finding that balance is more challenging the more you think about it. Well, balancing things isn't just difficult in politics, it's probably the same in the business world. Abel smiled wryly, but not everyone has such noble thoughts. There are politicians who will do favors for money. That's true, power emerges in politics and those who want to use it will come close and offer money, and that leads to bribery incidents. That's troubling. I agree. Rio frowned and shook his head, while Abel laughed and shook his head as well. Including the two of them, the passengers and crew of the Skizblasnil vessel were still on the ship, but Graham and his party from France had disembarked at the port. They had prepared a large-scale ceremony to welcome the Pope. There wasn't anything like this the last time we came, right? Yeah, it seems that high-ranking officials from the Western Nations Federation government are here. That's definitely troublesome. Why's that? They create a lavish ceremony to owe favors and then block any escape routes before discussing things. It's the work of politicians and bureaucrats. Yeah, that sounds like Rio's prejudice, Rio asserted, and Abel shook his head. It's a relief that the Pope is here. All those important government officials will go over there. Exactly. If those kinds of people are around, we can't even buy snacks. Right. Abel is a hungry swordsman, after all. No, that's not true. Damn, I was so close. While Abel and Rio were having that conversation, it seemed that the ceremony had ended. Of course, for Graham and the important people of the Federation, the real event would start once they moved inside the building. Negotiations would begin. However, this had nothing to do with the hungry pair here. Well then, shall we go? Let's do that. Both Rio and Abel were fully motivated to disembark and grab some snacks, waiting for the ceremony to end and for the port to become easier to navigate. Behind the two, as expected, was Squad Captain Scotty. Of course, he was there as a guard for King Abel. Naturally, the guards would also get to join in on the fun. Scotty, there's no way you're going to switch with me, right? Zach, the other squad captain left on the ship, grumbled as he watched the three disembark. Knowing it would be unwise to venture too far, Rio and Abel decided to explore the port area. The port of Van is quite large. You could even say it's gigantic. Perhaps that's why the atmosphere inside the port is lively, resembling that of a big city. Along with numerous stalls, many shops line the streets. The townsfolk, not involved with the ships, come to buy seafood, and there are also people who seem like tourists wandering around. The three of them are among those tourists. This fried little fish, like fish and chips, is delicious. Yeah, perfect for eating while walking. As they chatted, Rio and Abel munched on their food while peeking into various shops. Of course, Scotty followed silently behind them, eating his own makeshift fish and chips. While this hungry group was having their fun, they suddenly noticed something as they turned a corner. It was a scent. An alluring fragrance that instinctively captivates the hearts of people. It could be described as a kind of religion. This enchanting scent, could it be? It's curry, Rio exclaimed in surprise while Abel confidently asserted. Indeed, there was no doubt about it. Then Abel remembered. Last time when we docked at Vaughn, Rio brought rice with him. Yes, that's right, Rio nodded in recollection. When they helped gather ingredients with the Kobachi head chef, Rio had found rice being sold. Additionally, he remembered that the Kobachi head chef had made fried chicken flavored with curry. In other words, could it be that they could make curry rice? Has the curry religion truly been born? No, I don't think they ever got around to making curry. Actually, it seems the Kobachi head chef experimented with it using the kitchen of a local diner during our stay. Huh, he said he would try it if I showed him an easy recipe, and that he had several attempts with the diner's owner who he got acquainted with during our stay. Then why didn't they make it in Skizblasnil? The rice apparently didn't make it in time for departure. Huh, Rio said sadly, while Abel tilted his head. Basically, it seems that the region produces a lot of rice, but this year, the harvest around Vaughn hasn't been great. There were good crops in areas a bit farther away, and if they had stayed just one more week, it seems they would have received it. So that's why we couldn't eat curry. Abel shook his head multiple times. His expression was very sorrowful. After all, the way curry captivates people is almost religious. It is truly deserving of being called a curry religion. Rio, I think we have a responsibility here. Abel, I feel the same way. Whether curry has truly been born, and whether it is the curry we know, it's up to us to confirm if the correct curry has been passed on. I understand that having curry after all this street food would definitely be overindulgent. Yes, but it can't be helped. This is the responsibility we must take. It was unclear whom they were making excuses to, but Abel and Rio were eager to find the source of the aroma. Curry is indeed delicious. That goes without saying. However, the truly sinister reason behind curry is its scent. It captures people's appetites even from unseen places. Full, did you just eat? It doesn't matter. Without question, it stops your breath. Truly a culinary assassin. Resistance is futile. I totally agree, Rio spoke as if voicing curry's claim while Abel nodded. Why did people create such a terrifying dish? The one who made it first must be a genius. While engaging in such conversation, the two followed their noses to track the origin of the smell. Identifying the source wasn't difficult. Here it is. It has an old-fashioned look, Abel asserted, guessing that it was a store supported by the locals. The three entered through the door. Welcome, there are three of us. Please take any open seats. As the voice spoke, Rio and Abel glanced around the shop. Half of the seats were filled. There were 4 people, likely construction workers, chatting while waiting for their food. At another table, 3 officials were worrying over the menu. Most others were locals. The only ones not locals were Rio and Abel, plus one person seated at a corner table. Even while seated, his height was noticeable. He was a slender man. His short white hair was neatly trimmed with a hawkish nose, and he wore a monocle over his left eye. He gave off a slightly nervous and intimidating impression. Rio did a double-take. He then reached an astonishing conclusion. Could it be Neil? Rio exclaimed in surprise. At that voice, the white-haired man looked up. His eyes widened in shock. After swallowing what was in his mouth, he opened his mouth. Lord Rio? Without a doubt, it was the alchemist Neil Anderson. Rio and Abel were prompted to sit at Neil's table. Rio sat to Neil's right, Abel sat directly across from him, and Scotty, who had remained silent, sat diagonally across as his bodyguard. At that moment, Rio noticed what Neil was eating. Curry? Yes, curry rice served over rice. Oh, Lord Rio is familiar with this dish? Yes, actually we were drawn in by the scent, which is why we came to this shop. Wonderful. A first-class alchemist knows first-class cuisine. Oh, it's not that impressive. Neil Anderson praised his sense of smell, causing Rio to blush. Then Neil Anderson turned his gaze to the man sitting directly across. Excuse me, my name is Neil Anderson. May I ask your name? Ah, this is Abel. I am Abel of the Natore Kingdom. Abel nodded slightly as he introduced himself. At that moment, Neil Anderson's eyes widened again. To be accompanying Lord Rio, the Duke Rondo, and being Abel of the Natore Kingdom, that would mean he's that person. Given the circumstances, I won't go into formal greetings. I would appreciate that. If he began with formal greetings to royalty in a diner, everyone present would be astonished. As expected, just as the rumors say, "Rumors? I hear he is a bold king. I see." Upon hearing Neil Anderson's words, Abel shrugged slightly. "Abel, just because they say you're bold, don't act arrogant. I'm not being arrogant, am I? Being bold means, conversely, being reckless, restless, and charging in without thinking. I think that's different." Abel directly refuted Rio's casual explanation. Neil Anderson listened to their banter with a smile. "I've heard in the songs of bards that there is a king and mage who fought side by side to crush the empire," Neil Anderson said while laughing. Needless to say, Neil Anderson was a former alchemist of the Debuhi Empire. It seems that the two have become the ones who have destroyed his homeland. Abel, incorrect information is spreading. That's troublesome. What would former citizens of the Empire, like you, Neil, or current citizens think if they heard this? They wouldn't feel good about it, would they? Rio and Abel expressed their concerns about the spread of misinformation. However, the one who first spoke of it was Neil Anderson, and since he was saying it with a laugh, he didn't seem to care much. At that point, Neil Anderson seemed to realize something. "Sorry, you two haven't ordered yet, have you?" Then he handed them the menu that was set in the corner of the table. Both of them glanced at the menu, but they already had decided what to order. "Here it is. Yes, it's there." Both were fluent in the Dark Continent language. "I'll have the curry." "Me too." "I will also." Rio ordered, Abel followed suit, and Scotty, who had been silent, also chimed in. With their orders placed, the conversation resumed with Neil Anderson, who had finished his meal. "Neil, you mentioned wanting to explore the Dark Continent while in the Mafalda Republic." "Yes. I wondered what would happen when I was captured by the Holy See, but at that time Lord Rio helped me. I am still grateful." Neil Anderson bowed his head. "No, I merely did what was right. About that mask you were forced to wear. I had a terrible time with Cardinal Sacarias," Neil Anderson said with a laugh. "Well, that was quite the experience." "Excuse me? Thanks to that, I was able to see the alchemy that Cardinal Sacarias was working on. When you were wearing that mask was your consciousness. I had no will of my own, but I remember what I saw. After Lord Rio and his friends freed me, I managed to recall quite a bit of what I had seen." "Oh," Rio was astonished. "There are people in the world with photographic memory abilities. Human memory is indeed a fascinating capability. Are you aware that the Pope at that time was not human?" "Oh, yes. Although I fought and thought I had put an end to him multiple times, he kept reviving. While I don't know what he really was, I can say for sure he wasn't human." "Oh, you fought him?" Neil Anderson smiled at Rio's words. "That was a creature created through alchemy." "I thought so. However, I also couldn't believe it until I witnessed that process myself. Was it like creating a creature that looks the same?" "Yes, precisely," Neil Anderson nodded. Rio imagined that it was probably something like a clone. Now it has been confirmed, the creation of life. "Since coming to the Dark Continent, I've been traveling around this northern region. But it seems that there once existed such alchemy in the southern part of the continent." "What?" "It's merely a legend spoken of in this northern area, but you know how they say there's no smoke without fire." "Indeed. Furthermore, they say that at a fairy tale level it's linked to the floating continent." "Really?" Rio was astonished. However, it reminded him of something. Just the other day he had heard the term floating continent. Indeed, it was from the mouth of Pope Graham. Was this mere coincidence? Did you hear any mention of vampires in the stories you heard, Neil?" You know that well. There was a story about a vampire duke being involved. Although it is said that for the past 100 years, vampires are rarely seen. They say there are no vampires above the rank of count anymore. So dukes are mere legends." "Oh, I see," Rio nodded. "Yes, that is the general perception. Due to Rio and Abel often getting involved in trouble for some reason, it has become normal for them to encounter vampires. Which is abnormal. Speaking of which, why are you Lord Rio and Abel here in the Dark Continent?" Neil Anderson, realizing that addressing him as Your Majesty might be inappropriate, instead asked using Lord. "Actually," Rio gave a brief explanation. "The Emperor's blazing flame mage, Lady Fiona, and King Robert Perlo of the Alliance, what an intriguing combination." "Yes. It would be best not to mention to the Empire that I've met with you. I've left the Empire under circumstances." "Is that so? I received permission from His Majesty the Emperor, but that shouldn't have been made public." "Oh, I see. It's certainly hard to publicly announce that the alchemist representing the nation has gone to a foreign land." Rio nodded lightly. "The outflow of such an outstanding talent, one that is unparalleled within a nation, is indeed a major scandal. In fact, the Natore Kingdom, which allowed the genius alchemist Frank de Verde to leave the country, is not in a good position after he produced an artificial golem in his place of asylum." While Abel didn't change his expression, he was grimacing inside. Amidst that, the door to the shop opened and something entered. "Oh, here it comes," Rio smiled. Neil Anderson also reacted to those words and looked toward the door. Upon seeing what entered, he froze. It was swordsmanship instructor number 4. When number 4 entered, he came over to Rio and the others' table. "This is an ice golem. How splendid!" Neil Anderson, who was initially surprised upon entering, soon stood up with sparkling eyes, observing number 4 from all directions. "You can tell it has considerable power despite its small size." "Yes. Smaller ones are faster. In other words, if it has strength, being small is advantageous. Just considering the battlefield brings me to that conclusion. Moreover, with this size, its field of activity will not be limited to the battlefield, will it?" "Exactly. I believe golems will eventually integrate into society. If that's the case, I think being the same height as humans at 1.5 meters is preferable to a full height of 3 meters. "Yes, precisely. This little one represents the future of golems," Neil Anderson spoke joyfully. Seeing that, the doubts Abel had towards Neil Anderson finally vanished. A man who lived for alchemy and continued to genuinely want to master it. Otherwise, he wouldn't say "this little one" when looking at a golem. Abel knows that Rio uses expressions like "this little one" or "these little ones" in reference to his own golem. Neil Anderson and Rio have an age difference greater than that of a grandfather and grandson, yet their conversation appeared enjoyable. It was a true camaraderie, a scene of a grandfather and grandson with similar hobbies happily discussing the creations they made. "That's nice," Abel muttered softly. "Recently, I've been enjoying delicious food while exploring alchemy on the Dark Continent. It's a pleasure to have seen number 4. We might meet again somewhere," Neil Anderson said before leaving. Rio felt a bit lonely, but he also had a sense that they would meet again. There was no basis for this belief, but he was almost certain of it. Rio, Abel, Scotty, and number 4, who was following them as a bodyguard, were walking back to the Skizblaznil vessel. "Hey, Rio, what is it, Abel? Number 4 came because you called it, right?" "Yes, that's right. How did you call it?" "No, how did you know the place?" "Well, the stimulus I emitted reached number 4 through the water vapor in the air." "Ah, it's similar to my usual sonar magic. Using that, number 4 arrived." Thinking that a proper explanation wouldn't get through, Rio shortened his explanation. While accuracy was important, it was more crucial to communicate in a way that the other person could understand. "So, number 4 knew the location of that shop even without Rio giving detailed directions?" "Yes, that's correct." "That's amazing." Abel expressed his admiration and surprise honestly. Even among humans, conveying a location is difficult. Yet when using magic, it can be communicated accurately to golems. If we use this, we can have multiple golems move together and understand each other's positions while acting, right? "Ah, right now, it's still my magic, but eventually, I'll develop a magic formula so it can be done through alchemy. Then even if the golems can't see each other, they can carry out coordinated operations." Rio imagined that scene and nodded multiple times. "Eventually, we could send flying surveillance golems to gather information from the sky, and perhaps have aerial command and control linked to that. Huh, if we freeze the entire nation in permafrost the moment we declare war, a war won't happen." "Ah, yes. I understand why Abel seems dissatisfied. You want to say don't sacrifice innocent people, right? If that's the case, let's freeze only the people in the government core, showing the world that this is what happens if they try to start a war. In the end, that means Rio would be the one to start the war." "I'll gladly accept that criticism." For some reason, Rio nodded with a determined expression. Of course, up to this point, their conversation was just hypothetical. Nothing was actually happening. There wasn't even a golem army, let alone a siege and annihilation by golems. It was complete fantasy. Someday, under the ice golems, world peace is sure to be realized. Rio's words were also likely fantasy, probably. "Is Neil Anderson here, the real one?" Oscar asked in surprise as he read the report brought in by Marie, Fiona's head maid and deputy. Marie seemed to not fully understand. She tilted her head slightly. "Oscar." That call came from Fiona, a gentle admonition. "Oh no, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Marie," Oscar quickly realized. Marie bowed and left the room. "This is a blunder. That's not such a big deal." Oscar frowned while Fiona smiled wryly. "I received a report earlier that Neil was staying in the Mafalda Republic of the Western Nations. I heard he left the Republic afterward, but that it may have come to the Dark Continent. Since leaving the Republic, his whereabouts seem to be unknown. Even our empire is still lacking in activities in the Western Nations and the Dark Continent." Oscar nodded. For now, they would set aside the matter of Neil Anderson. The two couldn't handle it alone. Currently, there were more pressing issues that needed consideration. "I just received a situation report regarding the northern shore of the Dark Continent, and it contains quite severe content." "Uh-huh." Fiona said this and handed the report to Oscar. After a quick read, he spoke. "The eastern provinces have been stalled from invading the west for a while. It looks like it's finally about to happen. The Western Nations Federation is still without its head of state. while the vice head of state is acting in their place. The former head of state, Lord Ramon Fess, was too exceptional. It's understandable that the federal government's coordination is disrupted. Oscar shook his head slightly. Is having such an exceptional leader a problem? No, that's not it. If an incompetent person becomes the head of the nation, the one who suffers is the citizenry. Such a thing must not happen. So, what do we do? It's simple. Only exceptional people should become leaders. Truly, what Oscar says is extreme, Fiona laughed. But Lord Rupert, Lady Maria, and even Lord Aubrey of the Alliance and Your Majesty Abel of the Kingdom are all exceptional, right? That's why the countries and territories are stable. Yes, it's true that having skilled leaders is better for politics. Of course, no one was born exceptional. They had to strive, acquire necessary knowledge, and gain experience. With that kind of attitude, even if they're not exceptional now, they will become so eventually. That's true, that kind of attitude is important. Oscar spoke passionately, and Fiona agreed with a smile. She knew that Oscar was more passionate than anyone else. That's why she enjoyed conversations like this. It brought out Oscar's true self. The welcome ceremony hosted by the Western Nations Federation has concluded, and Pope Graham and others were guided to the Vaughan Government Office. In the conference room of the Vaughan Government Office, the contents of the request from the Federation's senior officials were revealed. This is the reason why the Western Nations Federation has expressed a desire to provide support. Graham smirked. When the expedition was decided, France made preliminary arrangements with the countries and cities on the western coast of the Dark Continent, requesting that Vaughan be designated as a port of call and offering to provide all necessary supplies free of charge. Naturally, in negotiations between nations, it is not the case that one side reaps all the benefits. The request from the Western Nations Federation was for the execution of an exorcism. The results were not important. However, they wished for an exorcism that included the Pope and Cardinals. The magic of exorcism is common between the Central Nations and the Western Nations. Moreover, it is the power of the light attribute mages involved that alters the effect. In other words, an exorcism involving the Pope and Cardinals would exhibit the highest level of effect. Still, I never expected it would be an exorcism for the Federation's head, Ramon Fess. And the head of the Federation, who had been reported missing for some time, has been sleeping all this time. Stefania was surprised, and Graham murmured, "Please, Your Holiness." All the senior officials of the Federation bowed their heads. Of course, as per our initial agreement, I will attempt the exorcism with 10 clergymen, including myself and Cardinal Stefania. Oh, Graham promised, and the officials expressed their delight. However, it is very difficult to say, but I cannot guarantee that the exorcism of head Ramon Fess will be successful. I understand. The one who responded to Graham's words was Chige, the vice-chancellor and the highest-ranking among the officials present. Chige is known as a domestic affairs specialist in the Western nations. He is already over 80 years old. His long white hair is neatly tied back, and combined with his straightened back, he gives the impression of being around 60 years old. He is one of the key figures who helped stabilize the Western nations alongside head Ramon Fess. However, his position is that of vice-chancellor. While he holds a high rank within the Federation's government, above him are the chancellor, vice-head of state, and the head, Ramon Fess. It was the immense trust from Ramon Fess that allowed Chige to wield formidable ability in domestic affairs. But with Ramon Fess absent, Chige was effectively half-ousted. The group moved to a spacious mansion close to the Vaughan government office. In one room, head Ramon Fess was lying down. At the age of 55, he was at a prime age for a politician. The Western Nations Federation consists of many small countries, tribes, and free cities, and it has managed to stand against the eastern provinces without splitting, thanks to Ramon Fess's political skill and charisma. In fact, until he emerged, the Western nations were in conflict. Former rivals joined forces and established a nation together, which is already a rare example in history, and many small countries and tribes have come to them seeking inclusion. Ramon Fess accepted everyone without discrimination. He established laws that everyone must follow, ensuring equality before the law regardless of origin. That was the type of politics he practiced. Ramon Fess was the symbol of the integration of the Western nations. However, everything changed with the expedition to the German kingdom. In reality, it is not clear exactly what happened. All that is known is that the military was decimated and Ramon Fess went missing. He was found a week later. By that time, he had already fallen into a deep slumber, and he is still asleep. Taking Ramon Fess's hand, Graham performed some kind of magical diagnosis. After chanting several spells to investigate, he nodded once. Tomorrow at noon, we will perform the exorcism at the Vaughan Church. Please ensure that Lord Ramon Fess is moved there by tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. At Graham's words, Chiga and the others bowed their heads. The group headed towards the Von church. Your Holiness, is there any information regarding head Ramon Fess's condition? Ah, Stefania, you know as well. I think many in the church's clergy are unaware. The inquisitors have thoroughly studied the path taken by Lord Nayu. That is indeed true, Graham replied with a smile to Stefania's response. Nayu is the founder of the Western Church. Among the clergy of the church, the inquisitors particularly delve into the path, miracles, and sacraments associated with Nayu. Since Stefania was also an inquisitor, she conducted in-depth research. Graham, in fact, is recognized as one of the clergy with the deepest understanding of Nayu's sacraments within the entire Western Church. Both of them were aware of what Nayu had experienced. Lord Nayu slept for 6 months, that story. Yes, it was said that after establishing the church, his direct disciples attempted to perform an exorcism. Yes, but they failed. Therefore, it is understood that there are things that cannot be resolved through exorcism. Yes, Graham and Stefania conversed without changing their expressions. Even the direct disciples acknowledged by Nayu himself could not perform the exorcism. They likely understood that it would be impossible for themselves as well. When he awoke, Lord Nayu said, that was the curse of the people of the sky. Yes, however, up to now we do not know what that sleep that Lord Nayu experienced was. Regarding the people of the sky, yes, now it is only passed down as a legend, it must be the floating continent. Various hypotheses regarding the sleep have been proposed, however, none have been conclusive. The reason is simple. There have been no similar cases of sleep since then. There is no way to verify it. That being the case, the Western Nations Federation has likely investigated this. Among the stories regarding Lord Nayu, they are not particularly kept secret. Ordinary believers may not hear of it, and clergy will not hear of it unless they conduct special research. Graham shrugged. There were also no reports from Bishop Makita of the Von Church or Cardinal Adolfido. Yes, it is likely that the senior officials of the Federation transported the sleeping head of state into the city when they arrived. I hear it was a week ago. Perhaps it was arranged by Vice-Chancellor Chiga. Graham nodded slightly. Graham also knew that Vice-Chancellor Chiga was Ramon Fess's right-hand man. His ability in domestic affairs was unparalleled. After the disappearance of head Ramon Fess, it has been reported that the vice-head of state and the chancellor seized power while Chiga was sent on inspections throughout various regions. Indeed. However, that may have been orchestrated deliberately. Deliberately? For this current movement. I see. Stefania nodded at Graham's speculation. This implies that the vice-head of state and the chancellor might be unaware that head Ramon Fess is still in a sleeping state. If they were to find out, those who aim to seize power will do anything to maintain that power. They may not hesitate to take Lord Ramon Fess's life, Graham asserted. Though it is now calm, there was a time in the Holy See when it was not. Not everyone, but many cardinals and archbishops had a desire for power. It is somewhat ironic that the current calm is due to the fact that many cardinals died in the vampire attacks. Yet, while they are in conflict internally, it seems the eastern provinces have begun their movement to swallow the western nations again. Both Stefania and Graham read such reports while at the Holy See. Your Holiness had been negotiating to halt the movements of the eastern provinces. Well, the restrictions were only until Marquis Shenka was defeated. Now that it has been publicly announced, it is only natural for the eastern provinces to resume their movements. We should not act any further. It is a matter for those from the Dark Continent to decide. A war, perhaps? It seems likely. Stefania and Graham did not change their expressions much. However, they did not want a war to break out. There are also those who believe in the Western Church among the people of the Dark Continent. Such believers would likely be caught in the conflict. Naturally, this is not a thing to rejoice about. To prevent that, I hope for Lord Ramon Fess to awaken. I believe that is what Chiga and the others are considering in their actions. Yes. Thus, the two arrived at the Von Church and began to discuss the plans for tomorrow. Your Majesty, we have just received a message from the French fleet. It seems the scheduled departure will not be tomorrow after all. Really? The Pope himself wishes to explain this matter directly to you, and he has asked if he may come in an hour. Of course. Please respond that we will be waiting, Abel answered immediately. Something must have gone wrong. It seems so. Abel nodded in confirmation of Rio's observation. Originally, they were supposed to set sail tomorrow morning. Speaking of which, when we last docked at Von, the departure schedule was also postponed. At that time, we were intercepting those who worshipped vampires. Could it be happening again this time? No, it was the Vera Church followers back then. Those guys were wiped out, right? We can't be sure. There might be remnants like the Assassination cult. The possibility isn't zero, but Abel shrugged. While it wasn't impossible, he thought it was unlikely. Then an idea struck Rio. Could it be the Curry religion? That could be plausible. That taste and aroma can ensnare a person's mind. It's not an exaggeration to call it a kind of religion. Without a doubt, both Rio and Abel felt an inexplicable excitement. For the curry believers from the Central Nations, it's a joy to see allies increase even in the Dark Continent. Indeed, sharing the same beliefs fosters a sense of closeness. Yes, the two are curry followers. They are convinced that the number of curry followers will grow in the Dark Continent. Zach Cooler, the squad captain who stood close by as their escort, supposedly shook his head slightly at such a conversation. After a while, the visit from the Pope of the Western Church was announced to those curry followers. "Lord Graham, I heard earlier that the departure will be delayed." "Yes, Your Majesty Abel. A somewhat troublesome situation has arisen." Graham said this and proceeded to explain the reasons for the delayed departure. He spoke of the proposal from the Western Nations Federation, the reasons behind it, the subjects involved, and Nayu's legends. These stories were surprising to both Abel and Rio. The head of state who had gone missing remains asleep. The people of the sky, the floating continent, is it? I'd like to see it. Abel was interested in the political aspect, while Rio was intrigued by the legends. Of course, there were other matters as well. You mentioned that even with the Pope and the Cardinal participating in the exorcism, it would likely fail. Yes, it would be difficult. The other side says they don't mind, but the situation on the northern coast of the continent is becoming increasingly dire. The situation on the northern coast, could it be related to movements in the eastern provinces? Yes, though we had halted it for a while, Marquis Shinka has been defeated. That's right. Abel nodded in recollection of Graham's explanation. It was Graham who negotiated to stop the advance of the eastern provinces. Abel was the one who requested that. How far are the eastern provinces willing to go? Probably planning to swallow the entire Western nations. All of it. It's believed that the diplomatic erosion of the nations forming the Western Nations Federation has already begun. There's no charismatic head of state left. It wouldn't be difficult to undermine them. Abel frowned and nodded. While staying in France, Abel had read a brief report about the missing head of state, Ramon Fess. It was because of a person like him that the Western nations could be united. Now that he's gone, the collapse of the Federation is just a matter of time. You're correct. As Fundabi Kingdom, we would prefer to avoid interference as it concerns another country, but there are multiple Western Church entities within the Western Nations Federation, and I have heard that clergy are also feeling anxious. I see. If anything, the eastern provinces have fewer followers of the Western Church, right? Yes, that's correct. However, that doesn't mean they would irrationally persecute the followers of the Western Church. Graham shook his head slightly. No one wants to be caught up in a war. Well, in any case, I acknowledge that the departure will be delayed. Please contact me again when a new date is set. Understood. Graham said this and left the Skizblaznil vessel. On the deck remained Rio and Abel. The floating continent has finally come into view, Rio said in a serious tone, yet a glimpse of joy could be seen in the corners of his expression. It's just a possibility, Abel admonished him. I understand, but the power they used is terrifying. Power, forcing the opponent to sleep, it's the ultimate non-lethal weapon. Non-lethal what? In short, it's a weapon that incapacitates without killing or hurting the opponent. I see. If they can force someone to sleep, indeed, they could make them compliant without killing or even harming them. Abel agreed with Rio's explanation. If such a thing were to be released widely from the sky onto the ground, people across the nation would fall asleep, there would be no resistance. And if they could manipulate us who are sleeping in some way, for example, like Lord Graham's holy smoke, we could win without fighting, and we on the ground could become slaves. Rio shook his head slightly. Abel, too, felt a chill around his neck when he imagined what Rio had said. However, that did not mean that fighting was certain. In fact, they had not even confirmed the existence of such a thing. Even if the head of state Ramon Fess is associated with the same sleep as founder Nayu, we don't know if it relates to the floating continent or the people of the sky. Could someone else have found and used that weapon? Yes, that possibility is more likely, isn't it? Yes, that does seem plausible, Rio nodded. Since the time of founder Nayu, has it been 4,000 years? However, that's only counting from when the Western Church has kept record. If there had been instances of the common people falling into such sleep, and they died before the Church could be notified? Exactly. Unless it involves someone famous like this time, it won't be transmitted. No, even this time they made contact with the Church in secrecy, didn't they? It was some vice-chancellor's idea or something. Vice-Chancellor Chig. Yes, that Chigu. According to Lord Graham, the current Western Nations Federation is under the control of the Vice-Head of State and the Chancellor, so if they learn of the sleeping Head of State Ramon Fess, they would immediately seek to eliminate him. That's likely true. Those who seek to maintain the power they've obtained would do such things. Indeed, there aren't many decent people among the country's rulers. Rio expressed indignation, while Abel accepted it without arguing. Abel is the king and Rio is the first duke. Both hold significant power in the Natore kingdom. I'm glad, Abel. Glad, what do you mean? I'm glad that our kingdom's chancellor is different from those kinds of people. Indeed. Marquis Heinlein likely wouldn't do that. Abel nodded firmly. The chancellor is the person Abel trusts the most. Rather, the dangerous one is the first duke. The first duke. That would be Rio. For some reason, Rio himself declared that he was the dangerous one, leaving Abel confused and tilting his head. Yes, that's me. By position, I'm number 2 or number 3 in the kingdom. If someone in such a position betrayed the kingdom, it would be a serious issue. That's true. I think Abel needs to keep me, such a first duke, in check to prevent betrayal. I can somewhat predict where this is going, transforming the once-a-week cake privilege into a twice-a-week one. Rejected. Why? Abel immediately rejected it, and Rio cried out in despair. Wait, did you just say twice a week? Yes, I did. Why isn't it once a week? Because I've already secured my once-a-week cake privilege. Rio declared confidently, puffing out his chest. Was that so? Are you really going to pretend that never happened? I'm just unsure if it happened or not. How cruel! Rio fell into an exaggerated act of crying. Of course, he was just pretending to cry. Someday I must have him sign the documents properly and store them away. Rio murmured to himself, resolved. The next day at noon, at Von Church, an exorcism was about to take place. Surrounded by 10 individuals, including Graham dressed in the Pope's formal attire and Stefania dressed in the Cardinal's formal attire, 8 inquisitors who excelled in light attribute magic stood in a circle around Ramon Fess, who lay on the altar. From a short distance away, Vice-Chancellor Chigo and other high-ranking officials from the Federation watched. Graham began to chant, "O great goddess, I bow before you and beseech you to return our friend, who is ensnared by a different principle than ours, back to this world's principles. To release our friend, who bears wounds different from yours, and your child, who bears wounds different from ours, we humbly request, dispel curse." As Pope Graham's incantation came to an end, light emanated from the 10 surrounding individuals and gathered. The soft and warm light slowly enveloped Ramon Fess. However, it suddenly burst. "The exorcism has failed, Your Majesty." A mournful voice came from the high-ranking officials of the Federation. "I could not be of assistance." "No, Your Holiness, I am grateful." Vice-Chancellor Chige bowed his head to Graham. "As you may know, Lord Nayu awoke after sleeping for 6 months. Please do not let Lord Ramon Fess lose hope." "Thank you, but—" "Yes, the situation has become dire." Chige's intention was clear to Graham as well. Even if they managed to protect Ramon Fess from the vice-head of state and chancellor, the Western Nations Federation itself was facing a breakdown due to the Eastern Provinces' encroachments, with some nations declaring their withdrawal from the Federation. The real issue was that several countries had openly declared their withdrawal in just the span of a day from yesterday to today. Moreover, Graham had received a report just 1 hour before the exorcism began that a declaration of war had been issued from the Eastern Provinces against the Western Nations Federation. Naturally, Chige must have received that report too. "A declaration of war has been issued. Your Holiness, you are also aware of this?" Chige nodded at Graham's words. "The Eastern Provinces have finally resorted to military force, but it seems the Federation may collapse before that force is actually deployed." Chige, usually strong-willed, showed signs of weakness, however. "Still, there will be resistance until the very end, won't there?" "Of course." Chige raised his face to respond to Graham's confirmation. "Perhaps the last stronghold will be here in Von." "I see. That's also why you brought Lord Ramon Fess here for the exorcism." "Yes, Your Holiness took the trouble." "No, we were planning to descend south along the western coast, so stopping at Von City was quite convenient," Graham replied with a smile. That was the complete truth. Of course, he did not mention that they were on their way to subjugate Grand Duke Rosniak Zoltan in the southern part of the continent. Chige and the other officials from the Federation did not ask what the expedition was for, either. It was the unspoken understanding between nations. Questions that the other party cannot answer or does not want to answer should not be posed. That is how relations between countries function. Both Vice-Chancellor Chige, who had been holding the Western Nations Federation together as Ramon Fess's right hand, and Pope Graham understood that. Thus, the two were supposed to part ways, until Bishop Makita, in a hurry, came running to Von Church. "Your Holiness, this is serious. Vice-Chancellor Jaja and Chancellor Zenmoshi of the Western Nations Federation have arrived in the city." "What did you say?" It was Vice-Chancellor Chige who reacted before Graham. Vice-Chancellor Jaja and Chancellor Zenmoshi were the two currently steering the Federation, effectively sidelining Chige. There was no clear reason for these two to appear in Von City, which could be considered the farthest western point geographically within the Federation. No, that was not entirely accurate. Chiga glanced at Ramon Fess, who lay on the altar. Graham noticed Chiga's gaze. Have they realized that Lord Ramon Fess is here? I don't think so. However, I cannot think of any other reason for them to arrive in Von City at this timing. Indeed. Graham nodded at Chiga's words. After nodding, he pondered for a moment before speaking. What do you think? Shall we keep Lord Ramon Fess's body here at Von Church? Oh, actually, I would be grateful if you could do that. Chiga's eyes widened in gratitude at Graham's words. The two who had just arrived were of higher rank than Chiga. If they were suspicious, they could investigate everything. And Chiga could not stop that. Even if Ramon Fess were hidden somewhere, they would undoubtedly find him if they set their minds to it. But what about in a church? Moreover, if it was the church where Pope Graham, who was on an expedition to the southern part of the continent, was staying, it would be difficult to enter, even with suspicions. Even those two should understand how foolish it would be to invade from the east while also making an enemy of the Western Church. Your Holiness, I humbly ask you to take care of Lord Ramon Fess. Chiga bowed deeply. On the Skizblaznil vessel, Captain Paulina was also reporting. Your Majesty, it seems the ones who have arrived are Vice-Chancellor Jaja and Chancellor Zenmoshi of the Western Nations Federation, and they have about 3,000 guards with them. Vice-Chancellor and Chancellor? That's what Graham said, right. The ones trying to eliminate Lord Ramon Fess. With Paulina's report, Abel tilted his head while Rio confirmed it. Looks like it. Is Lord Ramon Fess really the target? That seems reasonable to think. Information must have leaked from somewhere. Considering the 3,000 guards, even if Vice-Chancellor Chiga resists, it's a number that can be subdued by force. Abel nodded. What will we do? There's nothing we can do. Rio shrugged in response to Abel's confirmation. Including the two of them, the Natore Kingdom was completely an outsider. It would be odd to act on their own without having been asked by anyone. If sparks fly our way, we will fend them off with all our might. True. Basically, we should not interfere in internal affairs. Rio nodded in agreement. If they were to witness the people being oppressed right before their eyes, they would undoubtedly assist them, regardless of the principle of non-interference. That was likely true for both Rio and Abel. However, in this case, they could not even be sure if it related to the people. Given the uncertainty, they could not act recklessly. At first glance, it appears that Lord Ramon Fess and Vice-Chancellor Chig are the righteous ones, while the Vice-Chancellor and Chancellor seem like the villains. However, that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Rio said as he nodded a few times. It seemed he was pondering something in his mind. How unusual. I would have thought you would unilaterally condemn the Vice-Chancellor and Chancellor. Chichai Abel, you're too naive. Rio waved his right index finger side to side, indicating it was a sweet expression. Although it seems that way at first glance, it's quite possible that Lord Ramon Fess and Chige are the truly wicked ones. A twist like that could unfold in the story. I see. Rio looked smug while Abel sighed. In a sense, it was the usual scene. Soon after, Paulina hurriedly returned to the two. Your Majesty, it seems the eastern provinces have declared war on the Western Nations Federation. War? Abel nodded and murmured. Rio remained silent but frowned. Naturally, no one would be happy about the outbreak of war. Could the arrival of the Vice-Chancellor and Chancellor be related to the eastern provinces' declaration of war? Or perhaps to Lord Ramon Fess? There could be other reasons unknown to us, so it's hard to say. At Rio's words, Abel shook his head slightly. After finishing her report, Paulina returned to her duties. Rio and Abel looked toward the sound of wood crashing on the deck. There, members of the Royal Knight Order, including Nils and Ammon from Room 10, were engaged in a small-scale mock battle with wooden swords. The swordsmanship instructor number 4 was watching the mock battle intently. He seemed to be learning by watching. By the way, Ida was treating those who got injured during the mock battle. Perhaps due to the presence of B-class priest Ito, the mock battle had become quite fierce. Even if they're immersed in sword training, they don't want a war. Indeed. They're training to protect themselves, their comrades, their families, or their people. Absolutely right, Rio fully agreed with Abel's words. Yet war will occur. Human history is a cycle of wars. Rio reacted to Abel's murmuring. It was a sad historical fact, but recently new discoveries had emerged. I have started to believe that there are ultimately only two ways to eliminate war. What do you mean? Creating a situation where war is unnecessary, or creating a situation where war cannot occur? Oh, so you mean that humans are inherently prone to starting wars? Yes, therefore we must bind them and prevent war from happening, Rio asserted clearly. The latter, the situation where war cannot occur, is kind of like the monitoring by the Golem army you mentioned before. Well, that was a joke. But the thinking is similar. If a war were to break out, they would receive immediate and certain painful damage. If they were placed in such a situation, war would likely not be initiated. Regardless of the situation of the opponent provoking the war, a third party would impose a severe intervention. Perhaps the formerly United Nations forces on Earth may have been sought under such a concept, Rio thought. Of course, reality turned out to be entirely different. Well, it's fine, I can't say anything about the current situation. We are not messengers of peace after all. Messengers of peace. Does such a thing even exist? I'm sure a messenger of peace would be a water attribute magician dressed in a white robe, wearing a gentle smile. As Rio said this, he stood up and flapped his arms, spinning around on the spot. He was probably trying to convey that he was that messenger of peace. That's definitely not the case, I can confidently say that. I would be closer to being a messenger of peace than you, Rio. It's impossible for a swordsman to be a messenger of peace. Swordsmen have long been recognized as terrifying beings presiding over destruction and slaughter, only in your mind. Abel easily countered Rio's assertion. In the conference room of the Von government office, the leaders including the vice-head of state of the Western Nations Federation, the Chancellor, and the Vice-Chancellor had gathered. We have decided to establish the provisional federal government here in Von City. The Vice-Chancellor Chige let out a bewildered voice at the words of Vice-Head of State Jaja. We will raise the flag of counteroffensive against the eastern provinces from this place. Is that so? Chige finally understood. These two had fled. Vice-Head of State Jaja and Chancellor Zenmoshi had fled. They abandoned the people of the Federation they were supposed to protect and escaped to Von City, the farthest from the eastern provinces, meaning it would likely be the last to be attacked. It took Chige time to realize this, as it was an action he would never choose, even if it were about Ramon Fess. A few hours ago, Chige had received the report that the eastern provinces had declared war on the Western Nations Federation. But of course, the central government would have had information suggesting that a declaration of war was forthcoming. Based on that information, Vice-Head of State Jaja and Chancellor Zenmoshi slipped away from the federal capital Tajunza and arrived at this far western city of Von. Von City had joined the Western Nations Federation at a fairly early stage. Before that, it had been a large maritime city-state, and even now it maintains a status as the western gateway of the Federation. The massive harbor likely tells that tale, so why is Chige here? I was ordered to conduct an inspection. Ah, right, Zenmoshi asked, Chige replied, and Jaja nodded nonchalantly. It seemed he was not asking out of sarcasm, but had truly forgotten. Chige sighed inwardly, maintaining his expression. Indeed, these two were incompetent. They were fervent when it came to matters concerning themselves. However, due to their fundamentally ad hoc responses, there were times they forgot commands and statements they had issued in the past. So how did these two rise to such high positions as Vice-Head of State and Chancellor? It's a balance. Once Ramon Fess had answered Chige's question with a wry smile. The Western Nations Federation is a federation made up of small states. Essentially, they are disparate. The disarray is unavoidable. If one tries to force uniformity, a strong backlash will arise. Ethnicity, tradition, history, each has its own identity. To forcibly consolidate them is absolutely forbidden. It should naturally blend over decades or centuries. It has to be that way. If you mix them with political power, it will inevitably explode. Ramon Fess understood this, but at the same time he understood that the eastern provinces would not grant such leisurely time. Both fundamental solutions and symptomatic treatments had to be pursued. Thus, he brought these two local powers into the central government, but without granting them real authority. However, because they were tasked with prominent and flashy ceremonies, they were satisfied with that. By handling such roles, they were lavished with attention from many, and their desire for approval was fulfilled. Chige, who observed Ramon Fess's exquisite balance up close, was even impressed. So when Ramon Fess was around, these two did not hold any ill feelings towards him. Even those emotions were controlled by Ramon Fess. But now, it's different. That deployment changed everything. The supreme power they had grasped once. It was intoxicating, something they had never desired before. Why had they never wanted it? Because Ramon Fess had not shown it to them. If it's out of sight, it's out of mind. The basics of emotional control. But once it was in sight and they used it, there was no going back. They could not escape the poison of sweet power. That was why Chige left the capital Tajunza. He honestly did not know how the two would act upon realizing the existence of Ramon Fess, who continued to sleep. And he held his last hope in the exorcism by Pope Graham, the leader of the Western Church. However, there was something Chige did not understand. The reason these two had hastily thrown away the supreme power they had obtained and come to Von. They had fled in fear after the eastern provinces declared war, abandoning their people. That was likely true. However, knowing the sweetness of power, even if they feared the eastern provinces, one would think they would stay holed up in the capital Tajunza to some extent. Unless they were in Tajunza, they could not exercise the highest authority. Chige's doubts in his heart were resolved by the conversation of the two. To think Tajunza would make the decision to withdraw from the Federation. What on earth are they thinking? That was the conversation between Jaja and Zenmoshi. Indeed, Tajunza is the capital of the Western Nations Federation. Originally, it was one of the largest city-states of the Western nations, and that is why Ramon Fes placed the federal capital in Tajunza. However, the Tajunza city administration continues to be run by the original residents of Tajunza, unchanged since before the capital was established. There had been no problems until now. The people of Tajunza took pride in being the federal capital and united with the federal government, helping to run the country. But now that Tajunza had declared its withdrawal from the Federation, had they grown weary of a federation without Ramon Fes? Chige shook his head slightly in his mind. Though there were numerous reasons, Chige had also left Tajunza and come to Van. He may have inadvertently encouraged the people of Tajunza to withdraw from the Federation. We must prevent any further withdrawals from the Federation and initiate a counteroffensive. Indeed. While Chancellor Zenmoshi and Vice Head of State Jaja exchanged such conversations, there were no concrete plans put forth. These two likely haven't even thought about what specific actions to take. Chige sighed inwardly. To be honest, Chige thought that with the current state of the Federation, it might as well crumble. The Western Nations Federation is a federal system. In other words, it should be said that many countries have gathered to form a loose cooperative structure. Each country has its own laws, governments, and some even have their own military. Even if they withdrew from the Federation, each could continue to exist as small countries. At the very least, the people would not immediately be left destitute. Based on that, some countries might decide to fall under the influence of the eastern provinces, while others might choose to maintain their independence. Either way is fine. Chige did not feel inclined to persuade the various countries to stay in the current federation. If Ramon Fes had awakened, of course it would have been different. In the room are Chancellor Zenmoshi and Vice Head of State Jaja. Zenmoshi-sama, we have received a report regarding Ramon Fes. Upon hearing this, Zenmoshi reads the report he received. He reads it once, then twice. And a third time. Is this true? Yes, we are gathering additional information. Understood. Inform me as soon as you know. Chancellor Zenmoshi's voice is hurried. Seeing this, Vice Head of State Jaja becomes interested. What kind of report is it? Well, it seems that the severely injured Ramon Fes was brought to Van City a few days ago. What? It was brought in by Chige and others. I see, so Chige was involved. And Ramon Fes is in a serious condition? It is said that he was seen unable to rise from bed. I see. Jaja nods, grimacing at Zenmoshi's words. The head of state has had no reports regarding his whereabouts for several months. And now he is seriously injured. Moreover, he was brought to this city. Zenmoshi, how about we deploy 2,000 of the guards we brought to search for him? Jaja-sama, the Eastern Province's army hasn't arrived yet, right? It should still take quite a while for them to reach this city. Deploying around 2,000 out of the 3,000 guards shouldn't be a problem. Indeed, understood. A large-scale search operation across the city began. 2 days later, why can't we find him even after searching so much? No matter how expansive Van City is, there shouldn't be many places to hide an injured person. Don't rush, Zenmoshi. We will find him soon. While Chancellor Zenmoshi complains, Vice Head of State Jaja tries to calm him down. During the 2 days that Zenmoshi and Jaja were searching, the French fleet remained docked. This means that the Skizblasnil vessel, part of the French fleet, is still in the port of Van. Today as well, the soldiers brought by the Vice Head of State and Chancellor are running around all morning. That's true. The leaders just have to give orders without trouble. It's the subordinates who always have to struggle. Why are you looking at me when you say that? Just because. When Abel glares at Rio and questions him, Rio quickly averts his gaze. Of course, Rio isn't blaming Abel. He shouldn't be. The leaders just sit back and give orders. I want them to try being in the position of those who have to execute them, Rio wants to say. Why are you looking at me when you say that? Just because. When Abel glares at Rio again turns his gaze away. By the way, the two are currently drinking coffee on the deck of the Skizblasnil vessel. The Royal Knight Order and Room 10 are at the port practicing their swordsmanship. Weapons are laid on the deck of the Skizblasnil vessel, being maintained by the crew. Today, there's no space for sword practice. At that moment, both Rio and Abel's stomachs growled simultaneously. It was a clear claim that it was almost lunchtime. I heard from Chef Kobachi that there is a famous long-established fried chicken shop. Oh, is that true? That sounds great. I'm starving, shall we go eat? As expected from the hungry swordsman Abel, I thought you'd say that. What, Rio, aren't you coming? Then I'll go alone. Of course I'm going. Why are you trying to leave me behind when I provided the information? Because I'm the hungry swordsman. That doesn't make sense. Rio shakes his head slightly. The two of them, hungry, head down the gangway towards the long-established fried chicken shop. The soldiers running around are quite rough. That's true. They might be anxious. As Rio and Abel walk toward the famous fried chicken shop, they occasionally run into the searching soldiers. They talk while observing the situation. The way they open and close doors is rough, and their language is high-handed. They aren't drawing swords or raising fists, but I think there will eventually be a clash. A clash. With who? With me and Abel. Huh. Abel tilts his head in confusion. They'll rush into us and get in our way. I'll throw you in jail, they'll say, and when we wipe the floor with them, their leader will come out. Something like that. I think that's the classic development. Rio nods confidently, somehow feeling sure about it. Yes, it's the usual light novel-style classic development. That's just what Rio desires, right? However, Abel responds coldly. He seems to have seen right through it. Whether I desire it or not, I'm a little interested. Just a little, I am somewhat interested. Really just a little? Well, I'm somewhat interested, yes. I thought so. You have that look on your face. Abel seemed to understand as he looked at Rio's face. The most likely scenario is that after we eat the fried chicken, soldiers will come in and cause a ruckus in the shop. Then me and Abel will deal with them, that's the pattern. Deal with them, beat them up. Oh, well, that might happen, but that can't be allowed. Yeah, it can't be allowed, Abel says, and Rio agrees. If that happens, what will you do? Will you freeze the vice head of state, chancellor, and the soldiers together? That'd be better for the people of Von. Normally, Abel would deny such a thing outright, but he seems hesitant. Moreover, after some thought, yeah, freezing them might be a good idea. Unexpectedly, he agrees. Rio is a bit surprised by this. I thought you'd absolutely stop that. I thought so at first, but when I think about it calmly, freezing them doesn't seem like a problem. Huh. I thought I could freeze them and put them outside the city until Ramon Fess wakes up. Then after he wakes up, we can seek his judgment. I can't believe it. Abel is more radical than me. Rio shrugs his shoulders. Yes, it's probably a rare case. That said, I'm a common-sense mage who loves peace, so I won't do anything as radical as what Abel suggests. Leaving aside loving peace, there's no way Rio is common sense. How rude. If you look at my usual behavior, you'll see I'm common sense. Maybe what I imagine as common sense is different from what Rio calls common sense. That would explain why we can't seem to agree. When the two arrive in front of the fried chicken shop, 5 soldiers are thrown out the door into the street. Rio and Abel murmur in surprise simultaneously. After the soldiers, 3 individuals emerge, a female duke, her maid, and a male earl. Lady Fiona, explosive flames, Abel and Rio murmur again. Well, your majesty, Abel, are you also here at this shop? Yes, I heard it was a long-established fried chicken place. Yes, we also ate fried chicken. It was very delicious. Please come inside. With a smile, Fiona gestures toward the door. What about the soldiers? They were thrown out for causing a ruckus. I'll just be taking them to the government office. Your majesty need not worry. Leave it to us. Well then, I won't hold back. While Fiona and Abel are conversing, the maid Marie naturally remains silent. Of course, Rio and Oscar also stay silent. In fact, they don't even make eye contact. Seeing this, Abel sighs and Fiona shakes her head slightly. The Guardians have it harder than the individuals themselves. A common sight unfolds here as well. That said, at least the water attribute mage ended up eating fried chicken afterward and beamed with joy. That evening, Vice Head of State Jaja and Chancellor Zen Moshi burst into Vice-Chancellor Chigo's office, shouting. This was quite unusual. Chigo, I heard that our guards were assaulted. What is going on? Zen Moshi shouted as soon as he entered. Jaja followed him in, but he didn't seem as angry. Instead, he wore an expression that suggested it was all quite troublesome. Yes, Lord Zen Moshi. I received that report as well. I see, so you arrested the assailants, right? No, we have not. They escaped then, the search is underway, right? No, it is not. When we catch them, they will face severe punishment. What? You haven't even searched? Zen Moshi was taken aback, likely due to the unexpected response rather than being angry. Yes, Lord Zen Moshi, we know who the assailants are, so we have not conducted a search. You said you haven't arrested them? Yes, I did. If you know who they are, then why haven't you arrested them? Zen Moshi grew angry once more. The guards who brought them to the government office were Duke Ruban and Count Ruska from the Debuhi Empire. Debuhi? Is there such a country? Chigo explained the reason, but Zen Moshi tilted his head in confusion. Jaja, standing behind him, also tilted his head in confusion. It is one of the major powers in the Central Nations. Central Nations? Why are a duke and a count from such a distant country here in this city? You must have heard that the fleet from the Fundebi Kingdom is docked here. Yes, I have heard. The Pope must be aboard, right? Yes, the two of them are also on that fleet. I see, that makes sense. Zenmoshi nodded, still frowning. However, law is law. Regardless of whether they are nobles from a foreign land, they must be punished according to the law, Zenmoshi insisted. That is a valid point. Just because they are nobles from another country does not mean they can be forgiven for breaking the law. However, one of the parties involved, Count Oscar Lusk, is the strongest mage in the Central Nations, known by the title of Blazing Flame Mage. Strongest. It would be a simple task for him to lay waste to Von City in less than a minute. Are you really willing to provoke someone like that? But, especially during this time when threats from the eastern provinces are looming. Chige's tone was not strong at all. Rather, he spoke softly, trying to reason with them. And I heard that the soldiers caused a disturbance at a dining establishment. That's why you brought them here. Nonsense. Honestly, I don't know which side is right in this situation. Are we really going to make a famous mage our enemy? We aren't absolutely in the right, even under such circumstances. Zenmoshi frowned at Chige's explanation. In truth, Zenmoshi himself had no absolute conviction that the guards were in the right. He had come here merely for the sake of appearances. But now he was facing troublesome nobles from another country, and moreover, a powerful mage. Behind him loomed the Fundabi kingdom. They were aboard their fleet. Zenmoshi hesitated. Jaja wore an expression that showed he was not taking this seriously at all. After glancing at the two of them, Chigo shifted the topic. By the way, what were your guards searching for? What? I know they were running around the city which caused the conflict, Chigo asked with a smile. You do not need to know that, Zenmoshi replied in a flustered manner. Jaja also frowned. Seeing their reaction, Chigo became certain. I figured out that Ramon Fess is in this city and unable to move. He had thought it would eventually become known. If it were at the government office or an inn, it would have been found right away. I'm really glad I was able to keep him at the church. Chigo silently thanked a god he didn't even believe in, not changing his expression. However, that night, we found out that Ramon Fess is at the Von Church. What did you say? Vice Head of State Jaja and Chancellor Zenmoshi shouted in unison at the report. They both stood up simultaneously. Send soldiers immediately. Wait, Zenmoshi ordered, but Jaja quickly stopped him. Lord Jaja, right now the Pope of the Western Church is at the Von Church. And that mage from earlier is aboard the Pope's fleet, right? Zenmoshi recalled upon Jaja's reminder. The mage isn't stationed at the church. However, if a problem arises, he could come out. What should we do? Kill him without anyone knowing? Zenmoshi was left speechless by Jaja's command. What is it, Zenmoshi? No. I mean, you're talking about eliminating the head of state, correct? Of course, but to do it so suddenly? At this point, what is there to hesitate about? Vice Head of State Jaja yelled. I am sorry. Chancellor Zenmoshi prostrated himself on the floor in apology. He knew that Jaja could be fierce in situations like this. If we don't act now, our heads will be the next target. Once Ramon Fess recovers from his injuries, we will have nowhere to run. Why, yes. Under Jaja's pressure, Zenmoshi could not resist. Tomorrow night, launch an attack and take his life. He had no choice but to issue such an order. The following night, on a night like this, a tragedy will occur. On a night like this, a tragedy will occur. Rio, you're the one who will cause this tragedy, right? What are you saying? I won't cause anything. I'd rather eat this platter of 3 types of fried chicken. That's for sure. In response to Rio's words, Abel nodded vigorously. Dinner on the Skizblaznil vessel was a bottomless fried chicken feast. Under the moonlight, the deck looked like a kind of fried chicken party. Of course, the plain and curry flavors are delicious, but this slightly sweet and sour sauce, this one is good too. Is the plain one the regular type? Yeah, that sweet and sour sauce that was said to be revealed today is good, as expected of head chef Kobachi. Thank you, Your Majesty. Rio praised it, Abel also praised it, and Kobachi responded with a smile. The others eating were all smiling too. Delicious food makes people smile. Such a truth was being demonstrated on the deck. At that moment, the 3 from room 10 arrived. Nils, who had a large platter piled high with fried chicken, Ito, who had a balanced serving of the 3 types even though it wasn't much, and Ammon, who despite being a slender swordsman, had a quantity on par with Nils and a perfect balance of the 3 types that could rival Ito. Delicious fried chicken is justice. As expected of Nils, you understand, Rio responded with a smile to Nils' grin. Nils and Ammon have an amazing amount. No, it's delicious. Your Majesty, you're still eating, right? I want to try a spicier version of this curry flavor. Abel exclaimed in surprise, Nils laughed, and Ammon sought even more stimulation. Ito, the frontline group has quite an appetite. Yeah, but I think Rio is eating about the same amount. Rio sought agreement from Ito, but he was indeed eating as much as the frontline group. It couldn't be helped since the fried chicken was delicious. At the moment when the 3 from room 10 went to get seconds, Abel asked Rio, Earlier, did you say something about the moonlight? Yes. On a night like this, a tragedy will occur. Isn't it the other way around? On a night when the moon isn't out, it would be easier for various activities to happen. Those who would cause a tragedy, that is? That's true. Rio involuntarily nodded at Abel's accurate observation. He had said something random because the moon was so beautiful, but it might be true that tragedies are easier to occur on a new moon or a cloudy night without moonlight. That means no tragedy will happen tonight. Yeah, everyone should be living peacefully. Still, they wouldn't be a match for us. That's right, it would be impossible to defeat this fried chicken. Both Rio and Abel were enjoying their peace. Meanwhile, around the Von church, a situation far from peaceful was beginning to unfold. There were 20 people. Among the 3,000 elite soldiers brought by Jaja and Zenmoshi, they were the ones skilled in combat, excelling at ambushes in the darkness of night. "Let's go!" The raid team commander whispered the order. With that, the 20 moved silently over the walls of the Von church and infiltrated the premises. Currently, it was 11 o'clock at night. The church clergy should have gone to sleep by 9. In fact, there were no lights lit in the church, and there was no sign of anyone awake. The purpose of the raiding team was to confirm Ramon Fess and end his life. They had yet to directly confirm Ramon Fess's whereabouts. However, they had confirmed where he was not. What remained was the bishop's palace. It contained the bedroom of Bishop Makita, the head of the Von church, and several guest rooms. They narrowed it down to one of those guest rooms. But there was one problem. There was a possibility that the Pope was sleeping in that guest room. What if they encountered the Pope? A clear order had been given. Dispose of anyone who becomes a hindrance. So there was no need for hesitation from the raiding team. They split into 4 groups of 5 and quietly, without a sound, began to open doors and check the rooms. In the first room, there was no one, and just as they were about to step back out of the room in an instant, all 5 had their throats slit simultaneously. Without a sound, the other 3 groups remained unaware as they checked the next room, and upon confirming that there was no one there the next moment, another 5 throats were cut. It was only then that the remaining 10 finally noticed something was wrong. At the same time, they realized they were surrounded by an invisible enemy. Invisible, but they understood. They were surrounded. The enemy was lurking in the shadows. Amidst this, there was one man. Was he there? Since when? How? They must have seen him, but he had appeared without being seen. They realized he had been there all along, wearing the white vestments of the Western Church, holding a staff. The man spoke. "You are soldiers of the Western Nations Federation, led by Vice Head of State Jaja and Chancellor Zenmoshi." A statement of fact. No response was needed. It was already understood. To attack the church is worthy of 1,000 deaths. Just like those vampires. Therefore, it is only fitting to annihilate you in the name of the Western Church. The man in the white vestments? Graham clearly stated it, his voice more pronounced than a mere whisper. However, there was no reaction from the remaining 10 raiders. Before they knew it, they were unable to move. Moreover, their consciousness began to fade. From the outside, it would have been clear that their eyes were glazed over and their mouths hung slightly open. "It's over the moment you breathe in my holy smoke. Now what will you do?" Graham tilted his head, wearing his usual smile. The next early morning, in the courtyard of the Von government office, 3 box carts and 2 freight carts arrived. Descending from the box carts were Pope Graham of the Western Church and 10 inquisitors. Seeing this, the officials of Von rushed out of the government office in a panic. Further, some could be heard calling for Vice-Chancellor Chigo and others. A few minutes later, Vice-Chancellor Chigo stepped into the courtyard. Immediately behind him were Vice Head of State Jaja and Chancellor Zenmoshi. "Your Holiness, what brings you here?" "Ah, my apologies for the disturbance this morning, Chiga." Graham greeted with a smile, as usual. In accordance with his words, large bags were placed in front of Chigo and the others, 10 bags in total. "What is this? Last night the Von church was attacked. These are the remains of those bandits." "What?" Chigo was taken aback by Graham's words. He was shocked by the attackers' bodies, but of course, there was other reason for his shock. Ramon Fess was still sleeping in the church. "The bandits perished without gaining anything. There was no damage to our church, so there's no need to worry." "Ah, that's a relief." Graham implicitly communicated that Ramon Fess was safe, and Chigo understood it. However, those present were individuals more directly involved in the recent raid. "What does this mean?" Squeezing the words out was Chancellor Zenmoshi. Silently, Vice Head of State Jaja, standing behind Zenmoshi, was also frowning. Both of them had actually given the order for the raid, but they had not been informed of the results. In short, it was late at night, and they had simply fallen asleep. Naturally, they believed there was no way they could fail. That was understandable. It was just a local church, to end the life of a man who lay incapacitated. It was just that simple. They had selected and sent in the most skilled soldiers among them. There was no factor for failure whatsoever. And yet, the soldiers they sent returned as corpses. Moreover, those who brought them back were from the Western Church. The man in the white vestments seemed to be a high-ranking clergy member, but what about the others in black vestments with red flower embroidery on their chests? There are many Western churches within the cities of the Western Nations Federation. He had seen the black vestments before, but he had never seen anyone with such embroidery on their chests. Zenmoshi, what is going on? Unable to contain himself, Vice Head of State Jaja asked in a small voice, but Chancellor Zenmoshi had no way to respond. It's clear they failed, can't you see? He thought, but those were hardly words he could voice in this situation. Yet he had to say something. Chiga, what does this mean? Trying to put on a brave front, he could only raise his voice to Chiga. What do you mean? It seems the bandits attacked the Von Church last night, but they were met with counterattack, Chigo explained. Why does the church have such military strength? Zenmoshi yelled in anger. The next moment, a staff was thrust against Zenmoshi's throat. It had been thrust in by Graham, who arrived with a speed no one could comprehend. The church will not tolerate any invasions. If you breach that boundary, you will certainly be eliminated. Do you understand, Chancellor Zenmoshi? Why you? Who are you? This is a delayed introduction. I am Graham, the 101st Pope of the Western Church. Please take note of me. Still holding the staff at Zenmoshi's throat, Graham introduced himself with a smile. However, that smile was not warm. It conveyed that he fully understood who had sent the attackers. Before everything completely fell apart, Chiga attempted to intervene. But at that moment, a soldier from the port rushed into the courtyard, shouting, "Report! The Eastern Nations fleet has appeared off the coast of Von." At that moment, the fastest to move was the Skizblaznil vessel. "Numerous ship shadows off the coast." As usual, a lookout crew member shouted while climbing the mast and looking through a telescope. "Notify me again once you confirm the nationality flag." "Asa," Captain Paulina immediately shouted back, and the lookout shouted in response, "Your Majesty." "Ah, there's a possibility it's the Eastern Province's fleet." "Yes, it's quite likely." When Abel asked, Paulina responded, and once again the lookout's voice was heard. "Confirm the Eastern Province's flag." "Is it certain?" Abel made a grim face. "Your Majesty, I think it's better for the Skizblaznil vessel to be outside the port rather than staying inside. We should secure our freedom of movement." "I agree, you have my trust." "Yes, sir." With Abel's quick decision, Paulina immediately took action. "Skizblaznil vessel, head outside the port, set sail quickly. Retrieve the gangway. Do not unfurl the sails. They can see us from the enemy." From Paulina's instructions, such voices rose from various places. Among the crew, it seemed that they recognized the approaching fleet as an enemy fleet. This was only natural. At least for now, they could not be seen as allies. "Rio, any other movements?" "The French fleet is sluggish." Indeed, while the French fleet was moving, they had yet to raise their anchors and set their ships in motion. "There's no Graham there. It's the city, right? It must take time to seek instructions. If this continues, even if the Skizblaznil vessel can exit the port, the French fleet will be trapped inside," Rio reported with a grim expression. "Captain, what do you think of the French fleet?" Abel shouted loudly to Paulina, who was giving instructions a little distance away. As the ship's officer, it was important to not ignore her opinions, even for the highest authority, Abel. "Indeed, the French fleet won't make it out of the port. Should we ensure our freedom of action or buy some time somehow?" "Understood. We will secure the port's entrance." "Move the Skizblaznil vessel there?" "Understood." Then Abel looked at Rio. Before he could say anything, Rio spoke up. "Just like with the rain shooter, we must protect the Skizblaznil." "Ah, that's what I mean. I'm counting on you. Leave it to me." Rio nodded strongly. Defense was truly Rio's forte. The Skizblaznil vessel moved outside the port. By that time, they could clearly see the approaching Eastern Province's fleet even without a telescope. Ice wall, 50 layers of ice. Once used to protect the ship Queen Rain Shooter in the archipelago region, Rio created the toughest armor of ice. Dynamic steam mine, active steam mines that moved along with the Skizblaznil vessel. Furthermore, floating magic circle expand deployment. Above Rio, standing at the bow, 32 floating magic circles were created. The newly generated magic circles spread out to either side. It was as if they were protecting the entire port. "All set," Rio stated confidently. Just as the Eastern Province's fleet deployed off the coast of Von, another report came into the government office. "A large cloud of dust to the east of the city. A considerable number of something is approaching the city." This was newly reported in the courtyard, where the earlier report about the Eastern Province's fleet had come in. What does this mean?" The one who panicked was Chancellor Zenmoshi. Though not panicking, Vice Head of State Jaja couldn't move, his face twisted in worry, unable to give instructions. In the end, only Vice-Chancellor Chiga could issue clear orders. "Deploy the garrison to the east of the city. The port can be abandoned." The order given was, in a sense, harsh, abandoning the port. Even if they gathered all the garrison troops, they would only have about 1,000. It was impossible to protect both the city and the port. Lord Jaja, Lord Zenmoshi, I will also borrow your bodyguards. And no, but if the city falls, you will be killed as well. Zenmoshi couldn't decide, but Chige's words became the decisive blow. Understood. Let's have our soldiers follow Chige's orders. It was Jaja who accepted. He understood before Zenmoshi did that the approaching force was the Eastern Province's army, and that the aim of the Eastern Province's army was a sudden attack on the provisional federal government, which meant targeting Jaja and Zenmoshi at its core. I report. The force approaching the city is the Bardil Principality army, centered on the Camel Corps. I thought so, Chige nodded. The Bardil Principality was the center of the Eastern Provinces. Somehow, the Bardil Principality army had managed to pass through the Western Nations Federation, which lay in between. Nations that had been departing from the Federation every day, or rather, every few hours. These nations had not joined the Eastern Provinces. However, they did not wish to sour their relationship with the Eastern Provinces. Therefore, if they said to let them pass, they would let them pass, even if it was a military force. Still, just a few days had passed since the declaration of war. With the fleet turned around and ground forces approaching the city, were you predicting the movements of the vice head of state and the chancellor, as expected of Batuzan, chief of Bardil? The one who reacted to Chigo's words was Pope Graham. He was not moving on the ship. It seemed he was trying to gauge how Chigo and the others would react. The French had placed their fleet in the port. The port, is the fleet okay? You just abandoned the port, didn't you? Yes, I apologize. No, it's a natural judgment. The cities on the continent are not surrounded by walls like those in the Western nations or Central nations. Graham showed his understanding. The port we leave to the kingdom. The kingdom, Natore Kingdom, fortunately the Hero King and Duke Silver are present. They won't surrender easily. Graham nodded repeatedly, albeit quietly. Deliberately forcing a situation where we have to fight. No, it's not that malicious. Is it malicious? Acting knowing a battle will occur? It could be considered malicious. Graham, who rarely smiled, managed a wry grin. It's a significant debt, but well, I'll repay it someday. Lord Rio is a kind person, so I doubt he would ask for my life in return. And the church? On that side is Cardinal Stefania. She and the Inquisitors are guarding it, so there's no need to worry, Graham replied. Upon hearing that, Chigoy felt relieved. At the Von Church, Ramon Fess was sleeping. To kill him, Jaja and Zenmoshi had sent soldiers last night. Even Chigoy understood that much. I will head east to respond to the Bardil Principality army, but what about you, your holiness? Then I shall also go that way. I would like to see the rumored Camel Corps for future reference. Following after Chigoy, Graham and 10 Inquisitors also began to walk. 3,000 just in the Camel Corps, as expected of the leader of the eastern provinces, Bardil. Chigoy nodded as he received reports with the enemy deployed before him. Beside him was Graham, who was curiously watching the camels through his telescope. I know camels themselves, but to gather 3,000 of them and train them to be battle-ready, that's quite intriguing. He muttered such thoughts aloud. I report, approximately 50 ships of the Eastern Province's fleet are deployed outside the port. Deployed. What about the attack on the port? There has been none. One ship from the French fleet has secured the port's entrance, and the other ships of the French fleet are making their escape from the port. That one ship must be the Skizblasnil vessel. Graham, who had overheard the report, nodded several times quietly. The one you mentioned earlier, the Kingdoms? Yes, that ship has your Majesty able on board. Don't you know, the bards are singing the song of the Natore Kingdom Liberation War. I see. When I heard the name Natore Kingdom earlier, I thought it sounded familiar. I see, Abel, the king is indeed there. And naturally, a water attribute mage follows King Abel. Could it be the one mentioned in the song Duke Rondo? Yes, Duke Rondo, Icefall, or the Duke Silver. We've known about him since before the Liberation War, so we still call him Lord Rio, an unimaginably powerful mage. Graham explained with a smile. I met Count Oscar Lusk from the Debuhi Empire in the Central Nations the other day. The Blazing Flame Mage. He is also powerful, no, certainly one of the strongest mages. 2 such powerful mages are here in this city? Yes. The 2 of them are cooperating with us on our expedition. What exactly are you fighting against with such powerful mages? Chigo's last mutter was not heard by Graham, or perhaps he intentionally pretended not to hear it. But yes, Graham tilted his head while muttering, prompting Chigo to react. I have a somewhat unsettling feeling. An unsettling feeling? Yes, perhaps it should be called a sense of discomfort. I'm not quite sure what I feel uneasy about myself, Graham pondered. The Eastern Province's fleet remained deployed outside the port. It was understandable that they were hesitant to attack because of Rio and the Skizblasnil vessel. The ground troops stayed deployed outside the city. It was also understandable that the Bardil Principality army found it hard to attack, given that they had 3,000 troops deployed. Both were understandable, yet it felt as if they were distracting attention, as if drawing the eye, a diversionary operation. Excuse me? Troops have gathered at the outskirts of the city and the port. The area inside the city is a blank space. Could it be they are targeting Ramon Fess? Did the eastern provinces gather such information? Chige's blood ran cold, and Graham also frowned. They had been outmaneuvered. At the Von Church, an attack was already underway. I don't really like this kind of thing. The one who murmured was a beautiful woman with long, dark green hair and large black eyes. Her outfit was elegant, featuring a red base with green designs, but what stood out the most was her sword. A slender and slightly curved sword. No, anyone who looked closely would surely call it a katana. She named that sword Kotsu. Her name is Marie Cloche. I wonder how far a mercenary is supposed to go. This was Marie's first time working as a mercenary. Probably everyone who charged in together with me is dead now. The ones protecting this church were strong. The fact that so many strong people are stationed here means they're telling us there's a target here. But then again, they can't not be stationed, can they? Clang. She deflected an attack from a black-robed figure that came from the shadows. After blocking the first strike, Marie overwhelmed the black-robed attacker. The right arm of the black-robed figure was sliced off. However, they managed to escape the finishing blow from Marie's sword and created some distance. She pierced the heart of a soldier who had arrived in their place. In the meantime, extra heal, that's it. Marie grimaced as she saw the black-robed figure chanting and regenerating their arm. Why are there so many people who can use extra heal here? Saying this, she glanced at the soldier who had fallen at her feet. Of course, Marie was the one who took him down, and these soldiers are disposable. The black-robed figure used extra heal and withdrew from the front line. Seeing them staggering, it seemed that extra heal was a heavy spell for them too, or maybe it was the effect of the blood that had been shed. In any case, the fallen soldiers would not be recovered. Rip. She tore through the soldier's clothing. On his chest was a star-like emblem. This one has it too. This is probably a magic circle. It was not a typical magic circle based on a circle. But there's a star-shaped one among the layered magic circles I received from Hal. What kind of alchemy system is this? Marie murmured. It was a magic circle she had never seen in the eastern nations outside of the layered magic circles. Shaking her head slightly, she began to search the rest of the room. I'll check all the guest rooms, but there's no target. Next is the bishop's office across this dining hall. Should have checked that first, she muttered and sighed. The reason she sighed was that she found a troublesome opponent in the dining hall. This one was different from the black-robed figures before. First, their attire was completely different. A scarlet robe, a cardinal, they have female cardinals. Marie was genuinely surprised. Marie was a reincarnator, so she had knowledge of the Catholic Church on Earth. She had heard of cardinals, but she had never heard of female cardinals before. This sparked her interest a bit. I'm a mercenary hired by the eastern provinces. I came to take the life of someone named Ramon Fess, who is under your protection. I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Marie Cloche, Cardinal in the Scarlet Robe. What is your name? Inquisitor General Stefania. I see, Miss Stefania. Just to ask, would you be willing to hand over Ramon Fess? You're from the Western Church, right? You don't owe anything to the Western Nations Federation on the Dark Continent, do you? I refuse. I have been ordered to protect Lord Ramon Fess. Stefania responded, drawing her sword from its sheath. Well, I expected that. Marie also unsheathed Kotsu and took an upper stance. The upper stance is meant for a single lethal strike. There's no defense. The fastest downward strike, clang. Marie invaded Stefania's range with a lightning-fast dash and brought her sword down, but was deflected by an invisible wall. At the same time, Stefania thrust her sword forward. Marie dodged with her footwork. Simultaneously, a sideways slash. Clang. Another invisible wall. Without a doubt, Marie jumped back significantly to create distance. Her expression was grim. I can't believe it, a physical barrier. The invisible wall had deflected Kotsu's strike, and it had done so twice. However, there was a sense of discomfort. To be honest, no matter how tough a physical barrier is, Marie was confident she could slice through it with Kotsu and her swordsmanship, yet she was clearly deflected. Twice. It's Sanctuary? Marie arrived at the answer. An emergency deployment defensive spell, Sanctuary, known as a high-hardness spell in light attribute magic. Among all magical defenses, aside from absolute magic defenses like the Sanctuary Array, it is the hardest. Moreover, it boasts incredible toughness against physical attacks. Sanctuary exists in both the Western nations and the Central nations. Both have spread without incantations, and perhaps due to that, when low-tier light attribute mages cast it, they say it puts an incredible strain on their bodies. That's why it can't be used repeatedly. No, it's not even something that can be generated silently without saying a trigger word. However, the female cardinal before her was doing just that. That's amazing, so this is what cardinals are like. Marie genuinely admired her. Cardinals are the highest-ranking clergy among high-ranking clergy. Only the Pope stands above them. Of course, a cardinal is not simply someone who excels at light attribute magic. However, a person who cannot use light attribute magic at a top level would not rise to the rank of cardinal either. To hold that position means they are also a top-tier user of light attribute magic. And you're also quite strong with the sword. Yes, her skills were such that even Marie acknowledged them. Even so, there was no chance of Marie losing. She could clearly tell. That confidence originating from Marie struck Stefania. Stefania, too, had gone through numerous battlefields. She had faced vampires stronger than ordinary humans. She knew that the opponent in front of her was strong. However, I have been entrusted by Lord Graham. I cannot betray that trust even at the cost of my life. That trust supported Stefania. Graham had ordered her to protect Ramon Fess. Then she would protect him even at the cost of her life. Belief, huh? Seeing Stefania's determined expression, Marie felt a twinge of loneliness. Marie was aware she had nothing within her that could be called belief as people refer to it. Having lived as a phantom being among a group of phantom beings, her sense of belonging to that group was never particularly high. She had served the Phantom King and the Emperor, but she didn't respect them. She was aware that her spirit was, in a way, rootless. So far, this had not caused her any trouble. She hadn't felt anxious or sad, yet there were moments when she felt a little lonely. That much was certain. Especially when someone like the woman before her stood in her way, someone who had something to truly believe in. To cling to something, no, that's not it. Belief is what you stand upon, Marie murmured. Murmuring, a conclusion began to take shape. For me, belief is my sword. She looked at Kotsu in her hand. Yes, the sword does not betray, so I too will not betray my sword. Such words slipped out smoothly. It was a simple thing. The answer was close at hand. Ah, come to think of it, I was told something like that long ago. If it's about the sword, you should have said it clearly. Hal is always so mean, Marie chuckled. Stefania looked at the change in Marie's expression with suspicion. But she was not careless. There was no way she could be. Her opponent was overwhelmingly strong. I've never faced such a strong enemy. No, that's right, they're strong, but maybe not as strong as the most formidable person I know. She exhaled. Not as strong as Lord Graham. Though not loud, she stated it clearly. Oh, I certainly have heard that person is called a vampire hunter. I've heard the name. Stefania's voice brought Marie back to her senses, recognizing the name in her memory. There is someone stronger than you. I don't often get to hear that. Indeed, Marie was strong. She could be called among the strongest among her kind, the phantom beings. Yet the cardinal in front of her had said, not as strong as Lord Graham. Speaking of which, the current pope is the vampire hunter, isn't he? That person is Graham, right? Yes, stronger than you, I see. Since I've been trained by someone like him, I cannot lose easily. Then show me the results of that training. As she declared it, Marie lunged forward, but clang. Another sanctuary? It's true that breaking sanctuary would be difficult even for Kotsu. But do you still have magical power? At Marie's words, Stefania remained silent. She received the attack with sanctuary and countered with her sword. The benefit of being able to focus on attacking with her sword was clear. However, naturally, using sanctuary consumes a lot of magical power. As frustrating as it is, I don't have the luxury to switch between attack and defense against this opponent. They're too fast and their sword skills are too high. Honestly, it's beyond my capability. Stefania understood. She understood, but so what? Not betraying Graham's trust, that was Stefania's supreme command. Receiving Marie's attack with sanctuary, she simultaneously attacked with her sword, literally achieving both defense and offense at the same time. However, even Stefania's attacks did not reach Marie. Marie dodged all her attacks with footwork and body movement. Then, Stefania increased her sword speed. That was an act of completely abandoning stamina. Impressive, Marie smirked, praising her. Marie's attack with her sword had become solely with her right hand. Her left hand deflected the thrust or downward strike of Stefania's sword, altering its trajectory. Impossible. It was Stefania's first experience of having her sword's trajectory changed by a hand's deflection. Certainly, the trajectory was only slightly altered, by an angle of 1 or 2 degrees, but that was enough. By combining footwork and body movement with the sword's altered trajectory. It's been a while since I did this, but it feels good, Marie smiled. Fighting strong opponents is indeed enjoyable. From Marie's perspective, Stefania was strong, so much so that even her tone of voice changed. Without a doubt, she was among the top-tier opponents she had fought so far. At that moment, a robed figure of a mage crossed her mind. Well, let's set Rio aside. There's a possibility that he's not even human. Rio. Could it be Duke Rondo? Ah, yes, I believe he holds that title as well. Are you acquainted with that abomination? There was a hint of hostility in Stefania's gaze. Certainly he's an abomination, but within the church is he regarded as such? Shouldn't the Inquisitor General put him to trial? I couldn't. Why, yeah. Marie felt a sense of pity for Stefania, whose sword was filled with anger for some reason. It's pointless to get angry at such an unreasonable existence. Rio, treated as an unreasonable existence. How unfortunate. Well then, shall we continue? Marie resumed the sword fight with a thrust. In combat at this speed, casting offensive magic was impossible. Some water attribute mages might be able to manage, but ordinarily it was not feasible. Thus, it became a battle of swords. Sanctuary is called an emergency deployment defensive spell, and its deployment speed is fast. But it shouldn't be faster than my sword. In other words, does that mean it's almost always deployed, and only the parts used for attack are released from Sanctuary? That's incredible, Marie spoke while launching her sword. Stefania, receiving that sword and simultaneously launching her own attack, remained silent. She had no intention of answering. That's why this female cardinal uses a lot of one-handed thrusts. Marie was calmly analyzing. Once the analysis was complete, she would merely launch an attack aligned with it. The basics are the same in everything. It's at the moment of attack that the greatest openings are created. Marie's slash. It was supposed to be deflected by Sanctuary, and Stefania was supposed to thrust. Marie didn't finish her swing, pulling back Kotsu midway. By the time Stefania realized it, it was too late. As Stefania thrust forward, Marie followed the line of Stefania's sword with her own thrust, crossing. Since there was no Sanctuary at the moment, Stefania launched her attack. That was where Marie struck. Swish, Stefania's right arm and shoulder were cut. It was quite a deep wound. Stefania jumped back significantly to create distance and chanted instantly, "Heal, that's a poor choice." Marie's voice came at Stefania, who had gotten close without her noticing. In the next moment, Stefania was knocked back, her sword flying. With her injured right arm, she could not grip tightly. Moreover, if I cast heal, I'll have to dispel Sanctuary. As Marie said this, she plunged Kotsu into Stefania's abdomen. Stefania's combat ability had completely vanished. Speaking with Kotsu still stabbed into her, Marie said, "I don't particularly hate you. I just want to take the life of someone named Ramon Fess." "That will not happen." "Useless. You've been constantly deploying Sanctuary, so your magical power must be empty." As Stefania attempted to release a spell, Marie twisted Kotsu to scatter her magical power. Stefania groaned from the pain. Marie looked into Stefania's eyes. There was light in them, unyielding, not betraying trust. "That's amazing. Is that what you call belief, or perhaps faith?" "All of my everything," Stefania spoke with difficulty, her voice soft, yet it was not weak at all. "Phew, I guess I have no choice but to end your life." Marie made her decision. Of course, it was not a decision she wanted. Her role was to take the life of Ramon Fess. She hadn't been told to kill a clergyman of the church, of course. She had permission to eliminate those who stand in her way. She withdrew Kotsu for a moment. Stefania collapsed to her knees, yet the light in her eyes had not faded. To extinguish that light, Marie raised Kotsu at that moment. "Well done, Stefania, I'll take over from here." A voice entered from the open door. Marie instinctively jumped back. Even though the voice was calm, her intuition warned her that it was bad. Graham slowly approached, moving to Stefania's side. "Lord Graham," Stefania looked up at Graham's face, desperately trying to hold onto her fading consciousness. What she saw was the face of someone she cherished, respected, and loved. "Extra heal rest now?" As Graham said this, he placed his palm on Stefania's forehead. Stefania lost consciousness. Next time, 840 The Awakening of Graham. Stay tuned. Chapter text in the next moment. Crack. Marie definitely heard it in her ears, the sound of something breaking. No, was it the sound of the world breaking? Marie felt that intuitively. However, nothing around her had changed. What had changed was the atmosphere enveloping the man in front of her. It's been a while, truly been a while." His voice was the same as when he spoke to Stefania, yet the power and pressure contained in that voice were entirely different. If touched, everything would be torn to shreds. To have access to all memories is quite refreshing. Graham's voice and expression remained unchanged. However, if someone who knew the usual Graham were present, if someone was conscious, they would have been surprised by the change in his tone. The current Graham was neither a priest's tone nor atmosphere, a certain kind of higher being, a certain kind of superior being, a certain kind of non-human being. Marie could hear the words Graham whispered. Therefore, access, did that word even exist in this world? She pondered such questions. Marie was a reincarnator after all. However, the man in front of her seemed unconcerned. "A phantom being in the Dark Continent is rare." Graham spoke, weaving words while looking at Marie. As usual, he wore a smile. However, that smile was not the warm and compassionate smile she knew. Rather, it was a smile shrouded in a chilling, cruel aura. Marie searched her memories, the man in front of her. The one called Graham, who should have been the Pope, emitted a wave that she had felt once before. Yes, it was close to a high-ranking vampire, but it was more distorted, mixed, unstable, something she didn't want to approach, such a thing. Indeed, you're not human. She didn't clearly understand what he was, but he was not human. There was no way he could be. A human could not exist in such an unstable state. We the phantoms are also unstable compared to humans, I admit that, but your instability is abnormal. Abnormal instability? What an interesting expression, phantom. Graham replied with a laugh at Marie's words. Do you perhaps have a talent for writing? Why not give up being a pawn of the eastern provinces and try writing a story? Well, if I can survive and escape here, I might consider it. Ha ha ha. I see you understand that I won't let you escape. Yes, I can strongly feel that awareness. You feel that awareness very keenly. Your expressions are indeed interesting. It's a shame I can't read the stories you write. The moment Graham said that, both of them lunged at the same time. Clang, the sound of a ringing sword fight echoed, a series of sounds, each unleashing consecutive strikes. Attack, defense, attack again, defense again. The battle saw intense changes in offense and defense. A completely pure fight of sword against sword. Graham's sword concealed within his staff and Marie's kotsu. Both executed perfect attacks and perfect defenses, narrowly avoiding injuries. You're quite something, Phantom. My name is Marie. Ah, Marie, I'll remember that. You're impressive too, Pope. It's not common for a priest to wield a sword like this. Marie doesn't know. Founder Nayu of the Western Church was also a sword saint. It's natural for priests of the church to hone their sword skills. A sword saint priest. I didn't know that, Marie replied honestly to Graham's words. Even amidst such conversation, the fierce sword fight continued. But I've never met a priest who could wield a sword this well until now. Is that so? Did you not fight alongside the inquisitors of the Von Church, including Stefania over there? Inquisitors, those people in black ceremonial robes with red flower embroidery on their chests? That's right. Ah, so they were inquisitors. I thought they were assassins belonging to the church. Not out of sarcasm, but because Marie genuinely believed that. She thought they couldn't be anything but assassins when they attacked from the shadows. Yet they were completely legitimate priests. I was once the Inquisitor General. I raised them. The Inquisitor General? Stefania mentioned that the current general is her, so you must be the predecessor. It seems you've talked quite a bit with Stefania. Well, while fighting, my mouth is free. As long as you can chat, it seems you can still keep going. Yes, indeed, the moment she said that, Marie deflected Graham's sword upward. She stepped in big, lowered her stance, and aimed to sweep Graham's legs with kotsu, but it didn't reach. With a leap, Graham had evaded backwards. Indeed, you're far beyond human capabilities, Marie muttered in frustration. Phantoms greatly surpass humans in ability, after all. That's true, but it seems there's hardly any difference between you and me. I see. So then it will be a matter of technique that decides the outcome, Graham laughed as he posed the question in response to Marie's observation. He was clearly enjoying the fight. That's most unbecoming for a priest. Founder Nayu has not denied the enjoyment of life. I see. Surely being a sword saint means you don't deny fighting either, even as a priest. I do not deny using power to protect those who are dear to me. So you're different from Gandhi, the advocate of nonviolence? As she repeated, Marie was a reincarnator. She remembered learning about Gandhi, who opposed power nonviolently during her time on Earth. Nonviolence? I think that's a noble aspiration, just it doesn't align with my beliefs. Of course. It doesn't align with mine either, Marie lunged. Her attacks focused on consecutive thrusts. The good part was that it made it hard to lose the initiative in the fight, namely the right to attack. As long as she maintained the attack, she couldn't lose. That was the truth. Of course, there were bad points as well. That attack is easy to read. Graham deflected Marie's thrust with his sword. Immediately following, he thrust back without pause. He deflected the thrusting sword's blade with his left hand, diverting its path and stepping half a step forward. Kotsu pierced into Graham's left side. But the one who spat blood was Marie. Graham's extended left hand had pierced Marie's abdomen like a saber, mutual defeat. However, with heel, Graham quickly recovered, sustaining less damage. Marie swung kotsu to push Graham back. At the same time, she broke the potion she had stored in her pocket and poured it over her body, since she didn't believe he would let her drink it. However, Graham did not pursue her and merely watched Marie, especially kotsu. As the potion took effect and her wounds began to close, Marie's breathing finally steadied. Does it resemble Hal's swordsmanship? Graham whispered. That whisper thundered in Marie's ears. Did you just say Hal? Yes, the Pope in front of her said that. Hal and Hal's swordsmanship. How do you know Hal? She blurted out, unable to contain her surprise. But after asking, she remembered. Pope Graham was a vampire hunter. Hal was a vampire. It wouldn't be odd for the two to have some connection. Not odd at all, but why do you know the name Hal, which even vampires no longer know? Marie questioned him. It had been quite some time since Hal vanished from the historical stage. They, the phantoms, had long lifespans. Vampires had long lifespans too, but humans? Ah, you are not human after all. At first she had used the second-person pronoun you, but now it had become you. That was because Marie was losing her mental composure. Marie was aware of this herself. She had come to this dark continent hoping to see Hal, hoping to have Hal train her swordsmanship once more. It was only natural that she couldn't remain calm when the name Hal came up. Yes, I will hunt Hal someday. That is my fate. There's no way you can. That's true. I don't think it will be easy. However, that doesn't matter. Fate is like that. Graham shrugged and continued speaking. However, Hal is unlikely to be in the Dark Continent. At least he is no longer here. What? How can you say that? Because Duke Rosniak Zoltan is here in the Dark Continent. No, he has become a Grand Duke now. Duke Rosniak. Rosniak Zoltan? Those were words Marie had never heard. To put it simply, he is a strong vampire. Many vampires are combative. Among them, Zoltan is quite formidable. According to him, he has consumed the vampire Grand Duke. Consumed? And that's how he became a Grand Duke, it seems. I can't imagine Hal being close to such a being. That makes some sense. Marie agreed with Graham's words. Hal was a vampire, but it wouldn't be accurate to call him combative. He possessed power, he was strong. No, probably strong. Marie had never seen him go all out, so she couldn't make a definitive statement. Hal had overwhelmed her without using his full strength against her. So she didn't know the depths of his power, but he was probably astonishingly strong. However, based on the standards of vampires, he couldn't be called combative. You all are in this Von City to subjugate that vampire Grand Duke, right? Ah, that's correct. Well, for some reason we've been caught up in such a battle. Humph, it's because you're surrounding that Ramon Fess. If you hadn't trespassed upon the church, there would have been no need for a fight. I see, so this is what a water-throwing argument is like. Marie shook her head lightly and sighed. Marie, you say, with your swordsmanship you won't reach me. How blunt of you. Marie felt irritated at Graham's words, naturally. Marie was a phantom who had staked everything on her sword. To be told that her sword wouldn't reach him, I have to prove that it can reach, as she said that Marie sheathed Kotsu once, then spreading her legs and lowering her stance. Is that Iaido? I know of it as a concept, but I have neither practiced nor received it. Graham nodded once and took his stance. Surprising that you know of Iaido. Well, I prefer the term sword-drawing technique. Marie said that and took a deep breath. Her atmosphere changed. It sank deeply, deeply. Her sword and body became one. Further, they became one with the air, and then one with the earth. As one approached, even a child would recognize that they would be severed with a single stroke. Everything changed that much. Ho, this is... Even Graham, who was enjoying Iaido, changed his expression. He sensed that it was an extraordinary technique, even without having been subjected to it yet. I must protect myself. Sanctuary silently, Graham generated the emergency defensive spell Sanctuary before him. Honestly, he couldn't think of any other response. The atmosphere between the two grew heavier. If someone else were watching them, they might have found it hard to breathe. It was that abnormal a space. The heavier air would eventually burst. Marie's Godspeed step, clang, slash. Kotsu cut through Sanctuary and cleaved Graham's torso in half. Yes, Graham's body was severed into upper and lower halves. And yet, slash, the descending sword slashed diagonally from Marie's left shoulder to her right side. Unable to maintain her stance, Marie knelt down. Her gaze couldn't tear away from Graham, whose upper and lower halves began to reattach right in front of her. But that lasted only a few moments. Marie quickly drank a potion. The large, gaping wound began to heal. However, Graham's regeneration was faster than that. Extra heal? You're not chanting it, are you? Her words were stuttered as she was in the process of healing the wound and had just unleashed a killer sword-drawing technique. Not many beings possessed such regeneration abilities. Dragons and demons are exceptions, but not Spellno. No, your aura feels different, but yes, it certainly felt similar to a high-ranking vampire. That was the impression Marie formed when the battle began. A human-like appearance, an impression like that of a vampire. I've heard of it, but that, something that only exists in fairy tales and legends, is a half-vampire and human. I don't like the term half. I would prefer you to call me a mix. Graham, fully healed, laughed as he denied it. He denied it, but he didn't completely deny the content. However, Marie also possessed some knowledge. According to that, a child of a vampire and a human is practically impossible. Yes, impossible. The mother's body cannot endure it. Then why do you exist? There is only one conclusion, isn't there? I was not born from a human mother. Father is human and mother is vampire. No, that would be even more impossible. Marie stated the possible conclusions, but quickly denied them herself. After all, humans and vampires were different beings. Children could not be born even between humans and monkeys. It was impossible for a child to be born from a being that is even further removed from humans, like a vampire. Then, the truth is, I am not a being born of nature. What do you mean? Just that. Not of nature, but created by the hands of another. Graham answered honestly. Biotechnology? Magic? No, alchemy. Is that possible? Marie envisioned artificial insemination and genetic engineering from Earth. Indeed, this world had magic and alchemy. It wouldn't be surprising if there were technologies like genetic engineering. Marie herself didn't know, but there were limitless things in the world she didn't know. I don't know who did it, how they did it, or why they did it, but you are a mix. No, you are a mix of vampire and human. Ah, that too is strictly incorrect. Vampire is correct, but it seems I am not just human. Excuse me? Marie frowned. She couldn't understand. Well, enough about that. Can I finally deliver the finishing blow? Graham asked in a tone devoid of emotion. That wouldn't be good. Although Marie's body was healing thanks to the potion, it was still not complete. It was a special potion boasting recovery powers beyond that of ordinary potions, but still. I don't like this, but it can't be helped. Marie put her left hand into her pocket and quickly withdrew it. What was released from her hand into the air were 4 tanzaku. If Ryo were here, he would have shouted, "A talisman!" Swish. Graham's sword, thrust intended to deliver the finishing blow to Marie, veered off. That was the first time Marie saw Graham's expression turn surprised. Simultaneously, like a startled rabbit, Marie dashed off, ignoring the pain of her wounds. It seemed her wounds had reopened, but she ignored that. Marie vanished from in front of Graham. The tanzaku burned out the moment they fell to the ground. Seeing that, Graham let out a small sigh, after a moment to catch his breath. "Is there anyone who can move?" Graham raised his voice considerably. "Yes, here." 5 seconds later, an inquisitor clad in a black ceremonial robe with red flower embroidery on the chest emerged from the shadows. It was evident that his legs were unsteady. "Everyone is in tatters," Graham said with a bitter smile. "Take your time. Please tell Chiga that the attackers on the church have been eliminated. All is well." Understood. Normally, inquisitors would vanish in an instant, but this time it took several moments. It seemed he had sustained considerable damage dealing with the attackers. There shouldn't have been any casualties, since Graham had strictly ordered them not to die. The dining hall of the bishop's palace, where only Graham and the sleeping Stefania remained. "I shouldn't have taken on the protection of Ramon Fess," he said that while stroking Stefania's hair as she lay. "No, we shouldn't have accepted the offer for supplies from the Western Nations Federation in the first place." This incident had turned into a bitter experience for Graham, in the regard that it had put many inquisitors, including Stefania, in danger. If one mistake leads to another, the damage will be this substantial. It's only natural. Continuing to stroke Stefania's hair as she slept, he shook his head slightly. "I always cause trouble for Stefania." With those words, his eyes directed toward Stefania were filled with the same compassionate affection as always. In those eyes, there was not a trace of the atmosphere he had while facing Marie. In fact, part of the memories that had resurfaced at that moment had completely faded from his consciousness. He had fully returned to being Pope Graham, a human. The Skizblasnil vessel, stationed at the entrance of Von Port, was under a concentrated magical barrage. However, the robed mage at the bow crossed his arms and declared with confidence, "Such attacks won't break my defenses." Ryo stated this with unwavering confidence. In fact, he had successfully deflected all the magical cannon fire from the Eastern Nations fleet, leaving both the Skizblasnil vessel and Von Port, as well as the French fleet that had come out of the port, unscathed. As expected of Ryo, no one can surpass him when it comes to defense, Abel praised him wholeheartedly. "Oh, it's not that great," Ryo replied, feeling bashful. Abel often gave such straightforward compliments at times like this. He instinctively understood that it would help the other party perform to their full potential. It was a result of his education to prepare him for a future leader. In some worlds, this might be referred to as the study of imperial governance. "Still, I can't figure out their aim," Ryo mused. If they're attacking this much, they should know they can't breach our defenses, yet they keep attacking. The mages in the fleet shouldn't have unlimited magical power either." "That's true." Abel tilted his head at Ryo's observation. "Such flashy attacks. Ryo stopped short as he realized something, and Abel too came to an understanding. "Are they trying to keep our attention diverted, a diversionary operation?" The two of them arrived at the same conclusion. "There was a report that the Camel Corps had arrived east of the town, right?" "Yes, there was. It seems they are still facing off against each other. In other words, something is happening inside the town." Ryo frowned. He realized they had been outmaneuvered. Just then, a report came in. "The Von Church has been attacked. However, it is said that Pope Graham and the others defended it fiercely. The target was the church then. Does the church have gold or jewels? It's a common trope in stories for churches to be hoarding wealth. That trope again, but this time it doesn't seem to fit. Huh, is that so? Most likely Ramonfess's custody is at the church. Oh, that head of state. I see now. Abel speculated and Rio accepted it. If they could assassinate such a charismatic figure, it would be a great victory for the Eastern nations, or more specifically, for the Bardel Principality. It would determine the outcome of this war. Rumor has it he's badly injured and unable to move, right? Yes, that's the rumor, but according to Captain Paulina's report, he seems to be continuously sleeping. Continuously sleeping? The cause is unknown, and it seems that the exorcism by Graham and the others failed. Abel responded to Rio's inquiry. Exorcism? I've heard of that magic. They attempted to exorcise Harold's spirit curse of explosion, but it didn't go well. That's right, the exorcism magic is common in the Central Nations and the Western Nations. It's a powerful spell performed by about 10 priests and clergymen. In other words, practitioners of light attribute magic. The more powerful the casters, the greater the effect. That's an unusual magic. Especially in the Central Nations, it's usually expected that as long as you chant the incantation, the magic will activate. But this exorcism is different. True, I don't know the exact details, but based on what Ria told me, it's a magic that has existed for over several hundred years. Ria was once recognized as a saint and was the queen of the Natore kingdom. If the Pope, Graham, and the others couldn't exorcise it, that means it's nearly impossible to do so, right? Even though the high priest was involved, it didn't work. And that's why they went to the Western nations in search of the Demon King's blood. Yes, I don't know what they plan to do with Ramonfess, but either way, his life is in danger. Rio and Abel both shook their heads slightly. They understood they were caught up in a war, but the act of taking a life still filled them with unease. It was not a matter of reason. It was an issue of emotion, and therefore unavoidable. Meanwhile, the magical cannon fire from the Eastern nations' fleet continued. However, it had become sporadic compared to the initial onslaught. After a while, the bombardment completely stopped, and a signal from the port indicated that a report from Chiga had arrived. The demand from the Eastern nations' army is for the surrender of Ramonfess. They say they will withdraw if that happens. The custody of Ramonfess, since the ambush failed, they're now demanding it openly. Upon hearing the report, both Abel and Rio frowned. The information known by the people of the Western nations is that Ramonfess is missing, so if they just eliminate him, they can completely cut off any future concerns. Rio nodded in response to Abel's words. For the Eastern nations, having a powerful charismatic figure like Ramonfess awaken would pose a significant challenge. It would have been preferable to eliminate him during the ambush, but it had not gone according to plan. So now, in exchange for the safety of the town, they aimed to acquire Ramonfess's body and kill him. It was certainly pragmatic, but I dislike that kind of thing, Rio stated firmly, frowning. I dislike it too, Abel shrugged in agreement. There probably weren't many people who like such things. Ramonfess is still continuously sleeping, right? Yeah, that's right. Is he getting food or water? No. He probably isn't. Still alive despite that? Yeah, it's strange. Abel nodded earnestly. Rio was from Earth, thus he couldn't ignore the existence of energy. For a person to keep moving, or rather to keep living, a supply of energy was necessary. Drinking water, eating food. If that supply were cut off, death would be inevitable. It was true that while asleep, the energy requirement would be less. However, it was still not zero. Yet Ramonfess was said to be sleeping without eating or drinking. That was very strange. It seemed there was something related to the reason he was in such a deep slumber. There's a saying, 100 times on sight. You won't know until you actually see the person, if I see him. Will I understand? I don't even know that, Rio answered honestly. The attacks from the Eastern nations' fleet have stopped. That's right. They had been continuously firing magic cannon shots, but since their direct attack on Ramonfess failed, there's no need to keep our eyes diverted anymore. We should be fine to leave this to the explosive flames or whatever. Abel was surprised to hear such unbelievable words from Rio. The ship carrying the explosive flames has also come out of the port, right? Yeah, that's the ship with the figurehead of a sword and shield, if I recall correctly, Abel said, but he wasn't entirely sure, so he glanced back at Captain Paulina. Paulina nodded silently. Captain, I'm going to head over to that ship with Abel. I'll lower my defenses, but the explosive flames mage is also quite strong. Especially their barrier magic should be sufficient for defense. Understood. Paulina nodded in agreement with Rio's words. Rio looked firmly at Abel and said, depending on how I persuade them, I think I can provoke the pride of the explosive flames. So you want to make them protect the entire fleet with a barrier? It's unavoidable. It would be impossible to ask the explosive flames to deal with Ramon Fess, right? They are fire attribute mages. And Rio, being a water attribute mage, thinks he can manage something. Abel finally began to understand what Rio was trying to do. Though just a little, he still didn't know exactly what Rio intended to accomplish. Actually, it might be more effective to talk to Lady Fiona instead of speaking directly to the explosive flames. She seems like someone who would take care of things properly. Oscar is the explosive flames, while Lady Fiona is Lady Fiona. Of course, Lady Fiona is not a bad person. The weight of the sins the explosive flames must carry is far too great. The weight of sins? Is it really that exaggerated? Absolutely. Don't you understand the pain of seeing your comrade hurt, Abel? Rio expressed his frustration. I understand too. Yes, Abel understood as well. He had once lost his temper upon seeing Rhea injured on the streets of the royal capital. His fierce battle against hero Roman was now a nostalgic memory. Well, that's fine. I'll handle the negotiations with the Empire. Abel took it upon himself. A little while back, Chigoy received a report. As expected of Pope Graham and the Inquisitor, they managed to protect the body of Ramon Fess. He felt deep gratitude in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. After receiving the report, he just nodded once. There must be some movement, he murmured. 20 minutes later, a messenger arrived from the opposing Bardal Principality's army delivering their demands. Demand for the body of Ramon Fess? How ridiculous! It was not a loud voice. However, anger was evident on Chigoy's face as he spat out the words. He thought that Vice Head of State Jaja and Chancellor Zenmoshi might say something upon hearing this, but both only glanced at him briefly. They might have thought it was a bad idea to bring up last night's matter with Chigoy. It's better to have fewer problems. Chigoy decided to ignore the two. Regardless of what anyone said, he had no intention of accepting such a demand, even if the city of Vaughn were to turn to ashes. He felt sorry for the people of Vaughn, but he had absolutely no intention of accepting it. It's a karmic job. Politics is not for decent people. Chigoy was aware of this. Yet he wouldn't throw in the towel, as it was for the peaceful future he envisioned with Ramon Fess. To leave a prosperous and peaceful country for the generations of children and grandchildren. That was all. Though I don't understand why it has turned into war. As he muttered while shaking his head, another report came in. Moreover, it was a low-voiced report directed only at Chigoy. His Majesty King Abel of the Natore Kingdom and Duke Rondo are heading to Vaughn Church. What? Those two, weren't they fighting on a ship? Yes, it seems they moved since the attacks from the Eastern nations' fleet have ceased. I see. And what about the port and the French fleet? It appears that the defenses have been taken over by Duke Ruben of the Debuhi Empire and Count Ruska. The Blazing Flame Mage, huh? Understood, please continue to report. For Chigoy, that was all he could say. He had heard that both Duke Rondo and Count Ruska were mages who could represent the Central Nations. It was certainly fortunate to have such individuals here in this situation. Focus on this side. Directly in front of him was the army of the Bardal Principality. Unlike the port, there was no one to take over or consult with. Everything rested on Chigoy's shoulders. Did Ramon Fess always carry such pressure? It's only now that I truly understand his greatness. That's a profound saying. Rio and Abel appeared at Vaughn Church. Due to the outbreak of war, it was only natural that the two had bodyguards with them. As usual, the bodyguard for King Abel was Scotty, the squad captain of the Royal Knight Order. Additionally, the three from Room 10. I understand Ito and Ammon, but hey, Rio, do you have something to say? Of course not. Rio elegantly dodged Nils, who immediately spun words. Nils is excellent. I have high expectations. Yes, I will do my utmost to ensure your protection. Feeling overjoyed by Abel's words, Nils was on cloud 9. Abel took it all away. It was merely a situation that showcased Abel's capacity. Rio sighed. At the entrance of Vaughn Church stood two clergy members. Their black ceremonial robes were adorned with red flower embroidery. They're not clergy of this church, but rather inquisitors, right? Is that so? Rio said, and Abel nodded. They came regarding the issue of Ramon Fess's body. I would like to speak to Lord Graham. We have been instructed to guide you, your majesty. In response to Abel's inquiry, the inquisitor answered respectfully and led the group inside. This is impressive. Were they reading our actions or were they monitoring our movements? Who knows? In any case, it's not bad that things are proceeding smoothly. Abel shrugged at Rio's words. It was far better than getting into a dispute and wasting unnecessary time. The group was led to the dining room of the bishop's palace. There they found Pope Graham. Your Majesty Abel, welcome. The raid on their city was aimed at the life of Ramon Fess, wasn't it? It seems that way. Pope Graham nodded with a wry smile at Abel's words. So what brought you here? Oh, it's Rio. Yes, I wanted to take a look at Ramon Fess, Rio replied. Of course, Rio had no idea if he could do anything. He hadn't seen him after all. To make a judgment on whether it was possible or not, he wanted to see him directly at least once. That was the honest truth. "Please, this way." Without further questions, Graham led the group to a bedroom at the back of the dining room. "This is the head of the Western Nations Federation, Lord Ramon Fess." There lay a man sleeping. It seemed he was truly just asleep. "I heard he hasn't eaten or drunk water and has been sleeping the entire time," Rio confirmed. "Yes, that's correct. The church has been looking after him for only a few days, but during that time he has consumed neither food nor water. Yet, he looks healthy." "Yes," Graham nodded at Rio's confirmation. "I heard that the exorcism failed, but of course the extra heal doesn't work either, right?" "Yes, not at all." Graham nodded in response to Abel's confirmation. "The extra heal is merely an enhanced version of the heal. It's used for treating injuries. However, continuing to sleep is not an injury. Rather, it's a sickness. Healing sickness or recovering from poison is done through cure. If only there were a stronger version of cure like extra cure, but such a thing does not exist. Does it not? At least, I do not know of it." The Pope Graham shook his head slightly at Rio's simple question. If the Pope, who could be said to be at the pinnacle of light attribute mages, did not know, it is reasonable to conclude that it doesn't exist. Rio knelt by the bedside and looked at Ramon Fess. Even up close, he still appeared healthy. "I can touch him," Rio said to no one in particular. Whether it was Graham watching or the sleeping Ramon Fess, even if he was sleeping, it could not be said that he did not remember or comprehend everything happening around him. Examination. Using water attribute magic, it was a spell to inspect the target's body. 60% of a human body is water. That is why the examination can be conducted using water attribute magic. Rio repeatedly cast examination. Since it was a body he had never seen before, it was not something he was familiar with. However, he tilted his head. "Is there something incredibly small mixed in the blood?" When focused, he could detect and capture things at the molecular level. It's that precise of a spell. That's why he noticed. "Nano-machines? No, that doesn't even exist on Earth in the 21st century. As he muttered, he kept his right hand on Ramon Fess and placed his left hand against his stomach. Examination, comparing it to his own blood while examining. Indeed." Looking to the side, he saw Abel. "Abel, can you come here for a moment?" As Abel approached, Rio raised his left hand to cast examination. Abel said nothing. He understood that this was the spell Rio had used when he had fallen ill. It shouldn't be something to fear, or so it should be. "Indeed. What is it?" "There's something incredibly small mixed in Ramon Fess's blood in large quantities. Also, I can sense magical power or some kind of micro-magic emanating from it. Could that be the reason he continues to sleep?" "Yes, there's a possibility." Rio nodded while frowning. He didn't have complete confidence. Though he wasn't entirely sure, it was not normal for him to keep on sleeping. He neither ate food nor drank water, yet continued to sleep. Unlike hospitalizations on Earth, he wasn't being nourished through an IV. His heart continued to beat, pumping blood throughout his body. Breathing was also slow, but still happening. So where did the energy to continue those functions come from? Was his muscle or fat being broken down to convert into energy? His skin looked good, and he didn't seem emaciated at all. Likely, the muscle and fat amounts hadn't changed much since before he fell asleep. Therefore, it didn't seem like it was due to the breakdown of muscle or fat. In other words, it was apparent that energy was being supplied through a method different from what is generally known. If it was discovered that something not generally seen existed inside his body, it wouldn't be a huge leap to think it had a causal relationship with his condition. For instance, if he had become capable of photosynthesis or absorbed energy from the air, no, magical power is a type of energy, so perhaps he could use that. Then could it be that this body state became convenient, so is it wrong to remove the minuscule objects in his blood? But remaining asleep would be a problem. Rio continued to examine Ramon Fess's body while muttering such things. Naturally, both Abel and Graham had no understanding of what Rio was muttering. They merely exchanged glances and shook their heads. "I may have found the cause of his ongoing sleep." "Oh, seriously?" Graham and Abel were surprised at Rio's words. "That means the small something in the blood is the cause?" "Yes, probably that. What should we do? Shall we try to remove it? Is it possible?" "Yes, it should be possible." Rio nodded in response to Abel's question. "If it's something we shouldn't remove, we can just put it back into the blood again. Shall we give it a try?" With a lightheartedness that might get him in trouble with an ethics committee back on Earth, Rio made his decision. "Let's manipulate the flow of blood itself. We'll extract this micro-object from the blood and freeze it. For now, we can bypass it into the stomach and store it, then finally take it out through the mouth all at once." Rio confirmed the procedure. Of course, it was a task he had never done before. That said, it wasn't a task that absolutely couldn't afford to fail. At worst, it was a task that could be redone in various ways. He held the last healing potion in his right hand. Well then, here we go. With that, Rio closed his eyes. The blood that had been sent out from the heart circulated through the body and returned to the heart in just 30 seconds. For now, he would extract the micro-object from the blood flow over 2 cycles, a minute's worth of blood flow, and place it in the stomach. Then, by generating water in the stomach, he would reverse it up the esophagus and throat and take it out through the mouth, freezing it. Water removal and potion. The potion that Rio had administered fell into Ramon Fess's stomach, sealing the opening created to extract the micro-object. By the way, the blood vessels were sealed off with Rio's ice membrane, so there was no bleeding. After a while, Ramon Fess opened his eyes. Well, this was impossible for the exorcism, Graham, genuinely surprised, uttered with wide-open eyes, a rare expression for him. Then, as if he remembered something, "Someone go call Lord Chig." Perhaps because there were no familiar faces around him, Ramon Fess remained silent after opening his eyes, but now he finally spoke. "Is Chig here?" "Yes, he has been waiting for your return." "My return? I haven't been able to move for a long time." Nodding slightly to Graham's question, Ramon Fess replied, "Do you have any memories from the time you were sleeping?" "Yes, I remember most of it. My eyes were closed, but I remember the information I received through my ears. Just as I thought. Therefore, I understand that you are Pope Graham of the Western Church. I also remember that you fought fiercely in the dining room earlier to protect me." "I'd rather you forgot that memory," Graham chuckled wryly. After a while, hurried footsteps were heard from the direction of the dining room, and the door was opened roughly. There stood an old man who usually tied his long white hair neatly and stood upright. But upon seeing Ramon Fess rise from the bed, he nearly collapsed to his knees. However, he managed to hold on and walked slowly to the side of the bed, and ultimately fell to his knees on the floor. "Ramon Fess, Chige, sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome back." I'm home." Chige remained collapsed for about a minute. Once he stood up straight, he began explaining the situation. "I see, so the Chief Baduzan has indeed attacked." Without much surprise, Ramon Fess nodded. "Just as expected." "Well, I thought that person would extend his reach to the Western nations once he knew I couldn't move. He's a person full of ambition. What will you do? First, I will show that I have recovered." "Recovered? Surely that's the case for Chief Baduzan," Ramon Fess answered while laughing at Chige's words. "I will show that your actions came too late. However, that alone is honestly weak. There's a chance they may act with force. I hope there's another deterrent," Ramon Fess pondered. Seeing this, Abel glanced at Rio. Rio silently nodded. He understood what Abel was thinking. "We should step forward," Abel said. "Yes, they are the ones who healed me. Excuse me, but—" "Sorry for the delay in the introduction. I am King Abel I of the Natore Kingdom. The one who treated Lord Ramon Fess just now is our kingdom's first duke, Duke Rondo," Abel introduced, and Rio politely greeted with court etiquette. "Thank you very much. I truly appreciate it." Ramon Fess deeply bowed his head from the bed. "However, what do you mean by stepping forward? We know Chief Baduzan to some extent. More importantly, they know us. Especially the strength of Duke Rondo." "Oh, surely they wouldn't want to fight us head-on," Abel stated clearly. Rio usually would feel embarrassed in such situations, but he deemed it better not to be embarrassed here and merely nodded. His expression remained serious. "Understood, we have no other options. I intend to rely on the cooperation of the Natore Kingdom." Ramon Fess nodded. As Ramon Fess and the others prepared for several things, the Natore Kingdom's group was to wait in the dining room. "Did we fight incorrectly?" Rio frowned and asked. "What's this all of a sudden? It's about Demon Garwin and the Bardal Principality, or rather the matter of Chief Baduzan." Oh, Abel understood where Rio was coming from. He too had similar thoughts. However, that was that and this is this. When the time came, we fought to save the people of the Bardal Principality. That was necessary. This time, the attack from Chief Baduzan is a different story. Is it really okay to compartmentalize it like that? "It's fine, no problem," Abel said clearly. "People are neither omniscient nor omnipotent. We made judgments that seemed optimal at the time, but unfortunately, it often happens that such decisions can lead to someone else's misfortune in the future. That doesn't mean it should be condemned." "That's true, but what would have happened if we hadn't fought back then? Would it have resulted in a good outcome for the people of the Bardal Principality? Probably. We fought for the people back then, not for the chief." "That I see. If I think of it that way, it's easier to accept," Rio honestly replied. "Being human, it's impossible to always have the perfect answer. It's something my elder brother taught me first about being a ruler." "Your brother, Crown Prince Cain?" Abel respected his elder brother, Sindish. Sindish was the previous crown prince and had passed away due to illness just days before the kingdom was ravaged by the empire. He was recognized by many nobles, bureaucrats, and officials of the kingdom as a capable ruler, though it was said he had been weak in health since childhood. Because of this, Abel had been determined to become the sword that supports Sindish. That was one aspect of his life. To me, my elder brother could be called omniscient and omnipotent. He seemed to know everything that happens in this world, to perfectly predict it and take measures. He was always like that. A mind beyond human limits. Right, at least that's how it appeared to me. So when I heard that from him, I was surprised. To think that even such an incredible elder brother would say something like that, it must be that difficult to read the movements of the world. I feel like the conclusion Abel reached shows enough of his capacity. Rio shook his head slightly. Abel, who had come to the thought that it is difficult to read the movements of the world from Sindish's words, was indeed extraordinary. Rio honestly thought so. How old was Abel when that happened? How old would he have been? Probably 6 or 7. He talked about such things at that age? Because he's royalty. Abel shrugged at Rio's surprise. For Abel, studying politics and economics from the time he became aware of his surroundings was natural. It was what all royals who would guide the nation in the future or be involved in it would do. He only realized it wasn't normal after experiencing being an adventurer. Well, I too discussed national economy and politics at home when I was around 10. Oh, yeah, I see. Rio was somehow trying to compete, while Abel shook his head slightly. While they were having such a conversation, Graham emerged. After a while, Ramon Fess, who had changed into formal attire as the head of the nation's federation, appeared along with Chiga. Thank you for waiting. Now let's head to the front lines. With that, Ramon Fess smiled brightly. By the way, you were fighting in the cafeteria as well. I must express my gratitude to the church members who protected me. No, Your Excellency the head of state, please don't worry about it. Ramon Fess showed his appreciation, and Graham responded with a smile. However, the content of their conversation was a bit strange. Both Rio and Abel noticed this. Did Ramon Fess just mention something about Graham's fight in the cafeteria earlier? He did, but it seems he doesn't remember it now. Wait, could it be? He might have had his memory erased. Since both Rio and Abel would be troubled if they were overheard even a little, they communicated through the echo of the soul. Rio quietly glanced at Graham, moving only his eyes. Yes, as if looking at something truly terrifying. Is it that holy smoke thing? I don't know, but he's the former Inquisitor General, right? It must be some kind of technique, terrifying. Ramon Fess must have overheard information that should not have been heard during the battle. Even so, erasing memories without permission. It's certainly not a good thing, but it's better than killing for complete silence, I suppose. Yes. Rio accepted Abel's words. Yes, having some memories erased is better than being killed. The Western Church is indeed a terrifying place. There's no doubt about that. The conclusion drawn by the two was the same. Ramon Fess mounted his horse from the church. Since I've fully recovered, I can walk just fine, you know. That's not acceptable. You've only just woken up. Chigwe firmly rejected Ramon Fess's words. In the end, without much resistance, Ramon Fess mounted the prepared horse. By the way, it was only a horse prepared for Ramon Fess. Chigwe, of course, was on foot. Graham and the others were also on foot. The Natore Kingdom's party was also on foot. It's really only for someone recovering from illness. Well, a battle is about to break out, after all. Rio and Abel were whispering to each other. If Abel wishes, I believe Nils could substitute for the horse. Of course, if it is what your majesty desires. Yeah, I don't desire that. Rio suggested. Nils boarded, and Abel did not. Ito and Ammon shook their heads slightly, and Scotty also shook his head. It seemed that being around His Majesty the King was quite taxing. I see. Abel dislikes using people as if they were horses. Of course. In that case, I'll prepare a cart for Abel using the cart spell. Please ride that. No, I'll pass. Why not? It's not like you'll be riding on a person, so it won't look bad. That thing sparkles too much and stands out. Abel did not like standing out too much. If it meant bringing joy or unity to the people by behaving as a king during a ceremony, he would gladly take a prominent position. But this time it was different. The main character was Ramon Fess, and the people and soldiers in this city belonged to him. Isn't that what you call bad conspicuousness? I'm glad Abel is a sensible person. The group moved slowly. Seeing Ramon Fess on horseback, the soldiers knelt and paid their respects. The people of Vaughn also bowed their heads respectfully. A loud voice erupted after the group entered the encampment. There were 2 high-ranking government officials present. Why, Your Excellency the Head of State, Chancellor Zenmoshi. I'm glad you're safe, Vice Head of State Jaja. Of course, it took them several seconds to manage a proper greeting, but we won't touch on that. During that time, Ramon Fess silently looked down at the two from atop his horse. That expression says it all. Ramon Fess understands what the Vice Head of State and Chancellor were trying to do. He probably understands why they are in this city too. Both Rio and Abel continued their hushed conversation. Chiga, send a military envoy to the eastern provinces. The content is to discuss a meeting between the leaders. We will be represented by the head of state of the Western Nations Federation, Ramon Fes. Understood, Chigo answered, quickly calling a soldier to convey the message and sending the envoy. Upon witnessing this, the Natore Kingdom's leadership exchanged information. If they retreat because of this, that would be the best outcome. Indeed, but do you think they will retreat? There is a possibility of that. Many member states have withdrawn by now. That alone has produced a certain level of outcome for the eastern provinces. I see, indeed. Without suffering significant losses, they've considerably weakened the power of the hypothetical enemy. Strategically, you could say it's a great victory. Rio agreed with Abel's explanation. War does not only occur on the battlefield. Especially, victories and defeats are often decided outside of the battlefield. However, Abel, are you about to say something unsettling? That Chief Baduzan's character? Oh, I didn't think he was the type to be satisfied with just that. Oh, Rio frowned at Abel's words. The character of a country's leader is certainly a crucial factor that cannot be ignored. Just one person's character can significantly influence the movements of a massive organization like a nation. That is also a fact. After a while, the military envoy returned. They have refused the meeting and suggested resolving it through a duel by proxies. A duel? How old-fashioned, Ramon Fes muttered while shaking his head. Then he began to speak with Chiga. So proxy duels do exist. Seems so. Aren't there any in the Central Nations? There might have been in the past. I've read about it in stories, but in modern times. At least as far as I know, there is no such custom in the Central Nations, Abel replied. Yes, what he had heard was from stories, the tales of chivalry, a glorious time. The proxy means that one representative stands in for the entire army. The fact that they proposed this means they must have someone confident. It must be the Bardil Principality, right? I don't recall them having anyone particularly strong. Both of them tilted their heads. Rio and Abel had fought against the demon Garwin and his kin outside the capital of the Bardil Principality, Hacienda. In fact, they had somewhat acted as the proxy for the Bardil Principality themselves. That favor has been returned as a grudge. I understand that feeling too. Normally, Abel would have retorted in one way or another, but this time he agreed with Rio's words. Of course, the Bardil Principality likely didn't want Abel and Rio to interfere in this war. Military envoys were coming and going between both camps. One of them informed Ramon Fes. They say to look at the southern desert. The southern desert? Ramon Fes tilted his head, and Chiga, who was consulting with him, also shook his head. Not understanding the reason, they looked towards the desert spreading to the south of the city. Moments later, a massive explosion occurred. It was so enormous that the word massive felt trivial. What was that? It looks like a nuclear explosion. Both Abel and Rio lost their words. No one could speak, not even the three from Room 10, Zach, Scotty, or the two squad captains. However, everyone watching must have thought the same. If that happened in the city, everything would turn to ash in an instant. The military envoy from the Bardil Principality announced, "Our army can perform that attack multiple times. I recommend you either surrender or settle it with a duel." Next time, 844 the desperate battle I, and they haven't even reached the southern part of the continent yet. You are amazing for listening to chapters 791 to 890 of Water Magician. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.